This is a diamond-grade Kirin beast that everyone is scrambling to obtain. Yet I chose to auction it off for just 1 yuan, then turned around and directly contracted a bronze-grade water snake. Everyone laughed at me upon seeing this, but only I knew because I had been reborn that. This water snake is the divine-level existence capable of infinite evolution, devouring all things in the world, ultimately evolving into a world-destroying beast that can swallow heaven and earth. Yet this Qilin, in my previous life, conspired with my school beauty girlfriend to frame me. Therefore, in this life, I vow to reach the pinnacle of beast mastery and make the betrayers pay their debt. Starting bid, 1 yuan. Hearing my words, instantly all the audience present froze in shock. What? He actually wants to auction his own spirit beast, and one with diamond-level bloodline at that. As everyone snapped back to reality, they were all screaming internally, how could such a powerful spirit beast be put up for auction? How could such a spirit beast ever be measured in terms of money? Don't underestimate the humble bean bun. 2 yuan. Someone shouted loudly. Following the first bid, the auction price quickly rose to 30 million. Watching everyone frantically raising their bids, a faint smile curled at the corners of my mouth. Money, I need a lot of money, because according to my memories, in a few days at Zhonghai City's largest spirit beast breeding base, someone will hatch a divine-level spirit beast capable of infinite evolution. A few years later, that lucky guy would rely on the spirit beast to rise and become the strongest among the younger generation in Zhonghai City, and even the entire dragon country. However, the breeding base only provides spirit beast eggs, and I don't know which one contains that divine-level spirit beast, so I need enough funds to try my luck. 50 million, plus a platinum-level spirit beast cub. I looked in the direction of the bidder. It seemed to come from one of the VIP boxes on the top level. Before the referee could even try to liven up the atmosphere, another voice immediately spoke up from the VIP box opposite. 60 million, plus a platinum-tier spirit beast cub and a North Sea spirit flower. I'm buying the best spirit beast for my son. Anyone else? Tonight, Old Wong is ready to go all the way. As these words fell, whispers began to spread throughout the beast-fighting arena. Even I secretly clenched my fists. The current price still hadn't reached my expectations. Meanwhile, in VIP box 888, a bespectacled middle-aged man puffed on a cigar while frantically scrolling through his phone contacts. Several female secretaries beside him were bustling about in a flurry of activity. This man was none other than the owner of the underground beast-fighting arena, the landlord of the entire Golden Dragon Tower, and the top decision-maker of Zhonghai City's Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Ling Wutong. Xiao Li, help me sell those villas in the city center as quickly as possible. I need a large amount of liquid capital right now. Soon, Ling Wutang gathered sufficient funds and immediately made his offer, 80 million, plus a platinum-level spirit beast cub and the ice rain condensation flower that can enhance a beast master's potential. He roared viciously toward a private box across the room. If you dare to bid higher, you're crossing me, old Ling. Go ahead and try. The private box across the room fell silent instantly, and no further words were spoken. 80 million, third call. Congratulations to VIP box 888 for the successful bid. I raised an eyebrow. Seems like today brought an unexpected windfall. That ice rain condensation flower is also priceless and hard to come by. Today truly turned out to be a huge profit. Brother Chiu, come. Our President Ling would like to meet you. Manager Wang beside me enthusiastically put his arm around my shoulder, unable to resist getting chummy. Since the deal is already settled, I'm in an excellent mood right now and appear quite familiar. However, Ling Wutong has no idea what kind of disaster he and the entire Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce will face tomorrow. I remember that news from my previous life as clearly as if it were yesterday. After extensive investigations by the task force, it was confirmed that the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, led by Ling Wutong, had been engaged in long-term illegal and criminal transactions. All involved personnel have now been apprehended. Tomorrow, all the key figures of the entire Golden Dragon Group will be arrested. Although the entire group is involved, the money I obtained was through a legal auction, and the flaming Qilin that rightfully belongs to Lingwu Hall will also be returned to me. This is because Lingwu Hall used the illicit funds to auction the flaming Qilin in the first place, making the transaction illegal. Do they really think I'm a fool? Handing over the flaming Qilin just like that? Everything is under my control. At this thought, I felt as refreshed as a spring breeze, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of my lips. Before long, our group arrived at the small room at the deepest part of the underground beast fighting arena. The 1.9-meter-tall lead bodyguard crouched down, thoroughly searched me inside and out, then nodded before opening the door to let me in. You must be Brother Chiu Yen, right? Pleasure to meet you. Seeing Ling Wutong lost in thought, I immediately seized the initiative and spoke first to take control of the negotiation. After quoting the price, does Boss Ling regret it? I can offer a 20% discount. If that still doesn't work, then there's nothing more to discuss. Hearing this, Ling Wutong also looked at me in surprise, his smile instantly freezing on his face. It's not a matter of minutes for an honorable big shot like himself to take the initiative to befriend him and directly take down this kind of kid who is still in high school. I didn't expect Chiu Yen to be so decisive, not giving the slightest room for discussion. He wanted to say more, but always swallowed his words. Chiu Yen didn't say anything, just stared at Ling Wutong with a leathery smile. Want to save tens of millions of dollars with a few words? Don't even think about it. I think we can talk more. After Chiu Yen's soft words, he ended up getting $50 million and a platinum-grade spirit beast cub, as well as the ice rain condensation flower that was useful to himself. In just 3 minutes, Chiu Yen immediately received a text message notification from the bank. He immediately drove the Flame Qilin out of the Imperial Beast space. The Flame Qilin, who was sleeping, looked around with a bewildered expression. And when it saw Chiu Yen, a ball of anger rose up. It remembered that, in the past, if it was unwilling to come out of the Imperial Beast space, Chiu Yen would never force it. And the scene where it forced itself to fight today made it feel a little strange. What's wrong with your medication today? But then it saw a picture that made it ecstatic. His own cheap master actually directly and unilaterally dissolved the contract. The flame unicorn was instantly free, and it roared with excitement as it spread its legs and tried to dash out of the room. Ling Wutang was not a master to be messed with. With a wave of his hand, several juniors in white coats rushed out from the surrounding rooms and stuck 2 anesthetics into the Flame Qilin's buttocks. The flaming unicorn's movement stalled and he planted himself. The spirit beasts had already been handed over, and Chiu Yen was keenly aware that some of the people around him had bad looks on their faces. These people, they still want to take this money back, don't they? He had a plan after a little thought. Chiu Yen raised his cell phone and shook it, a confident and calm smile on his face. Now that the money has arrived, I must return to resume my duties. Boss Ling, I think we'll work together a lot in the future. Ling Wutong, who was thinking of eating black and white, was violently shocked that this kid really had capital behind him that made him proud enough. Which big shot from Zhonghai City is standing behind him? The stupidly motivated junior disciples received Ling Wutong's eye gesture, and then slowly made way for a path to leave. Little brother Chiu Yen, what do you mean by that? I'll leave it at that. Before Chiu Yen left, he threw Ling Wutong a meaningful smile. You'll find out tomorrow. Chapter 5. Traveling to the Spirit Beast breeding base in Zhonghai City. Coming out of the Golden Dragon Mansion, Chiu Yen looked very cozy. Having money in his pocket was different. Moreover, the Spirit Beast cubs and the Ice Rain condensation flower, he had already had Ling Wutang send someone to store them at the Spirit Beast breeding base in Zhonghai City. Chiu Yen took out a mask to cover his face and dialed a number in his cell phone. Hello. This is the Zhonghai City branch of the Dragon Shield Security Company of the Dragon Kingdom. How may I help you? Chiu Yen put his own hood on, and his whole body shrank into the green belt on the side. I'll pay $2 million to protect me for 5 days. Come here now, immediately. Right now, I'm downstairs in the Golden Dragon building. Yes. Please wait 2 minutes. A master is being arranged for you. The connector password will be sent to your cell phone later. This service ends here. Please give a 5-star review later. Chiu Yen hung up the phone and directly transferred the money to the security company, and received a message not long after. The joint's password. Do you have cigarettes with you? I have 2 lighters. Seeing the short 2 lines, Chiu Yen's head was full of black lines, and he finally understood why it was said that AI could never replace humans. Not long after, Chiu Yen saw an old man walking past, leaning on a cane and trembling as he wandered downstairs in the Golden Dragon Mansion. Chiu Yen chased after him with a flash and patted the old man's shoulder. Did you bring cigarettes? The old man's eyes flashed with brilliance and he came to Chiu Yen's ear to respond quietly. I have 2 lighters. But then, the old man looked surprised and sneakily asked Chiu Yen, how did you know I was? Chiu Yen pointed to his watch and gave him a blank look. You guys are so unprofessional. Think about it. What kind of old man comes out for a walk at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night? It was at this time that the old man slapped his head in realization and then gave a thumbs up towards Chiu Yen. You're ruthless. One could only say that Chiu Yen was quite prescient, and along the way the people with bad intentions were like leeks, one crop after another. Chiu Yen is holding nearly $100 million in assets. Who wouldn't be tempted? But the remarkable thing is that this old bodyguard, although he looks like the wind will blow down, but he can be more fierce than a big boy in a fight. A walking stick flung tiger wind, is the Ultraman came by this old man two stick also have to light up red light. The reason why the old man was so strong was because this world was divided into two cultivation factions. One school is body refining, another school is the imperial beasts, from which many factions are derived, such as the imperial beasts of the harmonization school and so on. The old man was clearly a great master of the school of body refining, and although all of his intelligence points went to his force value, Chiu Yen was still quite assured of him. Even if he stumbled along the way, Chiu Yen thought it was all worth it. The reason why he didn't take a car or a cab home and let the old man take a shot was to tell those in the darkness who had a heart. He was surrounded by masters and was not a soft target that could be taken at will. Late night, Chiu Yen lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, organizing some of the memories he had experienced in his last life. Throwing his head out today, it was inevitable that some big shots would secretly investigate him, and this matter of being reborn absolutely had to rot in his stomach. However, he remembered very clearly that just 2 days later, the divine spirit beasts capable of infinite evolution were due to come out. Tomorrow it will be good to visit the breeding site. Chiu Yen fell into a deep sleep with that thought. The old man with the high hand is now squatting outside Chiu Yen's windowsill and smoking alone in a stifled manner, and he doesn't know what he's thinking about. Chiu Yen hadn't slept so comfortably for a long time, and he actually slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As a senior at Haruki Imperial Beasts High School, he was now able to skip going to school. The school issued each student a pass at the beginning of the semester. It is used for students to go in and out of various large and small secret areas and spirit animal habitats for practicing. It is written in the canon that 52 years ago many temporal cracks suddenly appeared over the blue planet. These cracks were constantly spewing out landmasses from other worlds, completely remodeling the entire blue planet. It was suddenly realized that a substance called aura began to appear on the blue planet. It was only after several generations of fumbling that the cultivation system that is quite mature today emerged. People became martial artists by absorbing these auras to strengthen themselves, or they became beast masters by driving spiritual beasts. Human life and Reiki are now inextricably linked. Even the way of dating was changed to XX year of the new calendar. However, the arrival of the otherworldly landmass also brought with it many spirit beasts of all sizes. The dark water swamp that Chan Qingxing invited Chiu Yen to was one of the larger spirit beast habitats within the Dragon Kingdom. The secret realm, on the other hand, is a spatial and temporal rift that has been surveyed and has a more stable spatial composition. Spirit beasts that have not come to Blue Star through the otherworld landmass still exist in the original world. However, the existence of the space-time rift allowed people to summon those spirit beasts from other worlds through some summoning spells. Every child of the Dragon Kingdom who has the talent to become a beastmaster will be given a chance to summon a spirit beast for free. The flaming Qilin was what Chiu Yen had summoned through the official summoning spells of the Dragon Kingdom when he was in elementary school. Chiu Yen got up from the bed and rustled his clothes. Now that he was awake, it was time to visit the spirit beast breeding base in Zhonghai. Opening his cell phone, he found that Chan Qingxing had already sent him a dozen messages. For example, "Good morning, already here," etc. Instead of replying to the message, he set it to undisturbed and then extinguished the phone and tossed it into his pocket. Chiu Yen came to the living room and found an enameled basin upside down on the dining table. It's the meal mom and dad saved for themselves. Thinking that he had come back from rebirth to focus on the layout, and did not accompany his dad and mom, a sense of guilt surged to his heart. Dad and mom often work overtime day and night in order to be able to afford to feed the flaming unicorn themselves, and sometimes they don't even come back at night. Looking at the portions of these dishes, I don't think I'll be back again tonight. Chiu Yen pulled a stool and sat down in front of the dining table. Carefully, he moved the enameled basin, in which the meal was still warm. After years of eating the meals made by his dad and mom again, Chiu Yen thought of the heartache of these years, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and ate those all clean. Soldiers are precious. Chiu Yen cleaned up the dishes and got into a cab with the old man of the bodyguard. In the car, Chiu Yen looked at the time. Now the special case handling team of Zhonghai City has already called Ling Wutong and others to tea. and it won't be long before that side is bound to check on itself. I don't know how long I can hide it, but it's a bit of a pain to explain to mom and dad. What's more, Cho Yen didn't want his dad and mom to worry. After thinking for a long time, I decided to hide this huge amount of money in my hand. As soon as he got off the bus, Cho Yen went straight to the Zhonghai spirit beast breeding base. As an industry that is inseparable from people's daily lives, the place is crowded and the air is filled with a reassuringly creamy fragrance. Cho Yen waited in line outside the door for nearly half an hour before he squeezed into the base. Here, he did see an extremely impressive girl, Lin Yuqing. Chapter 6. The First Encounter After Rebirth. Past memories flashed through Cho Yan's mind frame by frame. In his last life, when his own family was broken, all his relatives and friends shunned him like snakes and scorpions, and only Lin Yuqing helped him in his most difficult time. Then he went to work abroad himself and broke off contact. After many years, I heard that she married an alcoholic husband who used to beat and kick her when he was drunk. Cho Yen at the time heard about it and directly dragged his disabled body over to the theory. But how could a disabled Imperial Beastmaster beat a drunkard from the alchemy school? 3 or 2 times he laid himself in the hospital. It was Lin Yuqing who paid his medical bills for him without his alcoholic husband's knowledge. Seeing her again, Cho Yan's heart was flooded with an indescribable meaning. Thinking that she didn't know herself at the moment, Cho Yen just sat aside and quietly watched Lin Yuqing work. At the moment, she was wearing neat overalls, her clear voice very pleasant to the ear, standing in front of a wall of spirit animal eggs to introduce the product behind her to the crowd. Even the overalls that were washed until they were white could not hide Lin Yuqing's ice-clear temperament. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her dark hair was tied into a twisted braid, pure and moving. Seemingly sensing Cho Yan's gaze, Lin Yuqing also looked over with a bright smile. "Hello? May I take your order?" "Well, I want some spirit beast eggs." Cho Yen smiled and imperceptibly straightened the hem of his shirt in an effort to look neat. Some. Lin Yuqing also felt a bit strange. Normal customers who came to shop for spirit beast eggs often carefully observed and deliberated for a long time before making this decision to buy one. After all, the price of a spirit beast egg was as high as 50,000 yuan, and such a price was enough to cover half a year's living expenses for an average working family. Unless one's spirit beast bloodline was too inferior, one would generally not change one's spirit beast at will. It was because Cho Yen summoned the flame fire Qilin that Cho Yan's mom and dad were determined to put down blood money to pay for Cho Yen to go to Royal Beasts High School. "Well, I want a larger quantity, and there are too many people right now, so why don't I add you to a wee message first, and I'll come back to it later?" Cho Yen was a little embarrassed and rubbed his head. "Huh? My email? We have the base's customer service microphone on our side. I'll ask her to add you." Lin Yuqing was quite vigilant. "Since I've been working over here myself, I've been racking my brain with countless customers who want to add their Microsoft messages every day. The odds are that Cho Yen is also that kind of person. No, I want a larger quantity, and I feel compelled to butt heads with you. I don't feel comfortable leaving this to anyone else." Cho Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it changed inside Lin Yuqing's ears. "I'm sorry, but we have rules on our side that we can't add guests to our microphone privately." Even after returning from rebirth, Cho Yen was not good at dealing with this kind of situation and could only rub his hands awkwardly. "Okay, I'll add your customer service microphone, but you'll have to be present for the on-site inspection." Even as icy smart as Lin Yuqing, she was confused at the moment. What's this guy up to? But there's a chance to generate revenue for the base and take a commission yourself. She nodded with a polite smile on her face. At this moment, the old man of the bodyguard came over in a rather gossipy manner, his small eyes greatly puzzled. Cho Yen glanced at him, turned his head without any goodwill, and left the base gate. The old man of the bodyguard grunted and panted as he chased out, touching Cho Yen with his shoulder and teasingly said, "Hey boss, that girl child just now, do you like her?" "Old man, you don't pry into the affairs of the Golden Father." Hey, don't, little friend, don't call me an old man. How awkward that sounds. Just call me Old Lee." Cho Yen stopped with a look of impatience. "Okay, Old Lee, stay out of this. Okay?" Old Lee smiled and nodded, the wrinkles on his face twisting into a chrysanthemum. He could kind of see that although this kid had 8 faces and money, he couldn't do anything about the little girl. Go home first." Cho Yen waved his hand. Divine spirit beasts were in no hurry for these few minutes. Because of his own memory, it was about 2 days away before he was bought. Even if there were some butterfly effects due to his rebirth, it wouldn't affect his plans for a while. Back home has been more than 6 o'clock. Cho Yen in the market to buy some vegetables, ready to give mom and dad to do some good food. In my last life, I had far fewer opportunities to cook for my dad and mom myself. After being on my own, I worked as a cook in restaurants large and small. Even though she is missing an arm and a leg, she has developed a good cooking skill through her hard work and willingness to study. Cho Yen neatly tied on his apron. Now that he was on all fours, cooking was a breeze. It was getting dark, and the smoky smell of the meal lingered throughout the kitchen. Cho Yen turned off the hood and wiped his wet hands on his apron. That's when he heard the knock on the door. Squeak! Who are you looking for? Cho Yen poked out a head, only to see Chun Qingqing standing outside the door with a sulky face, her little face red with anger. Crooked! Cho Yen, why did you stand me up today? For the woman who had victimized him in his last life, Cho Yen did not have a good face for her. He fought back the nausea and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I promise? Cho Yen closed the door of the room with a bang. Only Chun Qingqing was left alone to mess up outside the door. In the middle of the day, the sensor light in the hallway went out. Chun Qingqing froze there, her face as ugly as if she had eaten a dead fly. For his requests, Cho Yen had always responded to his requests, and since he had promised then he would definitely do it. Even if he hadn't messaged back, he should have seen the message he'd sent him. Did he sense something? No, it can't be, she muttered in a small voice, rubbing the hilt of the pocket knife hidden among the pockets of her bodysuit. If Cho Yen had just let her in, she was planning to directly give Cho Yen a stab to force him to hand over the flame Qilin. Dull footsteps suddenly sounded downstairs, and the building's sensor lights came on again, dimly illuminating the visitor. It was Cho Yan's mom, Jiang Li, who had returned. Qingqing? You're looking for Xiao Yen for something? What are you standing around outside the door for? Jiang Li was wearing a worn-out work clothes. It was hard to hide the tired color on her face. Carrying a yellow helmet in her hand, her burlap gloves were stained with oily black stains. Huh? Auntie Jiang? Chun Qingqing had a ghost in her heart, and naturally stammered and couldn't speak in the face of Auntie Jiang, but still justified that Cho Yen stood her up. Jiang Li was also a bit helpless after hearing this moment. Theoretically, one shouldn't meddle in the children's affairs either. But why was he vaguely uncomfortable in his own mind, as if something was about to happen? In that case, you come in with me and just open up with Sion. With Jiang Li leading the way, Chun Qingqing seemed to have a strong bottom line. Jiang Li took out her key and opened the door of her house. Seeing the table of food on the dining room table was a bit unbelievable. Sayaka? Did you make this? Hey, Mom, are you hungry? I'll go get you some food. When Xiao Yen heard his mom's voice and turned his head to see Chun Qingqing behind his mom, the smile on his face froze. Seeing Chun Qingqing acting like a good girl, a nameless fire rose in Xiao Yan's heart. In the way of his mom, Xiao Yen could not afford to have a fit, and forced himself to pull the corners of his mouth into a smile. Chapter 7. Crying at the Green Tea School Girl. The table of food glistened with crystalline oil under the living room lights, and no matter how it tasted, at least it looked appetizing. Xiao Yen, it doesn't matter what kind of conflict you two have, Mom. She let her in just so you could explain it to her. Jiang Li's line of sight then looked to Chun Qingqing, who was slightly rushed and miserable on the side with a helpless look on her face. Qingqing, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's eat together then. I've come to taste my son's handiwork. Mom! Seeing that his mom had already greeted Chun Qingqing and sat down, Xiao Yen let out a long sigh and brought a chair to sit down. The three men sat at the table in silence. Xiao Yen thought, such a cozy scene, if only Chun Qingqing wasn't there. Today he made chili pepper stir-fry, shredded pork with fish, stir-fried yellow beef, and cold bellflowers. In addition to this, he also stewed a pot of Yulin chicken soup intending to give his old mom a tonic. Because of the intensity of the work, Jiang Li picked up a piece and put it into her mouth. Immediately afterward, his eyes were filled with amazement. The beef is spicy and flavorful, and the gazpacho is crisp and sweet. When did his own son get so good at his craft? Chun Qingqing didn't say anything either, just picking at her rice. Even she hadn't noticed that she, who had been on a controlled diet, had eaten more today. Eat up. Go home early afterward. Xiao Yen said nonchalantly with a cold face as he ate his meal. Chun Qingqing raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. What's going on? You ask him to do something and you put on airs like this? What's the big deal about having a flaming unicorn? It's not like I got lucky when I was a kid. Thinking of this, Chun Qingqing hid a touch of resentment under her eyes. Then endure for a while longer, the flame unicorn would be his own sooner or later. Zhongli seemed to think of something and spoke slowly. Where's the flaming unicorn? Shouldn't it usually be released at this time of year for some fodder? Mom, you don't have to work so hard from now on. I've already auctioned off the flame unicorn. Qiu Yen picked at his rice and said vaguely. I said today why stood me up, so it was sent to auction. Chun Qingqing's yin and yang came out of her mouth. But then she realized what she had just said. Auction? Auction? Qiu Yen, you ing sold the flame qilin? Are you stupid %? Chun Qingqing excitedly slapped her chopsticks on the table, and the chicken soup on the table rippled. Qiu Yen nodded and raised his hand to clip the food and send it to his mouth with the rice. He looked as if he was saying something as trivial as, I went out and bought a pound of eggs today. Zhang Li froze at his words and opened his mouth without speaking. Qiu Yen, say a ing word. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell Auntie about such a big thing? Chun Qingqing's eyebrows furrowed, and her entire body was like a firecracker on New Year's Eve, exploding at the slightest point. She just couldn't take it. The flame qilin had long been treated as her possession, and now that it was being handed over by Qiu Yen, how could she not be angry? Auctioned off? Where was it auctioned? How much did it go for? None of your business, and I'm under no obligation to be around you all day. You! Chun Qingqing was trembling with anger. I didn't expect Qiu Yen to dare to talk to her like this. Was this still the same Qiu Yen who used to be obedient to her? The spirit beast he was about to get his hands on flew into someone else's arms. She pointed her jade finger at Qiu Yen, half speechless. Thought for half a day, also did not think of any reason. At this moment see aside as a lightning strike Zhongli. Immediately understand that he is a little out of order. If you don't think of yourself, you should think of your aunt and uncle. Qiu Yen glanced at Lin Yuqing and snorted coldly. It's out of your hands. I'm full by Auntie. Lin Yuqing twisted her head and left. Since Qiu Yen didn't have the flame qilin anymore, he was no longer of any use to her. Qiu Yen glanced at it and opened his mouth indifferently, with a hint of unquestioning in his voice. Brush the dishes before you go. Chun Qingqing's eyes widened as she froze in place. He actually made me do the dishes. No. I don't cook for nothing. Yes. Chun Qingqing clenched her teeth and spat out a word. And in her heart, she didn't know how many times she had cursed Qiu Yen. Looking at the back of the dishwashing sink, although Zhongli was anxious, she was in the way of outsiders and still cast an inquiring gaze towards Qiu Yen. Qiu Yen shook his head. Mom, I'm done eating too. Take your time. He gathered his empty bowl and chopsticks and placed them by Chun Qingqing's hand. The body that was brushing the dishes on the side shook slightly, almost wanting to pour the sink water on Qiu Yan's head. The knife-like eyes cut a fierce glance at Qiu Yan, and the pair of scallion fingers washing the bowl also clenched into a fist. I can't believe I let myself wash his bowls along with him. Dog stuff. How nice. Am I a servant in his house? Qiu Yan noticed, and he sat down on a sofa to the side, crossed his legs and spoke coldly. If you don't want to, you can just leave and never come back. I cook, so I'm sure I don't do the dishes. And my mom works so hard. You let her do the dishes? Zhongli felt that something was wrong, and seeing that the atmosphere around her had dropped to freezing point, she hurriedly rounded up the situation. Xiao Yen, how can you talk? People's Qingqing is a guest. I'll wash it, I'll wash it. Chun Qingqing took a deep breath and calmed herself down. His own parents and Qiu Yan's parents are old acquaintances, as the saying goes, head up, head down, or to maintain the image of a lady. No, use it, Auntie. Come, wash. Zhongli couldn't do anything about it and looked at Qiu Yan helplessly. It's okay, Mom. Just wash her. Come watch TV. It just so happens that that TV show you're watching is on. Zhongli gently patted Chun Qingqing's shoulder and carefully put her own dishes aside as well. Chun Qingqing's face was piled with fake smiles, waving her hand to signal Zhongli to go watch TV. Zhongli half-heartedly exited the kitchen and sat down in front of the TV. There seems to be a little bit of a look in the eye for his own son. I haven't cared much for my son lately, but he seems to have gotten a lot more mature and also seems to be holding something back. After brushing the dishes at the speed of light, Chun Qingqing just said goodbye to Zhang Li and ran away hastily as if fleeing for her life. Xiao Yan, no matter what, people are also girls. Also, you just said that you auctioned off the flame Kirin, is that true? Xiao Yan sighed, came behind his own old mom, and gave her sore shoulders a squeeze. It's okay. It's just temporary and I'm not stupid. You get an early night. Don't worry about these things. Old family. Qingqing, what's wrong with you? Is someone bullying you? Come on. Talk to Daddy. Daddy will help you out. None of your business. Chun Qingqing just ran to the home, looking at the busy mom and dad in the house angry, the whole person directly drilled into his room. Bang! The heavy slamming of the door sounded, leaving only the jaw-dropped Chen's father and mother in the living room. What's gotten into the boy? Didn't you go to the dark water swamp with Qiu Yan today? Could it be that you were bullied? Chen's father gently leaned to the door of his daughter's room, only to hear a sound of smashing things and his daughter's cries masked under the covers. His hand was placed on top of the doorknob, but for his daughter's temperamental behavior, he could only sigh and leave unhappily. Chun Qingqing cried very miserably and had never been so wronged since she was a child. She didn't stop until her eyes were swollen from crying. The face suddenly carried a wave of indignation as he took out his cell phone and opened Weixin, agreeing to a friend request among his contacts. The nickname is displayed as Makoto. Soon after, the other party sent a message. Hello? My name is Wang Zeqing. Are you free to have dinner tomorrow? Chun Qingqing had a contemptuous smile on her face. What a rich kid with no brain. If Qiu Yan hadn't stood him up, would he have gotten his turn? Just a little money. Chapter 8. Difficult Women. Late at night, Qiu Yan, who was lying in bed, opened his eyes. Turning on his cell phone to check the time, it was just 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, which was the time he had made an appointment with Lin Yuqing through customer service. Qiu Yan gently dressed and whistled towards the window. Outside the balcony, old Li looked back, nodded, and leapt straight off the 4th-floor high ledge. Until the sound of breathing in Mom's bedroom tends to calm down, obviously deep sleep, Qiu Yan quietly brought the door. The distance to the base wasn't far. Qiu Yan rode in old Li's old man's music and arrived in about an hour. The location of the base is in a commercial street. Most of the stores here had long since closed, and only the base entrance still flickered with a faint light. Through the glass door, Qiu Yan could see Lin Yuqing from afar with her head supported by her small hands, sitting at the front desk and yawning. Qiu Yan came to the door and gently knocked on the glass door, waking up the dozing Lin Yuqing at once. Seeing Qiu Yan, Lin Yuqing stood up lightning fast and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, a little too sleepy. I heard from the customer service side that you want all the spirit beast eggs from these 2 days? Lin Yuqing's little face was filled with doubt. It was a rare big customer, but what did he want so many spirit beast eggs for? Was he going to open a spirit beast breeding base as well? Most of the base's current stock was obtained from the exploration of the secret realm by the small teams formed by many martial artists and imperial beast masters, and the supply was not stable. Only a small number were born from the mating of domesticated spirit animals in the base. Not only is it very draining, the time period is long. Lin Yuqing had asked the general manager back in the afternoon. The general manager's eyes were bursting with light, and he immediately clapped his hands. Sell! Even if the price is cheaper, it doesn't matter. It's just the right time to clear the inventory. Well, now show me the goods. Okay, I'll take you to the person in charge of us. Qiu Yan signaled old Li to wait on the sidelines as he and Lin Yuqing arrived at the base's office. In the darkness, only the sound of the 2 men's footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Seemingly not noticing that Lin Yuqing was already standing, Qiu Yan accidentally bumped into Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing looked at Qiu Yan, who hurriedly waved his hand to apologize, somewhat unable to help himself. She rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Manager Lu, the client is here. After waiting for a long time but no response, Lin Yuqing tried to push the door open and found it unlocked. The warm color of the table lamp shines through, giving off a drowsy glow. As soon as he entered the door, Qiu Yan saw a woman around 25 or 26 years old, wearing a professional outfit, lying on her desk. The woman seemed to be sleep-dazed until Lin Yuqing stepped forward to pat her shoulder. Only then did she rub her eyes and wipe her mouth in panic. Raising his arms, he stretched a great deal. This is just the right amount of movement to show off her chiseled figure. First things first, I can't vouch for the quality of this one, and it's non-returnable once sold. Here's a bargain for you. $40,000 for an egg. 750 eggs for a total of $30 million. Credit card or cash, please? Swipe. After the arrival notification was displayed, Lu's manager's mood was obviously much higher, and he smiled as he stretched out his white and delicate hand. My name is Lu Yong. Hello, Mr. Cho. We have a good cooperation. Well, set me up for a hatching directly sometime. Cho Yen also made a move to shake hands with him. Lu Yong smiled serenely and led the two of them, Cho Yen and Lin Yuqing, to a side door. After holding down the fingerprint and entering a series of codes. Crunch! The small, specially reinforced door had only just opened fully, and some cold white air was coming out. It wasn't until he entered inside that Cho Yen realized that there was something else here. This place was like one of those high-end laboratories in sci-fi movies, with many high-precision instruments placed around. And the temperature was so low that even Cho Yen shivered. The surrounding display shelves were stacked with spirit beast eggs of various shapes and sizes, and the various colors of patterns and spots dazzled Cho Yen. Seeing this, Lu Yong couldn't help but laugh lightly. These are all we have in stock right now. So if it all hatches at once. Hatching spirit beasts is also another price. Cho Yen frowned. I remember having a platinum-ranked cub fostered under my name, along with an ice rain gel flower. How about a platinum-level cub for you at market price? Upon hearing this, Lu Yong let out a light laugh. His red lips and white teeth were exceptionally charming, and a hint of cunning came out from his absolutely beautiful face. And what makes you think that we are willing to acquire this cub? Oh, Cho Yen was a bit surprised. Platinum-grade spirit beasts are very precious out there, but there are a few of them at our base as well. Raising a platinum-grade masterless spirit beast, but it would take at least 10 to 20 years. What makes you think that we can pay such a cost? Cho Yen was dumbfounded. After all, spirit beasts could only gain rapid growth by contracting a royal beast master. Once contracted, the two beings were tightly linked by the power of the contract. If the beast master is powerful, he will return to his spirit beast. And vice versa. Lu Yong looked at Cho Yen and decided to take a step back. In that case, your terms are acceptable to us. However, I need to know what your purpose is for hatching these spirit beasts. She looked at Cho Yen with a smile, but her eyes were ancient, making it impossible to see what exactly was going through her mind. Cho Yen shrugged and spread his hands. It's simple. I need a powerful spirit beast, and bagging all the spirit beast eggs and hatching them together is purely for efficiency. That's it. Lu Yong raised his eyebrows, realizing that the little handsome man in front of him was hiding something. $30 million, just to hatch a stronger spirit beast? He himself had a platinum-level cub stored at the base. Since he could pay such a price, it proved that the spirit beast he wanted was definitely more than just platinum grade. Definitely diamond or even higher. This batch of spirit beast eggs had been tested long ago, and once a platinum-level bloodline was detected, they would immediately be sent to the centralized subsidiary spirit beast base to concentrate on hatching. She had also read the test report, and there were no spirit beast eggs with a life force exceeding the platinum level present in it. Does he know something on the inside? Good. It could hatch as soon as tomorrow. Cho Yen sniffed and faintly extended a finger. I only need one of the spirit beasts. When the time comes, consolidate the information of all the hatched spirit beasts and send it to me. His meaning was clear, just one of the 750 spirit beasts. Then what should we do with the other 700 or so spirit beasts? Lu Yong straightened his bangs and asked about his doubts. Cho Yen just smiled mysteriously and didn't answer positively. After all, he didn't know what to do with it. It was over 700 spirit beast cubs. Did he really want to open a breeding base? Until then. Well, Mr. Cho, I'll add you a Weibo. Just contact me when the time comes. Cho Yen waved his hand and pointed at Lin Yuqing beside him. No need. I'll add her tweets on how to follow up. Lu Yang's absolutely beautiful face flashed with a hint of surprise. She is very confident in her appearance. For so many years, the men who wanted to chase after her, whether they were rich businessmen or people in high positions of power, were lined up all the way to Bali City. The opportunity in front of him that could have directly owned his own Weixin, in favor of choosing the temporary worker he recruited, Lin Yuqing? Does he like schoolgirls? A trace of displeasure flashed across Lu Yang's face, but he managed to hide it well. Okay, on your claim. Cho Yen nodded. I still have an ice rain condensation flower here. Give it to me now. For this kind of heavenly treasure could be said to have a price without a market. Perhaps only a big shot like Ling Wutong who traveled between black and white could have a chance to get their hands on it. The point was that Qiu Yen happened to know its use. Aha! It's been ready for a long time. Qiu Yen received a long, small box, the material of which he had never even seen before. As soon as the box was opened, an icy coldness hit his face. The cold air overflowed, and even Qiu Yan's fingers became a little unruly. Lu Yong gently voiced out a reminder. The medicinal properties of the ice rain condensation flower are very overbearing, so if you want to take it, you must neutralize it with the help of the fiery sun fire core, and then pair it with jade dragon saliva or the earth's core extract before you can take it. Qiu Yen closed the lid and nodded towards Lu Yong. The cost of the other auxiliary medicines were all going to exceed the original value of the ice rain condensation flower, and he himself was clearly being treated as an ingrate. Well, back first. Lu Yong frowned as he looked at Qiu Yan's back as he left, his heart a little annoyed. This boy she couldn't see through. There was, it seemed, an urbanity that did not belong to his age. Chapter 9. Eating ice rain condensed flowers raw, upgrading talents. Back home, Qiu Yen brought the door to his room with him as he excitedly opened the box containing the ice crystal gel flower. If others didn't know the usage of the ice rain gel flower, didn't he know? In his last life, it was only discovered about 10 years later that the petals of the ice crystal condensation flower could be swallowed and would not have their medicinal properties cut down by the fiery sun fire core or other treasures. And taking it directly would not only improve the qualifications of the Imperial Beastmaster, but there was also a chance that the talent would be upgraded. The icy aura spread, filling the entire room with a watery haze. Old Li on the balcony sat down against the wall and lit a cigarette with a click. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that in this life. The ice crystal condensation flower would actually be in my hands. Qiu Yen couldn't help but sigh at the marvelousness of fate. Since this was the case, there might be a chance for his talent to be upgraded. Most children in Blue Star awaken their gifts when they reach adulthood. Some talents strengthen themselves, while others have bonuses for spirit animals. Qiu Yan's current talent was the same as his last life, an E-rank talent. Book of Words and Spirits, with the ability to communicate with spirit beasts without barriers. This talent is clearly in this world's category of chicken. It can neither be used for its own combat nor can it be enchanted to make a spirit animal stronger. Perhaps that was the root cause of the flame unicorn's betrayal. Grab a small pair of tweezers and carefully pull off its petals. No more, no less, exactly 8 slices. It was only a short minute after placing it on the table that the table had a thin layer of ice on it. Come on, it doesn't matter how, even if there's no way to evolve the talent, at least there's some enhanced qualifications. Thinking of this, Qiu Yen quickly swallowed the petals into his mouth and grabbed the nearby water cup and gulped it down. In less than 5 seconds, Qiu Yan's abdomen felt a pain of cold air entering his body, and his entire body froze and curled up. Ua! Qiu Yen breathed heavily, trying to alleviate this pain, but the cold, stinging sensation gradually took his breath away. He clenched his fists and slammed them against the hard tile with a thud. Crooked, little boss. What's wrong with you? Old Manly ran inside the room in a flash, and seeing the remnants of the flower stalks placed on the table, he naturally understood what had happened. He reached out and grabbed Qiu Yan's collar and shook it hard. What the? You're just going to give ice and rain to the flowers? Spit it out. Spit the out. Bastard. Don't you want to die? Old Li has seen many rich people, but rich people don't want to die for the first time. Eating ice and rain congealed flowers in the raw? It's no joke. It's really going to kill someone. Qiu Yen raised his arm tremblingly and grasped Old Li's arm, which was as thin as a bamboo pole, in a death grip. Phase. Believe me. Feeling the force on his hand, Old Li's eyebrows tightly wrinkled into a Chuan character, angry and blowing his beard. Mom. I've never seen a boss so desperate for death. If it weren't for the fear of affecting my performance, I wouldn't care about you. Having said that, Old Li still gently picked up the shivering Qiu Yen and placed him on the bed. Hesitantly, he fished a leafy cigarette out of his inside pocket, heartily lit it, and inhaled to exhale a thick cloud of smoke. This was the special supply he used on the Holy Beast battlefield back then. Although the taste of this thing smoked was no different from ordinary cigarettes, its smoke had an analgesic effect, and the special herbs in it could also enhance the body's ability to repair itself. It was often necessary to use this leaf tobacco on the battlefield to give emergency surgery to the wounded without dying of pain. Damn it. I'm definitely going to apply for a bonus with headquarters when I go back this time. Looking at Qiu Yen, who had fainted to death, he sighed helplessly. This kid. He's so similar to that grandson of his who died in the Holy Beast battlefield. Not only do they look a bit alike, but their personalities do too. Don't even Anji die. Burning out his cigarette, old Lee peeled open the window and got out. One more person in the room would only deplete the potency of the smoke therein. Humph. You boys have earned it. A good thing that I didn't even bother to use in the Holy Beast battlefield back in the day. Old Lee squatted on the balcony and lit a regular cigarette again. Swaying tongues of fire illuminated his furrowed cheeks and he inhaled deeply, the smoke reddening his eyes. One spends the night looking at the lights of thousands of homes going out in the distance, one by one. Early the next morning. Ahem. Chiu Yen coughed heavily on the bed. The veins on his neck rippled, and his face was red from holding it in. His own throat seemed to be in a death grip and he couldn't breathe. Old Lee heard the commotion and rolled over to come in. A large hand that was as withered as a tree branch gently tapping towards Chiu Yan's chest cavity with some spiritual energy. Hey! Chiu Yan was relieved and opened his mouth to breathe in the air greedily. When he opened his eyes, he saw a sulky old Lee standing in front of the bed. You kid has a lot of guts. How dare you eat even the petals of that flower? Old Lee raised a finger and poked Chiu Yan's brain. Old Lee, it hurts. Chiu Yan covered his head, and the pain brought tears to his eyes. Humph, if I hadn't been there last night, you'd have frozen into a block of ice long ago. You're just going to die. Several lives are not enough for you. Old Lee snorted coldly and sat back down on the balcony where he belonged, leaving behind only the frozen Chiu Yan. Chiu Yan then realized that the air smelled like tobacco. Not the choking kind, but with some herbal aroma. Passed out from the pain yesterday? Chiu Yan then came back to his senses and immediately began to check his body. But just at that moment, a familiar majestic female voice came to his mind. He'd heard it back in his last life. The Hiroshi sound that rang out when everyone awakened to their gift. The Sentinel Beast talent has evolved. Awaken the SSS talent, Wanxiang Xinshu. Your spirit animal will be 100% loyal to you. Hearing these words, Chiu Yan held his breath. In other words, a situation like the Flaming Griffin would never happen again. After all, incidents of spirit beasts turning against their masters had long been commonplace in this world. But Hong Yin's next words directly made Chiu Yan's breath catch. The Book of the 10,000 Metaphysical Signs will grant you any ability you desire. Each time it advances, it unlocks the type of power that your heart desires most. What? Chiu Yan was confused. Wanxiang Xinshu. Advancement? How do you advance? But no matter how much Chiu Yan shouted, but that majestic female voice never responded again. He hastily maneuvered his spirit into his imperial beast space. Within the small space of 10 square meters, there was surprisingly a large book with an ancient shape suspended in the middle, and there were many shocking cracks on it. The cover of the book was carved with many exotic beasts, most of which Chiu Yan had never seen before. Poverty? Is this one? Taotai? Chiu Yan barely recognized a few of them, and the avatar formed by the convergence of spiritual energy extended his hand and slowly touched towards the book. The moment he had just touched the large book, an extremely dazzling light instantly bloomed. When the light dissipated, Chiu Yan realized that he had created some kind of inseparable connection with this thing called the Book of 10,000 Elements. Immediately afterward, a large amount of knowledge appeared in Chiu Yan's mind. All he felt was a splitting headache, and his entire brain felt like it was about to explode. The influx of countless information caused him to cry out in pain. Hey, kid, it's okay. A moment later, Chiu Yan's consciousness returned. He covered his face with both hands and shuddered as he laughed out loud. All the information about the Wanxiang Xinshu had been imprinted in his mind. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Bad bad bad. Must have let the ice rain condensation flower freeze into yesterday. Old Lee too was in a hurry in his room. Go. Let's go to the spirit beast breeding base. Chiu Yan calmed down and a strange color bloomed in his eyes. What a spirit that was. The spiritedness that belongs solely to teenagers. Even Old Lee, who had seen countless people in his life, looked a bit dumbfounded. Go! Chiu Yan got up like the wind, grabbed the coat hanging on the wall, and strutted toward the door. On the way, Chiu Yan had already read through the spirit beast information that Lin Yuqing had consolidated. There were 15 snake-type spirit beasts among them, and Chiu Yan planned to abandon all the rest. With the Wanxiang Shen book, the remaining spirit beasts were easy to deal with. This was because the advancement condition of the Wanxiang Shen Shu was to devour a large number of spirit beasts. Walking through the gates of the base, the familiar fragrance made Qiu Yen unusually excited. Chapter 10. Goodbye to the foe. Perhaps it was the early start that thinned out the base quite a bit in terms of customers. Lin Yuqing smiled and waved her hand when she saw Qiu Yen coming. Qiu Yen returned her smile and nodded at her. Recently, he and Lin Yuqing had talked a lot on Weixin because of the order, so the two of them had gotten acquainted with each other a bit. I just read the information you sent me in the car. Hearing Qiu Yan's words from the side, Old Li couldn't help but skim his lips. You call your own thing a car? It's clearly an old man's joy that you're paying for in installments. This guy's whole thing. Blowing awesome without a fight. You'll do anything to get a girl, right? Part out all of the snake-like spirit beasts and leave the rest. Okay. Wait a minute. Lin Yuqing smiled sweetly and ran off to find Lu Yong with a small fragrant breeze. Qiu Yen couldn't stay idle while he waited, so he just wandered around the base with one thing or another. But I don't know if it was a narrow road, but Qiu Yen actually saw Chun Qingqing here. At this moment, she was holding a spirit beast egg full of triangular scale patterns and scrutinizing it, looking at it, and pulling a magnifying glass out of his pocket. I don't know what this stupid woman is reading. Qiu Yen also felt speechless. This had been understood back in the middle of the textbooks of the first year of high school. Spirit beast eggs are often made up of strong and heavy shells and the pups that sleep in them. What can you see with a magnifying glass through almost 2 centimeters of eggshell? Haha. Qingqing, don't look. You can't see it like this. It wasn't until a gentle male voice rang out that Qiu Yen noticed the boy who had been standing next to Chun Qingqing. The man was wearing a donkey-branded, high-fashion suit. At what should have been a student's age, he was actually wearing shiny, scented granny leather shoes on his feet. The hair was also tartly combed into a big greasy head. The dogs on the side of the road had to curse the load as they passed by.
Wang Ziqing.
Qiu Yen was a bit surprised. Wang Ziqing's family is well off, his family owns a massive company, and he is Chun Qingqing's #1 dog licker. In her last life, Chun Qingqing had used him to meet the son of the richest family in Zhonghai City. But from memory, Chun Qingqing should have known Wang Ziqing only in her college days. Could it be that his own rebirth had thrown some of the things that were supposed to happen off the original course? What for? How do you know you can't see it if you don't? Chun Qingqing pouted. Her straight and slender right leg lightly stomped on the wooden floor, making a crunching sound, and she looked at Wang Zicheng with fake anger. While Wang Zicheng explained with a continuous smile, he looked at Chun Qingqing with eyes that were so mushy that they were almost dripping with water. Seeing this, Qiu Yen, who was hiding next to the shelves, had the expression of a subway old man looking at his cell phone. This silly white guy is pretending. If I hadn't seen her true colors a long time ago, Raoul would have almost believed it. This Wang Zicheng is also a big dumb ass. Mr. Qiu? Mr. Qiu. Lin Yuqing trotted over. Because of the shouting, customers on the road cast curious glances at the little beauty who was running out of breath on the side. There you are. Noticing the sights around her, Lin Yuqing's little face instantly blushed and kissed her way next to Qiu Yan's ear. What you ordered has been done. Phew. Who's this? Lin Yuqing naturally attracted Chun Qingqing's gaze as well. No way. Chun Qingqing is hostile to all beautiful women. The moment Lin Yuqing appeared, a pair of eyes were dead set on her. I said how somehow the flame Qilin was put up for auction and let me off the hook for a day. So you're here to punch up people's performance and to have a rendezvous with other little girls on the side. After Chun Qingqing finished speaking, she also looked at Wang Zicheng as if asking for help, with a pathetic and disgusting look. You're the one who stood Cyan up? When Wang Zicheng heard this, he became angry. I can't believe someone stood their goddess up. He came forward with clenched fists and seemed very anxious to show his manhood, like a male peacock with an open screen. Lin Yuqing panicked, a blush quickly spreading across her face as she quickly waved her hand. Huh? No. You're mistaken. Qiu Yen couldn't see any joy or anger on his face, as he took half a step forward to protect Lin Yuqing behind him. I did have something going on that day. Why? Who are you to Chun Qingqing? Do you need to stand up for her? Qiu Yen looked straight at Wang Zicheng, and there seemed to be some flirtation in his tone. Both of them were about 1.8 meters tall. If they really fought, they were not false to him. What's more, Yesterday's ice rain condensation flower had additionally strengthened his physique, and his own level had come to the black iron third stage. You! I! Wang Ziqing choked on Qiu Yan's words, his angular face suffocating in red. He turned back to look at Chun Qingqing, whose eyes were filled with the color of anticipation, and seemed to have made some sort of determination. Then he said aloud, I'm Qingqing's suitor. I, Wang Zicheng, will naturally not let go of those who bullied her. You now apologize to her. Upon hearing this name, an auntie among the nearby eaters exclaimed in shock. Could it be the son of Wang's pharmaceutical group? Really? That's the son of a group worth hundreds of millions of dollars. See the real thing today. Who's that big beauty next to you? How come I've never seen her before? Hearing the chatter around him, Wang Ziqing was obviously very flattered, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He turned back to Chun Qingqing and threw out a leave it to me. Don't worry, look. He then came in front of Qiu Yan with a provocative look in his eyes, an expression that seemed to be saying, after you know who I am, come and kneel to me. That old man of yours? Didn't he just speculate and make some money up in the early years? Qiu Yan sneered. In his last life, he had heard all these secret stories for so many years at the bottom of society. It's just that there was a lack of businesses like that. And that lucky old dad of yours just happened to be chosen, didn't he? So you're proud now? Proud. At those words, Wang Zicheng's pupils shook dramatically. Why did the boy in front of him, who seemed to be about his own age, know so much? But what's the point of knowing that? At least the shabbily dressed boy in front of him wasn't in a position to call his bluff. Anymore, his own family is still in a better position than him. Don't be a dick about it. Will you apologize? Wang Zicheng has very little patience left. The Qiu Yan in front of him was practically oil and salt. If this continued, he would have no choice but to use force. If he dares to touch himself, let his family pay for it. Let his mom and dad get on their knees and beg for forgiveness. Though this is a public place and it doesn't have a good reputation when it gets out. But dad will pay to keep it down. Wang Ziqing looked at the smiling Qiu Yan in front of him and his anger rose from his heart. No one had ever dared to belittle himself so much when he grew up. He clenched his fists and charged straight towards Qiu Yan's cheeks. Qiu Yan whispered and leaned his neck back, dodging the attack with ease. Wang Ziqing's anger increased at his words and he kept swinging his fists, but without exception, they were all dodged by Qiu Yan. You! What are you doing if all you do is hide? So stand and let you fight? The sneer on Qiu Yan's face deeply pierced Wang Zicheng's heart. He really broke the defense. If it wasn't for the fact that he was going on a date with his goddess today, he wouldn't have come out without the family bodyguard team. If that group of bodyguards were there, it would be a matter of minutes to clean up this kid. Oldly, on the other hand, was smiling as if he was watching a play. After all, they're just two schoolboys, what could go wrong? If we really let these two little brats see the cruelty of the sacred beast battlefield, they wouldn't be so scared that they would wet their pants. It's just a small fight. Pop! Qiu Yan opened his palm and pinched Wang Ziqing's fist dead center with a cloudy look. Wang Zicheng tried to break free, but with all his strength he couldn't. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Let go of me. I can tell you, if I get hurt in any way, I'll make sure that our family team of lawyers will sue your parents until they're on their knees begging for me. Pop! Chapter 11 contracted a bronze-level bloodline spirit beast? A crunch. Qiu Yan shrugged it off. After all, the forces were mutual. I'm sure it's been too long since I've hit anyone. I didn't use the right angle, and my hands are a little numb. Wang Zicheng half kneeled on the ground, his body trembling violently. If it weren't for the fiery pain on his face, he would have thought it was a dream. Don't you dare hit me. Pop! You! Pop! Grass mud! Pop! The eyes of the crowd of onlookers were so round that they seemed to be falling out of their sockets, and their open mouths could not close for a long time. Is this kid that brave? You know he's the son of Wang's group, and you dare to make a move? An older woman watching from the side pulled Qiu Yan's arm and persuaded him bitterly. Don't fight. Stop fighting. If you keep this up, your family has that much money to lose? Think of your parents. Qiu Yan sneered. I have plenty of money. Shaking off the older woman's hand, Qiu Yan swung his arm round and grabbed Wang Zicheng's shirt collar, delivering another vicious blow to his face. Pop! Wang Zicheng no longer had the arrogance he had before. His face was covered in slap marks, and in a few breaths he had swollen into a pig's head. Even if his old man came, he wouldn't necessarily recognize his good old son. Wang Ziqing turned around and saw Chun Qingqing's eyes full of heartache, and suddenly strength was born out of thin air. He got up again and tried to strike back. Pop! Without any surprise, the body was paralyzed by Qiu Yan's slap again. Mr. Qiu! Lin Yuqing was a little worried that things were getting too big, and couldn't help but speak up. She was not worried about losing money. After all, Qiu Yan had taken 30 million spirit beast eggs in one go, so he could be considered quite the tycoon. The point is that it's a bad influence. The person was beaten up at their base. In case Wang Ziqing's dad comes after us, the whole base will be responsible. Only then did Qiu Yan loosen his grip on Wang Ziqing's hand and let him lie on the ground like a dead dog. Older brother, if you don't have the strength, don't help others out. Look, the one who suffers is still yourself. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Qiu Yan thought of something and fished out $200 bills from his pocket, placing them beside Wang Ziqing. More than I can say. Take this 200 and go register with a specialist to cure your brain properly. Okay. What's there to see? Break it up. The surrounding melon eaters seemed to have seen some absolute ferocious god, fearing that the waves would affect them, and instantly dispersed as birds and beasts. Seeing Qiu Yan stop, Chun Qingqing then rushed forward, ambling to Wang Ziqing's side. Her voice burst into tears, and she cried like a pear. I'm sorry. It's my fault for making you suffer. Right, Buchu, listen. Let you suffer. Wang Ziqing hoarsely opened his mouth, trembling, raised his hand and touched Chun Qingqing's white and delicate cheeks, his eyes full of tenderness. This kind of Mary Sue drama gave Qiu Yan a nasty chill and goosebumps. Chun Qingqing turned back, her beautiful eyes glaring round as she stared viciously at Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan, why are you like this? He came to you for a theory. What are you doing hitting him? Qiu Yan shrugged. This has nothing to do with me. He hit me first, then I didn't fight back. Now I'm the one lying on the ground. After saying that, Qiu Yan asked Old Li to keep an eye on the place, so as not to let this brat retaliate afterward and ruin his good deed. Directly following Lin Yuqing, he went looking for Lu Yang to fetch the spirit beast. The feeding base is not far from the breeding base. The two buildings were separated only by an open-air promenade of about 200 meters. There's not a lot of people here, except for the occasional staff member in a white coat riding by on a small electric donkey. The two were walking side by side like this, and it was finally Qiu Yan who took the lead in breaking the silence. I mean, aren't you also from Chunyu Imperial Beast High School? And don't you go out to practice? After all, it's almost time for the Imperial Beast High School exam. So do you still have the heart to work? Lin Yuqing sniffed, somewhat absent-mindedly kicking the small stones on the side of the road. The dress under her pale green apron had been washed until the edges were rolled. The breeze blew by, the skirt fluttered, and a smell of laundry detergent drilled into Qiu Yan's nostrils. Lin Yuqing pulled at the corner of her mouth and smiled somewhat reluctantly. I'd like to, but if I don't work, I won't have any living expenses, so maybe I won't be able to afford to eat in a couple days, haha. Even though Qiu Yan had always known that Lin Yuqing's family was somewhat poorly off, he didn't expect it to be this serious. I can lend it to you. One word. Besides, it's not bad for any random person from this side of the base to take your place for 2 days and go around the secret realm or something. Qiu Yan tried hard to lighten the mood. Lin Yuqing sniffed, but she just buried her head even lower and clenched her two hands tightly together. No. No, thank you kindly. Grandma is still in the hospital and needs me to take care of her. Qiu Yan's body stiffened. It had been a few years since he had met Lin Yuqing in his last life, and he had never heard her talk about this. Perhaps by that time her grandmother had. I only remember that she was silent then, and her eyes were empty and lifeless, and not as luminous as they are now. Every day in the middle of the restaurant busy, a pair of hands often soaked in water blistering white. Maybe it was because Lin Yuqing was a hard worker, or maybe it was because both of them had a hard life. Qiu Yan, as a chef, often asked her to come and help taste the dishes when they were being made or sampled. In the long run, a friendship between the two began. But then the restaurant was not doing well and Qiu Yan was forced to go out to work. It was not until his return 2 years later that he learned that Lin Yuqing had long been married. Qiu Yan pursed his lips and let out a long sigh. I really should have been a little more euphemistic and just chatted the day away. However, he secretly vowed inwardly that since he was living again, at least the people he cherished in his last life must be guarded. For Lin Yuqing, no effort must be spared to help her. In less than 5 minutes, the two arrived at the feeding base. The whole building has a technological appearance, resembling a high-end office building. Once he entered the door, Qiu Yan realized that there was a hidden mystery. The entire first floor was an endless jungle of trees, and Qiu Yan couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. Seeing Qiu Yan's look of surprise, Lin Yuqing explained with a smile. In order to provide the best living environment for the spirit beasts, all of our side is a one-to-one replica of the landscape in the secret realm. Let's go to the 8th floor first. That's where the spirit beast cubs stay. She pulled out her employee ID card and clicked it in the corner, and an elevator door slowly opened. Before arriving, although Qiu Yan had long been mentally prepared. However, when he saw the 24 or so snake-type spirit beast cubs in front of him, he still had some numbness in his scalp. The next problem to be solved was where the hell was that divine-level spirit beast that was capable of infinite evolution. Freshly hatched baby snakes are basically pink, and the slight differences are largely negligible. They twisted and turned, scurrying all over the arena, mixing together if they weren't careful. Qiu Yan carefully walked down the stairs as he walked to one of the smallest young snakes, and before he could take a closer look at it, a reaction started in the Wanxiang Xianshu in the royal beast space. Bursting out a powerful force, it seemed as if it was going to turn the entire imperial beast space upside down. That's it, right? Qiu Yan extended his palm and gently lifted it up, because the instruction manual in his mind said that the Wanxiang Xianshu would actively lock onto spirit beasts with exceptionally strong bloodlines. Just like a detector, the snake-type spirit beast with the thickness of a pinky finger was wrapped around Qiu Yan's finger, and its pair of big, shiny black eyes looked curiously at the scary upright ape in front of it. The light of the contract in Qiu Yan's hand flickered, and without much resistance from the little snake, the contract was directly completed. Huh? That's a deed. Lu Yong, who was arriving from afar, happened to see this scene. That was the most common thunderwater attributed spirit beast in the dark water swamp, the thunder spirit water snake. This kind of small spicy bar that could be found everywhere. Qiu Yan actually directly contracted it without even thinking about it. The act of contracting a spirit beast required the consumption of a certain amount of the Imperial Beastmaster's life force. Although this life force could be replenished with subsequent cultivation, once a spirit beast was contracted, one would have to rest for at least 5 or 6 days before contracting again. Chapter 12. Wanxiang Xianshu. Advancement. No, letting a platinum-level bloodline cub go uncontracted and spending over $30 million just to contract a thunder spirit water snake? Lu Yong stood aside, with shocked mouth cannot close. She could not help but step back half a step, stepped on a dry tree branch, issued a click sound. Who? Qiu Yan quickly turned around and saw that the visitor was Lu Yong, and only then did he drop his guard. Hee. If the onlookers knew that Mr. Qiu Yan spent more than $30 million to contract a bronze-grade bloodline spirit beast, how would they feel? Lu Yong twisted her slender waist and walked over with interest, the scent of fragrant Grandma No. 5 perfume spreading and wantonly exuding her charm. Looking at the dangerous woman with an aura in front of him, Qiu Yan couldn't help but frown. I don't recall that the second in command of the spirit beast breeding base is a woman who likes to meddle. Lu Yong looked like he had heard some heavenly joke as he climbed on Qiu Yan's shoulders with one hand and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten up. Had enough laughing? Only then did Lu Yong withdraw her playful smile, her green jade hand cupping Qiu Yan's chin, her eyes revealing a dangerous message. Don't worry, little brother. Everyone has secrets, including my sister. Ahem. Lin Yuqing didn't know when she came here and happened to see the scene in front of her, embarrassed not a little bit. Seeing this, Lu Yong let go of the arm that was wrapped around Qiu Yan, and looked at Qiu Yan with a rather deep feeling. Well, I have to get busy with my work. I don't care what happens to these spirit beast cubs afterwards. If you want to just hang out here, that's fine. After saying that, Lu Yong stepped on the Yanglin brand high heels, and walked away. Am I interrupting? Lin Yuqing pinched the corner of her coat somewhat handily. Watching the manager, who usually took great care of himself, and Qiu Yan being so close for some reason, his heart was a bit clogged. Qiu Yan could see Lin Yuqing's consternation and only thought it was a young girl's shyness and opened his mouth to explain. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing to do with her. The stone hanging in Lin Yuqing's heart then landed firmly. You come and help me catch all these spirit beasts and put them in my royal beast space. Qiu Yan reached out and opened a small cyclone that connected the imperial beast space to the outside world. As soon as those cubs entered Qiu Yan's imperial beast space, they automated into a small light source that flew into the Wanxiang Xianshu to be devoured by it. It wasn't until he had loaded all 700 or so cubs into the imperial beast space that Qiu Yan took a long breath, wiped the dense sweat from his forehead, and sat down against a large tree nearby. While Lin Yuqing went out to work, he sank his consciousness into the imperial beast space. After devouring so many spirit beast cubs, the Book of 10,000 Elements Xianshu had advanced to the first layer and slowly turned the first page in front of Qiu Yan. Spirit animal cultivation. Qiu Yan's eyes flashed. This moment was exactly what he needed the most. At this time, the thunder spirit water snake had just hatched and was not at a fighting level. The sight then shifted downward. This method requires the host to learn a special breathing method and to practice with the spirit animal in order to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The host delivers spiritual energy to the spirit animal, which then absorbs the unwanted energy from the human body and returns the purified and pure spiritual energy to the host. Specific practices are as follows. Breath work. In his last life, Qiu Yan was nothing more than a cook at a street-side restaurant, and naturally he was not qualified to be exposed to it. However, he was well aware that in about 5 years, these types of spells would be officially popularized. The breathing technique did not only help the Imperial Beast Master and the Spirit Beast to raise their cultivation together. A more important point is the bridge of communication between the spirit animal and the Imperial Beastmaster, so that the Imperial Beastmaster and the spirit animal have a common mind. Before the appearance of this kind of Dharma sect, the Imperial Beast sect had always been suppressed by the Body Refinement sect. It was because in the midst of a battle, the spirit beasts needed the Royal Beastmaster to command and assist them from the sidelines. In the midst of a high-end battle where every second counts, there are often breakdowns due to proximity. Since he had the breathing method, Qiu Yan was already a long way ahead of the people around him. He memorized the mantra and summoned the Thunder Spirit Water Snake, and the one person and one beast began to run the breathing technique in synchronization, exhaling spiritual qi. In about an hour, Qiu Yan's body had memorized the rhythm of his breathing, and he leaned against a tree root to the side and fell into a deep sleep. Qiu Yan, Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan was confused when he felt someone tapping on his shoulder and was instantly awakened. In front of him was none other than Lin Yuqing, squatting next to himself with a look of concern. Am I asleep? Qiu Yan narrowed his eyes and touched his hair somewhat awkwardly. Well, I saw you asleep when I got back and didn't wake you up seeing as you were asleep. Nothing but. Lin Yuqing pointed to her watch. It was now 5:30 in the afternoon and already approaching closing time. Qiu Yan smiled somewhat embarrassedly and climbed up from the ground. The Royal Beast contract on the back of his hand was shining brightly, and he was calling out to the Thunder Spirit Water Snake. This spirit animal of his own had crawled nowhere. A few seconds later, a rustling sound began to flash in the bushes. Brush! Both of them were startled to see the shadow that sprang out. At this time, the Thunder Spirit Water Snake was not in its juvenile form from half a day ago. The scales on the whole body showed a dark purple glow, and the 2-meter-long snake body was already as thick as an adult's small arm. Some sharp spikes grew around the triangular snake's head. It was no exaggeration to say that Qiu Yan would be scratched by this kind of spikes just by lightly touching it. At this moment, the Thunder Spirit Water Snake was spitting out its letters and glaring at the snake's eyes, looking at its Royal Beast Master with an expectant face. Only after a long time did Lin Yuqing open her mouth with some hesitation. Is this really that Thunder Spirit Water Snake cub you contracted this morning? Half a day to grow this big? That's not right. Why are there venom glands under the snake's teeth? As the top student in her class, Lin Yuqing, who often scored perfect marks in spirit beast anatomy classes, could tell at a glance that something was wrong. This spirit beast does not possess toxins and attacks by wrapping itself around its prey and releasing lightning with a paralyzing effect, causing the prey to suffocate and die. In addition, the scales of the Thunder Spirit Water Snake were very rough and lavender in color, not dark purple to be correct. Is it a mutation? Qiu Yan knew in his heart that this was the hegemony of the breathing technique, being able to quickly shorten the gap in cultivation between spirit beasts and Imperial Beast Masters. He shook his head with a blank look on his face. I don't know. I gleaned some spirit herbs or something inside my grandfather's room before I came. I fed them a little in the morning and woke up like this. Lin Yuqing was a bit surprised at what she heard, but then understood. First, he spent tens of millions of dollars to open a blind box, and then he blindly fed the spirit animals. Maybe it's a special hobby for rich people? Qiu Yen touched his cell phone and realized that it was all about to be called, and the numbers had been hidden, a series of numbers. He dialed back and within moments someone picked up the phone. On the other end of the voice was a magnetic middle-aged male voice. Hello? Qiu Yen, right? Remember that spirit beast you auctioned off at the Golden Dragon Mansion 2 days ago? Who are you? Special casework team. The Ling Wutong gang has been captured. The spirit beast is now at number 2 an Exian Resort Villa in Zhonghai City. Come over here now if you're free. We're over here on a case and there's something we'd like to ask you. Sure enough, he checked himself out. Qiu Yen immediately agreed and took the Thunder Spirit Water Snake back into the Imperial Beast space, greeted Lin Yuqing and ran towards the door. Chapter 13. 3 Lashes to Kill the Dream of Freedom. Master, I want to go back to the countryside. Old Li was squatting in front of the spirit beast breeding base, squinting and smoking. The ground around him was littered with cigarette butts. Seeing Qiu Yen running over, he sighed as if he was relieved. Bastard, you're just going to leave me, an old man, here all day without a care in the world? I'm almost out of cigarettes. Old Li's eyes were ghostly and murderous. Seeing this, Qiu Yen could only snort. You smoke less. This stuff is bad for your health. Something's up. Lead me to Villa and Exian. You go move your car. I'll wait here. Old Li's eyes softened considerably, and with a cold grunt to himself, he walked towards his old man Lu, mumbling something under his breath. If I didn't smoke, my old wounds would hurt like hell. An Exian Villa number 2. A cadre of officers in police blue uniforms were searching all over the house. A large cordon was pulled outside the villa. A big Captain Zhou Bowen with a 3/7 comb stood at the entrance hall on the first floor, holding a writing pad and writing something with a pen. Team Zhou, a total of 3 million in cash involved was found, along with some other jewelry, gold, and so on. Constable Xiao Su whispered from the side. Aha! Team Zhou. 2 people were just about to come in, saying they were here to see you. I'll take care of this. Zhou Bowen handed the writing pad to Xiao Su and opened the door to see the 2 people surrounded by the group. Qiu Yen. Put it in. Zhou Bowen waved his hand, and the surrounding police officers dispersed. Qiu Yen and Old Li followed Zhou Bowen to a remote room. The carpet in the center of the room had long since been removed, leaving only a darkened hole in the chamber exposed. A small amount of light was able to illuminate a few frames of steps. Let's go, your spirit animal is inside, but it's better to be prepared. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of the 3 men's footsteps echoed through it. Finally reached the ground floor, Zhou Bowen reached out his hand, snap, pressed the ceiling light switch. All of a sudden Qiu Yen was unable to open his eyes from the strong light. After gradually adapting, Qiu Yen then surveyed his surroundings. TSK, TSK, TSK. It really fit everything he imagined a rich man's secret room to be. The light was bright on the huge ceiling lamp, and it looked like Qiu Yen could never afford it in his life. The gold-ticked carpet was spotless, as if it had been cleaned just 2 days before. Everywhere Qiu Yan's eyes looked, there were cages made of obsidian steel. This obsidian steel was one of the hardest metals and was expensive, so Qiu Yen couldn't help but look at it more. These cages held some scarred spirit beasts, and the Flamefire Qilin was among them. At this moment, the Flame Qilin had long lost its former luster, lying on the ground like a dead dog, grunting breathlessly. Whip marks and stab wounds of all sizes littered his body, and the blood that flowed out of him stuck his lush fur into strands. It was a miserable look. Old Li was well informed and immediately saw that this spirit beast was rather uncomplicated. Judging by the quality, it's at least platinum grade. Kid, this spirit beast was yours before? Well, if it doesn't listen to me, I'll give it a sale. Gotta. And a profligate one too. With his hands behind his back, Old Li stopped talking and went wandering around blindly. Zhou Bowen was very interested in this little brother in front of him and immediately joked. Okay, young man, you've got guts. You're even willing to give up this diamond-grade spirit beast. Qiu Yen smiled and walked up to knock on the rim of the obsidian steel cage. Bang, bang, bang. The loud ringing reverberated in the basement, also scaring the other spirit beasts in the surroundings. There were all kinds of wailing and screaming. The flaming griffin narrowed its eyes and lazily turned its head to look over. But then it jumped up in response and rushed to the front of the cage to tear at Qiu Yan's direction. It was Qiu Yan, the one who had caused himself to fall into such a situation. Hate to have to bite it on the spot. Only the hard cage made it difficult to inch forward, and it could only hold back some tiny bite marks on the cage. Seeing that it couldn't scare Chiu Yen, the flame Qilin lowered its head and whimpered from its mouth. It seemed to be in sincere repentance and an attempt to awaken the compassion of its former owner. Officer Zhou, this spirit beast is actually something I kind of don't want anymore. Or you can do whatever you want with it. I don't have a problem with killing it for meat. Chiu Yen twisted his head and walked away. Understanding the words, the flaming unicorn wailed anxiously, frantically picking at the edge of the cage. Look at Ling Wu Tang, these people to the beast torture. The flame Qilin will soon speak human language all. Zhou Bowen pulled Chiu Yan's arm at the right time and whispered, the stronger the bloodline, the bigger the spirit beast's heart will be, and it's enough to knock it around. We can't really handle it. Do we still have to really eat this flamefire Qilin? I thought about who to give it to is not appropriate. Just now you do not have a spirit animal. This is but 2 months royal beast examination? You can't joke about this prospect stuff. Chiu Yan's mouth grinned. Who says I don't have a spirit animal? A small spell formation on the back of his hand flickered with light, and a large purple snake appeared. Seeing that Chiu Yan had contracted another spirit beast, the flame Qilin's eyes dimmed as it quietly surveyed the thunder spirit water snake. The former owner of the dog-licking dog that he disliked so much actually had a new spirit animal. Although it looks not strong. But he saw this scene, how the heart so not taste it. Boy, this thunder spirit water snake? It doesn't look like it. A normal thunder spirit water snake isn't this long. Zhou Bowen was first shocked, and then showed a look of difficulty. To tell you the truth, little brother, the order we received was for all spirit beasts to be returned to their rightful owners. Although this kind of spirit beast is placed outside where a large number of people want it, we really don't have that right to deal with it. Chiu Yan pondered for a moment and eventually agreed, pacing in front of the flamefire Qilin as he spoke in a deep voice. Now you see. Upon hearing this, a trace of hope flickered in the flame Qilin's large eyes, but Chiu Yan's next words caused it to fall into an ice cave. Master and servant contract. Sign it and I'll take you. High and proud as the flame griffin, this was clearly unacceptable. I don't know if it was because he had just gotten too excited, but the flame Qilin's scabbed wounds opened up again, dripping dark red blood lying down. The paroxysms of pain are unrelenting in their spirit. The culprit for his own such a mess was Chiu Yan, but now the only one who could take itself out was Chiu Yan, and it really didn't want to be abused anymore. Perhaps, if he was soft, Chiu Yan would still be able to provide it with good food and drink? 3, 2, 1. Seeing Chiu Yan turning his head and about to leave, the flame Qilin frantically banged against the cage despite its injuries, leaving tears of remorse in its eyes. Noticing Chiu Yan's gaze, the flame Qilin honestly lowered its head and lay on the ground trembling. Chiu Yan knew that it wasn't genuinely repentant, but was afraid. Himself is its only saving grace. It's like a wife who cheats on her husband, despite kneeling in front of him and crying. But after a while, will she still remember her original promise? Chiu Yan didn't believe it either. If it was truly a master-servant contract, then there was no guarantee that the spirit beast would carry out its orders perfectly, and there was still a chance that it would trip itself up. It's a good thing there's the Book of the 10,000 Metaphysical Signs. Chapter 14. From now on, your name will be Purple Moon. Chiu Yan's palm was permeated with the white light of the contract, and naturally, the part of contracting again didn't run into any obstacles. A rather strange spell formation began to emerge on the back of his left hand, and along with it, the spell formation on the back of his right hand resonated and shone. There was no limit to the number of spirit beasts that a beast master could contract, but the resources needed to cultivate a spirit beast could be said to be quite huge. Without sufficient funds, as in the case of raising 2 gold-ranked bloodline spirit beasts at the same time, their combat power might not be as good as investing all of their resources on top of a single silver-ranked bloodline spirit beast. Chiu Yan was indifferent. The betrayal of the flame unicorn in his last life was fresh in his mind. It's not possible to say, return the favor and release it to nature. Is it? Just following yourself is equivalent to signing a lifetime labor contract. Once the contract was completed, Chiu Yan put the flame Qilin, who had a heart of gold, into the imperial beast space. Seeing that he had finally returned to his old home, the flame unicorn was in a good mood. After all, he would never have to suffer again. I was going to rummage around and see if there was any food that I had previously stashed away. But even if he rummaged through the imperial beast space, there was not a single piece of spirit beast meat. Obviously, I used to sleep in a mountain of meat and get up in the middle of the night for a midnight snack when I was hungry. The powerful disparity made the flame Qilin, who was getting angrier and angrier with each thought, secretly resolved to disobey Qiu Yan's orders in the future. Even though the contract signed was that of a master and servant, one's own life was in the hands of Qiu Yan's whim. But it didn't believe that Qiu Yan would exterminate its own soul just because of some minor issues. What's this? The Flamefire Qilin finally noticed the Wanxiang Shen book that was slowly rotating while suspended in the Imperial Beast space. The original appearance of the Wanxiang Shen Shu that was like a withered tree seemed to be bursting open as dazzling light flashed. Without waiting for the Flame Qilin to react, chains like nests of snakes drilled out of the book and flew into the Flame Qilin's body. Roar! The Flamefire Qilin only felt that its heart was tightly wrapped around something, binding it so tightly that it couldn't breathe. Qiu Yan. It must be Qiu Yan's doing. If you get the chance, be sure to. The Flamefire Qilin's thoughts of rebellion had just surfaced when he felt a twinge of pain coming from his heart. The feeling was not just a physical pain. It seemed that even its soul began to ache violently. An old voice rang out from within the Imperial Beast space. Loyalty. The most basic requirement of being a spirit beast. Consider this a first offense and administer a small punishment. If you dare to do it again, 10,000 ants will eat your heart and fire will burn your soul until you die. The Flame Qilin fainted. All it knew was that it would never dare to disobey Qiu Yan's orders again. It was a lifetime punishment for it to follow Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan naturally knew about all of this happening in the Imperial Beast space, but he was more curious about who that pale voice was. Hey, little brother. Now that the spirit animal has been retrieved, Zhou Wenbo spoke up at the right time from the side, and Qiu Yan nodded that it was time for him to withdraw. Greeting towards Old Li, he turned around and headed towards the exit. On the way back, Lao Li held the steering wheel with one hand and leisurely pinched a lit cigarette with the other. Little boss, I'm pretty much pulling out tonight. Oh. Qiu Yan, who was in the back seat, then remembered that the time of the bodyguard he hired for $2 million, Lao Li, was about to arrive. He himself now also had a spirit beast by his side, and it was thanks to Old Li protecting him during these 5 days. There is no telling how many shadowy enemies he fought off for himself during the long night. Well, it's been hard on you for a while. I've transferred an extra $500,000 as a thank you fee for you. Qiu Yan's back chilled as he thought of the scene where he ate the ice rain condensation flower raw. If it hadn't been for Old Li, maybe he would have died right then and there. So it's true that you can't believe all these rumors from your previous life, and you almost got your little life in trouble. But fortunately, he was blessed by misfortune and awakened the talent Wanxiang Shen Shu by mistake. Your own future is now full of endless possibilities. You kid will come to things. Old Li heard, almost happy fart. Hard sip a mouthful of cigarette but choking straight cough. Those bosses I used to run into, they were either stingy or spendthrift. It's the first time I've seen a boss with a personality like yours. Rich, but likes to live in a civilian area. Especially since he also spent $30 million to contract a bronze-level bloodline spirit beast. As soon as the Old Li talked about his past glory, he began to gush, itching to publish an autobiography on the spot. Qiu Yan laughed and smiled, and Lao Li even softly echoed a few words when he spoke of something wonderful. His eyes looked out the window. Looking at the ever-receding landscape, his heart was very cozy. It's a great feeling to have your destiny in your own hands. At night, Qiu Yan naturally made a big meal for his dad and mom to put on the table. After eating dinner alone, Qiu Yan was still sitting on the bed, intending to practice breathing techniques. The Thunder Spirit water snake was coiled beside him, but after thinking about it, Qiu Yan felt that something was wrong. Qiu Yan had just learned about his spirit beast skills in the Imperial Beast space, and they were the 3 skills of Fierce Charge, Thunder Teeth, Electric Lightning Arrow, and 9 Heavenly Toxins. It could be said that right now, one's own spirit beasts were not even half related to the species of Thunder Spirit Water Snake. Whether it's the size or skills are all different, calling it Thunder Spirit Water Snake is a bit inappropriate. I'll give you a name. How about from now on, your name is Purple Moon? Seeing the spirit beast beside him nodding its head repeatedly, seeming to like this new name very much, Qiu Yan let out a light smile and once again absorbed the spiritual energy in the air with full concentration. This dharma brought him a whole new experience, and the feeling of growing his cultivation with every breath made him want to stop. Purple Moon plopped down beside her, similarly absorbing the aura in the air in large gulps. The aura in the air was like a piece of fruit. Qiu Yan needed the juice from it while Ziyu needed the pulp. The breathing technique they were both performing was one in which each absorbed the parts they needed and then channeled the parts they didn't need to the other. People and spirit beasts complemented each other, and the speed of cultivation rushed up to the clouds like an artificial rocket. As this state deepened, Qiu Yan's hair and the hem of his clothes began to tremble slightly, and the air around him began to converge, forming a small wind shield. Oh, this is spiritual cyclone? Old Li, who was preparing to leave, casually glanced at Qiu Yan and saw the state he was in at the moment. He was the first generation of cultivators in the aura recovery and had seen a lot, but this kind of sight had never been seen on any of the Imperial Beast Masters. To enter such a state, only an exceptionally gifted heavenly pride of the body refining sect could do so. To refine the body was to infuse aura into the limbs and bones, strengthening all parts of the entire body. A spiritual cyclone is a special sight formed by opening the pores of the whole body and infusing all the spiritual energy in the air into oneself. It's like a cistern filled with water, and once the drain valve is turned on, the water forms a swirling vortex and fills the downspout at breakneck speed. The body of the alchemist is similar to this downward spiral. This type of cultivation, the speed of absorbing spiritual qi was strangely fast, and the most important thing was that this was not an external force, nor was it a realm where spiritual herbs and pills were piled up hard. It's solid cultivation. There would definitely be no instability in the realm and a false sense of battle power. Then why can a Beastmaster also cause such a vision? The fundamental difference between the Beast sect and the Body Alchemy sect is the difference in the part of the fruit needed. The Beast sect needs juice, while the Body Refining sect needs juice and pulp. Do you want to refine your body and cultivate the beasts? TSK, TSK, TSK. Forget it. The first duty of a bodyguard is not to ask about the Gold Master's private affairs. Old Li, who had seen Qiu Yan eat the petals of the ice rain condensation flower raw, naturally understood how crazy his boss was. Shaking his head in self-deprecation, he pulled his senior citizen phone out of his pocket and checked the time. Goodbye, little friend. Oh no, we'll see you soon. He murmured a few words and leapt off the balcony with a mysterious smile. After gently landing on the ground, he flew towards the distance and disappeared into the silent darkness after a few twists and turns. Chapter 15 Departure. Dark Water Swamp. The next day, Qiu Yan crawled out of bed early. For no other reason, he planned to head to the Dark Water Swamp today, the place where Chen Qingqing backstabbed him in his last life. More importantly, he purposely asked Lin Yuqing out as well. For this reason, he specifically contacted a medical team to take care of Lin Yuqing's grandmother. With no more worries, there was no reason for the little girl to think otherwise. One of the mandatory subjects is the battle between spirit animals. After all, the Imperial Beast examination is just around the corner, and if we don't let the spirit beasts go out and practice a bit, I'm afraid that they'll have to soften their feet when they stand at the examination center. Qiu Yan now had 2 spirit beasts with him, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to bring Lin Yuqing only to experience the periphery. Even if they couldn't beat them, it wouldn't hurt to let the Flame Qilin take the rear and run away with Lin Yuqing herself. After a 4-hour subway ride and a 2-hour high-speed train ride, Qiu Yan finally arrived at his destination, only to see that Lin Yuqing had already squatted in front of the guard's garrison early. Holding a cell phone with a yellowed silicone case over it in his hand, he was concentrating on his novel. Today Lin Yuqing was wearing a black sports jacket and a small light blue sports skirt, a pair of black shark pants over the bottom. This is said to prevent varicose veins and is also more suitable for high-intensity trail and hiking. Qiu Yan. Seeing the visitor in her afterglow, Lin Yuqing raised her head with a sweet smile on her face. The small, unpowdered face was smooth and delicate, with a hint of scarlet. Qiu Yan smiled and waved, and his forward speed couldn't help but accelerate a few points. As soon as he got closer, he smelled Lin Yuqing's fresh hair scent, and he couldn't help but be energized, raising an eyebrow. I wonder what kind of shampoo this little girl uses. Mumble. Here's some milk tea for you. Lin Yuqing stretched out her small hand and held the handbag up in front of Qiu Yan. The little snowman on the package was spitting out his tongue, holding up a scepter, and was looking at Qiu Yan with a smile on his face. Why just 1 cup? Don't you drink? Qiu Yan smiled, somewhat surprised by Lin Yuqing's rare generosity. Usually this girl $1 cannot wait to break into 2 halves to spend. Today the blood money this is. Ha! Lin Yuqing, on the other hand, grinned in embarrassment, her eyes dodging, not daring to look at Xiao Yan. I've already finished my cup on the way he... Oh, then here's an extra cup of milk tea. Xiao Yan had a bad smile on his face and took out the hand behind his back. In his hand, he was carrying the milk tea assassin, which was known as Joyful Tea. When he had just passed by the street supply station, Xiao Yan had purposely brought a cup with him. Holy, the boss is the boss. One shot is a height beyond the reach of our poor. Gotta. I'll drink Sweet Ice King then. Lin Yuqing blankly glanced at Xiao Yan, seemingly sulking over the fact that she hadn't delivered her milk tea. Yeah. Didn't you spout off to me last time that some milk tea cost over $30? Bought you a cup to try. Before Lin Yuqing had time to react, the happy tea was forcefully shoved into Xiao Yan's arms. It's only natural to have the Sweet Ice King in your hand. She could only stare blankly at Xiao Yan. Rich people's brain circuits are just different from others, haha. I'm tired of drinking this happy tea. Try a different flavor. Let's go. Let's go. We have to go into the swamp today. Xiao Yan chewed on the pearls and took the lead to the entrance of the dark water swamp. The entire dark water swamp seemed to be wrapped in a translucent shield, like a giant soap bubble that could not be seen to the end. Only after checking his identity was he able to be released, and Xiao Yan, who had received permission, slowly drilled his body inside. It was only when the whole person was swallowed by the edge that he stepped on the ground of the dark water swamp. The dark water swamp was also formed from the landmass that fell out of the spatial rift, and was the largest piece of spirit beast habitat in Zhonghai City. Looking around, it was like being in a primitive forest. The soil is very soft and mossy. The humidity and temperature of the air was very different from outside, and there was a faint odor of saltpeter. With a beep, Lin Yuqing also passed through the shield. She walked over to Xiao Yan and asked curiously, "So where do we go next?" "Go as deep as you can." It was important to know that the dark water swamp covered an extremely large area. Compared to the magic capital of the Dragon Kingdom, it was even larger, and contained countless spiritual beasts and plants. Xiao Yan didn't have an exact destination either. He smiled to himself and pondered over it, so he might as well take the route he had previously worked out with Chun Qingqing. Xiao Yan led Lin Yuqing in a straight line towards the northwest for half an hour, and only stopped when he reached the front of the dense trees. Small bushes 1 man high just blocked the path of the 2 men. There seemed to be some kind of breathing coming from the opposite side of the bush. Xiao Yan arched his body, looked at Lin Yuqing, raised his index finger to his mouth and made a sound as he peeled back a bush and pointed. A dark cat lay on all fours on a boulder purring. Seeing that it showed no signs of wanting to attack, Xiao Yan gently pushed aside the grass and touched his entire body past it. Xiao Yan, who had reached the opposite side of the room, waved his hand towards Lin Yuqing, signaling her to come over. Lin Yuqing warily passed by the dark cat, and without noticing, she stepped on a dry branch. Gah! Woo! The dark cat flipped its body, which really gave Lin Yuqing a fright, and subconsciously fell backwards. Luckily, Xiao Yan's quick eyes and hands were able to catch Lin Yuqing. Phew! Okay, that scared me. Lin Yuqing took a big breath and patted her chest with palpitations. But Xiao Yan looked like he had discovered something and grabbed Lin Yuqing's arm and dug into the grass aside. Not far away, a scaly leopard was pacing this way. It seems that the target is none other than the dark cat over here. Xiao Yan contracted his figure and led Lin Yuqing deeper. Ordinary spirit beasts like these, which were not a big threat to them, did not need to be bothered with. After all, the Imperial Beastmaster Association had clearly stated that destroying the ecology of the Darkwater Swamp was strictly forbidden. Every time you hunted and killed a spirit beast, it would be recorded on the pass you carried with you, and after registering at the exit, you could only leave after handing over 10% of the loot you received this time. Hunting only spirit beasts that were useful to them was an iron rule that every student who went out to practice had to abide by. See that? That rock-heart lizard. Lin Yuqing followed the sound. A rock-centered lizard the length of an adult's arm was hiding itself in the crevices of the surrounding rocks. If Xiao Yan hadn't warned him with his voice, I'm afraid it would have been hard to be discovered. Don't look at its small size, but in reality, this spirit beast is ferocious and incomparable. The 2 amber eyes can release psychic rays, and the key is a hard-scaled armor with a frighteningly high defense. It is one of the more powerful predators among the small spirit beasts. The crystal core of a rock-heart lizard should be able to raise the strength of a rock-type spirit beast. Go ahead. I'll police the perimeter for you, Xiao Yan said softly. Before he came, Lin Yuqing had told him that she had a rock spirit beast with a platinum-level bloodline, the rock tiger. Lin Yuqing nodded. She had also heard something about this information. Crystalline nuclei are generally located in the brains of spirit beasts. It was the center of all the energy of a spirit beast, and the various skills released by the spirit beast were released through the crystal core. Taking a crystal core of the corresponding attribute would be able to strengthen some of the abilities while raising the cultivation of the spirit beast. For example, Lin Yuqing's rock tiger was able to unleash skills such as rock barrier and shattering rock impact. The crystal core located in the brain of the rock heart lizard then strengthens the hardness of the rock released by the rock tiger. Lin Yuqing nodded and then summoned her spirit beast. The half-man-tall rocky rock tiger appeared beside Lin Yuqing. In terms of size, it was even bigger than the flamefire Qilin. The gray and silver fur was rooted up and looked dominant in every way. There was rock armor wrapped around the shoulders, back, and other key areas, and the claws on the limbs were razor-sharp and shimmered with a cold aura. Lin Yuqing called it Iron Mountain. Tai Shan, there's no need to keep your hands off. Receiving Lin Yuqing's order, Tai Shan pounced towards the rock heart lizard with an ow. Chapter 16 Hunting the Rock Heart Lizard. The surface of the rock heart lizard's body suddenly flickered with an earthy yellow light, and each piece of scale armor gave off a strange luster. Bang! Just as Tai Shan's claws touched his opponent's scale armor, there was a sound of gold and iron clashing. Immediately afterward, Iron Mountain found his claws tightly embedded in staggered scale armor. It desperately tried to back away, but its trapped right paw wouldn't budge. Iron Mountain, be careful. Seeing this scene from the side, Lin Yuqing couldn't help but start to worry. Without Xiao Yan having to say much, the flame Qilin had already appeared not far away. As long as that rock heart lizard made any move that could harm the rock tiger, it would immediately strike. Only the eyes of the rock heart lizard had begun to have a golden yellow light flowing from them, as if some terrifying energy was brewing. Suddenly, an unending light shot straight toward Tai Shan's brow. Iron Mountain, use rock barrier. Lin Yuqing clenched her pink fists and shouted. Iron Mountain roared, just as he was about to be hit by this spiritual ray. A fist-thick gray rock wall brush appeared in front of him. Stab! It was a close call to block that ray. Noticing that the ray of light dispersed, Iron Mountain's head instantly broke through the stone wall and opened its mouth to viciously bite towards the rock heart lizard. Sharp fangs effortlessly penetrated the scale armor and pierced into the body of the rock heart lizard. Qiao Yan and Lin Yuqing heard the high-pitched hissing sound of the rock heart lizard at the same time. The rock heart lizard's limbs only twitched feebly twice, and then they never moved again. Roar! With a roll of his tongue, Tai Shan bit half of the fist-sized crystal core in his mouth and held it up invitingly. Lin Yuqing beautifully trotted forward and reached out her small hand to touch Tai Shan's tough and smooth fur. Seeing his own spirit beast being so competitive, his happy little face was scarlet. Eat up, eat up. Only after receiving Lin Yuqing's authorization did Tai Shan raise his head, crunching and chewing on the crystal core like a sugar bean. A silver-gray halo flowed over his body. Qiao Yan clearly felt that the rock armor covering its key parts seemed to have hardened a few more points. He looked up at the sky, which was tinted with a few shades of orange. Looking at my watch, it was 3 or 4 in the afternoon at the moment, and it was time to make plans for the night's camping. After all, it was the dark water swamp at night that was the most terrifying. The light of the day keeps many venomous insects and snakes dormant in their nests, and the night is their playground. After Lin Yuqing received the rock heart lizard's corpse into the Imperial Beast space, Qiao Yan immediately decided to move again. After an hour-long trek, the two of them finally approached the edge of the dark water swamp. In other words, Qiao Yan and his 2 men were only on the outermost layer of their previous hours-long journey. And further in, it's a real dark water swamp. At this point, there were no outer layers of the kind of towering trees around. In its place, there were many low bushes. Even if there were trees here, they wouldn't be more than 2 or 3 meters tall at most. The ebony black ground looked solid, but in reality it would sink in deeply with one wrong step. If you were then bitten by a neurotoxic insect fly, that would only end with the crumbs being decomposed by the mildly corrosive soil. This is it. Qiao Yan didn't rush into the dark water swamp, nor did he choose the location where he and Chan Qingqing had camped in his previous life. It is close to the water source and the night is humid, not to mention that the closer the water source, the more poisonous insects, and there are often some spirit beasts that go to drink water. It is clearly not an optimal solution in terms of the safety margin. Eventually the 2 men, after some discussion, chose a flat area below the hillside away from the water source as a stronghold for the night. Isn't the rock tiger a rock-type spirit beast? Therefore, it is not difficult to build a shelter. Lin Yuqing had Tai Shan surround the hillside, creating an enclosure the size of 10 square feet, tightly, leaving only some ventilation holes. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing took out their respective tents and sleeping bags, and after carefully setting them up, they walked out. Look at the time, it's time to prepare dinner. Qiu Yan released the flame Qilin to go out and find some firewood, and his majestic appearance made Lin Yuqing also open her mouth wide, more convinced of her previous impression of Qiu Yan. Obviously, he already had the flamefire Qilin, but he still had to go and contract a bronze-level bloodline spirit beast, the Thunder Spirit Water Snake. Rich people really do have some quirks. Within 3 minutes, the flame unicorn ran back with a few dry branches in its mouth. Qiu Yan molded the firewood pile in a couple of tries. The flame Qilin then spat out a small rub of fire, and the dry would immediately burst into flames, a small wisp of smoldering air drifting towards the sky. The time passed extremely quickly and the sun soon went down. Since there was no more light in the dark water swamp, the two could clearly feel that the temperature around them was rapidly dropping. During the night, a large slab of rock was propped up above the campfire, and Qiu Yan placed some cups filled with water on it to boil some hot water along the way. Once the temperature of the rock slab rose, Qiu Yan took out the pre-marinated meat slices from within the imperial beast space. When these slices of meat were placed on the rock slab, there was a roasting sound of zip, zip, zip. Tongues of fire licked the slabs of rock, and before long the smell of roasting meat rose around the camp. As a chef in his previous life, Qiu Yan naturally carried some spices with him. Sprinkle some of it on and these roasts instantly look more appetizing. Qiu Yan picked up a few pieces with a clip and handed them to Lin Yuqing. Taste it. Master Qiu's masterpiece. Rock slab roast. It's not for everyone, huh? Lin Yuqing was a little embarrassed as she shook the compressed crackers in her hand and squeezed out a smile. I'm not hungry yet. I'll just eat this. Qiu Yan knew that this was clearly the little girl's poor pride at work. He didn't believe it. Even Qiu Yan's entire body was exhausted after going over the mountains today. It would be a hell if he couldn't be hungry by now. At night, you just eat some compressed cookies, and you don't even have the strength to hang yourself. Don't around. You're not giving me face if you don't eat. Come on. Taste if it's cooked. Seeing that Qiu Yan had such a strong attitude, Lin Yuqing hesitated for a moment before finally giving in. Oh! As soon as the barbecue meat enters your mouth, the rich, smoky, charred flavor immediately spreads throughout your mouth. Bite down gently and the grease and juices of the roast immediately burst out. The surface is crispy, while the interior is juicy and the savory undertones instantly flood the tongue. This simple yet layered texture caused Lin Yuqing's eyes to shine with color and shriek in amazement. Wow, Qiu Yan, I didn't realize that you, a rich family's young master, were so good with your hands. Just the right amount of heat and seasoning. It's good to be alive. Woo-hoo. Looking at Lin Yuqing's unproductive appearance, Qiu Yan pulled the corners of his mouth slightly, not even realizing that he was smiling. In Lin Yuqing's eyes, Qiu Yan had always been a rich second-generation man who was quite wealthy and liked to splurge. However, it is inexplicably good for you. After having a full meal, Lin Yuqing threw all the food scraps and rock slabs into the distant stream. Qiu Yan also checked again within a 200-meter radius of the stronghold. Only after determining that there were no other spirit beasts spying on them did he put his heart down and sprinkled some spirit beast feces around. Because spirit beasts also had a fairly strong sense of territory amongst themselves, they were not easily attacked by other spirit beasts at night. With that done, the two returned to the stronghold. Listening to the crackling of the campfire outside, lying in the middle of their respective tents having a chat. Qiu Yan, why are you so nice to me? Lin Yuqing actually had some low self-esteem. Compared to her peers, she doesn't know how to dress herself or how to win a boy's favor. She herself is a schoolgirl from an ordinary family who works and studies. It was as if Qiu Yan had been arranged by the heavens and had suddenly descended on his side, along with his life becoming different. Why? I don't know. Do you need a reason to be nice to someone? That? Oh, that's right too. Lin Yuqing just thought of retorting, but then seemed to think of something and her cheeks rolled. I heard from my own girlfriends that some rich kids just like to use money to impress girls. When a girl sinks into love and can't get away from him at all, she's heartlessly abandoned. But Qiu Yan shouldn't look like that kind of person. right? Hearing the even breathing next to her, Lin Yuqing relaxed and took a long breath. It seemed that only by Qiu Yan's side did she not have to disguise her vulnerability. Only then can I be the real Lin Yuqing. Chapter 17. The Fall of the Fall Slime. Wake up! Wake up! In the middle of the night, Qiu Yan was awakened by an old voice. He held his breath, but the old voice did not come out again. Instead, there was a snapping sound of water coming from outside the rock wall. The sound was loud and clear in the stillness of the night. Qiu Yan was immediately alert. There was absolutely no way that this sound could have been made by the flame Qilin. Nor could it have been any kind of spirit beast that he knew of. He himself had clearly left the flame griffin outside to keep watch. As long as an ordinary spirit beast made a move to approach the stronghold, the flamefire Qilin would immediately notice and issue an early warning. Moreover, he had also scattered some spirit beast feces around the perimeter, so it could be said that he had made two preparations. What the hell is going on? Qiu Yan tried to utilize the Imperial Beast contract to call out to the flame Qilin, but it was all like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response at all. He was instantly struck with the realization that something must be wrong. The pale voice that was in his mind just now, I'm afraid that it was the Wanxiang Shenshu reminding him. Qiu Yan quietly unzipped his zipper and looked outside the tent. A bizarre scene appeared. Some black slime had actually seeped in among the cracks between the rock walls. Now the area around his own and Lin Yuqing's tents was covered in this kind of stuff. This slime was writhing around the tent as if it were alive, and had begun to spread up the tent. Lin Yuqing! Lin Yuqing! Wake up! Hey! I called out several times in a row, but there was no response. Qiu Yan was in a hurry and stepped on the wet ground before pulling open Lin Yuqing's tent, but the next sight made his scalp tingle. Those black liquids were already close to wrapping around Lin Yuqing's entire body, and they were about to climb up to her cheeks. But even so, Lin Yuqing still didn't wake up. Qiu Yan didn't care about anything else and directly picked up that delicate body. It was too late to feel the warmth, and with a flash of light at his side, Purple Moon instantly appeared next to him. Purple Moon whipped her snake tail and jerked it hard against the rock wall in front of her. The incredibly hard rock wall was instantly broken open. Not caring about the falling debris overhead, Qiu Yan protected Lin Yuqing underneath his body, and with his left hand holding Ziyu's body tightly, he was taken out of the stronghold by Ziyu in the blink of an eye. But despite this, the falling rock still smashed Qiu Yan's body with bruises and purple patches. Hiss! Qiu Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. Falling rocks are a minor problem. The point was the black slime that had begun to spread toward his body. A needle-like tingling sensation had come from the arm that had made the first contact. The entire arm began to tremble uncontrollably, with a paralyzing sensation. Qiu Yan could only slowly place Lin Yuqing on top of the flat ground aside. He looked at the large pile of black goo that encased the stronghold and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. This weird black slime has to be fixed soon. If it dragged on any longer, this black slime would definitely eat itself and Lin Yuqing. Through the faint moonlight, Qiu Yan spotted the flame Qilin on the side. At this time, the flame Qilin was already completely wrapped in that black slime, as if it was asleep, even though high-temperature flames would still occasionally emerge from his body. He was unable to resist the erosion of this black slime. What the is this? Qiu Yan was in a hurry and forcefully braced himself to approach the flame Qilin and forcefully received it into the royal beast space. Subsequently, he was surprised to find that the black slime previously attached to the flamefire Qilin didn't seem to have the vigor it had earlier. It's more like shower gel, with layers coming off down the line. The Imperial Beast space, as a separate-out alien space, was itself isolated from the outside world. And once isolated from the outside world, the black slime immediately loses its vigor. That being the case, it means that something like this is obviously being manipulated by something. As he watched the black slime come off, the flamefire unicorn had not yet awakened. It must be that the paralyzing effect it caused hadn't worn off for a while. Expecting the flame griffin to fight was out of the question. But the good news was that Qiu Yan still had Ziyu to rely on. I'd like to see what's behind this. Qiu Yan's eyes widened as he looked around. But even though his eyes were sore from looking, the area was so silent that it was hard to observe anything out of the ordinary. Purple Moon Electric Lightning Arrow. A hibernating purple moon raised its triangular head and opened its mouth wide to reveal two long, sharp teeth. Tiny thunderbolts converged in it to form a thunderbolt the thickness of a small arm. Swoosh was fired. The powerful current hit the slime and a pungent odor rose. It works. I don't know if it was just a case of blurred vision, but Qiu Yen realized that the pile of slime seemed to have trembled just now. Go on. Pure white light cut through the night sky as a series of several electric arrows missed the slime. The pungent smell in the air grew stronger, and Qiu Yan's eyes were a bit spicy just standing by. Say! The tiny voice was keenly captured by Qiu Yan, so he must have hurt the one behind the scenes. It could be seen that the writhing speed of the black slime slowed down abruptly and began to spread in the opposite direction of Qiu Yan. Seeing that the slime was showing signs of wanting to retreat, Qiu Yan's eyes shot out a fine light. Don't stop! Purple moon was an output at the slime. KIR. While a wail resounded through the swamp, the slime on Qiu Yan's arm had begun to fall off. He looked back over until the slime on Lin Yuqing's body similarly showed signs of subsiding, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, the toxicity of the pile of black slime just now was really not small, and the whole person felt a heavenly spin. Strongly bracing himself to stand up, he had reached his limit and had to sit down on the floor, breathing in large gulps of air. After resting for a while until the dizziness subsided, Qiu Yan slowly stood up, and he let Purple Moon escort him as he limped closer to the previous stronghold. He had to make sure the creature was dead or not. Mending was a fine tradition of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the dark water swamp is full of crisis. If we move the stronghold now, we might encounter even greater danger. Since this was the case, Qiu Yan had no choice but to stay in the neighborhood and figure out the black slime. Qiu Yan turned on his flashlight and slowly approached the stronghold. What looked like asphalt could clearly be seen crawling all over the rock wall made by Iron Mountain. He reached out and touched the black surface with his fingers. Although this black substance had completely lost its vitality, the surface was still smooth and oily, and shimmered with a crystalline glow in the light of the flashlight. Qiu Yan pinched it with his fingernail and found that it was as resilient as a rubber product. What the hell is this? Qiu Yan's mind flashed, and memories came out like a tidal wave. He remembered, isn't this the Earth's center slime, which is called All Treasure? Although the bodily fluids of this creature had a paralyzing effect, it was likewise very helpful to spirit beasts. A small amount of body fluids applied externally can help a spirit animal fall asleep and quickly restore its state. The internal costume is able to enhance the constitution and skill damage of the spirit animal. I didn't expect to actually encounter this creature in the outskirts of the dark water swamp. Qiu Yan looked delighted. While slimes are a common creature, geocentric slimes are very rare. It normally lives underground thousands of kilometers from the surface and only appears on the surface to feed every 30 years. Looks like we're going to have to find you today. Qiu Yan played his flashlight and kept searching the ground for the traces of the Earth-centered slime that had escaped. As for the attack that Purple Moon had unleashed on him earlier, Qiu Yan wasn't worried. Geocentric slimes were extremely tenacious, and as long as the crystal core was still there, they would definitely not die. It had suffered such a traumatic experience today that it would surely be eating a lot next to regain its condition. Chapter 18: An Unexpected Pleasure. The Treasure of the Hidden Fox. Soon, Qiu Yan found some fresh earth core slime body fluids on the ground. Noticing that the flame Qilin had awakened, Qiu Yan directly summoned it. Earth-centered slimes were extremely resistant to high temperatures, while they couldn't hold their own against Purple Moon's thunderbolts. You go protect Lin Yuqing, and if there's any movement, immediately call out to me through the Imperial Beast contract. If Lin Yuqing makes the slightest mistake, I'll come back and skin you. The flame griffin looked particularly hyper after being moisturized by the body fluids of the earth-centered slime. Gently walking over, he rubbed Qiu Yan with the mane around his ears. Raising his head with a low roar, he arrived next to Lin Yuqing in a few consecutive jumps. The current flame Qilin was obedient to Qiu Yan's orders and was no different from a licking dog. To achieve this state, there was no way to do so by relying on the Wanxiang Shenshu. The Wanxiang Shenshu serves as a mere constraint. For example, an obedient slave is not the same as a loyal one. The flame Qilin began to rely on Qiu Yan. It seemed to have liked the feeling of being ordered by Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan also realized that the flame Qilin's bones were just. He used to feed it well and it looked down on him. Now that he had made it at will, he stood up and stomped, but instead he obeyed himself. Without bothering about the flame Qilin anymore, Qiu Yan and Ziyu continued to follow the black slime on the ground and chased after it. It didn't take long for Qiu Yan to stop. Further on, it's the inner circle of the dark water swamp. The dark water swamp at night was shrouded by a thick layer of water vapor, and the single-digit temperature made Xiao Yan unable to resist shrinking his neck. Looking at the traces spreading in a straight line towards the depths of the dark water swamp, he simply clenched his teeth and followed. After all, the geocentric slime was worth the risk he took. Xiao Yan took out a hiking staff from within his accompanying royal beast space and kept testing ahead to see if there was any danger ahead, carefully following the traces on the ground. As he continued to go deeper, Xiao Yan clearly felt that the fishy odor of decay in the air had gotten a few points heavier, and he could vaguely hear the hissing sounds of spirit beasts. Gu Ji! Gu Ji! A familiar voice rang out, and Xiao Yan blinked his eyes as the corners of his mouth began to rise up wildly. Found you! After all, the geocentric slime's frontal combat power was not strong, and its main prey was sleeping spirit beasts. As long as it was found, Xiao Yan could barely clean it up even though he wasn't very strong right now. Xiao Yan eased his breathing, carefully pushed aside the bushes in front of him, and approached in the direction of the sound. Gooch! Following the direction of the sound came to stare. 100 meters at the entrance of the cave is lying a half-a-person high fox spirit beast motionless as if dead. Its body was likewise crawling with black slime. Hidden fox. Xiao Yan, the spirit beast that was being devoured by the geocentric slime, recognized it. The reason why it was called the hidden treasure fox was that there were some spiritual medicines and plants hidden in its caves. If you take the opportunity to go in and steal the home, today's harvest must be not bad. It's true that you can't stop your luck when it comes. Xiao Yan was all happy in his heart. If those if given to his Wanxiang Shen Shu to devour, wouldn't they be able to advance again? Despite his inner excitement, he still took a deep breath and approached towards the cave one step at a time. During this time, there was also black slime that wanted to try to climb onto Xiao Yan, but they were all dodged away by him nimbly. Seeing the polyjuice fox sinking into unconsciousness, Xiao Yan could not hide his joy and bared his big teeth as he walked into the cave with a flash. This cave was very narrow, and Xiao Yan had some difficulty entering it sideways by himself. All he could do was hold the flashlight in his mouth, twist his head, and move deeper one step at a time. The dust that filled the air choked his nose, and Xiao Yan felt like sneezing. After much thought, I held back. With a distance of several dozen meters, Xiao Yan walked for roughly 3 minutes before arriving at the deepest part of the cave. In the midst of this 8-square-meter space, Xiao Yan was finally able to straighten his body, and as he turned his flashlight to its brightest setting, he was surprised to find piles of elixirs. Xiao Yan had never seen so many spiritual plants and medicines in his life. Earn it, earn it, earn it. Xiao Yan acted quickly, his 2 hands frantically picking and pulling the small mound of elixir into the imperial beast space. Completely unnoticed was a pair of clear eyes hidden just behind the elixir mountain. Ow! A small sound gave Xiao Yan a big jump and he jumped straight back to the side. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a hidden treasure fox cub. Xiao Yan directly pounced over, grabbed the soft flesh behind the cub's neck, and without even thinking about it, stuffed it inside the imperial beast space. The hidden fox cub struggled fiercely, trying several times without success. However, Xiao Yan still had both eyes shining straight up. Although this gold-level bloodline spirit beast didn't have strong combat power, there were many people who wanted to buy it. After all, the hidden treasure fox was good at finding elixirs. Most imperial beastmasters and martial artists would not engage in ordinary occupations, but instead formed themselves into small teams to explore unexplored temporal rifts and spirit beast habitats. If one was indentured, it would be a meat and potatoes existence amongst the rift exploration squads. Ow! This voice was sharp and incomparable. Xiao Yan's figure shook, and the movements of his hands stopped. It was clearly the hidden fox outside that had heard the cries of the cubs, broken free from the toxins of the earth-centered slime, and forcibly awakened. This hidden treasure fox isn't dead yet. Xiao Yan cursed and began to think about his next countermeasures. The hidden treasure fox had just woken up, and the paralyzing effect had definitely not worn off yet. A small amount of the toxin also had a stimulating effect, and after a little while the hidden treasure fox recovered. It was the same as saying that the hidden treasure fox had been given a buff gain and had become stronger. A sound of claws digging into the earth came from outside the cave, and Xiao Yan knew that it was the adult hidden treasure fox that had returned. At this moment, Xiao Yan was a bit embarrassed, just like a sneaky thief being discovered by the homeowner. The point is, the only cave entrance to enter has been taken by an adult hidden treasure fox. Mamma mia, dai, Purple Moon, bite it. Upon receiving the command, Purple Moon twisted her snake body and scurried out directly, opening her mouth and biting fiercely towards the hidden treasure fox's body. The hidden treasure fox's body emerged with light, instantly erupting with extreme speed. Its huge body flickered and directly dodged the attack. Qiu Yen looked through the hole from afar and broke out in a cold sweat. Even with the toxin of the earth-centered slime, it was amazing that it could explode with such speed. He had vaguely sensed a hint of something wrong when he came in earlier. Can an ordinary treasure fox guard so many elixirs? It seemed that this hidden treasure fox was very strong. At least at the Black Iron 8th rank upwards, even bronze rank was possible. And Qiu Yen was only at the 4th rank of Black Iron. It was impossible for a spirit beast's level to exceed that of an Imperial Beastmaster. So Purple Moon was also at the Black Iron 4th rank. With such a large difference in rank, I'm afraid today will be a bitter battle. Qiu Yen clenched his fists and squeezed the back of the hidden treasure fox cub's neck as he moved towards the cave entrance. Through the narrow cave, Qiu Yen could only see Purple Moon's body twisting before she charged towards the hidden treasure fox again. There was a constant hissing sound, and all the scattered blood floated to Qiu Yen. He couldn't help but feel his heart sink. The temperature of this blood, it's cold. He moved forward a few moments faster. The protruding rocks had cut through his skin, bringing a fiery sting. In the blink of an eye, crimson blood flowed from the wound with a stinging pain. It wasn't until he breathed in the fresh air outside again that Qiu Yen let out a long sigh of relief. Now that we're outside, whether we fight or flee, we finally have a choice. But the next scene he saw caused Qiu Yen to tremble. Chapter 19. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. Purple Moon was dying at the moment. Its body was stomped to death by the hidden treasure fox, and the snake's tail frantically slapped against the mire, splashing up fishy mud. As a snake-type spirit beast, Purple Moon was originally not good at dealing with enemies with large body size and strong explosive power, not to mention that this was still a battle with a huge difference in strength. Purple Moon had obviously done her best when she did this. The originally smooth and hard scales shattered a lot, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the gaps in the scales. Seeing that the hidden treasure fox's white fangs were only half a foot away from Purple Moon's 7 inches, Qiu Yen was in a hurry, not caring about the wounds on his body. Qiu Yen fiercely pressed the strong flashlight, and the blinding white light shot straight into the eyes of the hidden treasure fox. Taking advantage of the moment when the hidden treasure fox froze, Qiu Yen noticed that it wasn't in a good state either, with black smoke from the lightning strikes on its body, and a few bloody holes in its abdomen that had been penetrated by the snake's fangs flushed with purple-black coloring. Those were injected by Purple Cloud in a desperate attempt to die. For this moment, Purple Cloud's lightning attribute had become a double-edged sword. Once you use the skill Lightning Arrow on the treasure fox, the body fluids of the earth-centered slime on its body will be deactivated quickly. In doing so, it had instead disguised itself as helping the hidden fox break free from the earth-centered slime's infestation. Stop! Qiu Yen activated his talent Book of Words and shouted towards the treasure fox. As the Wanxiang Xianshu was evolved from the Book of Speech and Spirit, the original talent was naturally preserved intact, and he was able to communicate with spirit beasts without any obstacles using a small amount of spiritual energy. The hidden fox looked back, even if there was some mental confusion as to why he could understand, though anger took over at this point. It had its eyes fixed on Qiu Yen with a threatening look on its face. Just a little human thief, what gives him the right to make a big deal about stopping? Then, its eyesight condensed and saw the cubs Qiu Yen was holding in his hand, and it instantly panicked. Ow! Ow! What do you want? Put my baby down. Ow! Or else, I'll tear this spirit beast apart. Qiu Yen lifted the cub and shook it in his hand. Your cubs can be in my hands. Kill that spirit beast and your cubs won't survive. See that black slime on you? Do you realize that if it weren't for me, you'd have been a meal for the Earth's core slimes? In that case, I'm your savior. The hidden treasure fox became more and more furious at his words, his sharp mouth and sharp teeth exposed. I didn't realize that this person in front of me was so shameless. It was clear that this man had stolen his treasure, only to be discovered by his own child howling. How did it turn out that he took the initiative to save himself? Ow! I shucks. Scumbag. So what? As the saying goes, a gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. Hey, I'm too lazy to reason with you. Just say release or not. Qiu Yan's face crossed, and a small knife with a flashing cold light appeared in his hand, holding it at the cub's throat. Ow! I agree. Quickly. Put it down. The hidden fox hesitated for a long time, but finally lowered his paw. Without the threat, Qiu Yen slowly approached the purple moon and once again communicated the Imperial Beast contract, forcing the purple moon back. There were actually a lot of limitations to an operation like forcibly retrieving a spirit beast back into the Imperial Beast space. Once the distance exceeded 10 meters, the spirit beast could not directly retrieve the Imperial Beast space. Qiu Yen planned to let Ziyu stay in the Imperial Beast space to recover for a while first. He had received a message from the Flamefire Qilin earlier in the cave. Lin Yuqing had already woken up, and the two of them were heading this way at the moment. Counting the hours, it should be about time. Ow! Let go of my child. Ow! Why don't you let go? Or do you want to back out? If you step back, who's to say you won't hurt me if I set it free? Qiu Yen smiled faintly, impartially meeting the hidden treasure fox's ferocious gaze. Of course he knew that a spirit beast like the hidden treasure fox was cunning. If he was to deal with it, he had to find a way to hold onto the chips in his hand. Talking about integrity with a spirit beast, Qiu Yen was not stupid enough to do so. One can currently have no spirit beast protection. If the cubs are released, I am afraid that in the blink of an eye will not be hidden treasure fox slapped into flesh. The ferocious color in the eyes of the opposite hidden treasure fox grew thicker and thicker, as if it was on the verge of being unable to suppress its hunting instincts. But still, he backed up slowly, not stopping until he was at the mouth of his cave. Qiu Yen calmly looked at the hidden treasure fox and slowly leaned down as if to place the cub on the ground. The next scene that took it by surprise appeared. Qiu Yen lifted the back of the cub's neck, turned around and ran in the direction of the edge of the dark water swamp. Ow! The hidden treasure fox was so furious that his hair stood on end, and his hind legs erupted with a powerful force as he fiercely chased after Qiu Yen in his direction. Shortening the distance in a matter of moments, it raised its claws and grabbed directly towards Qiu Yen. Unexpectedly, it was as if Qiu Yen had a pair of eyes behind his back. Rolling spiritually to the side, he narrowly avoided the attack. Seeing this, the hidden treasure fox couldn't help but roar angrily again, its body erupting with an intense pure white light as it reversed its direction to pounce towards Qiu Yen once again. It had already activated its entire body's spiritual energy just to decapitate the human in front of it, who was as weak as a mole cricket. But this time, a thick wall of rock appeared out of nowhere on the ground, directly knocking the hidden treasure fox's eyes out of his head. He paced back and forth in place, almost falling to the ground. Roar! The Flamefire Qilin thundered out from the side, with Lin Yuqing sitting on its back, her hair fluttering and a look of urgency on her face. Qiu Yen, quickly give me your hand. Qiu Yan's expression was delighted as he took a few steps forward to catch up and directly reached out to grab Lin Yuqing's arm. With a flip, Qiu Yen similarly sat on the Flame Qilin's back. Now it's really catching up. Seeing that the hidden treasure fox was already at the end of its strength, Qiu Yen also put his heart down and communicated with the hidden treasure fox once again. You're in a desperate situation? Do you want to keep fighting? Amidst the nearby bushes, Tai Shan scurried out, his entire body radiating a strong battle intent. All you need to do is grab that earth-centered slime that just attacked you. I can release your children, and of course I can release your life today. How's that for a heart attack? Wouldn't it be more than enough for you to catch a geocentric slime with your hidden treasure fox abilities? Ow! How can I trust you? After all, you didn't keep your promise. Hee hee. Just now if I had kept my promise, I'm afraid I would have become a corpse by now. Seeing that it couldn't trick Qiu Yen, the hidden treasure fox knew that it was at a disadvantage, but the current situation forced it to do as Qiu Yen asked. Ow! How can I help you? Don't worry about that, help me find it. I have my own way of catching it. Chapter 20. Escape. Ow! Good. I believe you. The hidden treasure fox eventually lowered its head and kept sniffing at the ground for the scent of the geocentric slime. The surface of the nearby ground was very wet, and after the fight between the two beasts just now, the traces on the ground had long been wiped clean and had long since fled to nowhere. As far as Qiu Yen knew, there weren't enough squads in the country that had captured the earth core slime to count in a palm. After all, the geocentric slime is erratic and usually stays dormant underground. All it takes is one slip of the tongue to let it escape. The reason why Qiu Yen had asked the hidden treasure fox to find the earth center slime was because of its ability to find things. The hidden treasure fox's sense of smell was extremely keen, and its signature tactic was the ability to track items and spirit beasts by scent. Once he had memorized the scent of the earth-centered slime, the hidden treasure fox kept picking at the ground, his wet, soft snout constantly shrugging as he searched around like a guard dog. "Come on," Qiu Yen urged. But soon there was a discovery at the hidden treasure fox. Just 50 meters away from Qiu Yen, the hidden treasure fox gently pried the surface of the ground, and sure enough, he found black body fluids underneath. Iron Mountain, excavate. Receiving Lin Yuqing's authorization, white light emerged from Taishan's claws, and he dug directly towards the position he had just been in. As expected, a large puddle of slime body fluid was found when digging to a depth of 5 meters. But Qiu Yen vaguely realized that something was wrong. If the geocentric slime was really going to escape underground and so much time had passed, it would never have left such a large spread of body fluids here. After all, no one has ever seen a geocentric slime before. The only thing I remember about it was a puddle of black bodily fluids. Qiu Yen quickly associated it with the fact that when Purple Moon's electric lightning arrow had struck the earth core slime earlier, it had let out a miserable scream. If the geocentric slime is really such a black lump, it definitely doesn't have vocal organs. Thinking of this, Qiu Yen checked his surroundings without moving. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary, and the puddle of black bodily fluids continued to squirm. With a flash of the back of Qiu Yan's hand, Purple Moon appeared beside him. Although he had been injured quite deeply during the previous battle, and had also recuperated for a while in the Imperial Beast space, even though he was still very weak now, at least the wounds had all scabbed over, and it was still no problem to release 1 or 2 skills. When Lin Yuqing saw that the Thunder Spirit Water Snake in front of her had grown a few more points in size, literally 1 day at a time, she was also a bit surprised. Purple Moon, electrify. After the light arrow had missed the puddle of body fluid, the body fluid simply dehydrated rapidly before turning into a rubber-like substance. There wasn't that scream. Qiu Yen also realized the cunning of this earth core slime at this moment, which was clearly playing a gecko tail breaking trick. Where is it? Where the hell is it? There was absolutely no way for a geocentric slime to produce bodily fluids out of thin air, and it had to rely on preying on spirit beasts in order to secrete bodily fluids. After all the attacks in a row tonight, these bodily fluids were definitely the last of the stock. Qiu Yen didn't believe that the Earth Center slime could still run far after losing a large amount of body fluids. Immediately, he called the Flame Qilin and Purple Moon over and searched the surrounding ground carpet style. Even the hidden treasure fox's cubs were instructed by him to look for the Earth Heart slime. Qiu Yen immediately ordered that even if they dug up the ground, they would find the Earth Core slime, although they've already dug through the ground. Qiu Yen found a crystal-clear jewel under the crack of a stone. The gem is a regular hexagonal shape, blue-white in color, just like the legendary sapphire. When Qiu Yan's flashlight shone on it, the edges were still reflecting a dazzling light. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Qiu Yen raised his hand for luck and directly moved that obstructing stone out of the way. Immediately afterward, the gem quickly sprouted 6 tentacles in front of Qiu Yan's face, wobbling towards the distance. Hey! Qiu Yen directly acted like a grasshopper in the countryside, put his hands together and directly clutched the gem in his hands. Sure enough, as soon as the jewel was in his hand, it made a sharp popping sound and chirped. Qiu Yen looked delighted and directly threw it into the Imperial Beast space. The existence of the Imperial Beast space was not only capable of storing spirit beasts that had been contracted, but also some additional miscellaneous items. Basically, the Imperial Beast space can hold everything except people. The premise can fit. The higher the rank of the Imperial Beast Master, the greater the rank of the Imperial Beast space. It was said that there were some legendary great powers who had a world in their accompanying Royal Beast space. However, the size of Qiu Yan's current Imperial Beast space was clearly not to that extent. It was fine to put some spirit beasts in, but if it was a small car or some huge supplies, forcing them in would only result in the Imperial Beast space being squeezed into pieces. But even if there was extra space, most Imperial Beast Masters wouldn't choose to put living wild spirit beasts in there, because wild spirit beasts, after all, belong to outsiders and were essentially not controlled by Imperial Beast Masters. If they were allowed to run amok in the Imperial Beast space, it would only result in extremely serious losses. Fortunately, Qiu Yan's Royal Beast space had the presence of the Wanxiang Shen book. Even if the Earth-centered slimes were to cause trouble in the Imperial Beast space, they could be directly suppressed. After putting the Earth Core slime into the Imperial Beast space, Qiu Yen suddenly noticed that the atmosphere at this moment was a bit off. The hidden treasure fox cub had, at some point, already hidden behind that adult hidden treasure fox. and that adult hidden treasure fox had its hair standing on end, in a posture that was about to attack at any moment. "Bugger off!" Chiu Yen bellowed and mounted the flame Qilin. As he passed by Lin Yuqing, he pulled him to his side with a big tug, and a bright red cryogenic flame emerged from the flamefire Qilin's legs as it sped off towards the distance. Although Chiu Yen didn't harm the cub, but returned it intact to the hidden treasure fox. A spirit beast like the hidden treasure fox was very greedy. Since Chiu Yen had taken away all of the spirit medicine and spirit plants that it had collected in the cave, it would definitely not be willing to let Chiu Yen go. The previous cooperation of the hidden treasure fox was just a disguise made to save the cubs. The hidden treasure fox lunged towards the flame Qilin, the distance shortening in an instant, and its sharp claws grabbed fiercely towards the flame Qilin's butt. This blow was directly like slicing tofu, directly causing a bone deep wound in the flame Qilin's hind leg. Not only that, Chiu Yen, who was sitting at the back, also suffered at this time. The scattered auras cut into his back as viciously as razor blades, causing countless tiny wounds. Grass! Chiu Yen let out a cry of pain. The blood oozing out of his back stuck to his clothes, so much so that every time the flame Qilin ran, it tugged at Chiu Yen's wounds. The hidden treasure fox dodged and blocked Chiu Yen and the others' retreat. Without any other way, Chiu Yen could only command the flame Qilin to run towards the deeper depths of the dark water swamp. Perhaps there were spirit beasts there that could make the hidden treasure fox afraid. Only there, perhaps, was there a silver lining. "Chiu Yen, are you all right?" Lin Yuqing turned back, her face filled with worry. Tai Shan followed the flame Qilin and ran side by side towards the dark water swamp, while constantly summoning rock walls in an attempt to hinder the hidden treasure fox's pursuit. Chiu Yan's face was pale, and the intense pain had left him with no time to breathe. Seeing that Chiu Yen might faint at any moment, Lin Yuqing didn't care about the shyness of a young girl and pulled over Chiu Yan's hands, wrapping Chiu Yan's wrists with a hairband and tying him firmly to herself. The 10,000 Elements arcane book in the Imperial Beast space was still floating slowly, but at this moment, it was emitting an ancient light without any warning. For some reason, the spiritual medicines and plants that Chiu Yen had previously stored in the Imperial Beast space actually began to fly towards the Wanxiang Xianshu. It was actually actively devouring these elixirs. Chapter 21: The Church of the Vault of Heaven. The hidden treasure fox was still chasing after him, but because of Tai Shan's skills, he was forced to turn around every time he pulled away. The flamefire Qilin ran frantically towards the center of the dark water swamp. Some of the wild spirit beasts along the way were frightened by this kind of battle and similarly began to move their bodies, similarly chasing towards the flamefire Qilin. There is a sense of territory among spirit beasts. As long as an unfamiliar spirit beast invaded the territory, it would never leave it alone, and even if it had to pay a great price, it would still bite off a piece of the other party's flesh. This is the law of survival among spirit beasts. Exaggeratingly, the flame Qilins flying towards the center caused the wild spirit beasts following it to grow in number, vaguely tending to form a beast tide. The center of the dark water swamp. A group of mysterious people who hid their forms in black robes stood around. "Lord Bishop, do you think we have to advance our plans?" One of the short and chubby mystics said impatiently, with respect and flattery in his tone. The man at the head of the group, called the bishop, waved his hand. Amazingly though, the hand he had just extended was a mechanical prosthetic hand made of many metals. The rest of the black-robed men had seen it all before, but their eyes were filled with a desire for that kind of technology. Although the Lord Bishop was also dressed in black robes, his black robes were additionally inlaid with many crystals, which made him look sacred and noble. 6. It's up to God. Even if last quarter's targets were met, it doesn't mean we have the strength to call the shots with the Dragon National Police Department. Ling Wutong has already been captured. Do you want to be his companion too? The short, fat man named Six bowed repeatedly, apologizing to the bishop one after another. The bishop grunted coldly and whirled around to speak. "Next, you will continue to grow the faithful. This quarter's outstanding backbone will still be given the opportunity to transform the spirit beasts by the heavenly vault god. Here, number 3, you come with me." With that, the Lord Bishop turned and walked away. A luscious, tall, mysterious figure stepped out of the crowd and followed the bishop. This number 2 should be a wonderful woman by the looks of it. Even with such a wide black robe, it was hard to hide the exquisite curves of the figure. As he watched the two walk together towards a sky-high tree, a trace of resentment crossed Six's eyes. This is the same number 2 that took away the reward that was rightfully his. Simply by spreading his legs, he was able to gain the favor of the Lord Bishop. He just couldn't believe that number 2 had been the outstanding backbone for several seasons in a row since he joined the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Before number 2 joined, he worked hard on his own to develop the faithful and do the bishop's dirty work. It was clear that he was the one who was able to obtain the divine transformation, their own spirit beasts which would have been able to become stronger. He pressed down his resentment with a strong heart and tried to convince himself to try a little harder. Then it followed the rest of the 24 or so who dispersed to rest in a makeshift hut off to the side. On this side, in front of the bishop and the second, was a sky-high tree that was as thick as 24 men's arms, to a rough judgment. Just below the sky-high tree, there was a very hidden cave. Countless vines grew in all directions, gambling the place so tightly that not even a fly could fly in. The bishop was the first to reach out and press down on the vines at the entrance to the cave. The lines and runes engraved on top of the mechanical prosthetic hand flickered with a faint light. It was as if those vines were alive, and they quickly shrunk back, leaving behind only a blackened hole. Even though Tu had seen this kind of operation many times, he was still amazed at it. Entering the cave is a very different style from the outside world. Obviously, this was a laboratory that had undergone high-tech modifications. Countless precision instruments exuded an otherworldly aura, clearly surpassing the current level of civilization in Blue Star. Several highly simulated robots walked by and greeted the bishop. And number 2, without a word, followed the bishop without moving an inch. On his way to the bedroom, the bishop eagerly lifted his robe to reveal an unusually handsome face. He quickly unbuttoned his shirt, displaying a modified chest, about 80% of which had been replaced with metal, with only a small portion retaining its original human skin. He then casually tossed the valuable robe to the guard droid next to him. Within moments, the sounds of a fierce fight emanated from the room as the rest of the robots remained methodical in the task at hand. But in less than 5 minutes, a ding-ding-ding-ding alarm sounded throughout the lab. An angry curse came from the room at once. "Grass, what the are you doing? Why is the alarm going off? Is it so easy to let spirit beasts break in?" The bishop rustled his clothes and stepped out. Reporting to His Excellency the Bishop, a small to medium-sized beast wave is suspected to have been spotted 3 kilometers ahead. It's coming toward the base. Listening to his men's returns in his earpiece, a surge of anger rose in the bishop's heart. "Grass, and kill 'em all." But then the bishop seemed to think of something and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "No, lead the beast wave somewhere else. If a large number of spirit beasts die here, the side of the Dragon Kingdom Guard Bureau will definitely get suspicious. No matter what tactics you use, if the beast tide reaches here, the Heavenly Vault God will be absolutely furious. When the time comes, divine punishment will surely fall." Although the Flamefire Qilin was injured, it still forcefully endured the pain and ran towards the front with extreme speed. Lin Yuqing turned back to look at the vast expanse of wild spirit beasts, anxious like ants on a hot pan. "I didn't realize it had caused a wave of beasts. It doesn't matter to yourself and others. But let's hope it doesn't spill over to the other explorers." Lin Yuqing's worry was well documented. As the largest spiritual beast habitat in Zhonghai City, the Dark Water Swamp still had quite a few exploration teams and high school students who came to practice. Once a beast wave of this scale was encountered, there might not even be a piece of fabric left on the body. Qiu Yan's eyes went black for no reason, and his consciousness turned into a shadow and drilled into the Imperial Beast space. The 10,000 Elements Shen book, which had already finished devouring the elixir long ago, was flickering with light at the moment, and slowly turned over its second page right in front of Qiu Yan's eyes. 3 air-gathering forms ancient god's ability. Description: when gathered, it takes shape. When dispersed, it becomes qi. Forms an avatar through the overflow of spiritual energy, which can be manipulated through the release of one's own spells and spiritual energy. Specific practices are as follows. The exact time is based on the total amount of the caster's own psychic power. The Book of 10,000 Elephant Mysteries closed again with a flash of light, and its contents were already imprinted in Qiu Yan's mind. Just by looking at it a little bit, Qiu Yan knew what this ability could do. Simply put, it's a diversion. However, with this bilocation technique, its bilocation could not think on its own, but rather Qiu Yan had to control it with a separate mind. And the aftereffects are so horrific that there is a risk of schizophrenia with regular use. Qiu Yen crossed his heart and simply didn't care. If the stalemate continues like this, we might lose our little lives. What do we care about the aftermath? As his consciousness returned to his main body, Qiu Yen opened his dry, cracked and white lips and spoke quietly in Lin Yuqing's ear. Retrieve the Iron Mountain back into the Imperial Beast space. Whatever happens later, don't make a sound. Lin Yuqing's little face was red with anxiety at the moment, and she looked at Qiu Yen suspiciously, thinking that there might be some way to get out of the situation. Iron Mountain. Come. Tai Shan quickly leaned over and turned into a white light that flew back to Lin Yuqing's Imperial Beast space. Lin Yuqing saw Qiu Yen take 3 deep breaths in a fervent manner, chanting something under his breath. But the language and syllabic writing that Qiu Yen spoke didn't seem to be the Dragon Kingdom language, but more like a murmur similar to that of an ancient god? What the hell is Qiu Yen up to? Soon, Lin Yuqing knew. A deep ditch just existed in front of her. And just when she thought that the flame Qilin was going to speed up and jump over it, the flame Qilin turned into light and flew back into Qiu Yan's royal beast space. A sense of weightlessness hit them, and due to inertia, the two of them flew directly toward the deep ditch in front of them. Lin Yuqing subconsciously just wanted to scream, but suddenly thought of the words Qiu Yen had said earlier and covered her mouth in death. Out of fear, she couldn't help but squeeze her eyes shut. But then, he felt a strong force wrapped around his waist, yanked to the side, and fell safely into the deep ditch. Chapter 22 The Unlucky Fong Haochen. When she opened her eyes again, she was surprised. On the ground, there were 3 flaming Qilin carrying her and Qiu Yen out in 3 different directions, just as Lin Yuqing was amazed at the sight before her. At an unknown time, the rope tied to Qiu Yan's hand was untied, and he reached out his hand and patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder, signaling her to retract her body back. After all, the beast tide hadn't completely passed. If a spirit beast with a keen sense discovered the two of them, then they wouldn't be able to get out in one piece today. A small amount of muddy water had soaked the clothes on his body because he was in a deep ditch. Qiu Yen sucked in a breath of cool air. This one was no less than a direct spa treatment with hydrogen peroxide, but the plan went well. The large number of spirit beasts split into 3 waves and scattered in all directions, just in time for Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing, who were in the center, to be spared from being trampled. Next, as long as the maneuvering doppelganger guided the 3 waves of spirit beasts to hedge and consume each other, this wave of beasts should be calmed down. Seeing that the wave of beasts was far away, Qiu Yen took a long breath and lay down in the ditch and rolled over. Smelling the odor of the soil, Qiu Yen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. How similar is this 9-death situation today to the last life? In his last life, after Chun Qingqing stabbed himself from behind a few times and forced him to hand over the flame Qilin, he abandoned him in this dark water swamp. Although it was hard to crawl back, he was ultimately missing an arm and a leg. On the contrary, the benefits gained this time are numerous. Not only did he catch the earth-centered slime, but he also advanced the Wanxiang Xian Shu. Qiu Yen grinned at the corners of his dry and cracked mouth, and suddenly some blood flowed from his lips. The taste of blood spread through his mouth, but the joy of this aftermath made him feel incredibly relaxed. His spiritual energy was already depleted, and he only felt sleepy, as if he was fighting between his eyelids, and he fell asleep in front of his eyes. The hidden treasure fox possesses a keen sense of smell though. Even though it remembered Qiu Yan's scent, it vaguely felt that something was wrong. But when the flaming griffin was far away right in front of its eyes, it was surprisingly rare that it neglected its sense of smell. As there were more and more spirit beasts behind them, they were almost forcibly pushed forward. Quickly defend. The beast tide is coming. The 24 black-robed men hissed loudly as if they were facing an enemy. They all stood at the front of the camp and summoned out their respective spirit beasts to prepare for battle. If it was a free exploration squad or a fragmented organization that ran into the beast tide, it could have changed directions and just run for their lives in another direction. But the point was that the camp here was storing a large amount of supplies, and it was impossible to fit just 24 people into the Imperial Beast space. It was surprisingly impossible to shift positions for a while. All of the large-scale equipment here was transported by the god of the Vault of Heaven, using secret methods and contacting the space rift, one part at a time. Blue Star's current civilization couldn't complete these sophisticated instruments. Moreover, recently, the space rift has been undergoing a space tide that occurs every 6 months and lasts for 3 months at a time. Anyone who dares to tear open a rift in space will be corrupted by the space tide and die. This tidal wave of space has just begun. Those precious instruments can't be repaired once something goes wrong. So as far as the current situation was concerned, these 24 black-robed men simply couldn't retreat. Coming! The beast tide is coming. Everyone get ready. For a while, everyone's spirit beasts attacked towards the wave of beasts. Amidst the darkness of dawn's eve, skillful light illuminates the outstretched night in colorful ways. Grass! What's wrong with this group of spirit beasts? It's not good, it's going to last. Special milk. Why are there spirit beasts in the back? Flank. There's a wave of beasts on the flanks too. For a time, the battlefield had countless deaths and injuries, with spirit beasts constantly hissing and screaming, and several gold-level Imperial Beast Masters had paid an unimaginable price, because the spirit beasts, attracted by the Flamefire Chilin's long run, are just too many, and because of the long detour after splitting the three forces, there were even more spirit beasts attracted this time. Quantitative changes formed qualitative changes, and the power gathered by so many spirit beasts could not be underestimated. The point is that you can't kill them all yet. It was as if a dead fly had gotten into the throat of the Church of the Vault of Heaven, and they couldn't swallow or spit it out. A bunch of losers! The bishop cursed, having thought that it was just an ordinary beast tide that could be easily handled by his men. As a result, those wild spirit beasts, however, seemed to be following some guidance, splitting into three forces and storming the camp from different directions. What's this? Playing the art of war? Black lines sprang up on the bishop's head, wondering if he had done something heavenly to deserve such retribution. Himself and the others had been lurking in the Darkwater Swamp for as long as 5 or 6 years, and during that time, there had never been any conflicts with the surrounding wild spirit beasts. Even if they had to pass through the territory of wild spirit beasts, they were never careful. As a result, today this group of wild spirit beasts attacked their campsite as if they had dug up their own ancestral graves, and they didn't mess with them, so what is this called?
Roll.
All of you! The bishop heckled his men back, and with a wave of his tech-filled mechanical arm, the entire camp was protected by a blue shield. The protective shield seemed to be even harder than Shen iron, and those wild spirit beasts all crashed into each other's eyes. They stood up and shook their heads, seeming to be completely at a loss to understand what the hell was in front of them. Even if they unleash their most powerful skills, they will not be able to shake the blue turtle shell. The bishop's eyes reddened at the sight of the situation before him, and his heart dripped with pain. This shield, however, was able to withstand the full force of a diamond-class martial artist or spirit beast. Defending against a beast tide like this was no different than a cannon hitting a mosquito. The point is, there's not much else to do but use the shield. He was really bad in his heart. The crystal core resources consumed to activate the shield once were in the thousands. 2 more times and he'd be out of his family's pocket. And most of the instruments used now are all powered by crystal cores, only out but not in. Long time down, this bishop lord himself still do not do it. The bishop's original name was Fang Haochen, and he was originally just an ordinary college student. Until one time, he was almost buried in the secret realm, and in a daze he heard a majestic voice. Junior, do you want to live? Do you want to get stronger? Want to step on all the people who have bullied you? We are the Sky Vaults, a race from beyond the blue planet. The human body is always obsolete. We can transform you, keep you alive and make you stronger. Join the glorious evolution, boy. Without hesitation, Fang Haochen accepted the baptism of the Heavenly Vault race and single-handedly formed the Heavenly Vault Church after his return. Relying on the technology of the Sky Vault clan, he developed his power by transforming spirit animals for his followers. They are like a ticking time bomb, hidden in the other side of society. Sensing that there were no more spirit beasts around, Lin Yuqing struggled to sit up. She looked at Qiu Yan, who had fainted, and cried and laughed a little. This trip to the Darkwater Swamp was truly fantastical. First, he himself was lying outside the tent for no reason, and then he followed the flame Qilin to inexplicably save Qiu Yan once. Having searched for the Earth's core slimes and gone through the crisis of the beast tide, this was an experience she had never had in 18 years. She couldn't forget for a long time about the mysterious means Qiu Yan had just performed. What kind of skill was that was so subtle? Lin Yuqing looked at Qiu Yan, who had passed out on his face. She took off her jacket and used a dry spot to help Qiu Yan wipe away the muddy water from his face. Looking at Qiu Yan's sleeping face at this moment, a gentle smile spread across her face. Lin Yuqing summoned Iron Mountain once again, generating a rock wall on the ground. It was hard, but at least it kept out the cold, muddy water. This was followed by having Iron Mountain construct a roof above, which made the two men well concealed. After doing this, Lin Yuqing took out a small night light and medical kit from the Imperial Beast space. She carefully turned Xiao Yan over, and as a result, the wound on Xiao Yan's back directly gave Lin Yuqing a shock. It turned out that Xiao Yan had suffered such a serious injury in order to protect himself. A mist rose in her eyes, she ruffled her hanging bangs, and sat down on her knees next to Xiao Yan. Forgetting the shyness of a young girl, she tore Xiao Yan's blouse open and gently sterilized his wound. Chapter 23: The Quirky Skinny Egg Porridge. Cough, cough, cough. At noon the next day, Xiao Yan, who was sleeping, woke up choking on the air's quagmire gas. Then he felt a fiery pain on his back, which instantly sobered him up. He took a deep breath and tried to forget the pain in his back. Since he was still alive now, it was proof that yesterday's plan had worked. Even though his head was a mushy mess that seemed to be about to explode, Xiao Yan still struggled to sit up. "Are you awake?" "No, no, no, I got it." Xiao Yan looked in the direction of the voice. Only Lin Yuqing was wearing a close-fitting sports sling, her proud figure showing through. The waterfall of hair was also tied into a ball head. At the moment it was crouched by a woodpile and appeared to be trying to figure out how to heat the can. Seeing that she had woken up, Lin Yuqing immediately threw the can in her hand aside and ran towards her side. Lin Yuqing leaned down close to Xiao Yan, her soft, boneless little hands wrapping around her back and helping Xiao Yan up, leaning back to sit on top of a mound of dirt on the side. "Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Yesterday really scared me." In the face of Lin Yuqing's concern, Xiao Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled, then said hoarsely, "Water. I want water." "Ooh-hoo." Lin Yuqing hurriedly took a side of mineral water, unscrewed the cap and fed it. When Xiao Yan gulped a few large mouthfuls, Lin Yuqing froze, her face flushed red. She suddenly realized that the bottle of water looked like she had just drank half of it. With that, she bit her peachy red lips, her eyes dodging, somewhat shyly not daring to look at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, who had slowed down, then realized that his top had been taken off at some point. It had been wrapped in white gauze and resembled the mascot of some tire brand. Feeling a faint scent lingering on the tip of his nose, he immediately began to search for the source of the scent. He glanced to the side, and it turned out that he had slept all night with Lin Yuqing's jacket on his pillow like this. "Are you hungry? I'll heat up some canned food for you." Xiao Yan gently nodded. Although he had eaten barbecued meat last night, it had been about 10 hours since then, and his stomach was still a bit hungry. Lin Yuqing handed the steaming canned food to Xiao Yan, and only then reacted by taking out a spoon from the Imperial Beast space. She dug a spoonful of lunch meat and put it to her mouth and blew on it before feeding it to Xiao Yan's mouth. It had to be said that despite how the lunch meat tasted, just because Lin Yuqing took care of it with such dedication, Xiao Yan's heart was warm. When he thought of yesterday's situation, Xiao Yan was a bit scared. "So, yesterday put you in danger." Xiao Yan opened his mouth breathlessly, falling into deep self-blame. Obviously, he swore to protect Lin Yuqing in the beginning. If he hadn't had the Wanxiang Xian Shu advance to master new abilities, he might have even dragged Lin Yuqing into it. "It's okay. It was really scary yesterday, but it was also exciting. But we're all fine, and I have you to thank for that. If it weren't for you yesterday..." Lin Yuqing smiled sweetly and comforted. However, she immediately sensed that the ability Xiao Yan used yesterday might be a bottom card-like existence, and immediately kept her mouth shut. It also involves the privacy of the individual. "All right, enough talk. Can you move now? Let's go back first. It's still a little more than half a day to go back. If I haven't gone back yet, I'm afraid Grandma will worry." Seeing Xiao Yan nod, Lin Yuqing held up a map and spoke again. "This side is far enough away from the east exit we came from. We could have taken the south exit instead. There wasn't much danger on the way back. It was mainly because it was daytime and many spirit beasts were hibernating. Moreover, the route that Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing took out was constantly moving away from the center of the dark water swamp. Xiao Yan, as a royal beast master, his body's recovery ability was actually far beyond that of normal people. After eating something, I felt the wound on my back was crispy and itchy, and it was already starting to heal. However, Xiao Yan's physical qualities were not as unbelievable as a martial artist's, where he would be able to be alive in the afternoon after being seriously injured in the morning, that kind of thing. Unable to argue with Lin Yuqing, Xiao Yan had no choice but to advance on Taishan. I don't know how long it took, but I was surprised to fall asleep again. Only when he noticed Tai Shan's footsteps stopped did Qiu Yen leisurely turn around and look around. Surprisingly, he had already reached the exit. The garrison troops at the gate looked at the two of them with a scrutinizing face, and the spirit beasts on the side were all ready to fight. After all, the two were scanned by infrared from 2 kilometers away. Qiu Yen and his 2 men did not have any record of entering or leaving the stronghold, so it was really a bit suspicious. And with what appeared to be a wave of beasts last night, no amount of caution was too much to ask. "Show me some ID." Lin Yuqing hurriedly handed over the student cards of the two of them. The small captain-like soldier was seen fumbling a mini swipe machine from behind him, holding up the card with a swipe. Drip. Looking at the information on the swipe machine, the junior captain compared the information for half a day before he put his heart down and waved his hand to signal the others to put away their spirit beasts. However, before leaving, the junior captain still stroked Tai Shan's silky fur and exclaimed a good spirit beast. After handing over 10% of the funds gained this time, Lin Yuqing retrieved the granite rock tiger into the royal beast space and carried Qiu Yen to the highway. Those spirit medicines and plants that Qiu Yen had placed in the imperial beast space had long been devoured by the Wanxiang Shenshu. The passes could not be recognized and recorded either, which made Qiu Yen stuck with a small bug. Looking at the injured man on the side, Lin Yuqing had a hard time suppressing the idea of wanting to ride the little blue bike next to her. He then beckoned and stopped a cab, carrying the two to the Third People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. This was also the hospital where Lin Yuqing's grandmother was. After she got Qiu Yen settled, she went to the hospital window to pay the bill. Soon, several nurses in white dresses came into the ward and wheeled Qiu Yen to the operating room for debridement and bandaging. As the anesthetic was injected, Qiu Yen lost consciousness as soon as his eyes went black. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qiu Yan's anesthetic drug effect is finally passed. His body temporarily cannot move freely, can only hide inside the quilt to play with the phone. Squeak! The door to the hospital room was slowly pushed open and a pretty figure walked in carrying a dinner tray. Seeing the bright light emerging from the quilt, Lin Yuqing's eyes instantly lit up. Qiu Yen woke up. The two of them had sort of shared the same life and death last night, and Lin Yuqing's heart had completely and utterly taken Qiu Yen as her good friend. Just in time to wake up. "Come and try the porridge I made." Qiu Yen was framed by Lin Yuqing and rolled over to sit up. He rubbed his eyes and looked incredulously at the bowl of black paste in Lin Yuqing's hand. "You call this kanji? It can't be the sesame paste you brewed." No, that's not true." Lin Yuqing stretched out a finger and waved it. "I've added iced sea cuttlefish juice on purpose. Iced sea cuttlefish has the best recovery power. So what you eat makes up for what you have. It's got some bog slug bodily fluids in it too, and a piece of the rocky abyss gecko's tail." Lin Yuqing reported the many materials she had joined as if she were counting them, only that she herself didn't realize that she could only talk so eloquently in front of Qiu Yen. Never seemed to say much about the rest of the school. "Big sister, I want to eat some normal food," Qiu Yen protested repeatedly, but he was still unable to argue with the tough Lin Yuqing, and was scooped up by her and poured a spoonful directly into his mouth. Blah 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 blah. "Delicious, isn't it?" Lin Yuqing pulled a stool and supported her chin with both hands, just looking at Qiu Yen. Aha. As Qiu Yen continued to chew, he went from being very resistant at the beginning to having a shocked look on his face. Put in so many weird and wonderful ingredients, and the result is a final flavor that tastes a bit like skinny egg kanji? Sis, I'll just say one thing. Next time just make a skinny egg porridge. But it was obviously still tasty, and eating it did have a bit of an effect, and Qiu Yen immediately felt warm all over. Trying not to think about the ingredients, he quickly downed the entire bowl of porridge. Just after putting down the bowl, Lin Yuqing's small hand reached over. "What are you looking at me for? Pay the money. Reimbursement. You think these ingredients just fell out of the sky?" Qiu Yen smiled, and then took out his cell phone. "A black paste porridge well. How much can it cost? That little girl is so rich." Chapter 24. The King of the Slimes at the Center of the Earth. "How much? I'll transfer it to you. $10,048. Raider." Qiu Yan's eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that he could almost stuff 3 eggs into it. A bowl of skinny kanji with eggs actually cost over $10,000. Qiu Yen also couldn't tense up, not realizing that his momentary carelessness had actually hurt his small wallet viciously. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door and a nurse wearing a pink mask walked in. Do what? The patient hasn't recovered yet. And this is a hospital. Loud noises are forbidden. When Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing heard this, they immediately sat down obediently like children who had made a mistake and were being criticized. Miss Lin, come with me. Dr. Wu is waiting for you in the oncology department. The nurse just gave notice and left the ward in a huff. Perhaps sensing that something was wrong, Qiu Yan cast a curious look towards Lin Yuqing, who was clearly absent down. Lin Yuqing just squeezed out a stiff smile and glanced at Qiu Yan. You rest here. Then it went softly to the door and closed it. Qiu Yan obviously felt something was wrong and quietly got out of bed. Leaning down and looking around towards the corridor, Lin Yuqing's figure had already disappeared. Oncology. Could it be that Lin Yuqing's grandmother's condition has worsened? Qiu Yan cocked his head and decided to see what was going on. The inpatient department is not far from the outpatient department, and in less than 5 minutes, Qiu Yan arrived at the door of the oncology department that the nurse mentioned. There was a piece of hollow glass on the door, and Qiu Yan was able to clearly see a doctor in a white coat with some gray hair on his temples sitting in front of Lin Yuqing. Dr. Wu, can you wait a little longer? I don't have that much money together for now. Xiao Lin although your grandmother's cancer hasn't metastasized yet, it can already be seen in the past 2 days that the cancer cells are showing signs of spreading. And my suggestion is to schedule the surgery in the next 2 days. Dr. Wu had more or less heard about Lin Yuqing's family history. Her parents were both imperial beastmasters. In the summer of a dozen years ago, in order to resist the invasion of the foreigners, he sacrificed himself on the battlefield of the Holy Beast. Only the young Lin Yuqing and her elderly grandmother are left to depend on each other. Not only that, but the pension granted by the state was eaten up by his own great-uncle's extinct family. Dr. Wu was very sympathetic to her situation, but all he could do was to give her grandmother some cheap potent medication if possible. This is a matter of principle. His colleague had previously advanced the cost of the surgery and performed the surgery without authorization because of the patient's emergency situation. As a result, the patient died on the operating table, and the patient's family bit back and took him to court. As a result, huge amounts of compensation are owed. Finally sold the house and got divorced to get the money together. Even though the Dragon Kingdom had medical subsidies for the families of martyrs, how many years would one have to save up to pay for treatment with just a child and an old man? Well, please go home first, and you can think about the money. Lin Yuqing bit her lips tightly. After a long moment of hesitation, she looked down at the balance in her hand, stood up somewhat numbly, and turned around, ready to leave. Qiu Yan saw this and hurriedly ran to the side, pulling open the door of a section to block it for himself. Has the number been called yet, classmate? If you haven't been called, wait outside patiently for a moment. Oh, wait a minute right now. It wasn't until Lin Yuqing covered her eyes and walked into the elevator with red eyes that Qiu Yan returned to the entrance of the oncology department. He pushed the door open just as Dr. Wu, with little work at hand, just looked at him and sighed. Young student, you're suffering from a disease at a young age. Is this pancreatic cancer? Dr. Wu clearly misunderstood when he saw the gauze on Qiu Yan's body. No, Dr. Wu. I wanted to ask about that girl just now. We were classmates. Dr. Wu sniffed and was silent for a moment, seemingly very torn inside. As a matter of course, being a doctor myself, I shouldn't be talking about these things. But in the end, he pulled Qiu Yan to the room next to him. Her grandmother had cancer, a disease with limited means of cure. This kind of terminal disease before the recovery of aura is still not cured by medical means today. Even Kyoto Medical University, every year, is in the process of fully researching the challenges of attacking cancer cells with spirit animal materials. The only way to do this before it's too late is to rush the surgery. When Qiu Yan heard this, it worked to find himself. Although he had spent a bit of money before entering the Darkwater Swamp before, but how much could he spend on a medical treatment? $1 million on this card. Ask for more if you don't have enough. Well. Dr. Wu finally put his heart down when he saw that he had the funds. 1 million was definitely enough. But this money can't be kept with me. I'll explain to the nurse to send it to the old man. It's almost 2 weeks or so of pre-op preparation, and we schedule the surgery as soon as possible anyway. Qiu Yan nodded and said goodbye to Dr. Wu before returning to his hospital wing. On the other side, in the dark water swamp, the beast tide here had long since subsided, leaving only a scorched black mess. Fong Haochen clasped his hands on his arms, crossed his legs, and looked at the straight, shivering henchman in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you saying that you saw a man and a woman riding a fire attribute spirit beast through the dark water swamp yesterday? 1,000 times over, my lord bishop. The wave of beasts that attacked our base yesterday was attracted by the two of them. Grass. Plans are suspended. It must be found for me. I'm going to take the spirit beasts of the two of them. Fong Haochen's righteous hand slapped hard on top of the chair's armrests with a dull reverberation. Where's 6? Tell him to find it. Yes. Watching his subordinate's hasty flight, a hint of viciousness flashed in Fong Haochen's eyes. Noticing that the bishop was in a bad mood, Number 2's petite body leaned in at the right time. The righteous hand pinched hard towards the softness, and painfully, Number 2 pouted. Qiu Yan did not know at this time that he had inadvertently prevented a tragic social crisis. He also didn't know how much trouble he and Lin Yuqing had gotten into because of this trip to the dark water swamp. At this time, he was lying on the hospital bed, holding his cell phone in his left hand, constantly swiping short videos and watching Hey. Squeezing a toothpick in his right hand, he ate the fruit that Lin Yuqing had peeled. I had thought of paying Lin Yuqing to take care of myself for a while, and also to give her a little paycheck to improve my life. However, this little girl said that she wanted to return to the spirit beast breeding base to work part-time, and Qiu Yan was about to be bored out of his mind staying alone in the middle of the ward. Halfway through swiping the short video, Qiu Yan then remembered that the geocentric slime he had caught earlier was still in his royal beast space. When he extinguished his phone and sank his mind, his consciousness burrowed into the sentinel space. The jewel was lying there quietly, as if it had hiccuped. Qiu Yan's consciousness converged into an idea body squatted down and poked the shell on the back of the jewel. However, this seemed to have caused the ground slime to be displeased, and with a kirikou sound, it sprouted tentacles and slowly moved in the opposite direction of Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan beckoned, and the flame Qilin took a piece of spirit beast meat from the side and just threw it in front of the earth-centered slime. Kirik, what are you doing? Let me go. Qiu Yan, who possessed the gift of the Book of Words, naturally understood the words. Since this creature has intelligence and does not act on its own instincts, this is good. Qiu Yan then planned to have a good talk with the Earth Center slime. Hungry yet? You can eat something first. I have more if it's not enough. The heart slime hesitated for a moment, then honestly opened its mouthpiece and crawled towards the mountain of meat. As it slowly chewed and swallowed, Qiu Yan was surprised to find that the black mucus had already started to be released around the gem. In just a few seconds, the jewel was completely wrapped in black slime, no longer visible inside the crystal clear. Kir, what the hell do you want? The light of the contract on Qiu Yan's hand flickered as a silent response. Kirikiri, bold human, I am the king of the Earth's core slimes. I am not to be contracted by a mere mortal. Upon hearing this, a flash of color flashed in Qiu Yan's eyes. You say you're the king of Earth-centered slimes? So you still have a pack? Kir, that's for sure. It's just that. Last time Sim sneaked up on the king. Kirik, the king has lost his real power. That's why I had to come out to look for food. Qiu Yan was immediately happy to hear this. Since this little thing calls itself king, then those called XX king must be particularly powerful. Normally, it might be brocade and food. Now that he was desperate, he came out to hunt for food, and he must not be very skillful in the business, and that's why he caught the opportunity. This wave, is picking up the slack. Chapter 25. Then you shall be called Cinder. What was that you were saying about Sim? Qiu Yan was filled with curiosity. He didn't realize that there seemed to be a lot of strife between this kind of ethnic group. Kirby. Sim is my brother and he betrayed me. Stole my sage's stone while I was on my wedding day. Robbed me of my wife. Robbed me of my soldiers. Obviously it's hard to escape. Good Samaritan. Please spare me. I still have a big revenge to avenge. After hearing this, Qiu Yan instantly understood the cause of the matter, and what was even more marvelous was that the geocentric slimes as a group actually had a husband and wife system. This king of geodesic slimes is really honest and says whatever he's asked. No wonder he was backstabbed by his own brother. If you don't backstab, who do you backstab? But Qiu Yan did capture the point keenly. What is the sage's stone? Kirikou. It's the token to rule over all the earth slimes. And whoever has the sage's stone will be able to travel through the center of the earth at will. Good for you. The earth-centered slime suddenly noticed the slip of the tongue, and it tightly closed its mouth again when it was about to say something. Qiu Yan frowned, Since he had the sage's stone, it seemed like his previous plan could unfold again. About 9 years after his last life, some ancient ruins were unearthed 20,000 meters underground in the middle of the rice landmass. There are countless treasures in the ruins. Some of these treasures were able to evolve spirit beasts, while others were able to strengthen the combat power of martial masters. It was also because of this that Rice's national power instantly surpassed that of the Dragon Kingdom, which was now a handful of the Blue Planet. What if you can get to those treasures first? Thinking of this, Qiu Yen opened his mouth once again, with a hint of compulsion in his tone. You want revenge? I can help you. Kirikou, can you help me? How can you help me? At this moment, Purple Moon twisted her body and swam over, spitting out snake letters. The silent movement is a response to the slime in the center of the earth. Kirik, how can I trust you? Qiu Yen revealed a nuclear good smile. Even if it's for that sage's stone of yours, it's impossible to lie to you. Sign it, the Imperial Beast contract. The smile was literally 100 times more terrifying to the earth-centered slime than his own grandfather. It seemed like if he didn't agree, he was going to be killed by that spirit beast next to him the next moment. Does this strange man, who wants to hang on to everything, lean? I should have known better than to say so much. Now this was clearly forcing himself to sign a royal beast contract. Not only did I give myself a ride, but I lost the sage's stone as well. The geocentric slime squirmed, internally torn. Are you signing or not? If you don't sign, you'll never get out of this imperial beast space in your life. When the time comes, just watch your wife and your brother go off in style in the center of the earth. Qiu Yan's patience was limited and gave an ultimatum. As soon as he opened his mouth, though, the king of earth-centered slimes couldn't wait to agree to the contract. Hey, I'm a fish out of water, taken hard. As the light of the contract dissipated, Qiu Yan's mind was instantly flooded with information and skills about the geocentric slime, which seemed to be a marvelous ability granted by the advancement of the Wanxiang Shenshu. Nowadays, he didn't need to communicate with his spirit beasts or travel to their bases for testing, so he could grasp the detailed information of his spirit beasts anytime, anywhere. King of the Earth's Core Slimes, Silver 7th Order, Platinum Bloodline, Skills, Sleeping Toxin, Devouring, Mimicry, Flame Fire Unicorn, Black Iron 3rd Grade, Diamond Bloodline, Skills, Haste, Sea of Burning Flames, Wings of Flame, Electric Lightning Thunder Python, Black Iron 4th Grade. Skills, Thunder Teeth, Electric Arrow, Punch. When his gaze turned to the earth-centered slime, he was even more surprised to find that it was actually a silver 7th rank spirit beast. That actually caught itself? Waste treats. However, it seemed that these skills were no different from those of a normal earth-center slime. Damn, this king of the slimes isn't self-proclaimed, is it? Now that the deed is done, communication is smooth and unhindered. Qiu Yen stopped using the Book of Words and Spirits and directly said to the dark figure in front of him, "You don't have any special abilities as the king of slimes?" Feeling Qiu Yan's gaze with malice, the Earth Core Slime King leaned towards the side somewhat sheepishly. What for? I can't help it if the sage's stone was taken away from me. Qiu Yen took a deep breath. Today was considered a wasted pleasure. It's true that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. But if he thought about it, if there was a king of earthly slime with other special abilities, it would still be Qiu Yan's turn for him, a little karami, to catch it. It was unlikely that he and Lin Yuqing would have been accounted for in the dark water swamp. If your brother has a name, then surely you must have one too. What's your name? I don't have a name anymore. My name ceased to exist after I left the pack. The geocentric slime's voice was all but weak, as if it had thought of its sadness. Qiu Yen pondered for a moment and once again said in a deep voice, "Then you'll call it a cinder block, and it's black anyway." Looking at the two spirit beasts that had just been contracted, both possessing names, the flame Qilin on the side had a really bad feeling in his heart. In the old days, when he was a child, Qiu Yen always wanted to give himself a name, but his high-minded self never accepted it. The boomerang of time finally flew back after many years. It's punishing yourself for being condescending in the first place. It could only put in twice as much effort as the other spirit beasts to regain Qiu Yan's trust. Giving a name to a spirit animal often indicates that the spirit animal has a good and close relationship with the beastmaster, and that the master-servant relationship is transformed into a partnership. Taking a name also means that the master-servant contract is invalidated and replaced by a contract of equality. Qiu Yan did this purely because he felt that King of the Earth Slime was too long and he was too lazy to pronounce it. Here, Cinder, have some more, and when you're done, go make an SPA for both of them. Although it didn't know what the SPA in its master's mouth meant, it knew what its slime was for and shivered twice in Qiu Yan's direction, indicating that it was completely okay. Still towards the small mountain of meat that Qiu Yan threw over, the black slime kept covering it and slowly swallowing it. Qiu Yan walked up to the flame Qilin and looked at the flame Qilin with a scrutinizing gaze. This instantly made the flame fire Qilin look furious, and its fur was shaking into a sieve. Does it mean that one is going to get beaten again? After a long period of silence, Qiu Yan reached out his hand and slowly stroked the flame Qilin's head and rubbed it. Another piece of red flame-scented pork was taken out from amongst the storage cabinet next to him and stuffed into the flame Qilin's mouth. Qiu Yan actually had a grudge against the flame Qilin before. In his last life, when he was sneak-attacked by Chun Qingqing, the flame fire Qilin was just watching from the side. But the flame unicorn did do his best over the past 2 days, and it certainly wouldn't do to keep suppressing and abusing them. You gotta sweeten the pot once in a while, right? After all, it was also his own spirit animal. Unexpectedly, this action caused the flame Kirin to cry out in pain, large teardrops slipping from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 26. If you dare to touch Lin Yuqing again, you can try. The Third People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. After a few days of recuperating in the hospital, it was finally time to be discharged. As the layer of bandages came undone, it made Qiu Yan feel an immense sense of relief. Just last night, one's cultivation had already come to the Black Iron 5th stage, and just these few days of cultivation progress had already been worth 3 months in the past. When no one was around or after the lights went out at night, they all summoned Purple Moon out for cultivation, and after sensing that their cultivation had reached a bottleneck, they would occasionally summon the Flamefire Qilin out to cultivate together. This also made the Flame Qilin even more loyal to its master. It couldn't wait to go to the Dark Water Swamp again to fight for its life. However, what Qiu Yan didn't expect was that Purple Moon's current race was actually the Electric Lightning Thunder Python. But even for the Electric Lightning Thunder Python, the bloodline rating was just platinum. The rating, given by the Book of 10,000 Elephant Mysteries, was a series of... It seemed like Purple Moon would definitely be able to evolve into a spirit beast with a higher bloodline in the future. Thinking of this, Qiu Yan took out spare clothes from within the Imperial Beast space and put them on, and with light footsteps, he pushed open the door to his room. For the past 2 days, he had eaten 3 meals a day from the meals that Lin Yuqing had brought. It's still a little embarrassing to bother people all day long with all the hustle and bustle in the hospital. Why don't we invite Lin Yuqing for dinner tonight? Qiu Yan looked at his watch. It was now 5 in the afternoon. Lin Yuqing should have gotten off work already and said that she would come to pick herself up from the hospital today. Let's go to the Golden Embers downtown for dinner. Qiu Yan hurriedly called over there and booked a private room. As 10 minutes passed, there was still no one visible in the building. This gave Qiu Yan some bad vibes in his heart. Because Lin Yuqing worked as a temporary worker at the Spirit Beast breeding base, her working hours were from 6 to 10 in the morning. At 5 o'clock in the morning and 12 o'clock at noon, as well as at 5 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yuqing would deliver food to Qiu Yan every day without fail. And it was supposed to be an appointment today, at 5 o'clock in the evening. According to Lin Yuqing's nature, it was absolutely impossible for her to be late. Qiu Yan called several times in a row, but the result was that the other end of the phone showed no answer. This caused the premonition in Qiu Yan's heart to get worse and worse. It's not in any danger, is it? Thinking of this, Qiu Yan sent a message to Lin Yuqing and then rushed towards Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room. Since they were all in the same inpatient building, Qiu Yan just took a few steps and rode the elevator to the 7th floor. Just as he arrived at the door of Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room, he heard the sound of several people arguing in the room. Yuqing, you know our family is in trouble. Your cousin just lost his job, and you're not unaware of how much the monthly payment is for that school district house in our house. Your little nephew has to attend extracurricular classes. Some kind person gave Grandma $1 million for her medical bills, and Grandma won't be able to use it all in a while, will she? Cousin's wife is not pretty, but she is of the clean-cut type. The compensatory smile with a consultative meaning on his face at this moment was simply more vicious in Lin Yuqing's eyes than the evil spirits in hell. No, Mei can. This is Grandma's life-saving money. I won't give you a dime. Lin Yuqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. her little face reddening with excitement. They asked us to borrow it. It's not like they won't pay it back. Do you really want your cousins to sleep on the street? Chin Xiofan opened her mouth weakly as she lay on the hospital bed, her voice hoarse and incomparable. In fact, she knew that she had already been very sick for a long time, and it would be a waste of money to continue treating her like this. In that case, you might as well take it out for the relief of your descendants. Yes, sister. It's Grandma's money. Of course it's her call. Cousin had even started to pickpocket Lin Yuqing to get the bank card that was sitting on the nightstand. Even with Grandma's words, Lin Yuqing still clung against her cousin's hand so tightly that she began to tremble from too much force. For so many years, the cousins have borrowed money from themselves and their grandmother, and all the money they have borrowed has never come back. No matter what Grandma thought, the nurse clearly said it was for Grandma's medical expenses. Without even thinking about it, it must have been sent over by Qiu Yan. I will find a way to pay back the money myself. But this money, except for Grandma's medical treatment, should never be used for anything else. You let go. Sister, listen to your brother. Your brother has recently looked at a project. Investing in it now will double it tomorrow. Cousin's wife was not shy to start picking at Lin Yuqing's hand. Looking at the greedy appearance of the two, Lin Yuqing was on the verge of crying with anger, and a pair of eyes began to ooze watery mist. At this moment, the door of the hospital room was pushed open with a snap. I'll see who dares to do it. Qiu Yan walked in, and his face was suddenly gloomy. Who the hell are you? This is our family business. What do you care? Watching her cousin's hand loosen, Lin Yuqing shrank back lightning fast, reaching out to stuff the bank card on the bedside table into her pocket. It doesn't matter who I am. If you dare to touch Lin Yuqing again, you can try. Qiu Yan. Lin Yuqing, who saw the visitor clearly, could no longer control her aggravation, and the tears at the corners of her eyes glistened with crystals. Little, I thought who was here, so it's your concubine. Cousin saw this and grabbed even harder, but suddenly he felt a huge pull from behind him, pulling him right out. Yut! Before he could say the word, what, he received a heavy punch in the face. Straight away, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Hubby, how dare you hit my husband? Seeing this, the cousin's wife rushed towards Qiu Yan with her teeth and claws open. Pop! A crisp ringing sound came. Qiu Yan rewarded the crazy woman in front of him with a slap. Cousin's wife only felt her face burning, and in no time it was red and swollen. She covered her face in disbelief. This boy in front of her. How dare he hit her? You! I'm calling the police right now. This is considered a civil dispute. Even if I maim you today, a little compensation is all. I've got plenty of money, but you guys, would you like to be missing a leg or an arm? Qiu Yan's nonchalant words instantly angered his cousin on the ground. You? What the are you? Let's roll. The summoning glow on the back of his hand flickered, and a half-man tall raptor dog appeared beside it. The raptor dog's earthy yellow fur stood up at the roots, and his body was filled with electricity. Even more noticeable was its mouthful of fangs and claws, which seemed to be made of some kind of steel. Each limb has a propeller-like device that is tightly attached to the body. The spine was also covered with a thick layer of steel, like a shield. Qiu Yan also raised an eyebrow. The spirit beast in front of him didn't seem too simple. It was more like it had been modified with some kind of technology. Steel teeth. Get him. Cousin called out the name of the spirit animal. This thunderhound scurried over in the blink of an eye and bit at Qiu Yan's chest with its fangs wide open. In an instant, the flame Qilin appeared out of thin air with an impact, viciously biting the thunderdog's throat. The two were clearly not on the same level of strength. The raptor dog suffered a tremendous force and flew backwards due to inertia. The two front paws of the flamefire Qilin pressed it underneath its body, and in just a few short seconds, the tyrannical spirit beast was brought under control. Cousin obviously didn't believe that the boy in front of him, who was about Lin Yuqing's age, had such a strong spirit beast. It looks like he's still a high school student, right? It's only been 3 years of cultivation, and his own spirit beasts are actually not a match for him. Even if they had taken advantage of the sneak attack, it wasn't as if the raptors didn't have the ability to fight back. He himself had specifically sought out the Heavenly Vault Church to transform the spirit beasts. Not to say that his peers were invincible, but at least he was already at the apex of the ordinary people, and even a normal black iron level 5 spirit beast couldn't help him. Who the hell are you? Cousin opened his mouth menacingly. His cheeks flushed red, and the area he had just been hit by Chiu Yen began to rapidly turn purple. That money is mine, and if you want to touch my money, naturally you're messing with me. Chiu Yen leisurely opened his mouth, not putting the two in the least bit in his eyes. What are they going to fight themselves with? The raptors are in their own hands. Do you still want the spirit animal? $300,000. Turn it over and you're free to go. Chiu Yen smiled as he opened the Weishin collection code and reached out to his cousin. Cousin and sister-in-law looked at each other and didn't seem to be able to sort out the logic of the matter. You mean asking your grandmother for money yourself and getting beat up? And then on the flip side, the guy who beat himself up asks for money? There's no mistaking it. Chapter 27 Breathtaking Memories. Oh? Then it looks like it's not wanted. The Flame Kirin's large mouth was slightly hardened, and the Thunderhound instantly let out a heartbreaking howl. Don't! I give! I give! Cousin stumbled to Chiu Yen, trembling as he pulled out his cell phone and entered the password. Ding dong! Hearing the sound of arrival ringing out, Chiu Yen grinned. Isn't that rich? Okay, you guys can off. Chiu Yen finished by adding another kick towards his cousin's waist. The two didn't dare to stay and ran out of the hospital room with a roll. Old lady, you're really senile too. Have you ever considered Lin Yuqing's feelings in this way? Even when facing Lin Yuqing's grandmother, Chiu Yen was still unfazed. That money is from me, but that doesn't mean you have dominion over it. This money is for your treatment, not for you to help your relatives. Lin Yuqing gently tugged on Chiu Yen's coat. Chiu Yen, Grandma is a bit confused. Don't blame her. That money, I'll find a way to pay you back. Chiu Yen waved his hand and smiled towards Lin Yuqing. Yeah, the money is even if I lend it to you first. There's $1 million in the card, you shouldn't be able to use that much if you're just treating the disease, and the rest you can buy some equipment and elixirs or something to prepare for the Imperial Beast's entrance exam. It wasn't until Lin Yuqing nodded heavily that Chiu Yen put his heart down. The old man's illness in front of him was a pressing issue, and he was afraid that Lin Yuqing's pride would not be able to take it. But it's good to know that this little girl knows her priorities. Not long after, the professional chaperone Chiu Yen had called arrived, and only then did he pull Lin Yuqing out of the hospital room. At first Lin Yuqing had disagreed, after all $1 million had already taken advantage of people. But when she heard Chiu Yen say that it was more dignified to have a big beautiful girl with her, she must go. This made Lin Yuqing a little embarrassed. The key is that it's not a wasted trip, and you can actually get $1,000 off for having dinner with him. Only then did Lin Yuqing follow Chiu Yen. Ding! Terminal of this train, Central C North Station. Current station, Lijiazui Station. Hearing the broadcast, Chiu Yen got up from his seat and walked out towards the door. I don't know if it was his illusion or not, but there seemed to be a line of sight, if anything, staring at him. He guessed that perhaps it was the trouble that the underground arena had attracted earlier. But Chiu Yen didn't care. Lijiazui, as the busiest section of Zhonghai City, which is equipped with the more police force, it is difficult to robbery can also rob the shopping mall. In that case, it's better to just put it aside, it can't threaten you anyway, right? Chiu Yen led Lin Yuqing to the Golden Ashes barbecue restaurant in a familiar manner. Although Chiu Yen had never been here in this life. In his last life, however, he had missed the place so much that he had worked here for as long as half a year. At that time, he had already been reduced to what people would call an invalid, and after his parents were buried, he became completely homeless. While wandering around, he came to the back door of this barbecue restaurant by mistake. Watching the dozen or so chefs operating methodically in the back kitchen made Chiu Yen inwardly think of wanting to become one of them. This is because chefs, as a service industry, unlike physical labor on construction sites, have no way to replace them with spirit animals. Even if Chiu Yen had been reduced to an ordinary man, he was still capable. That's why he begs on this street every time he has a moment to spare, and every now and then he comes here to visit. However, he was soon discovered for such behavior. One of the cooks happened to be lazy that day and ran out for a smoke. Seeing Chiu Yan's sneaky appearance, he thought he was trying to go in and steal something. The chef gripped Chiu Yan's collar, as aggressive as if he had caught him in flagrante delicto, and in no time at all, he drew many onlookers. The eyes of these people stomped and ground what was left of Chiu Yan's self-respect into dust. But Chiu Yen had nowhere to defend himself. After all, who would have thought that a disabled beggar would want to support himself by learning culinary skills? I said why I've been losing things for the past 2 days. So it's you. That chef raised his thick arm and was about to throw a punch towards Chiu Yan's face. The lobby manager just couldn't stand to see this kind of behavior and directly took a few steps forward and yanked the chef. He sidetracked the onlookers, chased away the vicious chef, and made Xiao Yan a bowl of hot fried rice. He was also the only one who treated Xiao Yan like a human being amongst all the days he had been wandering. After realizing what happened to Xiao Yan, the lobby manager resolutely kept Xiao Yan in the back kitchen, where he was responsible for simple tasks such as washing dishes or cleaning all day long. This lobby manager's surname is Wang, and his name is Wang Tung. In the past, he had another identity, the only son of the Wang family, the leading entertainment industry in Zhonghai City. Could be said that Wang Ziqing was not even qualified to lift Wang Tung's shoes. After all, the Wang family is in control of most of the entertainment industry in Zhonghai City. Naturally, it is not comparable to a small pharmaceutical company of Wang Ziqing's family. As for why it's before, it was a terrorist attack by an organization called the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Overnight, the entire Wang family was killed. Only Wang Tang, who had been out spending the night before, had escaped. But what can a foppish young master who only knows how to have fun all day do about this tragedy? Maybe that's why the Church of the Vault of Heaven let him go. Possibly because of their similar experiences, Xiao Yan and Wang Tang were instantly familiar with each other, and soon became good brothers who had nothing to talk about. And with this relationship, it also allowed Xiao Yan to work at the barbecue restaurant for a little over half a year. Then one day later, Wang Tang evaporated, like a wisp of autumn wind drifting by, taking away only a few fallen leaves. He didn't even leave a message when he left. Without Wang Tang's cover, Xiao Yan was directly kicked out of the barbecue restaurant. It wasn't until the following year that Xiao Yan saw his old friend again, but on top of the big screen outside the mall. It had a picture of Wang Tang on it and a smile for the camera. However, the photo is grayed out and the caption below it matches the text. Wang Tang, police number 531, had infiltrated the management of the Sky Vault Church as an undercover agent since joining the Dragon Kingdom's Close Protection Bureau last year. During the siege of the Church of the Vault of Heaven on April 28th, he provided us with vital information, but suffered endless torture from the enemy as a result. Unfortunately, on April 29th, after all efforts to rescue him, he still died of his injuries at the age of 24 years old. In honor of his valiant service, police number 531 will be permanently sealed. It is thanks to the silent contribution of these heroes that we can enjoy a peaceful life today. Let us remember this hero and pay our highest respects to Comrade Wang Teng. Among the countless people who stopped to observe a moment of silence at the entrance of the mall, a crippled figure stood out in particular. He limped against the crowd on his crutches. His figure was hunched and his body was trembling violently, that weak look as if he could easily be blown down by a breeze at any moment. He buried his head low, as if trying his best to hide something. Without realizing it, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye and dripped silently onto the cold ground. Perhaps this tear was like Wang Teng, falling as brilliantly as a firework bloom. Even if it's short, it makes for beautiful memories. Chapter 28 Ordering. When he entered the barbecue restaurant, the layout in the lobby was still the same as he remembered. The entire barbecue restaurant is mostly decorated in the European classic luxury style, with gold and white dominant colors. The warm yellow European crystal chandelier shines brightly, illuminating the reliefs and murals on the walls. It looks luxurious. Lin Yuqing looked at Xiao Yan, completely not expecting to be brought to such a high-class place, and looked a bit rushed. She reached out a hand and gently pinched the corner of Xiao Yan's coat. The place was full of diners, and as far as the eye could see, each one seemed to be worth a lot of money, savoring the food while all talking about something, very much like the kind of urban elite feeling you get in a TV show. It also looked like Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing were both dressed a bit out of place here. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had never appeared in the guests' dining area. Because of his disability, it is obviously inappropriate to be present in such high-end places. He could only come here at night after closing time to clean up. Welcome to Golden Ember. A voice came along and interrupted Xiao Yan's thoughts. Hello. May I ask if you have a reservation? The supervisor to the side crossed his arms in front of him, a professional fake smile on his face. Since you can get to this position, you must be very good at reading people. Looking at Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing, the two of them were dressed in plain clothes, and it was obvious that the two of them were treated as poor students. I just walked in by mistake, so maybe I'll have the good sense to leave on my own after a while. After all, this is Li Jiazue, one of the top locations in the entire city of Zhonghai. Just for a meal, it's about $30,000 per person. Not for any other reason, just because the ingredients used in this barbecue restaurant are all derived from aquatic, land and air farm spirit animals. Well, booked. Surname Q. VIP 618. Chiu Yen said indifferently, with little expression on his face. Such calmness shocked the supervisor. He suddenly realized that the boy in front of him was the guest who had called. Not just anyone can book the VIP box at Golden Ashes. At least you have to have a black and gold card from the Central Bank of the Dragon to qualify. And the requirements to get the black and gold card, it's a minimum 8-figure asset recognition and spending over 7 figures in a month to get it. A guest of honor. It must be a guest of honor. Thinking of this, the supervisor's attitude made a direct 180 turn, and he hurriedly nodded his head and led Chiu Yen through the hall. On the way during this period, there was a constant stream of sidelong glances from diners, curious about these two young men who had made the always stoic supervisor so deferential. The two followed the supervisor up to the 3rd floor in the elevator and made 7 turns before stopping at the door of the box. This was a small box that could accommodate 10 people to dine together, and Chiu Yen casually pulled a chair and sat down. The layout inside the box was similar to the outside, only more private and equipped with specialized attendants. Lin Yuqing silently sat next to Chiu Yen. She's never been to a place like this, so she was afraid of doing something that would make the waiter on the side laugh at her for being a bumpkin. Bringing Chiu Yen to, the supervisor whispered a few words to the female waitress in the box, and with a heartfelt smile on his face, he bowed and walked backwards out of the box. Menu. Chiu Yen gently clasped the perspex tabletop with his fingernails. The waiter, who was focused on sizing up Chiu Yen, obviously didn't react. Only 2 people, why do you need such a big box? Hello? Please give us the menu. Lin Yuqing timidly opened her mouth. The waiter came back to his senses. The supervisor had just made a point of emphasizing it to himself. In case you neglect your honored guest, your own paycheck for a week won't be enough to deduct it. She apologized repeatedly and brought a black menu to Chiu Yen. The menu on it is extensive and has only words but no pictures. Lin Yuqing was watching from the side, her eyes going wild. Chiu Yen just casually swept a glance and tapped his finger on it carelessly a few times. This, and these. What else do you want to eat, Rainy? Don't be polite. When Lin Yuqing heard this kind of ambiguous address, her little face immediately became a little hot. Well, you order it. I'm okay with it. Okay. Then add a jade luan swan cake and bisha green cow cheese ice cream. Chiu Yen handed the menu to the waiter. But the waiter's heart was in a state of shock. Chiu Yen was simply more skillful at ordering food like this than 95% of the guests. And all the orders are quite special dishes of the house. Even the hidden dishes like jade swan cake are known. A connoisseur. Definitely a connoisseur. Yes. I'll order it from my side. Wait a moment and arrange it for you right away. Well, go ahead and get out. I'll call you if I need you. Upon hearing this, the waitress looked delighted and hurriedly and respectfully withdrew from the box. Because she had to deal with the difficult requests of difficult customers every day, she liked customers like Chiu Yen the most. Not long after, she knocked on Chiu Yen's room door holding a dinner plate. Coming, sir. First appetizer. Baked water heart snails with garlic butter. The drink is a wine made using the spirit plant grapes obtained in the secret realm. After placing these in front of the 2 men, he withdrew again and guarded the door of the box. Meanwhile, the front desk on the 1st floor was where a heated argument broke out. Grandma, you don't even ask around. Our young master Wang Ting still needs a reservation when he comes for dinner? Wang Ziqing furiously called out towards the door supervisor, and beside him, Chun Qingqing secretly tugged on his sleeve. Wang Zichang was a bit out of character today, and it was in front of Wang Tung. But it's understandable. He had managed to ask Wang Ting out, but he had accidentally forgotten to make a reservation. This also led to a very awkward situation for several of them. No more boxes. There's still room at table 6 over there, just enough for a few of you to be seated as well. Don't worry about it. Each of our tables is far away from each other, so there's absolutely no need to worry about privacy for a few of you. Let us sit in the lobby. Now there are still places inside the hall though, but with a status like Wang Tang's, would it be appropriate to let someone sit in the lobby? The supervisor wiped the sweat from his forehead without any trace and explained while smiling with him. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang and Mr. Wang. I really didn't know you guys were coming. In that case, I'll make a contact on my end to see if any of the boxes are about to finish their meals. The supervisor's head is spinning. But anyone who can book into the VIP box, which is a small supervisor he can't afford to offend. Now letting the waiter of the box ask the guest for the mealtime, isn't it obvious that he is trying to drive people away? Inside the box are mostly some dignified characters between meals cannot help but talk. This mealtime is simply no way to be specific to the minute. That's a clear-cut case of embarrassment. He took the folder over and over again, checking the registration information for the box, sweating with anxiety. You don't have to dwell on it, you tell me which box is less crowded. I'll talk to them and see if I can get them to switch to the lobby. The supervisor was instantly relieved, since he didn't have to step in himself. But after dwelling on it for so long, Wang Ziqing's patience had been exhausted. Seeing the supervisor's delayed response, Wang Ziqing reached out and snatched the list from the supervisor's hand. Only the VIP 618 box had the word Qiu Yan written on it, and the number of people shown for dining is 2. Isn't this the kid who stood Chun Qingqing up and beat himself up before? Wang Ziqing eagerly a chair for Wang Tang to sit down, then made a wink and called Chun Qingqing out. Chapter 29. Do you know me? What? Qiu Yan is also eating inside the box. You're not mistaken. Unbelief was written all over Chun Qingqing's face. She also understood Qiu Yan's family situation and was actually able to eat here. After selling the flaming unicorn, it was a dashing life. I can't believe I came to spend money in such a high-end place, Wang Ziqing said excitedly. 1,000 times over. I basically know everyone in Zhonghai City with the surname Qiu. There's no such person at all. Wang Ziqing seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and although there was hatred in his eyes, it was clearly not the right time to find Qiu Yan in trouble. The last time he was beaten by Qiu Yan was not resolved either. When he got home, he naturally complained to his own dad. But instead of taking it out on him, his dad reprimanded himself severely. Wang Dadong then directly said that Qiu Yan had a rather frightening background behind him. At first, Wang Zaichang didn't believe it, but then Wang Dadong's words completely shocked Wang Zaichang. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Ling Wutong. That's your Uncle Ling, you know that, don't you? That day when I was in the underground coliseum, I saw that kid named Qiu Yan. At that time, after he won, he directly auctioned off his Flame Qilin with a diamond-level bloodline. I was going to shoot you back. As a result, old Ling directly put out a vicious threat to me. Then what kind of person is Ling Wu-tang? Aren't you clear about that? I've also investigated that kid named Qiu Yan. His family is very ordinary. Ling Wu-tang must have investigated as well. I saw that Qiu Yan enter Ling Wu-tang's office with my own eyes, and ended up coming out like nobody's business. The next day, Ling Wutong was arrested. Think about it yourself. What kind of person can walk away in one piece from Ling Wu-tang? As for being beaten, Wang Ziqing could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Didn't you used to be close to him? Well, just tell him that I'll pay for his dinner today. It was hard for Wang Tang to agree to eat with us. It's not like you don't know how important he is to you and me. Chun Qingqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Basically, he himself was now considered to have broken with Qiu Yan. Now let her beg Qiu Yan in a low voice is no less than cheating divorce, and then go to ask the ex-husband to borrow money, like this. Proud as Chun Qingqing was, she was definitely unable to accept it. Seeing her hesitation, Wang Zaichang tightly hugged Chun Qingqing's shoulders. Qingqing, please. It's not like you don't know the importance of the batch of spirit medicines held by the Wang family. Get that batch of elixirs, and no matter what, the Imperial Beast examination will be a sure thing. That's Dragon State University. It doesn't matter what background you have. You're all treated the same. Chun Qingqing was silent for half a day before she finally nodded and decided to go as a lobbyist. Wang Ziqing was overjoyed and hurriedly gave Chun Qingqing a firm kiss towards her forehead and ran to stabilize Wang Tang. Chun Qingqing came to the door of 618, hesitated for a long time, but still resolved to knock on the door. Enter. She pushed open the door and saw Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing being intimate, and for a moment she was a little unsure of how to speak. Qiu Yan had thought it was time for dessert and didn't even raise his head as he continued to talk and laugh with Lin Yuqing. That, Qiu Yin. Hearing the voice, Qiu Yan then looked up to see the visitor. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a little puzzled. What brings you here? I don't think I remember calling you. Chun Qingqing took a deep breath and was just about to open her mouth, but she was interrupted by Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan took a fervent look at the door. You followed me? Chun Qingqing clenched her fists and her small face reddened. Ayuk, what do you mean I followed him? It's just shameless. Thicker than a city wall. Fortunately, Chun Qingqing still remembered her mission and forcefully suppressed her anger. Even her voice was slightly trembling as she spoke. Can you let us have the box? Wang Ziqing said that your debt today is on his head. Oh, hungry. That's fine. I, Qiu Yan, am not a stingy person. Why don't you sit down and eat with us? Chun Qingqing frowned. We have guests. It's not convenient. There's room inside the hall now, so I hope I can switch with you. Yeah, transfer the money to me. Qiu Yan was very quick to take out his cell phone and open the collection code. 200,000, sweep. How many? At this moment, not only Chun Qingqing, even Lin Yuqing had her little mouth wide open. You want $200,000 for a meal? Yeah, I even gave you a zero. The menu is there for you to see for yourself. Qiu Yan put down his cell phone and spread his hands. If you don't want to, forget it, we've got a couple desserts left anyway. Willing. Qiu Yan turned a deaf ear and picked up his knife and fork once again, slicing a piece of roasted meat and bringing it to his mouth. I said, I sweep. Chun Qingqing took out her cell phone and walked in. But Qiu Yan on the opposite side was slow to move. Collection code. At that moment, however, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Wang Ziqing reached the doorway first and made a wink towards Chun Qingqing. Chun Qingqing's left hand behind her back quietly made an okay gesture. Seeing that the plan was going well, Wang Ziqing was so excited that he was about to jump up, and hurriedly turned back to stabilize a few people. A bad smile flashed across Qiu Yan's face, who noticed all this. I changed my mind. Ask yourselves elsewhere. Can you leave me alone with my girlfriend? Not even acting. Qiu Yan directly showed his cards. Qiu Yan, you don't. Guests are really important to us. Count on me begging you, okay? Only today did he see that Qiu Yan was actually such a shameless person. Chun Qingqing's head was filled with black lines, and she really wanted to let the spirit beasts out to bite Qiu Yan to death. If this can solve the problem, it would be too cheap for Chun Qingqing. Hearing this, Lin Yuqing next to her couldn't sit still. Clamping her legs together, she kept fiddling with her skirt under the table with two small hands, a tangled look on her face. Obviously, she hasn't promised Qiu Yan yet. How can you say you're his girlfriend? It's too soon. Obviously, people are not ready. While Lin Yuqing was thinking wildly, Qiu Yan crossed his legs and looked at Chun Qingqing somewhat playfully. No, let me see what your guests look like. Maybe we'll be able to make friends in time. Qiu Yan, don't you give a $400,000. Take the money and get out of here. Seeing Chun Qingqing's attitude, Qiu Yan was straight up happy in his heart. The more it upset Chun Qingqing, then the more enjoyable it would be for himself. Sure enough, the smile wouldn't go away and would only transfer to Qiu Yan's face. I was thinking that it would be fine to change seats and have a meal for free. Since that guest is really that important to Chun Qingqing, sorry, had to stir things up for her today. Dropping $400,000 in full. Qiu Yan shook his glass in his old age, took a sip, and his ass felt as if it was glued to the seat. Seeing that Qiu Yan had collected the money and still refused to leave, Chun Qingqing almost went crazy and almost went up to pickpocket Qiu Yan. No, what is this? Grind it out, are you guys leaving? Qiu Yan's afterimage swept, and a person once again appeared in the doorway. His height was about the same as Qiu Yan, only slightly shorter than him. He also dyed his hair yellow, and his features were as three-dimensional as a model's, and his skin was fair and delicate. At that moment it was cocking its head, leaning against the door and looking in. Wang Tung. Seeing the visitor, he blurted out, but he soon realized he had said the wrong thing. You know me? Wang Tung was a bit incredulous. He didn't have this person in his impression. Chapter 30. The sky has fallen on Wang Zaicheng. Yeah, I Qiu Yan. Didn't you grow up going to the Zhonghai Experimental Primary School? I was in class 6 too. When you were in junior high school, didn't you fall in love early and talk to someone called Qin Jujia? Didn't your old man give you a beating when he found out later? Hearing Qiu Yan tell the embarrassing story he once had, Wang Tong was even more puzzled in his heart. He walked up to Qiu Yan and scrutinized the face that was completely new to him. Where the hell is this old school? What he said was indeed true, but even Qiu Yan, who had been beaten up by his own dad, knew about it? Then, looking at it this way, he and Qiu Yan should be especially close. But why do you have no memory of him at all? Is it because he's been out drinking and bouncing every day for 3 years in high school, and he's playing stupid with his brain? For the first time, Wang Teng had doubts about himself. But he couldn't have imagined, no matter how, that these were the words of his previous life self and Qiu Yan. Old classmates at a Weibo. We'll be in touch from now on. Qiu Yan smiled as he opened the QR code and handed it over. Wang Teng was also bluffed by Qiu Yan's sentences, and in a confused manner, he opened his cell phone and added his friend. Chun Qingqing, who was on the side, frowned and opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, she swallowed the words that came to her mouth. Himself and Qiu Yan had been in the same class since childhood. Regardless of elementary school or junior high school, there shouldn't be much opportunity to come into contact with a young master like Wang Teng. What's more, Chun Qingqing and Qiu Yan were both Imperial Beastmasters, both of whom had attended specialized Imperial Beastmaster academies. Other people, Wang Teng is a martial artist. It's not even close. Okay, we're both full. Waiter, don't we have 2 desserts left? Just pack it for us. Qiu Yan smiled and got up to hug the dumbfounded Wang Teng tightly. It was then that Wang Teng reacted. Chun Qingqing, this woman was just in this box and seemed to be driving Qiu Yan and the 2 of them away? With that thought, he then spoke out. Don't, old school, in such a hurry? Sit down and let's talk some more. With my memory, I really don't remember you. Waiter, come and pour me a glass of wine. I'll give Brother Qiu a glass of self-punishment. Reparations. Why don't you say that Wang Teng is so popular in the circle of rich kids in Zhonghai City? This kid is really righteous. A waiter brought a bottle of brandy, uncorked it, and was just about to pour down a glass. But Wang Teng didn't know where the 10,000-foot bravado was born. Snatched it up, tilted his head and gulped it down. After a whole bottle of wine was consumed, Wang Teng's face was flushed and he was a little unsteady on his feet. He shakily pulled back his chair and sat down with his arm around Qiu Yan's shoulders. Brother Qiu, I, old Wang, am sorry for you. I can't believe I forgot about you. Tell me more about the old days. It was the first time he had ever blown a bottle as wildly as he had today. And it was because of a friend he didn't even remember. It's just that I don't know why. But as soon as I saw Qiu Yan, I had a familiar feeling. Born into the Wang family, he was good at reading people from a young age. Wang Teng knew in his heart who was telling the truth and who was telling lies. He couldn't see any traces of lies on Qiu Yan's face. Moreover, when he had just been embraced by Qiu Yan, he truly felt the kindness that Qiu Yan had released towards him. Moreover, he noticed that there seemed to be some tears in the corner of Qiu Yan's eyes. This made him even more curious about what had happened between him and Qiu Yan. Awkwardly, after blowing on a bottle of brandy and before asking what was on his mind, he fell asleep with Qiu Yan's shoulder in front of his eyes. Not long after, Wang Zaichang came over with 2 bottles of Royal Salute in a hurry. As soon as he saw the sight in front of him, it felt like the sky had fallen. Is there a mistake? Wang Teng grabbed an empty wine bottle in his hand and then fell asleep drunkenly on Qiu Yan's shoulder, meaning that Qiu Yan just made Wang Teng blow a bottle? I've never heard of these 2 knowing each other. His eyes looked to the side of Chun Qingqing, only to find that Chun Qingqing, who had been here all along, seemed to have a CPU that was burning up. Noticing the sight, he also looked at himself with a confused look on his face. Qingqing, what the hell is going on? Chun Qingqing glanced dully at Qiu Yan and Wang Teng again and shook her head somewhat mechanically. It's broken. I've become a clown myself. Although he didn't know when Qiu Yan had gotten so close to Wang Teng. However, she clearly knew that the plan to talk to Wang Teng about the batch of spirit medicine that she wanted to talk to him about today was definitely out of the question. Until the bodyguard came to Wang Teng frame away, Wang Teng's mouth still kept chanting, "Good brother, old classmate, another bottle," such words. The box was surprisingly quiet at the moment, and not a single person spoke. Lin Yuqing naturally knew that this wasn't something she could meddle with, and kept her head buried in her hands as she tweeted to Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan also lowered his head, and Lin Yuqing sent each other love packets for fun. So, are we still eating? One of the minions spoke weakly. Eat, eat, eat. Wang Zaichang slammed the 2 bottles of wine into his little brother's arms and huffed and puffed his way towards the elevator, impatiently poking at the buttons all the time. Even the object of his ambiguity, Chun Qingqing, didn't care. Seeing that everyone else had left, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing then looked up again. Go? I'll take you home. Qiu Yan smiled and opened his mouth, in a good mood. Today, not only did he break Chun Qingqing's good deed, but more importantly, he met his good brother Wang Teng from his previous life. Since he knew Wang Tung so early on, he might be able to reverse the ending of the Wang family? Lin Yuqing followed Qiu Yen down the stairs and watched as he used the $400,000 he had just extorted to pay the bill. And a strange feeling arose in her heart. However, what she cared about most right now was still the fact that Qiu Yen had just said that she was his girlfriend. Blowing in the wintry evening breeze, Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing walked side by side towards the subway station. The two superb facial features drew sideways glances from passers-by. And on the other side of the street, a man hides in the shadows, staring at the door of the Golden Ashes. When he saw the two men come out, he pressed the microphone below his collar. The target is coming out now. 94, stay on target. The two of them got on the number 3 subway. Follow. The target got off at Xuanwu Station in the northern district of Zhonghai City. You go ahead and follow. We'll be right there. The scar-faced man called number 94 quietly followed Qiu Yen and the two of them out of the car. He was very ordinary looking, similar to the kind you couldn't find if you stuck into a pile of people. But his face had a horrible scar extending from the corner of his eye to the middle of his person. The subject walked into the cozy home and appears to be heading toward Building 6 at this time. I really can't wait. I'm going to strike. Well, 94, all the best. Also, keep your hands and feet clean and don't leave any marks. Hey, why did you say I was your girlfriend today? Lin Yuqing held her tongue for half a day, but she really couldn't help but ask. Finally, she was able to be alone. Sitting in a crowded subway was suffocating her. Qiu Yen looked at Lin Yuqing with some derision, really not knowing if this little girl really didn't know or was just pretending not to know. Master Shifu is really a master at pretending to be confused. So let me ask you, are you a female? Yeah. So are we friends? Of course. So what happened to being my girlfriend for a day? You don't eat with me for nothing. It's called quid pro quo. Okay? I don't want to talk to you. Lin Yuqing was a deer in the headlights in her heart, and with a stamp of her foot, she turned around and walked towards the hallway of her house. Look out! But she suddenly felt a warm arm around her waist. Then, with a push, he wrapped himself in his arms. Chapter 31. Today is the day you two die. Yikes! Lin Yuqing exclaimed. But then he saw a puddle of unknown liquid in his previous position. The liquid seemed to be corrosive, and it stung and stung on the ground with white smoke. It was Qiu Yen who had just pulled himself away. A man slowly emerged from behind a parked car not far away. It was the same man who called 94 earlier. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Not bad. Quick reflexes, kid. 94's voice was raspy as hell, and there was a hint of flirtation in his tone. Which one of you a big brother? So no martial arts. Qiu Yen didn't move and put his hand behind his back, and with a flash of light, the coal ball scurried out while the night was still. It silently circled around the outside and under the chassis of the one car the man had previously hidden in. As long as Qiu Yen gave the order, the cinder blocks would be able to directly cover the man all over, directly paralyzing him. Since this old den was unkind, don't blame him for being unrighteous. You like to play dirty, don't you? I'm sorry, but Cinderblock is the one that's shady as hell. Ha! Just know that today is the day you both die. Go! Plague rotting dogs. A canine-type spirit beast appeared beside the man. Through the dim streetlight, Qiu Yen could barely make out the spirit beast. Plague-rotting dogs are strangely ugly. The 5 senses were spread evenly throughout the head like sesame seeds on dough. The blood-red eyes stood out rather exaggeratedly, almost falling out of their sockets if they didn't have the pull of the optic nerve behind them. Its body was covered with dark red pustules, and as its body undulated while gasping for breath, it was still gradually rupturing, dripping black and red murky liquid outward. The liquid stung and corroded the ground in the same way as it dripped down the hairs. If Qiu Yen hadn't stopped Lin Yuqing just now, once she was attacked by this thing, her body would have been bruised. Flaming unicorn. Iron mountain. Roar. Roar. The flame Qilin escorted next to Qiu Yen, a pair of sharp eyes staring at the plague-rotting dog. Instead, this belligerent character of Taishan charged directly towards the plague-rotting dog. Look out! Qiu Yen hastened to voice a reminder. A spirit beast like a plague-carrion dog was unheard of by Qiu Yen, and it was unclear what skills it possessed. So when faced with such an unknown spirit beast, the best thing to do was to wait and see for a hand first. But I didn't expect Taishan to charge straight up. I'm afraid I'm going to lose out this time. As expected, number 94 laughed hideously and gave a blatant order to his spirit animal. A rain of plague arrows. A faint red light immediately rose from the plague-rotting dog, then converged into an arrow that shot towards Taishan like rain. Iron Mountain. Taishan, who was charging forward, naturally understood Lin Yuqing's meaning in seconds. Ow! A wall of rock suddenly appeared in front of the plague-rotting dog. It was thought that such an attack would be enough to resist. Lin Yuqing was still thinking too simply, and the next scene sent chills down her spine. The first few red arrows were indeed blocked by the rock wall. However, the power contained in the red arrow was corroding the rock wall little by little. In an instant, a ragged hole was created. What followed was a dense attack. Even though Taishan's body was covered in hard rock armor, he could not do anything against this kind of corrosive arrow. Ow! Iron Mountain ate the pain. The forward body suddenly stopped. Itself, due to inertia, rolled on the ground several times before coming to a halt. Only after Qiu Yen got a better look did he realize that Taishan's body was covered in white smoke, and a stream of blood flowed out along his wounds. Hurry! Get back here! Taishan staggered to his feet. But by then the plague carrion dogs had already rushed in front of him. Lin Yuqing was so anxious that she directly and blatantly unleashed her royal beast talent. Beast King Berserking. As a talent rated A+, it is naturally unique in its own way. Beast King Berserking, as a Pokemon skill, it allows spirit beasts to temporarily forget about their injuries, and within 10 minutes, the spirit animal's combat power will gradually increase to a maximum of 3 times. During the duration of the skill, the spirit beast's self-healing ability would be strengthened substantially. Basically, as long as it wasn't killed in seconds, within these 10 minutes, Taishan was immortal. The reason why this skill is A+ is because of this talent drawback. This was manifested in the fact that after 10 minutes of the skill's duration had passed, the spirit beast would fall into an incomparably exhausted state, and would not be able to participate in battle for at least the next 3 or 4 days. Last time in the Dark Water Swamp, Lin Yuqing had ultimately chosen to give up using the Imperial Beast talent, considering Taishan's need for sustained combat. Now that he was back in the middle of the city, the only spirit beast he needed to deal with was the plague carrion dog in front of him. In order to save Taishan, Lin Yuqing directly used the Imperial Beast talent without the slightest hesitation. Oh, this beast royal talent is quite interesting. 94 raised an eyebrow. Originally, he thought that the Rock Tiger was already in his pocket, but he didn't expect the little girl to come down with a Sentinel Beast talent and start living and breathing again. Continue. Plague Carrion Dogs. Plague Arrow Rain. The Plague Carrion Dogs immediately made a big jump towards the back and pulled away. While storing up their skills, the red arrows once again shot towards Iron Mountain. 94 is trying to pull the same trick again. However, the speed of Taishan in the Beast King Berserking state was also increasing, and with a few deft turns, he dodged the rain of plague arrows. Taishan scurried to the front of the plague-rotting dog in a few prancing movements. Lifting his claws, he grabbed directly towards his enemy's head. Just as everyone's attention was fully focused on the battle between the two spirit beasts, Coal Ball moved. It crawled out of the undercarriage of the car and just spread bit by bit up the 94. Since it was with a hint of paralyzing effect, it went all the way up to the man's neck without him even realizing it. Duck! Duck! 94 excitedly issued the order, but he gradually realized that his body seemed to be a bit out of control. Even when he just spoke, he seemed to have a bit of a lisp. What the hell's going on? Not waiting for him to think to understand, suddenly felt a burst of heaven and earth. Bang fell to the ground. Having lost the control of the Imperial Beastmaster, the plague carrion dogs instantly froze in place with a bewildered look on their faces. Don't! Iron Mountain, stop! Qiu Yen used his talent, Book of Speech. Seemingly also knowing that Qiu Yen and his master Lin Yuqing were on good terms, Taishan was really hesitant. The raised paw slammed heavily into the side of the plague-rotting dog, making a large crater in the ground. Strictly speaking, although Imperial Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts were in a master-servant relationship, they were both essentially two different thinking individuals. Even if a man passes out, a spirit animal will have the ability to think on its own. But the key was that after the coal ball paralyzed the man, his spirit animal immediately became sluggish and lost its ability to think, which was like a remote control car without power. Pain. Dying. Wanting to die. Losing control of 94. The plague-rotting dog kept muttering these unsentenced words under his breath. Only Qiu Yen was able to hear it directly. He told the flame griffin to watch the plague-rotting dog on the sidelines, while he himself walked over to the man. The identity of the man in front of him remains a mystery. Chapter 32 Fragments of Memory. Cho Yen leaned down and kept groping the man a little. In his pocket, he felt out a metallic token, and a mannequin that was only the size of a palm. What is it? Lin Yuqing also came over and pointed at the crystal-clear, humanoid crystal in Cho Yan's hand. I don't know, let me see. Cho Yen tried to inject some spiritual energy into it, and a wave of memories drilled into his mind, and he instantly fainted. The plague-rotting dog on the side turned into a red light and flew right into the mannequin. Those memory fragments flashed by like worn-out movie footage. The protagonist of Cho Yan's perspective is also the owner of the memory. He had a middle-aged man with a mask in front of him who was growling at his side. You're crazy. This research is simply beyond our grasp. Even if I die, I won't help you. The owner of the memory had no problem firing back instantly. This was filled with human lives. Stop it now? I can't go back now, do you understand? But you're my senior brother. I can't just stand by and watch you make the same mistake over and over again. I'm calling the police. The middle-aged man on the other side of the room took out his cell phone with great excitement and opened the dialing keypad with a trembling voice. I want. The owner of the memory suddenly became very mad at the sight. Red blood filaments covered the entire whites of his eyes, and he directly lunged towards the middle-aged man in front of him, intending to snatch the cell phone. Even from Cho Yan's perspective, the scene in front of him appeared to be filled with a blood-colored filter. The two tangled together, but in the end, it was the owner of the memory who had the upper hand. He held the middle-aged man's neck in a death grip and threatened. Wu Liang, you better stop. I don't want to kill you for the sake of my mentor. Hearing the words of the memory owner, the middle-aged man's movements lurched, and even his body began to tremble violently. He seemed to recall those days when he had studied under his mentor along with his senior. How dare he try to kill himself? Pop! The phone was snatched right out of the air and then smashed hard against the tiled floor aside. Different paths don't lead to the same thing. Let's pretend I wasn't here today. The owner of the memory let go of Wu Liang, who casually gathered up the stack of loose papers in front of him and stuffed them together into his briefcase, and then grabbed the door. The memory came to an abrupt end here, followed by darkness in front of Cho Yen. Within this memory, Cho Yen did see some information. The owner of the memory seems to be conducting some unethical research, but has hit a certain bottleneck. Returning to the lab to seek help from his own mentor, Wu Liang. But Wu Liang was very resistant to the matter and immediately wanted to call the police. The owner of the memories was cornered and eventually chose to run away. And so on. Let's just say that the middle-aged man with the mask in front of him, why he looks a little familiar. Isn't Lin Yuqing's grandmother's attending doctor named Wu Liang? Cho Yen was thrilled, but at the same time he felt a pang of panic for no reason. There was definitely some kind of terrifying truth hidden behind this. However, once we find that Dr. Wu, we'll know the identity of the memory owner. Without waiting for Cho Yen to react, a memory flashed through his mind once again. This time, the owner of the memory seemed to be conducting research in a dimly lit underground laboratory. Then a footstep sounded behind him. When he looked back, he only saw several mysterious people who had hidden their figures in black robes, holding a stick and coming hard at his head. The memory in front of Cho Yen ended once again. Well, it looks like it's been hacked. Presumably, some power is eyeing the research and then trying to steal the results? Cho Yen muttered, and the next memory reappeared. This time, the perspective of the owner of the memory was so short that it seemed to only come up to the waist of the man standing in front of him. As the viewpoint went down, then Cho Yen was surprised. The owner of the memory had turned out to be a canine-type spirit beast. The man across from him crouched down and touched the owner of the memory somewhat favorably. It was only then that Cho Yen saw that the man in front of him was very handsome, a feminine beauty similar to that of vampires in movies and TV dramas. And the hand he stretched out was actually a mechanical prosthetic hand inscribed with alien runes. Good dog. Looks like this research of ours is a success. The man commanded down toward the perimeter. Next, work on growing the congregation and continue the experiment. The memories came to an abrupt end, and Cho Yen instantly returned to reality, sitting up violently and breathing in large gulps of air. He felt all over his body with palpitations. Luckily, none of the parts were missing from myself. But the feeling of turning into a spirit animal was like experiencing it yourself, and it was creepy to think about. Qiu Yen? Are you okay? Meeting Lin Yuqing's concerned eyes, Qiu Yen sighed in relief. I am fine. This thing is so evil that I saw the memories of that plague rotting dog's life after I injected my spiritual power. You may not be able to accept it when I say it. It is the product of the combination of a human and a spirit animal. What? Lin Yuqing opened her small mouth wide, her eyes filled with shock. You mean that spirit beast used to be a human? Oh my god. She instantly felt like her three views were in trouble, making Lin Yuqing unable to accept it for a while. In other words, that vivid life, a human being. And just now, if Qiu Yen hadn't called off Taishan, he would have turned into a murderer himself? Come on, you don't have to beat yourself up too much. It seems to be the work of some evil organization hiding in Zhonghai City. And there's someone who seems to have some connection to this organization. That person you also know is your grandmother's attending doctor, Wu Liang. Qiu Yen patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder and greeted towards Cinderblock. All right, keep this one, he'll be useful when he wakes up. Don't accidentally give it away. Qiu Yen asked Lin Yuqing for Wu Liang's phone number and directly dialed it. Hello? Who is this? Dr. Wu, I'm Qiu Yen, Yuqing's classmate. I'm going to add you on Twitter later. There's something I want to show you. Mr. Qiu? Could it be that the patient's condition has worsened again? It's not about the patient. It's about you. Wu Liang looked at a picture sent by the other party and his pupils shook. It was definitely the result of his own senior brother's research. This carrier is none other than the polymer material that he and his senior brother designed together. Ever since he parted ways with himself 7 years ago, he had never seen him again, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. During these 7 years, elder brother's parents, wife, and children all died violently and inexplicably. He waited from morning until dark, from the report of mourning until the funeral, and never waited for his brother to appear. For a moment he thought his senior brother was long dead. But his reluctance had become an obsession that stuck in his throat, like a thorn in his heart. It was clear that, in the beginning, he only wanted an explanation. He rushed back with a message. Send a location. I'll arrange for an ambulance to pick them up right away. Chapter 33, The Secret Base Belonging to Wu Liang. Then it looks like you're not going to make it home today. Qiu Yen shrugged and spread his hands towards Lin Yuqing. Even though it was an unintentional exposure, Lin Yuqing had indeed been swept into this vortex. Just letting Lin Yuqing live at home alone, Qiu Yen was not at all at ease. If you really can't, you can go to my house tonight and stay overnight to see what Dr. Wu's side really says. Okay? He's coming right over. Since the ambulance had a red light on, it was unimpeded on the way here, and it took about an hour to get to the downstairs of Lin Yuqing's house. A person came down from the car in a hurry, and it was none other than Dr. Wu, who was wearing a white coat. But for a moment, Wu Liang vaguely felt that something was wrong. Qiu Yen contacted himself for no reason and sent him the results of his previous project. And how did he know? Even though there were still doubts in his mind, it was definitely worth his trip to find his senior brother. Where are the people? It was then that the cinder block hiding in the shadows revealed itself, wrapping the man in black translucent bodily fluids and slowly wriggling out. The sight in front of him clearly gave Dr. Wu a fright. But if you don't say researchers have big hearts, he quickly calmed down and recognized the species of the spirit beast in front of him. It's a geocentric slime. This young man named Qiu Yen actually had a geocentric slime. Little brother, Lin student, if you have time in the evening, get on the bus as well. Come over to my side for a chat. I always had a feeling that this man attacked you for a reason that was not simple. Based on the principle of multiple friends and multiple paths, Qiu Yen still nodded. He looked back at Lin Yuqing's determined eyes and only felt a little weepy. Since both of them were involved, it would be difficult to walk away in one piece like it was nothing. So why not talk to the knowledgeable Dr. Wu and see what's said? Because of the briquettes, it doesn't take much effort to carry the men. The cinder block wriggled right up to the ambulance and spit the man out. In the ambulance, Wu Liang, Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing sat around. Dr. Wu, this nameplate seems to have 94 written on it. I just don't know what the meaning of it actually is. Qiu Yen handed Dr. Wu the searched mannequin and the small token. Wu Liang's expression flashed with a hint of nostalgia when he saw the crystal mannequin. However, when he received the token, he frowned and scrutinized it for a while. But again, he didn't see anything. He took a strong flashlight out of his white coat pocket and shined it. Turned out that he actually found something. Judging from this pattern shown after this thing has been illuminated by a strong light, it's definitely not a metal from Earth. Although Qiu Yen couldn't understand, Wu Liang then gave an explanation. Although I don't know what this actually does, at least with this material, the probability is that it came from a spatial rift or a secret realm. Think about it, assuming that this man is really number 94 in some organization, then that organization must be closely related to the space rift or the secret realm. It may even be stationed in these secret realms, and that secret realm must be rich in this metal. Even though there were some secret realms that had been pretty much explored by mankind, however, from the recovery of the aura to the present day, some spatial cracks would appear every year. Much of the material contained therein is undiscovered research. It's not unusual to not recognize this material. This thing can stay with me for now. It should be safer on my end. Don't look at me as just a doctor. After practicing for so many years, I'm now a gold-ranked martial artist. It's not to say that there's no one in Zhonghai City, but at least it's considered to be able to have the ability to defend itself. That organization has already sent someone to attack you tonight, and I'm sure they won't rest easy after this failure. Now that it's no longer safe for the two of you, stay at my place these days. Qiu Yen looked at Lin Yuqing, and the two of them smiled at each other and both nodded. Looking at the direction in which the ambulance was traveling, Qiu Yan's mind immediately had some doubts. This number 94 is definitely not convenient to show up. But this direction is the exact way to the Third People's Hospital. Is the man to be taken to the hospital? There's a lot of people in the hospital. Are you sure this is okay? But Qiu Yen had obviously guessed wrong. When they reached the hospital entrance, the ambulance turned off its siren and turned halfway around the parking lot, finally stopping in front of a cargo elevator. Pushing the man's stretcher down, Dr. Wu looked around and beckoned Qiu Yen to follow. Dr. Wu, where are we pushing this? Qiu Yen looked at the elevator in front of him and couldn't help but be a little curious. Dr. Wu did not answer positively. He just smiled mysteriously and pulled out his work ID and swiped down the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened again. In front of Qiu Yen and the others was a corridor that was so deep that it couldn't be seen from the bottom. The blackened passageway looked like an abyssal maw that wanted to devour the three. The only source of light was the safe passage sign, which was emitting an eerie green light. The entire corridor was eerily quiet. Only the sound of the wheels under the stretcher creaking echoed. Qiu Yen, it's so scary here. Lin Yuqing sniffed the air and felt hairy inside. Such a disinfectant smell is very common among hospitals. But it seemed to be a bit pungent because the place hadn't been ventilated for so long, combined with the musty smell of the air. She followed gently, unable to help but worry a little. What is Dr. Wu trying to take them to? A few people kept moving by the faint bright light of their cell phones, and I don't know how long it took before they finally came to the end of the corridor. Dr. Wu took out his ID card and swiped it in front of the door lock, and after hearing a drop sound, he twisted the door handle and opened the door. Qiu Yen raised his cell phone to illuminate the door, and found that the three big red letters morgue were written on the door plate. Push in. This is the hospital's former morgue, which has been abandoned for a long time because it's rumored to be haunted. Only then did Dr. Wu open his mouth to introduce this place, and familiarly walked to the side and snapped the light switch. The strong white light source immediately pierced Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing's eyes. They narrowed their eyes and pushed the man on the stretcher, 94, inside. Out of nowhere, Dr. Wu felt a light silver handcuff. The outside of the two rings were also engraved with a circle of characters Qiu Yen couldn't understand, styled as if they were specially forged to hold these people. Several men joined hands and carried number 94 to a steel chair and sat down, grabbing his hands and handcuffing them directly behind the backrest of the chair. Dr. Wu received a basin of saline directly on the face of the 94. The man woke up from unconsciousness and continued to breathe heavily. You, what are you doing? 94, right? The man had a blank look on his face, as if he didn't know what Qiu Yan's men meant by imprisoning him. You are illegally imprisoning. Abusive lynching. I want to report the demon spirit. You're a little less than honest. You guys go out first, some of the next tactics may not be seen. I'll contact you when I get the information and settle you both in. Dr. Wu's face spreads a kind and nuclear smile, and gently invites Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing out of the morgue. They both hesitated in the doorway, seeming a little unsure. Within moments, a heartbreaking wail came from the room. Is this really okay? Lin Yuqing was a bit indecisive. It was the first time she had run into this kind of thing, and she didn't expect that Dr. Wu, who usually took extra care of herself and acted like a good old boy, would be so ruthless in his tactics. Chapter 34. Big sister, if I hadn't pulled you just now, you'd be lying in the ICU right now, maybe even louder than he howls. What are you worried about? Qiu Yan smiled and opened his mouth. The reason why he carried this flirtatious tone was to dispel the concerns in Lin Yuqing's mind. After all, people have two sides. Seeing Wu Liang's tactics, it's normal to be a little unacceptable for a while. No, I just don't think that's a good idea. Did you notice the scar on that man's face? Qiu Yan raised his cell phone, having already checked the person's information through facial recognition earlier in the ambulance. Lin Yuqing came closer to see that the man was actually a wanted man. A wanted felon who wiped out his mother-in-law's family over emotional issues. Absconding for 3 years and still not caught? She suddenly realized what she had read and sucked in a breath of cold air, covering her mouth in surprise. Wickedness has its own way of rubbing off on people. At least, Dr. Wu is on our side now. The Dr. Wu in that memory is still very righteous. Besides, he usually takes care of you and Grandma, right? Don't worry too much. Lin Yuqing nodded and leaned aside, her mind racing with thoughts. It was probably about a 20-minute wait before the door to the morgue opened again. All right, he's already accounted for it. Come on in, let's talk. The two entered the room and the man was already asleep. I don't know if I was tortured by Dr. Wu and fainted, or if I was injected with an anesthetic. In case you don't know, this man is affiliated with an organization called the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Hearing this, Qiu Yan's pupils shrunk and a hint of panic flashed out of the corner of his eyes. In his last life, it was this organization that wiped out the Wang family, and even the last bloodline, Wang Tang, was sacrificed as a result. As the leader of the entertainment industry in Zhonghai City, he has recruited countless masters, and also has his own personal escort, Shadow Guard. Even then, it couldn't resist the organization. It was evident that the strength of the Heavenly Vault Church was extremely terrifying. I'm afraid the two of you are being targeted, and I'm afraid you won't have much of a good time. This organization supposedly helps the congregation transform spirit animals and whatnot. The exact reason why he attacked you seems to be unknown to him. Technically, this 94 is no different than a mercenary. It's just the fringe of that organization. Qiu Yan was torn for half a day, but finally decided to tell Dr. Wu about his seeing that memory first. The reason why he was torn was because Wu Liang seemed to have a particularly good relationship with his senior brother. If he knew about this, he was afraid that he would directly have to go to the Heavenly Vault Church to fight for his life. Dr. Wu, that crystal figure, have you seen it? Qiu Yan asked somewhat tentatively. Not yet. I've quit the research team just as the research is progressing to this stage. For that matter, are you aware of something? If you know, then please tell me. It's really important to me. Wu Liang looked a little agitated. Qiu Yan must have found something related to himself in it, or else there was absolutely no way he could have found himself. Qiu Yan sighed and finally spoke slowly. There is a memory within that crystal figure that you can see when you inject your psychic energy. This memory may be a bit harsh for you, and please be prepared. Wu Liang hurriedly took out the crystal doll and tried to inject spiritual energy towards it. Sure enough, he also fainted just like Qiu Yan before him. When he woke up again, Dr. Wu let out a long cry, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to be more wrinkled and a few more points older. His cloudy eyes were full of obscurity, and his lips quivered slightly, as if someone was clutching his heart and slowly tightening it. I should have stopped him. As a result, because of his own research, he is now a walking corpse under the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Wu Liang lost a long breath, and his entire body leaned back in his chair powerlessly. He pulled out a cigarette from among the inner pockets of his clothes and cast an inquiring gaze toward Qiu Yan. It's okay, you smoke. Getting the consent, Wu Liang pressed the lighter, holding a cigarette to come over. Taking a deep breath, his thoughts drifted with the smoke to years ago. At that time, he had just entered graduate school at Kyoto Medical University. As one of the top universities in the country, his life has not been easy. Staying in the lab from morning to night, researching under the hands of a mentor, and spending more time with a mentor than a family member. The research is successful and they let out a cheer and share the joy with their mentor in the lab. When research is blocked, they look for the cause and share the consequences. After years of living together, the three of them had long been like family. What made him feel powerless was the fact that his senior brother was on a crooked path and he was powerless to stop it. Now that he had received the news of his senior brother's death, he suddenly felt relieved, and the heart that had been hanging in the air for many years was completely put down. I had known that there would be retribution for using the human body for research, and senior brother is kind of suffering the consequences of his own research. But what is undeniable is that the Church of the Vault of Heaven is still using his research for evil. I wonder how many more innocent people have been persecuted during these years. Essence suddenly erupted from Wu Liang's eyes, and he seemed to have made some sort of determination. You guys are staying on my side these days, and I'll protect you as much as I can if the Church of the Sky Dome tries to get at you. Qiu Yen and the two of them looked at each other and had no choice but to nod helplessly. Even though Lin Yuqing and Wu Liang didn't know how much power the Heavenly Vault Church had, Qiu Yen did. The Heavenly Vault Church that the Wang family couldn't stop, Wu Liang could not do the same single-handedly. But as long as they gathered, they weren't soft targets to be taken at random. I'm off in half an hour, so you guys wait here for me and I'll pick you up in a little while. They both waited until after Dr. Wu's shift was over. After checking the handcuffs to make sure they wouldn't be escaped by 94, the three men came outside with confidence. That's what got me into Dr. Wu's car. You can stay at his family's big villa these days. However, what Qiu Yen didn't expect was that Dr. Wu actually lived in the Anexian Villa area as well. Because of the Ling Wu Tang matter, I just came here with Oldly a while ago. So it's surprising that there's a hint of familiarity with the place. But is this really something a senior physician can afford? Dr. Wu, your family lives in the Anexian Villa area? Dr. Wu, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand modestly. Because I worked out a completely new material, and I still made a slight profit by selling the patent. With the car pulling into the yard and turning off, it meant that several people had arrived at their destination. Dr. Wu pulled away and came to the door and held down his fingerprint to unlock it. He then beckoned the two of them to come in. No need to change shoes. I'm the only one living here anyway. Dr. Wu, you live in a villa by yourself? Well, my wife and kids are in my hometown Kyoto, and I'm the only one in Zhonghai at the moment. Walking through the entrance hall, Lin Yuqing was instantly stunned by the scene on the first floor. Countless instruments were placed in the house, and there were also several diagrams of the human body structure hanging. Just beside the TV set on the exhibition cabinet, there were also Iju human bone models. If you put so many things in your house, you won't be afraid of getting up at night to go to the bathroom? Because of work, well. Don't be scared, guys. I'll put it away. Wu Liang also noticed that the atmosphere at this moment was a little bit not quite right, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, fearing that he would be taken as a psychologically twisted pervert by the two children. I'm a good person. It's just because I'm a workaholic. Feel free to find 2 rooms on the 3rd floor. No one lives there anyway. I usually live on the 2nd floor, so just call me if you have any questions. After settling Qiu Yen and the two of them, Dr. Wu couldn't wait to return to his own room, turn on his instruments, and begin to study those trophies that Qiu Yen got today. Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing were naturally not in the same room. As a wealthy neighborhood in Zhonghai City, the villa's infrastructure is quite in place. Almost every room is equipped with an ensuite toilet and bathroom or something. That's convenient. After saying goodnight to Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yen went back to his room and changed his clothes in a meticulous manner to prepare for a bath. However, at this moment the cell phone ding-dong rang. Chapter 35, The Undercurrent of Zhonghai City. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm really drunk today. Qiu Yen took a look and it turned out to be that Wang Tang kid who had sobered up and was sending himself a message. Haha, it's okay. Are you home now? Yeah. Pops bumped into me again when I came back today, and he didn't beat me to death. You don't know how much it hurts when that martial artist old man of mine hits people. At this time, Wang Tang was lying on his back on the bed, only because his buttocks were swollen by his own old man's beating, completely unable to dip the stool, his fingers snapping and typing. Wang Tang, as the youngest son of the Wang family, basically didn't have many friends his own age. Because the Wang family is really too powerful. Faced with hypocritical flattery all day long, Wang Tang still has to maintain etiquette, smiling on his lips and MP in his heart. It's exhausting. Okay, no other, just because Grandpa and Daddy are all veterans who have been on the battlefield of the holy beasts, for their words and behavior can have strict requirements. Only by numbing himself with alcohol could he feel some freedom. Of course, all it takes is a spanking from Pops to get such a small pleasure. It's not a loss. Today, when he entered the door and blew a bottle of wine, his intention was not really to make amends to Chiu Yen. It was only because Wang Ziqing had asked himself out several times and wanted that batch of elixirs from the Wang family. It's just that Wang Teng didn't want to sell at all. Seeing that the Imperial Beast examination and martial artist examination were just around the corner, Wang Teng did not want to add some competitors to himself. It's just a matter of finding an excuse to run away, and justifiably so. Today, since meeting Chiu Yen, the attitude he had developed towards himself was like that of an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Even though there wasn't much of an impression, though Wang Teng didn't mind having more than one good friend. However, because the two of them, Chiu Yen and Wang Teng, had very similar personalities, they had gotten along quite well in their last lives. So just after chatting for a while, Wang Teng felt that Chiu Yen was so deep in his heart that he almost had to pull out his heart. Chiu Yen, however, sent a message that made him feel strange. Teng, have you heard of this organization? The Heavenly Vault Church? I know. Isn't that an organization that transforms spirit beasts? They approached my old man about things before, and my old man was closed. As a result, they didn't die and came back to me. Pops doesn't even treat it, so can I? Dude got someone to kick him out straight away. I didn't expect this Heavenly Vault Church to have its hands stretched out so long, and actually had been talking to the Wang family about cooperation for a long time. It seemed that maybe it was the Wang family that hadn't been kind to them, and that was why they had incurred the disaster of extermination. Chiu Yen bit his lip and frowned as he paced back and forth in the room, thinking about how he should alert Wang Teng. After considering it for a while, Chiu Yen still sent a message. You pay more attention. These are not good people. Be careful in everything. Seeing this message, Wang Teng's heart and mind were also revitalized. Wang Teng was also a man of 8 faces, and after a little pondering, his mind was immediately considered. But he also had some doubts in his mind. Even without Chiu Yan's reminder, he himself had just made his attitude clear that the Wang family would definitely not cooperate with that Heavenly Vault Church. Why did he mention it more than necessary? If Chiu Yen reminded himself of this, then it proved that he must know some inside information. Since it's not explicitly stated, it's either inconvenient or it's not in your best interest to know the truth. Alright buddy, just relax. Smart people always think a lot. Soon, Wang Teng had a terrible thought. Was Chiu Yen worried that he might be in danger? Or that the existence of the Heavenly Vault Church would pose a threat to his safety or even the safety of the entire Wang family? Thinking about his Wang family, he had recruited countless strong people, and even the lowest cultivation level was gold level. And his grandfather was even a martial artist of the first rank of king. Cultivation levels from bottom to top. Black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, emperor. The Church of the Vault of Heaven wants to make a move on him? Wang Teng directly squared up. No amount of caution could be too much for his own safety. He clapped his hands, and at once a figure flashed in at the window. Young master, what are the orders? Uncle Lu, check the Heavenly Vault Church to see if there have been any recent movements. I thought this was just a little bug, but it seems to be bullying us now. Yes, young master. The silhouette suddenly dissipated into a puff of black smoke in the room. Wang Teng frowned as he pondered something and subconsciously sat up. You! Then the whole body shivered violently as if electrocuted, and slumped back onto the bed again. An hour ago, just as Chiu Yen and the others had just left, a small team from the Heavenly Vault Church arrived. A man with glasses at the head of the group stepped forward, crouching down and stroking the signs of the earlier battle. At that moment, one of the women in the group grabbed the opportunity to speak. Grass. This 94 is too much of a vegetable. 2 little kids can't even catch it. Is this even a ride for yourself? 90. Shut up. How are you better than him? The man counted off nonchalantly. A few people behind him were suddenly talking and discussing. 94 surely wouldn't have disappeared for no reason. Even that Chiu Yen and Lin Yuqing couldn't find a trace. Damn. I should have told him to stop being so impulsive. I just can't believe that with the power bestowed by that lord one can still flip a car. Captain. So what should we do next? The man clapped his hands together and dusted them off. Keep those eyes on the 2 secretly. The Imperial Beasts College entrance exam is coming up. It's just temporarily hidden. Sooner or later it's going to come out. Withdraw. Listening to the report from the people under his hand, Number 6 was practically furious. You're telling me that you can't handle 2 students with a plague-rotting dog? And then the whole thing just disappeared and there's no news at all so far? Those two students were only at the second or third rank of black iron at the top of their game. The plague carrion dog was a black iron 6th order spirit beast. Even if that fusion technology wasn't perfected in the beginning, the plague carrion dogs really weren't that tough of a fighter. But the real gap is there: what happened in the meantime. Either that or someone in the shadows made a move. And neither one of those two went home. This made number 6 anxious. His Grace, the bishop, hated these two men with a passion. Just because of the beast tide caused by the two of them last time, the crystal core reserves in the base had been depleted quite a bit. The plan to launch a terrorist attack in the city center was postponed, and they decided to bring forward their plan to attack the Wong family. Search again. If we can't find it, we'll use the spirit beasts of a few of you to make up the numbers. Hands and feet must be clean, and for the sake of the program in a few days, nothing must go wrong. Yes, they were in need of a sensational battle to plunder the Wong family's resources and grow the size of their organization. The base's reserves are now insufficient to meet the consumption of the growing organization. The Wong family had its own intelligence organization, and within a few minutes, they had found out about a gathering point of the Heavenly Vault Church. After Lu Heng received the news, he directly hid his body into the shadow and quickly rushed towards Sunset Bar. Sunset Bar, as one of the more famous entertainment venues in Zhonghai City, was naturally under the control of the Wong family. I didn't realize that the Church of the Vault of Heaven had infiltrated their side. This made Lu Heng very upset. Obviously, the family head has strictly forbidden any relationship with the Heavenly Vault Church. Do those people under their hands not understand what they're being told? Chapter 36. When you gaze into the abyss. Lu Heng didn't reveal his identity, but instead transformed into a shadow and traveled through the bar, constantly searching for the forces of the Heavenly Vault Church. As the guards of the Wong family, you, along with a group of orphans including Lu Heng, have been adopted by the Wong family since childhood, and all of them are loyal to the Wong family. They practiced a special body refining technique called shadow escape without trace, which enabled them to hide their bodies in the shadows. They are also known as shadow guards and work for the king's family in the shadows. Lu Heng, as one of the personal guards of the young master of the Wong family, had gold-level strength himself. Earlier, when Dr. Wu said that he was barely able to defend himself at the gold level, he was still speaking towards modesty. At the gold level, basically no one dares to mess with it anymore. Not to mention that the body refining method they practiced was divine. It's no exaggeration to say that if anyone in Zhonghai City wants to touch Wang Teng, they really have to weigh the retaliation of the Shadow Guard. Even his own young master was watched grow up by himself. Lu Heng can be considered as the second generation of the Wang family's patriarchal level. How could he not be angry as he watched the forces of his main family being infiltrated by hostile forces? Soon, he spotted several people acting suspiciously in the middle of a box. One of the women, who looked like a bar marketing woman, was promoting something and talking about it. But everyone else's eyes were unfaithful, constantly wandering towards the two towering peaks and rounded thighs. Only one of them, a man with a green airplane head and a leather jacket and pants, listened intently. Don't you underestimate this Church of the Vault of Heaven. Just pay $100,000 and you're in. After that, pay the appropriate fee, and you'll be able to transform your spirit beast. This definitely raises the ceiling for us. Think about it. How long has our spirit beast cultivation been stuck in a bottleneck? As long as the spirit beasts are allowed to undergo a fitness surgery, they will have a chance to raise their bloodline. Aren't you impressed? Is that Heavenly Vault God really that powerful? Then give me the contact info. I'll be there tomorrow. Lu Heng hid in the corner and listened to the conversation of several people in the room. The green airplane head straightened his loose hairstyle and rushed to hug the woman's shoulders in great excitement. He seemed to be extremely urgent about raising the battle power of his spirit beasts. The woman, on the other hand, didn't move to get out of the way of the man's hands, her fiery red lips lifting upwards. Lu Heng surveyed the box. The only member of the Church of the Vault of Heaven should be that woman. And the few remaining people seemed to be friends with the green airplane head. They looked at each other in disbelief. All of them were flushed and almost jumped up in excitement. The woman eyed the atmosphere in place and then spoke again. Lu Ren, I know you're in a hurry. You fill out the information first. Joining the organization is something that needs to be vetted. Well. Fill it out and bring your ID with you to 78 Suwon Street tomorrow and ask for the owner. The slogan of the joint is, "The God of the Vault of Heaven saves the suffering, and all beings bow down to the blessing of the self." Understood. Understood. Lu Ren continuously nodded his head and shushed towards the woman, eager to see the woman reveal some more inside information. Go ahead, and remember to give my name. Two of Spades. The Church of the Vault of Heaven is very hierarchical. Their fighting members are numbered 21-100. If other duties such as logistics as well as publicity are undertaken, it is with 13 cards of the playing card suit plus. The ecclesiastical backbone of these, on the other hand, is numbered 120, and is often accompanied below it by a number of combat members numbered 21-100 and logistical propaganda members numbered poker, etc. They formed their own small forces to carry out the orders of the Bishop Joker. Well, that's enough for today, I have to go. The Two of Spades stood up and left the box, wriggling her poised body under the unblinking gaze of several people. The sound of high heels dang 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 is like heavenly music ringing in the ears. Even if they are already out of the door, several people are still greedily sniffing the woman's residual fragrance, and even more hastily plop down on the spot where the woman had just been sitting epic over lungs. No one noticed a palm-sized mass of shadow silently flickering out along the doorway. Due to the dim lighting in the middle of the corridor, Lu Hong was able to follow the woman without fear. The Two of Spades walked unsteadily toward the door on her plump thighs, but with a firm step that seemed to carry some kind of purpose. Even Lu Hong, who was following behind, couldn't help but speed up a few points, scurrying directly into the shadow at the feet of the Two of Spades. Soon enough, she reached a step, and she stepped straight up with her thighs toward the outside. Lu Hong merely glanced upwards without thinking, and was immediately shocked by the blood-expanding scene in front of him. It was a stare from the abyss. Lu Hong was almost about to lose his ability to maintain his shadow state. Luckily, he was also someone who had seen a lot over the years, and he silently recited the meditation technique, and his excitement calmed down. The woman beckoned and a black Maybach slowly pulled up in front of her. It appears that the air conditioning was not turned on to conserve gas mileage. The air in the car was a bit stuffy, causing the Two of Spades to opt for cooler attire just as soon as he got up there. Lu Hong, who was hiding under the foot cushion, was immediately nonplussed. The silent meditation in his head was barely working. All he could do was keep brainwashing himself. Lu Hong, it's amazing that you would have that kind of evil thought at your old age. Shameless. Everything is about the mission. It's worth all your sacrifices to keep an eye on any suspicious movements. Lu Hong was sitting on the observation seat, watching the two of them play a whole peak match, and at the moment he wanted to die. Soon, though, the two began to talk about business. What in the world does His Grace the Bishop think? To go after the Wang family so early? Is our strength qualified to arm wrestle with the Wang family? Don't be afraid. The man leaned in close and whispered into the woman's ear. It is said that the Lord Bishop is in possession of a formation from the other world. Within this formation, even if one is as strong as the Wang family head, their cultivation will be suppressed to the black iron level. The woman's eyes widened. Even her breath caught a few moments. Such an unheard of effect against the heavens, even though our side will be overwhelmed as usual. Then isn't there still a new type of spirit beast we've remodeled? As many spirit beasts like that as you want. This plan must not get out. Otherwise, we'll both wait to be transformed into spirit beasts as well. As if the Two of Spades thought of something, his pupils suddenly narrowed. His body trembled violently, and he unconsciously covered his mouth. It was a while before she slowed down and shuddered. What about the shadow guards? The Wang family's shadow guards are not something we can do. The Two of Spades froze violently. She was obviously aware of the shadow guard's special abilities. He was in a cold sweat. She finally realized where that feeling of being spied on had just come from. The Two of Spades mechanically turned his head to look at the man, the crystalline teardrops rolling down his cheeks, and his complexion obscure as if he had lost his soul. She did so with a sob. Captain, I seem to be being followed by the shadow guard. What? The man's eyes were glazed over and he was about to speak, but his entire body shivered violently. Biffed. A sticky sound rang out as a bloody palm penetrated his chest. Chapter 37 Taxi Driver? The man could no longer make a sound, but could only turn his head little by little, gazing at the figure behind him. With intense reluctance, it gradually lost its vitality. After all, there were no defenses, plus the Imperial Beastmaster himself had zero combat power. There was no power to fight back at all, and he was directly killed by Lu Hong in seconds. The Two of Spades was splattered with warm blood. Seeing this scene in front of him, he was instantly chilled, as if he was in the middle of a frigid hell. She still couldn't believe that a few minutes ago, it was a double row summit match with her captain. It is now a corpse. For a moment his thoughts were a little confused and he just froze in place. Ben was thinking of putting in a long shot. You two are pretty smart. That even guessed me. Amazing. Lu Hong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But the gesture made by the bloody hand was less than convincing. There was not the slightest hint of praise to be seen, and there seemed to be a vague hint of sarcasm. You, what the hell do you want? Two of spades finally reacted and reached for the car door, but it had been locked by the captain long before she got in. She anxiously kept tapping on the car window and pulling on the door handle with all her strength. But the car door didn't move at all, and the bloody hand had rested gently on her shoulder. Ah! She was like a frightened rabbit, her whole body trying to shrink outward. Don't kill me. Don't. I'll give you anything you want. Two of spades panicked. After all, the captain died right next to him. Seeing that she had nowhere to run, she simply began to lift the hem of her own skirt, forcibly hiding the panicked look on her face in an effort to look winded. You can do whatever you want of me. After saying that, he even grabbed Lu Heng's wrist and pulled it towards his chest. Lu Hong didn't eat this, his hand flung right off and he reached out to choke the two of spades. I want you to absorb me into the church of the vault of heaven. The woman looked at Lu Hong and seemed to think of the consequences of doing so, struggling desperately to shake her head. No? Are you afraid of being transformed into a spirit animal? Then think about it. If you don't agree, you're going to die now. The strength in Lu Heng's hand gradually increased, and the two of spades could no longer speak, but could only pick at the iron clamp like bloody hand on his neck with a dead hand. LOL. I agree. Only then did Lu Hong slowly let go of his hand, allowing the woman to greedily breathe in the air. Don't ever think of playing tricks, or I'll find you even if you run to the ends of the earth. The two of spades knew that he was nothing more than a fish on the board, and that his fate was in someone else's hands, so he could only nod in despair. Suwon Street, right? I'll be there tomorrow, meet me there. Lu Heng's body once again turned into a black smoke and disappeared into the Maybach. The two of spades collapsed helplessly into the passenger side. The Lord Bishop had the power of life and death over the members of the church, and if she found out that she had betrayed the organization, her end would definitely be more miserable than being transformed into a spirit beast. Cho Yen looked at the time. It was already around midnight. Despite living in Dr. Wu's home, there were still some heart palpitations and a constant feeling that something big was about to happen. He summoned Ziyu out once again, found a cushion and sat cross-legged on the ground to practice breathing techniques with Ziyu. Ding dong. Cho Yan's cell phone rang. He could only force himself to stop his cultivation and stood up, picking up the cell phone on the bedside table aside. I can't believe it was the classroom teacher at all members. Attention all students. Please come back to school if you're in Chunghoi City tomorrow. The school has organized a temporary support activity for the college entrance exams. No absences allowed. Please come to school at 9 a.m. if you're not in the secret world. Received. Please respond. Cho Yen was a little impatient. Everything else about the school is pretty good, except that the school leaders are somewhat formalistic and often organize meaningless back-to-school events. One could only sigh a dark sigh of bad luck that he was not in the secret realm at this time. The passes to enter and exit the secret realm are issued by the school, and there is a record of entering and exiting the secret realm, so there is also permission to be able to check the location of the students. Gotta. Now won't that be another waste of time? Luckily, the Anexian Villa area was equally not far from the school, about 10 kilometers away. At this time, Cho Yen was also not in the mood to cultivate, and drilled into bed with an annoyed mood. It was indeed safer at Dr. Wu's house, and the night was uneventful. Cho Yen woke up again. It was already 7:30 in the morning. He rubbed his eyes, got dressed and went to knock on Lin Yuqing's room door. As a result, no one responded for half a day. It just occurred to me that the little girl must have gone to the hospital to look after her grandmother. Cho Yan's original intention of going back to school with Lin Yuqing was once again dashed. He went downstairs just in time to run into Dr. Wu, who was boxing on the first floor. Phew! Dr. Wu got up early. Good morning, Choin. Can't help it, when you get older, you definitely need to move around. How can you have time to work out when you're usually sitting in the hospital all day? That's true. Cho Yen nodded. There's breakfast on the table over there. I didn't expect Lin Yuqing to get up at 5 in the morning to make us breakfast. Even I'm a bit flattered. Wu Liang smiled and pointed to the kitchen off to the side. After having breakfast, Qiu Yan also said goodbye towards Dr. Wu and directly got into a cab heading to Chunyu Imperial Beast High School. It was just a 10-minute drive, so Qiu Yan didn't take it seriously and leaned back in the back seat, starting to rest his eyes. He was, however, keeping an eye on his cell phone for a message tone. He woke up in the morning and sent a message to Lin Yuqing, and he hadn't returned it until now. After the vehicle had traveled some distance, Qiu Yan clearly felt that something was wrong. Why does the vehicle keep turning? Here to the school. Even though there are a few intersections that require turning, it shouldn't be this frequent. Qiu Yan quietly opened his eyes a slit. That cab driver had actually been peeking at himself through the rearview mirror. He opened his eyes and looked around at the unfamiliar street scene. Surrounded by dilapidated homes, when one school should be in the center of the city. Without waiting for Qiu Yan to speak, the car turned into an abandoned factory and slowly stopped. The driver got out of the car with a sardonic grin. Qiu Yan turned the door handle and jumped out with his whole body. The driver looked about 50 or 60 years old, and although he looked friendly, he didn't realize that he was a bad person in his heart. "Hey, boy, you don't blame me either. I'm just an errand boy. Don't resist. Die a painful death so I can deliver." Qiu Yan sneered and summoned the Flamefire Qilin. The Flamefire Kirin's fiery red fur stood on end. Its eyes locked on the man in front of it. Chapter 38. A bunch of crazy people in the Church of the Vault of Heaven. The man, however, did not announce himself directly, as the others usually did. Church of the Vault of Heaven, 85. When Qiu Yan heard the words, Heavenly Vault Church, he felt a headache. Why is it like a fly that you can't get rid of? Number 85 looked at Qiu Yan, who had a helpless face, and charged directly towards the Flame Qilin. As a bronze-ranked martial artist, against a black iron-ranked spirit beast was undoubtedly able to crush it. The information, however, showed that Qiu Yan's cultivation level was only around the second or third black iron stage. He really couldn't understand why 94 couldn't actually hold it, and he ended up disappearing himself. Blood-burning blade. A taijutsu with a cold glint suddenly appeared in number 85's hand. There was no doubt that number 85 was none other than a martial artist. Although a martial artist's cultivation method was different from that of an Imperial Beast Master, however, they could also have storage space. Only the space was not as large as the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast space of the same rank. 85 cut his finger and made a direct swipe towards the blade of the taijutsu. Instantly, a layer of blood-red flames stained the taijutsu, slashing towards the Flamefire Qilin with an invincible momentum. When the taijutsu fell, it directly cleaved the flaming griffin in front of him in half. "Count your blessings, kid." 85 instantly voiced a taunt. The diamond-level bloodline Flamefire Qilin was definitely Qiu Yan's strongest spirit beast. As long as he cut down the Flamefire Qilin, the others were not enough to fear, but then he sensed something was wrong. The chops just felt wrong. Although the blood-burning knife was indeed a martial art that cut iron like mud, it was not so bad that there was no resistance to the slashes at all. The taijutsu, as a knife with a slender blade, is not really suited to vigorous chopping on its own. Then 85 saw an amazing scene. The Flamefire Qilin that he had just killed was actually like an ice cube in summer, gradually melting and disappearing on the ground, with not even a single drop of blood left. Roar! The Flame Qilin attacked directly from number 85's direction, its sharp claws directly tearing through the defense of number 85's back, bringing down a large chunk of flesh and blood. Qiu Yan couldn't help but sneer repeatedly when he saw what happened to the man in front of him. After all, who would have thought that a fire attribute spirit beast would have illusion-type skills? When Qiu Yan was in the car, he had long since unleashed the skill originating from the 10,000 elements Shen Shu 3 Qi gathering types, directly fabricating a fake doppelganger. The real flame unicorn had long been ambushed on the periphery. Grass, brat, playing dirty tricks with your grandpa. The clothing on the upper half of number 85's body suddenly tore apart, and Qiu Yan then saw that the man had a covering of iron sheets all over his body. The area that had just been scratched by the Flamefire Qilin faintly had a silver metallic glow coming through. It's almost as if it's not even acting. When Qiu Yan saw this scene, he also felt a chill in his heart. This Heavenly Vault Church is simply crazy, not to mention transforming spirit beasts. Can it actually even transform the martial artist's own body? D. Steam suddenly rose from 85's elbow, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Flame Griffin. The Flame Qilin could only roll toward the front in a wretched manner, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the fact that 85 was equipped with thrusters at every joint on his body made his next move completely contrary to normal thinking. Without warning, he turned around, gathered his spiritual energy, and slammed his fist into the waist of the flame Qilin, directly sending it flying, only managing to stop when it hit the wall, splashing up heavy sand. Sea of burning flames. When he finished storing up his power, number 85 had also arrived in front of him, and a blood-colored blade was raised high. Boom! Number 85 just ate the skill impartially, and his figure slammed back several steps. If a normal bronze-level martial artist ate this skill head-on, not to mention directly killing them in seconds, they would also be scalded by the heat. But Qiu Yan plainly saw the figure that slowly walked out from the sea of fire. Is this person not afraid of the heat? Number 85's fur was scorched all over his body, and he was just naked as he slowly walked towards the flame Qilin while carrying the sea of burning flame. Oh, you must be wondering in your mind, right? Why can't the flames hurt me in the slightest? The man looked like he talked a lot, so Qiu Yan decided to give some emotional value as well, to see if he could get him to spit out some secrets. Immediately, his complexion changed drastically, a look of panic on his face, and he said in a trembling voice, "What? No, this is why. My sea of burning flames can't even hurt you a bit. You, what kind of monster are you?" Qiu Yan's movements were pompous, but the look on his face was very genuine, as if he had really suffered some major shock. As expected, the corners of the man's mouth rose, 2 rows of white, flawless teeth showing on his charred black face, a smug look on his face. This, then, is the alien technology of our Church of the Vault of Heaven. Before I came here, I had long ago inscribed heat-resistant spells on my entire body. The tactics you're so proud of are nothing more than scratching an itch to me. Prepare for death. The man gripped the hilt of his blade, twirling it around in the air twice, and slashed directly at the flaming unicorn. Purple Moon. Wean him off the internet. You're heat-resistant, aren't you? Let's see if you can withstand electricity. 85 suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, as he realized a purple light behind him had struck him. What's that? Hi! Number 85 instantly convulsed violently, and in no time at all, black smoke rose directly from his body. The man rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a thud. Don't stop. Keep the electricity going. With a look of disgust, Qiu Yan found a piece of rag, soaked it in water and threw it over the man's body, covering him from the bird. One could only say that Qiu Yan was truly the king of living hell. Since the impurity-filled water was capable of conducting electricity, the man was suddenly like a bullfrog on a table, with both thighs twitching and his mouth soon foaming a bit. Seeing that the man was being tortured to the point of GA, Qiu Yan hurriedly told Ziyu to stop. Don't really give the appliance a death. He called Dr. Wu and told him to come and get him. In a short while, Dr. Wu arrived in his car and directly snapped 85 up in special handcuffs and threw him into the trunk. Qiu Yan, what the hell did you do? It looks like you've been blacklisted by that Heavenly Vault Church? Such an intensive attack. I'll take you to school.
No.
Qiu Yan shook his head and sat directly on the passenger side. Go to the hospital. I sense that Lin Yuqing is in danger. Dr. Wu knew that he should not be slow at this time, and then pulled open the car door and got in, and once he stepped on the gas, he took off. When the two left, a figure appeared violently under the shade of a tree to the side. Looks like young master has made a rather mysterious friend. Jin Chong smacked his lips. While young master had that Lu Hung fellow check out the Heavenly Vault Church yesterday, he also had himself come to Qiu Yan's side, in order for him to secretly protect Qiu Yan's safety. It doesn't look like this needs my protection either. Kaneshiro surveyed the scene around him in the aftermath of the battle, finding some pieces of clothing. A metallic token and other miscellaneous items were then recovered from it. However, the black mist on his face instantly filled the air, and his face quickly changed. Surprisingly, he took on the appearance of number 85. This shadow guard had gone so far as to directly replace 85. Chapter 39. The Great Injustice Wang Ziqing. Along the way, Qiu Yan kept dialing Lin Yuqing's phone, but it kept showing that no one was connected. Logically speaking, Lin Yuqing would definitely go to the hospital to watch her grandmother. Even if she was busy for a while and didn't reply to the message, it's not so bad that she didn't answer the phone. Dr. Wu drove very wild, basically a road with a speed limit of 70, and was able to force it to between 65-69 yards. The body was seen dragging, and it went around into the parking lot, leaving scorched tire tracks on the ground. Instead of taking the elevator, the two flew straight up the stairs. He came to Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room in a hurry, but he saw that the old lady was walking in the corridor. "Grandma, have you seen Rainy?" "What?" I said. "Have you seen Lin? Rain? Clear?"
No.
"Not this morning." The old lady looked puzzled. How did looking for her granddaughter find her here? "She told me to go to school this morning and ordered me a nutritious meal from the hospital, so look for it at school." "Farewell, Grandma." Qiu Yen turned around and walked away, almost bumping into a passing nurse lady, only to apologize repeatedly. Dr. Wu was working at 9 o'clock, so there was no rush, and he brought Qiu Yen directly to Spring Rain Royal Beast High School. "什么人?" "No non-students. No one is allowed in." The security guard at the entrance of the school stopped Dr. Wu directly. "Qiu Yen, you go in first. Feel free to contact me if you have any problems. I'll be waiting for you at the door." Qiu Yen nodded and spread his legs and ran towards the school building. His own classroom was on the 3rd floor, while Lin Yuqing was on the 4th floor. In the stairwell, but once again ran into Wang Ziqing and Chun Qingqing, who were followed by several bodyguards and fellow classmates. It was like the stars had blocked the building.
Yo, Yu Yan.
Chun Qingqing opened her mouth nonchalantly. At this time, Wang Zicheng also turned his head and saw Qiu Yen, who had an anxious look on his face. For the last time, Wang Ziqing had always held a grudge against Qiu Yen. Even though his old man said that Qiu Yen had an unimaginable background, he couldn't make a move on him himself, but looking at the anxious look on his face, there must be nothing wrong with disgusting him. He just couldn't believe that those behind Qiu Yen would lash out over something as trivial as him getting in the way. "Where are you going to go in such a hurry?" Wang Zicheng did not have the slightest intention of getting out of the way, as he clasped his arms and just looked at Qiu Yen, without the slightest intention of getting out of the way. "Get out of the way." Qiu Yen forced down the anger in his heart and spoke coldly. "Qiu Yen, do you have any manners? Our Mr. Wang is asking you a question." A few juniors behind him rushed to chime in. Seeing that graduation was imminent, and that there was nothing powerful about himself and the others, participating in the Imperial Beast examination would at best be a professional Imperial Beast Academy. At this point, there is basically no other way but to hold on to Wang Ziqing's thigh. "I say again, get out of my way, you guys. Don't make me say it a 3rd time." Hearing these words from Qiu Yen, Wang Zicheng's heart became even happier. Good. It was to viciously disgust Qiu Yen. The more disgusted Qiu Yen was, the smoother Wang Ziqing's heart became. However, Wang Ziqing had clearly overestimated his own strength, and had been imagining Qiu Yen being disgusted, and was feeling smug in his heart. Suddenly, a current of air blew right in his face. Wang Ziqing's eyes blinked as Qiu Yan's slap came over. Pop! A crunch. Special milk. Slapping yourself directly in front of so many people? His face was on fire with disbelief. "You dare to hit Wang Xiao? You're finished. You'll be lucky to get out of here alive today. Wang Xiao, can you stand this? Quickly release the bodyguards to him. That's it, him." A few juniors in the back roared out in direct righteous indignation. These few people also filled Wang Zicheng's head with black lines. One strong-mouthed king who says so much, but still hides behind himself? What are you waiting for? Get him. Wang Ziqing viciously turned back and looked at the several minions behind him, his anger not coming out. Mamma mia! Not a single one of them is of any use. Noticing Wang Zicheng's grudging sight, several people couldn't help but shrink back. There's nothing they can do about it. Wang Ziqing cannot afford to mess with the person. They a few small karami also cannot afford to mess with Qiu Yan's spirit animal was number 1 in his grade. "Qiu Yan, can you not move and hit someone? Real downer. It's a good thing I'm not with you, or I'd be a domesticated man too." Chun Qingqing wrapped her arm around Wang Ziqing's arm and fired directly towards Qiu Yan. Looking at the several living treasures in front of him, he froze and almost gave Qiu Yan a laugh. "You won't let me pass, will you? All M's all like to get beat up?" Qiu Yan raised his hand once again, frightening the few people in front of him by taking 2 steps back. The few tall bodyguards in the back were in a daze. Who would dare to move this without the orders of his own young master? In case you hit the wrong person, you'll be thankful that you're just unemployed. Qiu Yan once again walked over and swung his arm round again, directly frightening a few people who took a few more steps back, just enough to make a gap. Seeing that Qiu Yan was about to walk over again, Wang Ziqing obviously went out of his way and simply crossed his heart and directly blocked in front of Qiu Yan. Wang Xiao looks at death as if it were his own. Warrior, be the cutie who challenged Qiu Yan. Recklessness is also closer to bravery than cowardice. A couple of juniors in the back couldn't hold it together. I really wonder if the young master of the Wang family is missing a bone in his head. You can't mess with anyone but this plague. What's the point of blocking when you've just been slapped and don't even dare to fight back? It's not. Are you sick? What a fetish this is. Qiu Yan blankly glanced at Wang Ziqing without any good reason, only feeling that the person in front of him was inexplicable. If you want to go up there, you'll have to go through me first. Wang Zichang turned red and just glared at Qiu Yan.
Roll on, roll on.
Qiu Yan pushed Wang Ziqing away with one hand, which he didn't even want to fight. What if you give him a good beating? Coming to the 4th floor, in her memory, Lin Yuqing seemed to have told her that it was the 8th class of the senior year. Immediately approaching 9 o'clock, people were coming and going in the hallway, and looking at the unfamiliar faces around him. Qiu Yan really had no way to find it. However, finally, they looked at the door of Class 8 to see their D-class president. He knows him. I think his name is Wu Guoliang. Wu Guoliang was currently surrounded by a group of girls with a business-like fake smile on his face. With his platinum-level bloodline spirit beast, he had also always been a top 10 existence in his grade. Sorry, move over Qiu Yan just squeezed in hard. Wu Guoliang enjoyed the pleasure of being surrounded by bragging rights. As a result, he was cut across and had been a bit upset, and he was just about to throw off his face. But when he saw that the person coming was none other than Qiu Yan, who was number 1 in his grade, he immediately changed his face. Qiu, who are you looking for? Is Lin Yuqing here today? Lin Yuqing? I don't see it. It seems like she didn't come today. A trace of displeasure flashed through Wu Guoliang's pupils. Previously, he had been a licking dog for Lin Yuqing for 2 years, and as a result, he was directly issued a good guy card. From then on, but whenever he heard Lin Yuqing's name, it was as if he had suffered a psychological trauma and was directly stressed. Chapter 40: The Exasperated Fang Haochen. It shouldn't be. I haven't seen anyone since this morning, Qiu Yan muttered. But these words were keenly captured by Wu Guoliang. What? Did his own goddess live with Qiu Yan? He looked extremely agitated and trembled as he asked, "What's your relationship with Lin Yuqing?" Qiu Yan was confused. He only came to look for Lin Yuqing. With this Wu Guoliang have set trade relations just friends. Well, I'll go first. Stop! Qiu Yan, who had wanted to leave directly, was suddenly tugged by Wu Guoliang and froze, unable to break free. What the hell will you let go? If he wasn't in a hurry to find Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yan really wanted to release the flaming Qilin to give this little subcapsule a death. This is the time to be a jerk, right? It's so hard to find Lin Yuqing day after day. First, it was Wang Ziqing that, and then it was Wu Guoliang, this brainwashed. Is it that he didn't read the yellow calendar when he went out this morning? Not a good day to be looking for someone? You lied. What exactly is your relationship with Lin Yuqing? Wu Guoliang was anxious, and one of his hands grabbed Qiu Yan's clothes with a death grip, insisting on not letting him go. Although Lin Yuqing had clearly sent him a good guy card, but seeing as Lin Yuqing hadn't been in a relationship for so many years, he still retained a hint of fantasy in his heart. Now the last vestige of illusion in the heart is about to be shattered. He was truly afraid that Lin Yuqing would follow Qiu Yan, this yellow hair, and run away. Please think of Yuan Hua's expression. Dude, your brain dead? It's none of your business. Get off your ass and stop being a pain in the ass. Hearing Qiu Yan speak in this manner, Wu Guoliang became even more convinced of the speculation in his heart. The girls gathered around on the sidelines were dumbfounded, looking at each other, somewhat at a loss for words. They all knew that their class president had chased Lin Yuqing before, and this behavior of stopping Qiu Yan and not letting him go now. For a moment, it actually felt a bit humiliating. Dead lick dog. Don't tell anyone that this Wu Guoliang is from the 8th class of senior high school. Put him in a class by himself. A few girls who originally had some good feelings for Wu Guoliang cast contemptuous glances. It's actually possible to empathize with it, but it's certainly not understandable. Maybe it's that what you don't get when you're young, you're stuck with for the rest of your life, saying that's floating around the internet? Qiu Yan was on the verge of passing out from anger. I originally with this Wu Guoliang and not much conflict, if the bag people a punch or give people a slap, it is not good to see At this moment, the cell phone suddenly ding-dong sound. Who sent the message? Qiu Yan didn't care about Wu Guoyang. He took out his cell phone and opened Weixin. Seeing that the contact was not Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yan's heart flashed with a hint of disappointment that it was Wang Tang who sent the message. However, the next news made Qiu Yan's eyes light up. Dude, come to Suwon Street quickly. That little girlfriend of yours has been captured by the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Our house guards saw it with their own eyes. Good, good, good. Old Iron is damn reliable. If it wasn't for the screen, Qiu Yan really wanted to kiss Wang Tang. What a good brother. Reliable. Too reliable. For your heart, I'll take care of you in this life. Seeing this, Qiu Yan put away his cell phone and directly shook off Wu Guoyang's hand. Wu Guoyang unsteadily fell toward the back. Bang, fell to the ground. Ahem. Is Lin Yuqing sending you a message? Don't go. Wu Guoyang, a big man, even had no talent to lie on the ground and cry. This hallway is a scene of social death with people coming and going. I'm sorry, haha. You guys screw it up? I'm in a hurry. Qiu Yan hurriedly ran away. Only the confused crowd of Class 8 was left behind. It was just a push. This Wu Guoyang will not live tomorrow, right? This whole thing? They all ducked into the classroom, leaving Wu Guoyang alone to spill his guts in the hallway. Since then, a generation of dog-licking masters has fallen. Qiu Yan ran while sending a message to Dr. Wu to wait for him at the school entrance. Sure enough, I saw the familiar black sedan in front of the school. Qiu Yan got into the passenger seat with a flash. Dr. Wu, quickly, to Suwon Street. Lin Yuqing was captured there by people from the Heavenly Vault Church. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wu wasn't calm anymore and directly kicked the gas and rushed towards Suwon Street. Along the way, Qiu Yan sent a message to Wang Ting. Thanks buddy. It's okay. It just so happens that I'm on Suwon Street as well. Let's see how it goes. I'll wait for you over here. Come on. I'm told that girl isn't in very good shape, but my men are watching over there, so you don't have to worry too much. If there's real danger, my people will step in. Seeing this, Qiu Yan's head was sweating with anxiety, and Dr. Wu understood this feeling. Also do not care about the speed limit sign at the intersection. A foot throttle, directly drive the car to 150 yards, with the momentum of a ride towards Suwon Street. Lin Yuqing was very scared at this time. Even though I told my grandmother last night that I would be returning to school today, I was still a little worried and planned to go back to the hospital to check on her before going back to school. I didn't expect to be confused by a stranger covering my mouth and nose when I got on the elevator at the hospital. Even the spirit beasts didn't have time to be released. When I woke up again, I was locked in this small, dark room, and, like number 94 yesterday, chained to a chair. She tried to struggle a bit, but the handcuffs choked her. The room was filled with a faint odor of herbs. Not very pungent, but it just smelled bitter and downright unpleasant. Pop! The lights of the room were suddenly turned on, and the blinding light directly illuminated Lin Yuqing's eyes as she squinted. She dimly saw the figure of a man walking in front of her. Finally got you. Don't you like to hide around? Little mice. Only when her eyes adjusted did Lin Yuqing see the man in front of her. The first impression was that the man in front of him was handsome. Not like Qiu Yan's kind of clean and sunny handsomeness, but more like a feminine beauty. Seeing the man walking slowly towards her, Lin Yuqing panicked and suddenly struggled even more fiercely. Aha! Aha! Since Lin Yuqing's mouth was taped, she couldn't speak at all. The man had already arrived in front of Lin Yuqing, reaching out a mechanical prosthetic hand and slowly caressing her cheek. This righteous hand was unusually cold, and Lin Yuqing only felt a raw pain from the sting. With that, the man was quick to rip the tape off her mouth. Who are you? What the hell do you want? Lin Yuqing shouted, as if she wanted to cover the fear in her heart. Oh, who am I? What do I want? The man suddenly laughed, a maniacal laugh that made Lin Yuqing feel chills all over her body. Do you remember a few days ago? In the dark water swamp? That's you guys. Anji caused a beast wave. The man's voice suddenly grew louder, almost hissing out. This also gave Lin Yuqing a fright. She had some bad feelings in her heart. A beast wave of that magnitude really does reach others. I stayed well in the dark water swamp, but you guys let a beast tide over to find trouble with me. Chapter 41. As expected of a good brother, he is reliable. Say, what else do you really know? Fang Haochen was furious. The crystal cores consumed in the thousands to open the shield once, directly using up the entire year's quota. How could that not make him feel bad? They were looking at 2 days before they were ready to carry out a terrorist attack in the city, only to be interrupted by a wave of beasts attracted by 2 people at this juncture. Fong Haochen seriously suspected that both Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing knew something. I don't know what you're talking about. I advise you to let me go. If the beast tide has really caused you damage, we can pay for it. Lin Yuqing said sincerely, with tears of resignation in her eyes. After all, this whole thing started because of the 2 of them. But these words changed flavor when they reached Fong Haochen's ears. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he raised his righteous hand and slammed it down hard towards the arm of the chair. Bang! The iron chair armrests were directly squeezed into a piece of iron. Compensation? What are you going to pay for? Do you know how much the old man lost? Just because of this beast tide. It caused me to have to hide outside. It was then that Lin Yuqing came to a realization. It turned out that the real reason why he and Qiu Yan were targeted by the Heavenly Vault Church wasn't because they wanted to capture their spirit beasts for experimentation, but because it caused a beast tide that spread to this church. Since this was the case, Lin Yuqing's inner sense of guilt was gone. Good loss for this cult. It's better to just disappear in the tide of beasts. Forget it. We'll settle the score with you 2 when we catch that Qiu Yan kid. I guarantee you both will absolutely regret being born into this world. Fong Haochen turned away with anger and brought the door of the room with a forceful bang. Seeing the man leave also made Lin Yuqing breathe a sigh of relief. But in her heart, she was still worried about Qiu Yan. She just didn't know what he was doing now. Would he be caught on his way back to school? Since they could notice the 2 of them, they must have investigated Dr. Wu in order to find the man named 94. It didn't matter about his own safety. The point was that the innocent Dr. Wu would also be affected. A sense of guilt once again arose within Lin Yuqing's heart. Qiu Yan, Dr. Wu, you must not be caught by them. If I can't get out of this life, Grandma will be in your care. Grandma was the only family she had left, and she was the only one Lin Yuqing couldn't let go of. Crystalline teardrops crept across her cheeks and dripped silently to the ground. Saddened to the core, she didn't notice that right after Fong Haochen left the room, a shadow on the ground followed him out. Zhe! The tires scuffed across the ground with a harsh scraping sound. Pulling the car aside, Dr. Wu and Qiu Yan scrambled out of the car. From afar, he saw that Wang Teng was wearing a pair of wide sunglasses today, covering a small half of his face. At that moment, he was pinching a cigarette and squatting on the side of the road to smoke it. The other hand held up his cell phone, snapping and typing. The 2 spread their legs and rushed over. Seeing the visitor, Wang Teng threw the cigarette that was still half left on the ground and stomped on it. Coming? Where's Lin Yuqing? Qiu Yan gasped and inquired with an anxious face. Don't worry. It's not life-threatening or suffering at the moment, just locked up. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we go in and save them? Dr. Wu couldn't calm down either. He had been in contact with Lin Yuqing for years and naturally knew that the other party was a good kid. He couldn't see Lin Yuqing being hurt. Take it easy. Wang Teng shook his cell phone and lowered his voice. Waiting for someone. But thanks to you, otherwise, maybe our family would really be shady by this Heavenly Vault Church. Did you see those people around? Those are the eyes of the Heavenly Vault Church. Don't spook them. Qiu Yan looked around without moving. A few people did watch this way and seemed very wary of their sudden appearance. There's half a minute left, so we'll go straight in afterward and save the day. Wang Teng found Qiu Yan's Weixin and sent the internal structure over. It also comes with a few guard spreads. Wang Teng sent a few more messages over. Once inside, you'll go straight to the room labeled A11. We'll go straight to the guards and take them out. Don't worry if there's any trouble on the road. My men will take care of it. You're all about saving lives. Wang Teng stood up and shook his slightly numb legs. Of course he knew that the Heavenly Vault Church must have more than just this one stronghold. But that so-called bishop is hiding here, and it just so happens that Qiu Yan's little girlfriend is there. Or maybe, it was because Lin Yuqing was there, that's why the bishop was there. Time's up. Let's go. Wang Teng took the lead and walked into this Renji Chinese medicine hall. That's right, this Chinese medicine center is one of the strongholds of the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Seeing Wang Teng take the brunt, Qiu Yan and Dr. Wu immediately followed. Several clusters of shadows behind them followed the trio's footsteps into the store. When I first stepped into the place, it seemed no different from an ordinary Chinese medicine center. A middle-aged uncle sitting on the counter saw the 3 of them coming aggressively and was thinking of stopping them. But then a man suddenly drilled out from among the shadows behind him and directly knocked him out. Qiu Yan's trio headed straight inside, in which there were constantly martial artists or spirit beasts pouncing out from the side. Since they were protected by shadow guards, these attacks could not pose any threat to Qiu Yan's trio at all. All of them were knocked out in a few shots by a few shadow guards behind them. But there was no killing. After all, they had notified the Dragon Guard Bureau a long time ago, and it was better not to start a killing spree. After about 2 minutes of walking, the three saw a dark tunnel exposed. Yo, what does that mean? Blatantly letting us in? Are you really sure about us? There must be an ambush, you guys wait. I'll send the shadow guards down to scout the way. Wang Tong was immediately about to order down towards his back, but he was directly tugged by Qiu Yan's sleeve. Don't. Back in the car, Qiu Yan had exchanged information with Wang Tong. According to the information reported by Lu Hong, the Heavenly Vault Church likely possessed a means of forcibly suppressing cultivation. Now that the portal is wide open, it is highly likely that the Church of the Vault of Heaven has such means down there. If the gold-level shadow guards were the first to go in, perhaps their cultivation would really be suppressed to black iron level. Even though the physical qualities of a gold cultivation body refining school martial artist far exceeded black iron, after all, the enemy was in the dark and I was in the light. Once his cultivation was suppressed to the black iron level, it was basically very difficult to maintain his form with shadow vanishing without trace. The threshold for using this martial art was very high, and one had to have at least a gold-level aura reserve. I'll let Cinderblock explore first. Qiu Yan flipped his palm and the coal ball appeared at his side. To an outsider, though, it was a black orb 1 person high. It was just that the orb was very weird, as if it was alive and constantly wriggling. Qiu Yan precisely intended to let coal ball manipulate the body fluids to spread towards the bottom. After all, these were also considered part of coal ball's body, and coal ball was able to sense the specifics of the situation below through the body fluids. Chapter 42: The Mysterious Crystal Gate. Gobble gobble. Seeing this mysterious spirit beast in front of Qiu Yan, several other people felt a little creeped out. The Cinderblock's bodily fluids began to spread downward, and in less than half a minute, these touched the bottom. As luck would have it, the few men on guard below were gazing intently at the entrance above, oblivious to the dark bodily fluids that crept closer. What the hell is this? One of them exclaimed. Oops, the body is paralyzed. The other man shouted. Quickly go inform His Grace the Bishop. Open the protective array. They're coming down. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan and the others heard a few cries of alarm coming from the bottom of the tunnel, followed by a few thumps, which seemed to indicate that those people had been put down. It was only then that he turned back to greet them and walked slowly down the stairs. The bottom floor was pitch black, and the air was filled with the strange odor of dust intertwined with herbs. Qiu Yan turned on his cell phone flash, and the beam illuminated the dust flying around, making his breathing cautious for a moment. Does this Church of the Vault of Heaven live in this dank underground like rats? Such a big organization can't even afford to hire a cleaning lady. Holy, this. Wang Tong also covered his mouth and nose when he saw this, and fanned the air in front of him in a frenzied manner, who expected that the breeze generated involved even more dust, and Wang Tong could only flee down in a panic. Descending to the lowest level, Qiu Yan realized that there wasn't much space here. It was probably just a small room of about 20 square feet, with a few black-robed men lying around, presumably. Qiu Yan definitely wouldn't let go of the opportunity to pick up the pieces, and immediately dug around on these few people. Normally, important things would be placed in the Imperial Beast space or a martial artist storage space. So Qiu Yan could only sporadically find some food, scattered bills, and a few crystal cores. But even with this, Qiu Yan was already satisfied. Against the map, he continued on, only to be blocked by a gate made of purple crystal. The gate was inlaid with various metals, ornate and at the same time exuding an invisible pressure that made several people feel a sense of depression. Dang it! Wang Tong reached out his hand and knocked on the door, and a dull sound came from it. He then pushed hard on the door and it didn't budge. Qiu Yan lifted his cell phone to look at the map. If he wanted to save Lin Yuqing, there was a road in front of him that he had to go through. And the construction plans don't have this gate-like marking. So the door blocking them had just appeared, and it seemed impossible to open with brute force. Qiu Yan raised his flash and scrutinized the crystal gate in front of him. The gate blocked the path behind it so tightly that even Cinderblock or Shadowguard couldn't drill through it. Move aside, children, and let me try to see if I can get through this door from the side. Dr. Wu stood in front of the two men, luck in his fist, ready to strike with all his might. Red Sky Fist. The full-force strike of a gold-level martial artist was quite terrifying. Bang! There was a loud bang, as if it was a thunderstorm from the flat earth, and the wind of the fist rose up in all directions, blowing Qiu Yan's robes hunting. However, just at the moment Wu Liang's fist made contact with the crystal gate, something unexpected happened. The seemingly hard exterior of the crystal gate created ripples and seemed to defuse the attack with ease. It was surprisingly motionless to the full force of a gold-level martial artist's strike. "Dr. Wu, how are you?" Qiu Yan immediately walked over and asked with a concerned face. Dr. Wu exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, shook his slightly numb hand, and shook his head. "It's fine. I'm just a little numb from the force of the recoil." Soon, however, a dense layer of light shimmered above the crystal gate. The gold-level martial artists present simultaneously felt a surge of pressure. Immediately afterward, they felt the power in their bodies draining away. The several shadow guards behind Wang Tang also showed their forms as a result, and one of the younger women said in a deep voice towards Wang Tang, "Young master, that door seems to be the source of the suppression of our strength. We can no longer afford to maintain the shadow state. Could it be that Wu Liang's punch activated the suppression effect of this gate?" However, the halo of the crystal gate did not disappear, and the people present, except for Qiu Yan and Wang Tang, could basically feel the sensation of their cultivation being suppressed. "Not good. Our cultivation is gradually declining. It's about to drop to silver level." Qiu Yan took a glance at the crowd. All of them were white in color, their footsteps were weak, and they seemed to be becoming weaker. The gate was like a vacuum cleaner, absorbing almost all of the people's cultivation. It wasn't until all of the people's cultivation levels had dropped to black iron, at which point the light from the crystal gate slowly dissipated. The crowd felt a force of rules at the same time, similar to the whole person putting on heavy clothing in winter, feeling uncomfortable everywhere. And just as the light dissipated, the crystal gate disappeared together. Seeing that the portal in front of them was wide open, at this moment, a trace of an unpleasant premonition also rose in the hearts of Qiu Yan and the others. The crystal gate seemed to work in arranged fashion, and as long as a few people didn't move away from it, they would remain under the suppressive effect. Lu Heng told me that this is a domain-type spell formation. As long as one is in this formation, the enemy will also be subject to the suppressive effects of the spell. "Let's go. Everyone is now at the black iron level. Can't we be defeated by a district's heavenly vault church?" At once, Wang Tang's words seemed to have revitalized the low mood of the crowd. "That is, I, Muexian, have been practicing martial arts in the Wang family since I was a child. Am I not as good as this bunch of dirty worms? Even though my cultivation is lowered now, I can feel that the muscles and bones that were once strengthened are still there. It's merely that I can't use my martial arts skills. Since the enemy uses such despicable means, its own cultivation must not be high. If it's a competition of physical bodies, I, Xiao Wall, ask myself that I haven't been afraid of anyone yet." The shadow guards who were still in the middle of the room had all shown themselves, 6 in total. Together with Qiu Yan, Wang Tang, and Dr. Wu, there were surprisingly 7 gold-level martial artists among the 9 people, which was a considerable force and the source of everyone's confidence. Wang Tang clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop. "Everyone knows that last night I asked Lu Heng to track down the Heavenly Vault Church to come, right? And that's how the conspiracy of the Church of the Vault of Heaven was discovered. Here, it's thanks to this brother Qiu Yan. If it wasn't for his reminder, perhaps my Wang family would have really been undermined by this Heavenly Vault Church. He'll be considered my brother for life from now on. He has full authority to represent me in my absence." "Yes." The several shadow guards nodded their heads in succession, while at the same time dropping the guard against Qiu Yan in their hearts. Wang Tang paused, then raised his voice a few degrees. "If someone wants to make a move against my Wang family, then he will have to weigh whether he has the strength to do so. Everyone, no holding back next. The kind that never makes up a second cut if you can kill with one." "Yes." Chapter 43: The Monster. 9 people could be seen moving quickly through the intricate hallways of the building. Every now and then an enemy would emerge from among the shadows, and then would be swiftly sliced through the throat by a glittering tanged knife. "A11 seems to be out of our way. You go over and save Lin Yuqing first. We'll go slaughter that dog for the bishop." Wang Tang waved his hand and casually ordered 2 people. Dear Lin Xiaowal, you two follow Qiu Yan. Protect him. The two nodded and detached themselves from the standing formation. To their own young master, they were 100% trusting and obedient. Even if Wang Ting asked them to directly send them to their deaths, they would not have the slightest hesitation. This is the Shadow Guards, the dead soldiers that the Wang family has been cultivating since childhood. Most of them were orphans or had strayed into the hands of human traffickers and were rescued by the Wang family. But all those who were able to find their parents were sent back by the Wang family. The rest of them seemed to have become the world's outcasts. It was the Wang family that adopted them. It was the Wang family that gave them their name, and it was the Wang family that gave them a place to rest in the midst of the chaos. Therefore, they were willing to become the sharpest swords under the Wang family. If their deaths could change the Wang family for the better, they would not hesitate to die. However, as far as a medium-sized city like Zhonghai City was concerned, there was no one who could threaten them is all. Go! Qiu Yan greeted him, memorized the map in his phone, and ran directly towards the distance one step ahead of the others. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Looks like you don't need to send someone special to catch that little boyfriend of yours. Look at that, he's come to your rescue with so many people. Fang Haochen handed a tablet to Lin Yuqing's face, and the image displayed on it was the very same surveillance screen that Qiu Yan and the others had rushed all the way to. Along the way, blood was splattered. The blood of the martial artists and the blood of the spirit beasts gathered into a single strand and flowed down the sewer. Lin Yuqing was anxious when she saw several more hideous wounds appear on Qiu Yan's body. After all, Qiu Yan was obviously going deeper into the tiger's den for his own sake. If Qiu Yan is also accounted for here, then who should take care of Grandma? But Lin Yuqing saw one of the monitors amongst a whole page of monitors. It was a small room that seemed to be positioned deeper than the current negative floor. An opening was left from above the ceiling, and the blood that had previously flowed down from the negative floor turned into a small, even stream that dripped down just into a huge container. Vaguely, one could still see that there seemed to be a humanoid monster hiding in that container, and the blood was growing, almost soaking the creature. What are you collecting their blood for? Lin Yuqing felt bad at once. She smelled a scent of conspiracy. Oh, that's quite a sharp eye. To tell you the truth, everyone here tonight will die. Of course, you're sure to die too. Fang Haochen looked at Lin Yuqing with a smug expression, his eyes filled with pride. Have you just settled on Qiu Yan and the others? Why are you so confident? Lin Yuqing frowned as she looked at the images in the surveillance. It was obvious that Qiu Yan's side had the upper hand. Even though the people and spirit beasts of the Heavenly Vault Church continued to emerge from the shadows, they were all killed by Qiu Yan and the others with a single slash without exception. Where on earth does he get his confidence from? Could the monster in that room be his killer? Lin Yuqing felt a hint of something bad and couldn't help but start worrying in her heart. Fang Haochen retrieved the tablet and turned the small room surveillance into a large screen. A humanoid monster wrapped in flesh and blood existed in the middle of the small room. The creature had human-like limbs, but it was certainly not human, like a collection of scarlet flesh and blood coming together. The skin that came into contact with that blood bulged like the gills of a fish and began to absorb the blood like a sponge. Slowly, tiny scales began to appear on his body, and as if awakened by this blood, he began to stretch his limbs. Due to also being in this realm, Lu Heng was similarly suppressed in his realm. Of course, he knew that his young master was fighting outside. But his mission was merely to lurk here, and even though the battle was so intense, he could not go forward to help Wang Teng. It is now imperative that the bishop be found again. Originally, he transformed into a shadow and followed the bishop extremely stealthily so that it would be easier to keep an eye on him. But because of the suppressed cultivation, he was forced to come behind cover and resume his human form. When he peeked out again, the bishop had surprisingly disappeared. Because now that he was out of the shadow state, all of a sudden his situation began to be awkward. Being in enemy territory and not being able to go anywhere. Once it was revealed, it would inevitably cause the Heavenly Vault Church to swarm. Having no choice but to hide his figure as much as possible, he could only probe around with extreme caution. He knew, of course, that the bishop was highly probable to be in the middle of room A11, but every 10 seconds along the way, there was a Sky Dome Church combat team patrolling. This left Lu Heng without a single chance. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a sudden vibration below him. It's not right. This is not an illusion. Something must exist beneath himself. He could faintly hear hissing sounds coming from below. At the moment he was in a hurry. Even if he knew that something extremely scary was awakening below him, just 5 minutes ago he realized that any communication device had failed. Being unable to deliver the message meant that they would not be able to deliver the message afterward even if they were caught in a bitter battle. Cho Yan's side was still rushing towards room A11. But the closer you get to the A11, the more guards there are guarding it. This made Cho Yan wonder who else seemed to be in A11. If it was one Lin Yuqing, would it require so many troops to protect? Suddenly, everyone heard a growl from below. Such a sound was neither made by a human nor a spirit beast. Without waiting for Cho Yan to react, the floorboards under his feet instantly shattered. If it wasn't for the quick eye of dear Lin who pulled Cho Yan over, I'm sure Cho Yan would have definitely fallen. The floorboards under their feet shattered, gradually forming a large hole with a radius of 10 meters, and several people followed the large hole towards the bottom. Immediately afterward, several people saw a rather horrifying scene. A humanoid monster was looking up at them. The creature had no features, and certainly no eyes, but the movement of looking up at them was so eerie. This also caused a few people to tremble dramatically. What kind of monster is this? Diren opened his mouth trembling. Even after living in the Wang family for 20 to 30 years and performing countless missions, at this moment, he could not avoid feeling panic at the sight before him, because the existence of that thing was completely contrary to common sense, as if it should never have existed above this world in the first place. Chapter 44: The Might of the Blood Demon. Roar! That monster down there just held its head up, like a big boss in the middle of an RPG game, full of oppression. Fong Haochen, who saw the surveillance, instantly felt ecstatic. Ah! Ha ha ha! This is the Blood Demon. This is the demon from the Sky Vault clan. Come on! Don't we have a teleportation array? The Blood Demon has been awakened. Hurry up and withdraw. If we delay for a while, the Blood Demon will devour everything here. Fong Haochen instructed his men to inject spiritual energy towards a spell formation beside him. Too slow. All of you go over there. Sure enough, there are many people. The efficiency is also increased several times, and soon the dense light is displayed above the array. Go! With a wave of Wang Zaicheng's righteous hand, Number 2 and the others followed him and stood in the teleportation spell, their figures disappearing in a few breaths. The only person left in the entire room was Lin Yuqing, who was tied to an iron chair. Fong Haochen wouldn't be kind enough to take Lin Yuqing along with him. The ones who were evacuated together were undoubtedly their own beloved ones, and bringing one more person would require the consumption of more crystal cores. The Blood Demon was a demonic creature that was a disaster for the Heavenly Vault clan. Back then, it cost the Heavenly Vault clan tens of thousands of troops and strongmen, which barely sealed the Blood Demon. Even this replica of the then Blood Demon of the Sky Vault clan on the Blue Planet was enough of a headache. The plan to torture the two men properly would have to go out the window. Fong Haochen's few people were instantly transported to a secret realm. This world was chaotic and boundless, with thunder constantly streaking across the sky, and gusty winds swept the sands, blowing a few people squinting their eyes. Even though he was out of danger, Fong Haochen's heart was still unbearable. Originally, he wanted to awaken the Blood Demon in the downtown area of Zhonghai City. He didn't expect Xiao Yan and the Wang clan to fight together, which forced him to awaken the Blood Demon early. Grass, what is this lately? It's just bad luck. But he was also secretly relieved. At least most of the Wang clan's shadow guards were all present, and although awakening the Blood Demon this time had cost a considerable amount, it wasn't a particular loss. The next plan to unite other forces to eat up the Wang family could likewise be carried out. Qiu Yan looked at the flesh and blood below and suddenly felt the pressure steepen. One of the Heavenly Vault Church's congregation had thought to make a sneak attack while everyone was staring at the Blood Demon. But who knew that the Blood Demon had noticed him just as he quietly took his first step? From within its body, a tentacle branched out and pierced through the congregation in the blink of an eye, before it continued to draw blood like a straw. That poor congregation member tore his lungs out and wailed, and in no time at all, he lost his vitality, and his entire body became like a dried corpse fresh out of the ground. The people who saw this scene were all horrified. One of the shadow guards was unsteady and unconsciously moved half a step forward, and instantly suffered an attack as well. Relying on his martial arts background from years of training, a lower back barely dodged this attack, just as he was breathing a sigh of relief. Accidents happen. That Blood Demon unexpectedly split two tentacles again and stabbed towards the shadow guard. This time, the shadow guard waved his long knife, separated a tentacle, issued a when sound, like the sound of gold and iron clash. But then another tentacle attacked, directly piercing the shadow guard completely. Cho Yan's throat rolled. Suddenly I remembered a story from my last life. There was a terrorist attack in the center of the city that killed over 3,000 people, with no blood at the scene, but the cause of death was almost exclusively drained of blood. The Dragon Kingdom deployed the entire city's police force and couldn't solve the problem. And in the end, it was only through the special incident handling team that they were able to get it done. And the story only existed for 10 minutes before it was immediately deleted again. Could it be that this monster in front of us is the culprit of that attack? Now that's trouble. With just the few of them, it wasn't enough for that monster to get an appetite. Wang Tong looked around but still couldn't find the bishop's room. Searching in vain, he immediately decided to go and round with Cho Yan first. One could only follow the map, find A11, and stand on the opposite side of this corridor from where Cho Yan was. Don't move. Seeing the visitor, Cho Yan hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Wang Tong looked at Cho Yan in a bewildered manner, seemingly puzzled by the two words that had no beginning or end. But it was too late. Suddenly, a heel of scarlet tentacles shot out steeply from the large hole in the center of the corridor, and looking at the trajectory, it was heading directly towards Wang Tong's heart. Young master, danger! A shadow guard scurried out from the side and directly blocked in front of Wang Tong. The tentacle effortlessly pierced into the shadow guard's body and once again began to draw blood. This scene scared Wang Tong to the point that he broke out into a cold sweat, and bean-sized beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead. He just wanted to assist the shadow guard in front of him. But then he thought of Cho Yan's bellowing cry. Don't move! Wang Tong watched the shadow guards die in front of him, so anxious that his blood rushed up. But he couldn't do anything at all. What the is this? He turned his eyes and likewise saw the blood demon below. At this moment, that blood demon had inhaled the blood of 3 more people, and its entire figure seemed to have grown a few more points larger. Tiny scales sprouted from its body as far as the naked eye could see, just like a lizard man. Cho Yan also discovered the monster's hunting rules. The creature has no sight, just the ability to perceive objects that are moving. As long as a few people didn't move around, their lives weren't in danger for the time being. But it's not a permanent solution, and it's still acceptable to hold out like this for a few hours. But what about days? What about years? Is it going to stay here until it dies? Thinking of this, Cho Yan decided to take a risk. This monster likes to devour blood, doesn't it? It attacks things that move. Briquette, eat him up for me. The commanded cinder block slowly crawled towards the creature. Although the cinder block was dynamic, the creature did not react in the slightest. This also allowed Cho Yan to realize that the monster was similarly unable to perceive the flowing liquid. At the moment, even though the cinder block had crawled to its feet and started to snatch the blood that was supposed to belong to it, it still stood there like a log. Dang! Cole Ball's body accidentally touched off a piece of gravel, and the creature immediately swung its tentacles and directly struck the fist-sized piece of gravel to pieces. It wasn't until the cinder block crawled up the creature's body that it noticed anything. A tentacle split out and just drew up at the cinder block. In just a few seconds, the cinder block's original small car-like size shrunk dramatically to the size of a table. The cinder block side is no slouch either. Like to suck? It was also frantically drawing on the pool of blood below it, secreting bodily fluids just as frantically. Finally, the creature realized something was wrong. Its fluttering tentacles came to an abrupt halt, followed by frantic shivering. It was as if he had eaten something he shouldn't have, and he fell straight to the ground. The few people around them looked delighted, and immediately afterward they realized that the scarlet body of the monster itself began to gradually ooze black liquid. It was obvious that the body fluids of the cinder block were being devoured all around in its body. The king of the geocentric slimes sure is a bully. Chapter 45. Mama. Explode with it. Just as a few people breathed a sigh of relief, the blood demon seemed to be becoming extremely agonized, as black and red tentacles kept splitting out from above his body, waving continuously in the middle of the room. Any obstruction would be slapped into pieces by these tentacles. For a while there was a great shaking of the ground. Oh no, it's gone berserk. Several people were originally in the basement, and if they let this monster continue its destruction, everyone would definitely be buried alive. The entire basement rattled and shook, and a steady stream of broken rocks fell. Eyeing the monster, it seemed to be attacking things around it indiscriminately. Cho Yan tried to move 2 steps. Sure enough, the tentacles didn't rush towards him. Wang Teng, behind you is A11. You guys go find Lin Yuqing and come out around the other side afterward. He shouted towards the opposite side, while summoning both the flame Kirin and the purple moon, directly smashing those falling chunks of debris. Seeing this, Wang Teng directly rolled over to avoid the falling debris and came to the doorway, lifting his hand for luck and directly smashing the door lock with a palm. The whole thing went right in. Next, he directly saw Lin Yuqing, who was tied to a chair. "You're okay. Have you seen anyone else?" When Lin Yuqing saw Wang Teng coming over, she instantly recognized him. Wasn't this Qiu Yan's old classmate? Could it be that Qiu Yan directly called all his friends over? For a while, Lin Yuqing also felt a bit guilty. It's the fact that you have to come to your own rescue that bothers people so much. Wang Teng numbly split the handcuffs with a slap. The handcuffs were mainly restricting Lin Yuqing's own ability. There was definitely no way to break free by herself, but Wang Teng was able to cleave through them with ease. However, right now was not the time to dwell on it. Lin Yuqing pulled out her hands and shook her head. "No, that bishop and the others are gone. Right through that portal over there. They have awakened a monster whose entire body is soaked in blood. You must be careful. It's okay. The creature has gone berserk out there. Qiu Yan is also outside. Let's hurry out first." The two people were just about to scatter out the door when the black and red tentacles once again slashed haphazardly towards the two people. "Yang!" Only then did Lu Heng appear from the side, extending his long sword to parry the attack. However, he himself directly flew backwards due to the huge impact, and his entire body slammed into a side wall. Ahem! Seeing this, Wang Teng scurried to him in a few dodges, framed Lu Heng's arm and moved him onto his body. At this moment, the load-bearing wall on the side was about to fall towards the two, collapsing together with it, and smashing down directly on their heads. "Iron Mountain, rock barrier," Lin Yuqing chanted as Taishan appeared beside her. Instantly, a rock plate appeared above Wang Teng to shield him. He wiped the sweat from his head. If he was smashed down, he kind of wouldn't even have to find a grave. Too late to thank him. He made a wink towards Qiu Yan on the opposite side of the room and ran directly towards the exit. Fortunately, there were shadow guards and Taishan to cover them along the way, and with the memories in his mind, this was how he reached the basement entrance once again. When Lin Yuqing saw that Qiu Yan and the four of them hadn't come out yet, she was so anxious that she was about to turn around and go in to look for them, but she was directly stopped by the Dragon State Police who had come to provide support. "Just don't go, little girl. Let's do it." The one who spoke out was a man around 40 years of age, roughly 1.9 meters in height, much taller than Wang Teng. His name is Thunder, and he's the captain of Dragon Scales, the Dragon Kingdom's special events unit. Lei Ting stood here, blocking Lin Yuqing like a wall. "Uncle, quick, go and save the people. There are still 4 people in there who haven't come out." Upon hearing this, 4 more police officers came down from the side of the Dragon Country Police. They nodded towards Lin Yuqing and directly followed Thunder into the basement. With a flash of light on several people, a pair of steel armor appeared on their bodies, and the surrounding debris falling on it surprisingly didn't even have scratches on it. Qiu Yan's side was already somewhat unable to hold on. The monster seemed to have completely fallen into a frenzy, and anything that appeared in its attack range would be attacked. Critical at this point, Cinderblock went into a coma like Ga. It was probably the aftermath of swallowing too much monster blood or secreting large amounts of bodily fluids. That's a bit fatal. Since the Cinderblock couldn't be retracted for a while, there was also a chance that Purple Moon might directly injure the Cinderblock by mistake if she allowed her to use the electric light arrow. It's hard to let the flame griffin burn this place down with a single fire, isn't it? Due to the top collapsing, the space Qiu Yan was in was getting smaller and smaller. At this time, if you use the burning flame sea of fire, I'm afraid that without burning that monster, you will first burn yourself to death. But Cinderella can't come back. Qiu Yan, we're not going to be able to hold out much longer. If we can't, let's go first. Dr. Wu also spoke from the sidelines. After holding out for so long, his stamina had long since failed to keep up. Originally, the cultivation was suppressed and weak, like being an obese person himself and suddenly cutting off half of his stomach. Even though he was still able to draw in the aura in the air, he was never able to satisfy the energy needed by his body. "You guys go ahead. I'll be out as soon as Cinderpaw wakes up. Then you two, you should hurry up and get out too. Leave me alone. Qiu Yan, leave your spirit beast alone. Hurry up." Dr. Wu directly tugged Qiu Yan's arm and was about to run towards the outside. But at that moment, a huge rock directly smashed down. Having no choice but to let go of Chiu Yen, Dr. Wu pushed him to the side and fell towards the back himself. Boom! The boulder separated the two people tightly, and Dr. Wu, who was suppressed in his realm, could not move the boulder away at all. You wait. Protect yourself. I'll go outside and get someone to save you. Even Dr. Wu, who was somewhat helpless at the moment, turned back and followed the two shadow guards to withdraw from this room. Just after the trio had completely withdrawn from the corridor, the last way of retreat in this corridor at the entrance to A11 was also completely blocked. At this moment, Chiu Yen was the only one left here, and that monster was rolling all over the ground at this moment, causing Chiu Yen to enter the attack range as well. Don't you dare make me ow! Sea of burning flames. The flame fire Qilin opened its mouth and directly a thick pillar of fire shot towards the blood demon. Due to the fire-resistant body fluids of the cinder block, there was no need to worry about accidentally injuring friendly troops. At this moment, Chiu Yen was clearly cornered. Numb. Just explode with it. Since you like to suck blood, let's heat you up. The pillar of fire directly hit the blood demon, and a gust of heat filled the air at the moment. Soon an unpleasant odor of burnt protein filled the air. Even Chiu Yen couldn't help but cover his nose. In an instant, the temperature within the entire space rose sharply. It could be seen that the pillar of fire sprayed by the flame Qilin just now was so powerful that the polymer heat-resistant material floor behind the blood demon was scorched and melted. However, when the flames dissipated, the blood demon still didn't hiccup. Chapter 46. Pops says, to defeat magic with magic. Special milk. This is not dead. Famous knife, right? Chiu Yen cursed and kept calling out to Cole Ball through the Imperial Beast contract. But every time a command was issued, it was like a stone dropped into the sea, with no response at all. Classmates, you're not allowed to sleep here. The cinder block was as motionless as if it had fallen asleep. Blood Demon climbed up from the ground, looking extremely wretched in his current state. Not only did his body become scorched black, but even his original arm was broken off. Roar! Seeing the monster become dumbfounded, the flame Qilin bulged its muscles, ready to charge at any time. Chiu Yen also took advantage of this moment to directly roll over and sit on the flame Qilin. Charge! Purple Moon twisted her snake body and unhurriedly swept after her. The two beasts charged straight towards the blood demon. Just as it was about to get close to the blood demon, it suddenly went berserk once again, and all the tentacles on its body rushed towards Chiu Yen. Haste! Flaming wings! The flame Qilin's running speed increased steeply as it scurried forward, directly dodging those tentacles. Those tentacles dug right into the ground, and once again there was an explosion. Subsequently, a pair of huge fiery wings began to appear behind the flame Qilin, moving in a regular rhythm. Although the biplane could not allow the flame griffin to fly in the air, it was at least able to drastically reduce its weight. This also caused the flame Qilin to charge forward even faster. In just an instant, it approached within 10 meters of Blood Demon and Cinderblock. With a wave of Chiu Yan's hand, the coal ball instantly transformed into a ray of light and settled back into the Imperial Beast space. Couldn't be helped. In fact, Chiu Yan didn't want to take such a risk. It can only be retrieved if it is no more than 10 meters away from the spirit animal. In order to retrieve the Cinderblock, he almost had to be zapped into a sieve by the Blood Demon's tentacles. While the Flamefire Qilin brushed past the Blood Demon, the sky-covering tentacles followed closely behind. Purple Moon. Fierce Charge. Thunder Tooth. Purple Moon directly activated the skill, Fierce Rush. In the blink of an eye, he approached the Blood Demon, and then opened his mouth to bite down towards the Blood Demon. One could see what appeared to be tiny bits of thunder still wrapped around the serpent's fangs.
Bore.
The sharp snake teeth directly penetrated the Blood Demon's skin. The powerful electric current directly penetrated the entire body of the Blood Demon, directly making those tentacles all yenba down, fiercely slapped on the ground, splashing bursts of dust. But this was only a burst-type skill after all. After being paralyzed, the Blood Demon then came back to his senses once again, and his other intact arm threw itself fiercely towards Ziyu, directly sending her flying. Even one of the serpent's teeth had been broken, and the remaining one had been left deep within the Blood Demon's body. Chiu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw this. You should know that the monster in front of you had been weakened by Cinderblock, although that's why it's gotten so crazy. However, if this monster still maintained its sanity, perhaps Wang Teng and the others would not have had the chance to rescue Lin Yuqing at all. First, he was fiercely blasted by the flame Qilin, and then he ate a thunder tooth. It's amazing that it's still so powerful after all this. This also made Qiu Yan wonder what kind of organization the Heavenly Vault Church was personally. Initially, he just thought it was a group of people who had malicious intent towards the society and were ready to attack and take revenge on the society. It wasn't until today that Qiu Yan found out how uncomplicated this organization was. First of all, the monster in front of me seemed very unreasonable. I wonder how the Church of the Vault of Heaven researched this. If they could really spawn such a terrifying monster, it would be a great threat to the entire Dragon Kingdom. After all, this thing had thick blood, high defense, and crucially, it could draw blood to become stronger. And now, the blood demon general struck again, maneuvering all over his tentacles and stabbing towards Qiu Yan once more. This time, no matter how much the flame Qilin pranced and dodged, those tentacles followed closely behind. Seeing that there was no way back, Qiu Yan simply crossed his heart and directly made the flamefire Qilin turn around, once again launching a final attack towards the blood demon. Just then, news came from the Imperial Beast space. Briquette woke up, and it evolved. It seems to be that Cinderblock has similar traits and abilities to that monster. When the Cinderblock devoured the other's blood, it produced some marvelous changes. For example, it could also split its strong tentacles to attack its enemies, just like a blood demon. That's great news. Cinderblock's original means of attack would have been to sneak up and inject toxins towards the opponent. Now there's finally a head-to-head fight. With a flash of light, the Cinderblock appeared next to it. Facing the incoming tentacles, Cinderblock similarly split his tentacles and directly touched them hard. Boom! Just as the two sides made contact, there was a loud sound that seemed to shatter Qiu Yan's eardrums. It was clear that Briquette had taken the upper hand. After all, our family's coal ball cultivation is a silver level, even though it is contracted to Qiu Yan, and his cultivation will be appropriately suppressed. However, due to the fact that the blood demon had not been replenished with blood for a long period of time, it began to become weaker and weaker at this point. It's understandable blood demons are able to gain enhancement by drawing on the blood of others. It's like a big truck pulling or not pulling a steel coil. Surely the power is different. If there was a sufficient supply of blood, the blood demon would definitely become a great disaster. But well, the current blood demon was as malnourished as a Cinderblock, so even a Cinderblock could be easily handled. Cinderblock, suck it dry. Qiu Yan knew that he had to use magic to defeat magic. The Cinderblock sucks the blood of the blood demon and evolves itself. When a blood demon sucks on the body fluids of a Cinderblock, it is directly poisoned to affect its battle power. You say that people were supposed to eat rice and ended up with bark in their mouths. Can this not be weak? Instead, the Cinderblock grew stronger and stronger, and the blood demon had even begun to shiver by the end of the day. Seeing that the blood demon was about to be powerless to resist, Coal Ball found the right opportunity and directly incorporated it into his body. Even though the blood demon struggled no matter how much, it slowly hiccuped as the blood in its body gradually dwindled. Only then did Qiu Yan sit down against a blocked ruin. It was so thrilling this early in the morning that even Qiu Yan was a bit overwhelmed. Having been in such a strenuous exercise in such an airless place, I only felt a wave of dizziness. The Cinderblock moved slowly as well. Although Cinderblock now had the same blood demon's ability, if he directly forced the opening to break through, it could lead to another collapse. Qiu Yan opened the Imperial Beast space and collected the purple moon back, leaving only the Coal Ball and Flamefire Qilin beside him to guard his safety. I was thinking of leaning back and resting for a few moments, but I didn't expect to fall right back asleep. Just a dazed feeling of a ray of light shining on his cheek. Then a rush of footsteps sounded around them. Looks like this is the kid who stayed here. Doesn't seem to be dead, just passed out. Check around to see where the monster called Blood Demon went. A woman with a pretty cold face stepped out, observing the traces around. The final conclusion was then that Qiu Yan had already destroyed the monster. Chapter 47. I hate rich people. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Earth-centered slime? A flaming unicorn? Any one of them alone is a spirit beast that makes the outside world go crazy. What's this kid's origin, Sway Yu? Look back and check. It feels like he's just in high school. Such a talent. If you have the opportunity, directly absorb it into our dragon scale. Lei Ting looked at the sleeping Qiu Yan and immediately had his teammates carry him on their backs. It wasn't until a few people exited the underground passage that Qiu Yan woke up leisurely. Perhaps it was the aftermath of using the 3 Qi gathering forms, always feeling especially sleepy lately. Qiu Yan, how are you doing? Where's the monster? Lin Yuqing ran straight over, looking at Qiu Yan with a worried expression. The small hands were picking at Qiu Yan's body haphazardly, and seeing that he was not injured, he was able to let out a long sigh of relief. Don't be afraid, little girl. Although he has some wounds on his body, they are not fatal. We took care of it for him before it came out. He actually killed that monster before we got here. We just rescued him too. The one who spoke out was the female member named Suiyu. Her voice was clear and cold, but it was hard to hide the tenderness in it. However, these words had clearly caused an uproar, and the people present looked at Qiu Yan, not expecting this young man to have solved the monster on his own. Amazing. Thank you for getting him out of there. I don't know what I would have done otherwise. Obviously they came to my rescue. I didn't realize. Lin Yuqing's eyes reddened, no longer able to hold back her inner aggression and self-reproach, teardrop after teardrop slipping down. Qiu Yan really couldn't see Lin Yuqing sad, and directly rolled off that dude's body, giving the impression of being alive and well. It's fine, we've directly destroyed a stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church today. That's also considered to be ridding the people of evil. What's so sad about it? Qiu Yan's hand was wrapped like a doryman, and patting Lin Yuqing's shoulder at this moment looked extremely comical. Lin Yuqing laughed out loud when she saw this, crying, and annoyed, she slapped a blow at Qiu Yan. It directly gave Qiu Yan a painful grimace. It's good that it's okay. This way, I'll give you the contact information of the police over there. If you're free, just go and cooperate to make a statement. Never mind. Just add me on Twitter and contact me. Lei Tang directly opened the QR code. Qiu Yan pulled out his phone only to realize that his phone did not know when it had broken into two halves. He could only smile awkwardly towards Captain Thunder and give out his cell phone number. Qiu Yan looked around and realized that there were quite a few injured shadow guards around. Even the female shadow guard named Dear Lin, who had followed him earlier, was also sitting on the ground, hugging her calves, with a stoic look on her face. At this moment, Wang Tung arranged his own shadow guards before walking over. Dude, awesome. I saw that you hadn't come out for so long. I thought you were going to Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yuqing's brows furrowed as she rewarded Wang Tung with a slap on the shoulder in a somewhat unfavorable manner.
哟，这就开始互上了。
But I heard from Brother Qiu that you two aren't together yet. Wang Tung looked at Qiu Yan with a bad smile on his face. The derisive look on his face was unmistakable. Lin Yuqing's small face was like a ripe peach, quickly rising a scarlet red. Well. Qiu Yan really couldn't bear to see Lin Yuqing, an I person, being teased by an E person like Wang Tung, and interrupted with a voice. It's been a hard day for you guys too, so take your family's shadow guards back to rest first. Dude went to get a cell phone and went home too. Turtle's really tired. Upon hearing this, Wang Tung didn't stay long and nodded towards Qiu Yan, and with a wave of his hand, he drove in a few cars and directly took everyone away. Before getting into the car, he also gave Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing a look with ulterior motives, raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and gave a hefty smile before closing the car door. Qiu Yan, can you walk by yourself? Do you want me to help you?
No.
To help. You can't walk. Seeing Qiu Yan's slick appearance, Lin Yuqing also rewarded him with a blank stare, but she still pursed her lips and wrapped her arms around Qiu Yan. Feeling the warm touch and fresh scent, Qiu Yan instantly had no pain in his waist and no soreness in his legs. Dr. Lin, what a miracle doctor. Getting into a cab, this time Qiu Yan had learned his lesson, although he sat in the back seat with Lin Yuqing. It was also too late to indulge in the tenderness, and her eyes kept darting to the driver. Finally, this journey is not what happened. The two people are safe to reach the center of the largest commercial district in Zhonghai, Ginza. Wu Guoliang is really depressed today. I was thinking that it would be a rare occasion to go back to school for a little while and still be able to pretend to be a boondoggle in front of the girls in my class. I didn't expect to suddenly hear the news that the goddess Lin Yuqing was in love, and it felt like the sky had collapsed. For a moment, he had an emotional breakdown, couldn't control himself, and had lost face in front of the entire senior class. So there was no face to give an outstanding graduate speech at the pep rally, only to voluntarily withdraw myself from the outstanding graduate race. His family is also only a modest family. The outstanding graduates are given $300,000 as a direct bonus. So as soon as he got home, the further he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the further he took a step back, the more he thought about the loss, and as a result, he accidentally dropped his cell phone directly to the ground. There was no way, in case the goddess got tired of Chiu Yen one day, it wasn't impossible for him to take advantage of the situation. In order not to miss the goddess's message, he immediately decided to come to Ginza to pick the best and fastest internet speed cell phone, for no other reason than to get back to the goddess's message. When he arrived at the cell phone store with a pocket full of cash, he saw a scene that shocked him exceptionally. His own goddess, Lin Yuqing, was hugging Chiu Yan's arm. The two were talking and laughing, looking very close, and were picking out a cell phone in front of the counter. Wu Guoliang instantly became taut. It wasn't that he couldn't actually accept his goddess being with someone else, as long as he didn't see it for himself. But now the two were standing right in front of his eyes in such a real way that it brought tears to his eyes in an instant. Is this to give the goddess the latest model of cell phone? No, I hate rich people. Chiu Yan, after you buy the cell phone, you must let her go home. Okay? Even so, he had already made up his mind and resolutely took a big stride towards the two. As a result, I lost my balance when I tripped my left foot over my right foot. After making a grab in the air, he directly wrapped his arms around Chiu Yan from behind. Chiu Yan almost jumped up with an ow. Originally, he was chatting happily with Lin Yuqing, but he was suddenly embraced from behind. Who can stand it? It was only when I looked back that I realized it wasn't that idiot Wu Guoliang. What the? Don't lay a hand on me in public. Unexpectedly, Wu Guoliang was indeed calm and didn't even look at Chiu Yan. His eyes looked deeply at Lin Yuqing. Just this look, looking at Chiu Yan's heart was hairy. Yuqing, I'm retiring, and this retirement is for life. Hearing the commotion, Chiu Yan's heart flashed with an unpleasant feeling. There were also some munchers around who gradually gathered around. Wu Guoliang paused, then slowly went down on one knee with tears in his eyes. My first sin is to meet you, my second sin is to know you, my third sin is to make friends with you, my fourth sin is to be pleased with you, my fifth sin is to think of you, my sixth sin is to take care of you, my seventh sin is to keep you, my eighth sin is to protect you, my ninth sin is to be in love with you, and my 10th sin is to love you. I'm retiring, and this retiring is or will be for the rest of my life. After saying that, Wu Guoliang wiped his tears and whimpered as he ran away, picking his way through the crowd for a small amount of time due to the crowds of melon eaters. Only the two were left with a confused look on their faces. What's this stupid fool doing? Did he ever like you? I don't know. He's always been such a goddamned mess. I'm not sure. There are times when he suddenly runs over and says this kind of nonsense. Chapter 48: Good Teachers and Bad Employees. Against all odds, Chiu Yan didn't care, pulling Lin Yuqing against the crowd and running towards somewhere else. But then his figure lurched, realizing that he seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming here today. There was nothing for it but to blacken his face and mindlessly choose the most expensive cell phone and slip it into his pocket. There was a crowd of eaters on the sidelines. Don't taint our group of pure love warriors with money. Soul was feeling bad for that boy. So this little girl is following you just because you're rich. Tsk, young people nowadays are still too impetuous. Like me back then, I was even prettier than this girl. You know Wang Jianlin from Zhonghai City? I didn't even agree to him chasing me. I got a license directly from our old Zheng. Blow it out your ass. With your pockmarked face and your mole. It's no wonder that Wang Jianlin is attracted to you. Old Deng too, are you Andy looking for a fight? Looking at the surrounding eaters chattering and quarreling, even on the verge of fighting, Chiu Yan's face darkened a few points more. What's this all about? Listening to how there's still the matter of Wang Tang's grandfather. Inserted the phone card and immediately the phone started vibrating like crazy. Chiu Yan fell without catching one. This heart simply more scared than riding a roller coaster. Just afraid of just 30,000 yuan to buy a cell phone will break in one fall. Picked it up and blew on it, and looked around. It really deserves the bomb-proof level of cell phone that the clerk just said. Stick in the chest can be bulletproof all. Chiu Yan fixed his eyes on the class teacher, classmates, and a few numbers of unknown origin. He knew that it must be because he skipped the outstanding graduate presentation today, so his homeroom teacher called over to raise hell. Hello? What? With that, Li Jiangwo's voice rang out from the other end of the phone. What? You have the nerve to ask me what? You know how much scolding I took from the leaders today for you. Director Chan has been pouring dirty water on you in front of the school leaders, and if I hadn't vouched for you with my personal credibility, you'd be afraid that you wouldn't have to be cancelled from your guaranteed place directly. Now what? I advise you, kid, to be sensible and hurry over. Before the school leaders and the others leave, you go bow and apologize to them and it'll be fine. Li Jianguo gave a verbal output that directly confused Xiao Yan. It's just a seminar for the best graduates. That's all. Then voluntarily giving up that 300,000 won't really matter to you, will it? And to cancel your own application for a place at Huaqian University? Some school leaders can really get on the bandwagon. Although Qiu Yan knew that being so uptight was definitely Chun Qingqing's director, who was an uncle in the middle of it. But this school leader, this is too hasty. Sighing, Qiu Yan still decided to make a trip to Spring Rain Imperial Beast High School. Even if it wasn't for the $300,000, for the sake of the class teacher, Li Jianguo, it was still necessary to make a trip. In fact, Li Jianguo, as Qiu Yan's homeroom teacher, usually takes good care of him, and even went to the hospital to see Qiu Yan after he fell on hard times in his last life, and stuffed Qiu Yan with $1,000 when he was leaving. The school rules at Kasuga Mikado High School were actually pretty strict. Of course, this was freshman and sophomore year of high school. It was so strict that no trash was allowed in the trash can, no one was allowed in the bed, no toilets were allowed at night, no water was allowed in class, and so on. Qiu Yan does not say much. At least 10 things that are not allowed to do basically did 7 or 8. I was thinking that after making these mistakes I would be expelled. My mom and dad would be less stressed, and it wouldn't be impossible for me to prepare for my college entrance exams at home. But Li Jianguo unexpectedly suppressed all of them for Qiu Yan. Not only the other students intentionally or unintentionally, Li hard to bail out all his students. If not for the fact that he was a veteran who had retired from the Holy Beast battlefield, he was afraid that he would have to be expelled from the school straight away. Just a year ago, when the position of director of instruction became vacant, Li said he voluntarily dropped out of the race because he couldn't bear to let go of his students. But it wasn't until after our senior year that we realized that Li was eliminated from the running because the class he taught had the highest error rate. Originally, by virtue of Li Jianguo's so many years of teaching experience and excellent personal strength, is fully capable of the post of director of teaching. In the eyes of the students, Li is a good teacher. In the eyes of the school leaders, Li, on the other hand, was an inferior teacher who dared to defy the school's rules and regulations. Yu Qing, our homeroom teacher, asked me to come over. Do you want to come along? Lin Yuqing also knew that it was mostly about that matter of outstanding graduates, and she herself was likewise absent. Immediately, he nodded and followed Xiao Yan out of the mall and into a cab. Along the way, Xiao Yan couldn't stop his headache. After all, those school leaders will use rules and regulations, their own awareness, and so on to pressure people. Let him confront those leaders. It would be better to let him to fight with the blood demon again. Before he could think of a word, the cab braked sharply and stopped in front of the school. The doorman just glanced at the 2 men's student IDs and let them through. Administration building, top floor. At this time, Li Jianguo was nodding his head towards the 4 chubby leaders, his face full of fawning colors. Hey, leaders, I just called Xiao Yan's classmate, and he has something going on at home today. Now that we're over here, don't be in a hurry. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Come and try the Dragon Well tea I brought back from Hang City last year. But without waiting for Li Jianguo to open the tea canister, he was directly reprimanded by a rich-faced leader. What's wrong with having things at home? Why don't you report it in advance? I think Qiu Yan is obviously not aware enough. Hey, look at that, it happened suddenly. It happened suddenly? You didn't know to take your vacation in advance. Li Jianguo, a time CPU are fast burning. What does this mean in the end? Why don't you understand it? With a bitter smile, he opened the tea canister again and poured most of it for the leaders. Each leader basically has 1/3 of a teacup of tea. As he poured the tea, Li's heart was dripping blood. That's Westlake Red Robe. And it's a tea made by the heir to the legacy. He sighed and poured boiling water for several of the leaders again. Yo, this tea, it's good. Well, it smells pretty good. It's really like that. Comrade Zhang Woa. So it seems that you haven't taken many bribes from the students in private. I can't believe you can afford such good tea. No wonder you're dead set on protecting those students of yours from disciplinary action. A few people talked and counted down Li Jianguo. A high and mighty look is simply disgusting. A trace of displeasure flashed across Li Jianguo's face, and he was about to snap, but he seemed to think of something and held back. Don't look at each of these leaders as being able to point the finger, but in reality, they were all softballs who had never been on the Holy Beast battlefield. Dealing with these people was simply more tiring than going to the Holy Beast battlefield. Chapter 49. The Ugly Face. Ding. The elevator slowly reached the top floor. Chiu Yan and Lin Yuqing walked out quickly and went straight to the school manager conference room that Li Jiangguo had mentioned in the middle of the phone call. Along the way, there were constantly administrative teachers staring at Chiu Yan, seemingly a little surprised. Why would two students be in the administration building anymore? Normally, if it's just the disciplined students that come this way. Did you get caught having an early love affair in the middle of school? Chiu Yan ignored the line of sight that looked like pins and needles, but walked straight to the school boardroom. He knocked on the door, and there was a sudden enter from inside. Turning the doorknob, he saw 4 leaders sitting at the long table looking at him, with an old-fashioned look, and behind them stood the director of instruction, Chan Qingqing's uncle, Chan Zhenhua. Seeing the visitor, Li Jiangguo hurriedly beckoned towards Chiu Yan and winked at him. Chiu Yan, come. I'll introduce you to these leaders. Something happened to your family today. Quickly apologize to the leaders. Won't this matter be over? Given Li Jiangguo's bitter words, Chiu Yan still patiently explained to the 4 people. Seeing the bandages on Chiu Yan's body, several people actually had a number in their hearts. Chiu Yan, you should be glad you have a good teacher. Okay. Hand over the material. Hand it over and you can go back. Materials. Chiu Yan felt a bit puzzled. What kind of material? At this time, Li Jiangguo once again made a face towards Chiu Yan. He did not move from the royal beast space, took out a craft paper bag, respectfully handed over. You can see the bulging stuff inside. One of the leaders picked up the paper bag, weighed it in his hand, picked it up again and scrutinized it for a while, and spoke directly and nonchalantly. Mr. Li, now we have 4 leaders here, it should be 4 materials. At those words, Li Jiangguo's figure gave a slight stutter and froze a bit. I didn't realize these guys were so shameless. He had $100,000 stuffed in this craft paper bag. Can it be that 100,000 per person makes 400,000 in total? Chiu Yan really couldn't help himself and directly pulled Li Jiangguo outside. It's okay. I don't need a bailout. Mr. Li, we're not going to take the heat. Li Jiangguo, however, was in a hurry and hastily shook off Chiu Yan's hand, his gaze once again looking at the leader. Several leaders, this child is talking nonsense here. Don't mind if I do. At this point, the leader was clearly getting a little impatient. Asshole, do you realize how valuable the time of a few of us really is? Is this distinguished graduate child's play? You can run for office if you want to and quit if you want to. What do you take us for here? Do you still take school rules and regulations seriously? Seeing this scene, Chiu Yan couldn't stop sneering. Yeah, I just don't want to be that honors graduate right now, and I don't need a guaranteed ride. I'm taking the Imperial Beast exam normally. I can still get into Huaqing University. In one sentence, several leaders were directly confused. How many people dreamed of the chance to get a guaranteed admission? But it turned out that this Chiu Yan actually gave up when he said he would. Doesn't he know how hard it really is to get into Huaqing University? It's simply a big statement. This year, the Imperial Beast high schools in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom only shared down dozens of guaranteed spots, and Spring Rain High School only had 5 guaranteed spots. And there were at least 20 million senior students in the Dragon Kingdom who took the Imperial Beast examination this year. Huaqing University enrolls just over 1,000 students each year, and it is basically impossible to enter Huaqing University by unified enrollment. You can only go bowling. I didn't expect this kid to be so unappreciative of his chances. Chan Zhenhua was secretly happy to see that the atmosphere at this time was not right. Since Chiu Yan didn't want that guaranteed place, then his niece Chan Qingqing would have the chance to be guaranteed a place at Huaqing University. Because these school leaders don't care who the people who bail out are, it's clearly just a business. Whoever pays the highest price will have that guarantee. Only when he thought of this did Chan Zhenhua slowly open his mouth. Leaders, I think we should honor the children's choices. Since student Chiu Yan is so confident, I guess he really does have that strength. In that case, why don't we just give this opportunity to someone else in need? Chan Zhenhua clapped his hands, and Chan Qingqing timidly walked in through the door. Seeing the visitor, the several leaders' faces obviously looked much better. Chan Zhenhua was promoted by them. It served their purpose at the same time. Originally, today was the day to find an excuse to cancel Chiu Yan's chance to bail out. After all, what's a poor student from an ordinary family fighting for a guaranteed admission? They also get a sizable bribe if they switch, and that's the main thing. Hello leaders. My name is Chan Qingqing. Young student. A bit of a stranger. Chan Zhenhua smiled and opened his mouth. Several leaders, this is my niece. Quickly, Ching. Summon the spirit beasts to show the several leaders. With a flash of light, a rather huge crocodile-type spirit beast appeared directly beside Ching. Spectral crocodile? Not bad, this kid, actually having such a good spirit beast. I remember that the bloodline seems to have reached the platinum high rank. Qiu Yan also felt a bit strange. Obviously, he remembered that Lin Yuqing's spirit beasts were also silver-level bloodline spirit beasts. So how did he shake his head and summon a spectral crocodile out? Or a platinum high bloodline? In fact, the concept of bloodline first appeared more than 30 years ago. People in those days lacked a bloodline to judge by. That said, bloodlines are not essentially rated in such detail. For example, Qiu Yan's Flame Qilin had a bloodline of diamond-grade high-grade bloodline. Lin Yuqing's Granite Rock Tiger was of a platinum middle-rank bloodline. This kind of attacking large class of spirit beasts needed to develop to a large late stage basically before they could show the difference. For example, the lower and higher orders within the diamond class. At Qiu Yan's current stage there was little difference. It could be said that the difference was very small. Unless a spirit beast's own cultivation had grown to gold, the strengths and weaknesses of its bloodline would truly begin to show. In a word, there was not much difference between low and high ranks until one's cultivation reached gold. But these school leaders had experienced more, so naturally they would be thinking about the future development of spirit animals, so they would pay special attention. When Ching saw the crowd's shocked appearance, her heart suddenly became a little proud as well, and she seemed to vaguely lift her chest up a few points. In that case, then Qiu Yan and teacher Li should go back. Chen Zhenhua gave a direct expulsion order. It's purely deserved that such a guaranteed opportunity was not cherished. If the guaranteed places were there, Ching wouldn't be able to compete with Qiu Yan or anyone else no matter what. Because Qiu Yan's Flamefire Qilin bloodline rating was simply too high, Ching was uncompetitive. But now, with this position open, there's no way we can go back to getting a couple of students' parents to auction off guaranteed opportunities like a bidding war, right? Chapter 50, The Mysterious Woman. Li wanted to say something else, but as soon as he did, Qiu Yan yanked him out. Qiu Yan, what are you doing? Do you know the consequences of doing this? It's not really possible to go to Hua Qing University without a guarantee. A look of hatred, his face red with anger. What about your parents? No thought for them? Qiu Yan sighed and just looked at Li Jianguo, suddenly smiling. So who was it that said you had to rely on guaranteed admission to attend Hua Qing? This time, Li froze. Wasn't Qiu Yan's royal beast talent the Book of Words? Even if the Flamefire Qilin was really strong, this Imperial Beast talent would not be able to help in battle at all. By the time you get to the Imperial Beast exam, there is a huge possibility that you will be docked points. Just trust me. Hua Qing University is really easy for me. Even with such a packaged ticket, Li Jianguo was still a bit unconvinced. At this moment, Lin Yuqing also walked over. Qiu Yan, what about that outstanding graduate thing? Qiu Yan shook his head. Looks like you don't have to file for election anymore either. Press on. None of these leaders are nice. Go, go, go. Looking at the back of Qiu Yan's two departing men, Li Jianguo's eyes became complicated. Does he have some kind of card? The Qiu Yan in front of him seemed to have a different aura throughout. The king's house. As soon as he arrived in this huge manor, Wang Teng directly sent a few shadow guards, who carried all the injured back to their respective rooms. After that, Wang Teng went straight to his grandfather's room. Earlier, when he was in the car, Grandpa told him to come here and find him as soon as he arrived home. Grandpa's room is in the innermost part of the entire Wang family manor, where the landscape of the wigwam mountains and rocks and the scale color of the carp in the pool are all quite elaborate. Coming to the curved path, there was a hut of about 20 square feet situated here. At this time, the place was already full of people. All of them looked serious, and one of them was silenced. Tanger, come on, kneel down. Wang Jianlin sat on top of a chair in the center and slowly opened his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of indifference amidst the vicissitudes. It exuded a sense of unruffled authority. Yes, Grandpa. Wang Teng walked to the center of the room with extreme reluctance and knelt down towards his grandfather. Do you realize what a mistake you made today? Wang Jianlin looked at his grandson, and his eyes suddenly became sharp, like a rusty iron knife resharpened. Grandpa, I don't know. Please, Grandpa. Just say it. Wang Teng's heart lifted. Whenever I made a mistake as a child, my grandfather would make myself kneel down and make myself reflect. Just think of it as the fact that because of him today, the shadow guards that the Wang family had carefully cultivated over the years had suffered too many casualties. The next words of his grandfather, however, were a relief. The Church of the Vault of Heaven is the bogeyman, and you're right about that matter of launching an attack on it. But you today, the only thing you can't do is let him, the bishop, go back in one piece. What does Grandpa usually teach you? Plan and move. If you don't make a move, it's a straight shot. If you had consulted with Grandfather ahead of time, it would have been 10 bishops, and he wouldn't have been able to escape. Wang Teng also reacted to the fact that this was his grandfather knocking himself out, and hurriedly said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, I know I'm wrong." Looking at his grandson, Wang Jianlin, who had long been holding back a bellyful of words, was unable to say anything heavy at all, and could only let out a long sigh. Letting the bishop go this time is no less than spooking a snake, and it's going to be a pain in the ass to find again. That's just it. The future of the Wang family is still in your hands. If that bishop shows his head again, you'll be in charge of getting this trouble out of the way. Aye, Grandpa. Everyone else in the room breathed a sigh of relief. At first, a few people thought it was a big deal. As the first generation of cultivators after the recovery of the aura, the old master was a proper credit to the human race. Those who could come back alive from the Holy Beast battlefield in that era were basically ruthless people. Once the old man was truly angry, Wang Teng would at least have to shed his skin. Well, I've said all I have to say to you, so get out. Tanger, you stay. At this time, the uncle and aunt next to Wang Teng's uncle and uncle hurriedly exchanged pleasantries with the old man and fled the hut like the wind. Once everyone else had left, the hut was surprisingly quiet at this point, with only the pleasant sound of the stream flowing alongside. Wang Teng couldn't help but speak as he looked at his grandfather's worried face. "Grandpa, what seems to be bothering you?" "Eh?" Wang Jianlin shook his head. In fact, he was also torn between telling his grandson or not. Is it good or bad to expose him to these things too early? After hesitating for a long time, this was the only way to tell what was on his mind. "Tanger, do you know about the Sacred Beast battlefield?" "I know, Grandpa." The Sacred Beast battlefield is a battlefield formed by the power of the rules that the 888 great powers of the human race put their lives on the line to communicate. Wang Jianlin rubbed his brow. It was supposed to be something you guys wouldn't know until at least junior year of practice. I'll tell you now. In the beginning, the Sacred Beast battlefield was established to defend against the invasion of foreign races. Every 10 years, the Sacred Beast battlefield opens, when young soldiers from the foreign races will appear there. We select young talents to be thrown into the Sacred Beast battlefield in order to defend against their invasion. In 2 or 3 years, it will be you who will have to bear the responsibility. I have a premonition that this time, the counterattack of the foreign races will definitely be stronger than ever. Tanger, no matter what, I want you to go. Go and do your part for the human race. Grandpa is old and can only pin his hopes on you. Wang Teng nodded heavily. Elder Wang was at this point in time, but his words changed. That new friend of yours, what do you think of him? This directly gave Wang Teng a confused question. Huh? Grandpa, you mean Qiu Yan? I haven't known him long, but I think he's a good guy and he's righteous to his friends. Wang Jianlin nodded thoughtfully. Well, Tanger has a good eye. Grandpa had a lookout look at him when you first met him. This son is surrounded by golden red qi. He will become a great man in the future. You must get along with Qiu Yan in the future. Wang Teng, however, felt a little puzzled. Grandpa, what's this for? Wang Jianlin's brows were tightly locked, and his mind seemed to have made up its mind. Tanger, the two of you have a very special destiny and are naturally attracted to each other. Moreover, I asked my master to do the math for you, and you'll have a calamity in 3 years. Perhaps only that little friend Qiu Yan can keep you safe. As to why, Grandpa won't say too much about it, too much talk. Maybe there will be changes in the future. Wang Teng, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and wildly shocked inwardly. Grandpa's mentor? Could it be the one who started practicing before the aura revival? Go back, Tanger. Grandpa is going to rest. Even though there were too many questions in his heart, Wang Teng could only force them down and said goodbye to his grandfather before retreating. As he watched Wang Teng's distant figure disappear, Wang Jianlin started coughing like crazy. A mouthful of thick black blood was directly spat out. At this moment, a wonderful woman suddenly appeared behind him, around her early 20s. Although her face was covered with a veil, she was still able to vaguely see her beautiful appearance. She stretched out her beautifully narrow and slender green jade hand and directly slapped it forcefully towards Master Wang's back. The thick spiritual energy burst out, which made Wang Jianlin feel much better. The old man's cloudy eyes turned back towards the woman and slowly got up, wanting to perform the ritual of kneeling. But there was an invisible force holding his knees, and he couldn't get down. Wang Jianlin could only bow slightly towards the woman. Thank you, Master. Chapter 51. Don't get me wrong. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing didn't go home. After coming out of the school, he directly took a cab and continued back to the Anexine Villa area. However, Qiu Yan still sent a few messages to his mom on the way, saying that he was going to stay out for 2 days. It wasn't until Mom replied in half an hour that Qiu Yan put his heart down. Dad and Mom are still Qiu Yan's soft underbelly. The stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church that he and Wang Tang had raided today was guaranteed to be targeted. You can have the ability to defend yourself, but you are afraid that those people will take action against your mom and dad. But at this moment, the cell phone ding-dong sound is Wang Tang sent a message. Dude, we stabbed the Church of the Vault of Heaven today. That was awesome. Qiu Yan would smile. The Wang Tang he knew in his last life had experienced too much and was far from being as lively as he was now. But Wang Tang was still Wang Tang. It's good to be carefree and have no worries. After all, we only destroyed one of the Sky Dome Church's strongholds today. It's impossible to find it hidden in the middle of the city. I'm afraid this organization is going to retaliate afterwards. Dude, you don't have to worry about that. We have shadow guards. Where are your parents? I'll send 2 over to protect them later. Qiu Yan cried and laughed. Let the Wang family shadow guards to protect his father and mother is his first volunteer. But it's a solution to your own worries, and there's nothing to worry about. Worthy of being a good brother. It was almost as if he was so close to his heart that he had learned to prejudge himself. Thanks, buddy. I'll buy you dinner next time, huh? Isn't it less than a week before the Imperial Beast exam? And the martial arts exam is the same time. Then let's come out directly after the exam and go to our family's one-stop shop. Don't you know what our family does? I'll arrange it for you straight away. Qiu Yan laughed in a humorless manner and returned. All right. Hurry up and go cultivate. It's almost time for the exams and you're still so free and loud. Okay. Only then did Qiu Yan put down his phone and summon Ziyu. Since Dr. Wu had gone to work, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were the only 2 people in the house. Qiu Yan thought for a long time, but decided to tell Lin Yuqing about the breathing method that increased his cultivation speed. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Is it Qiu Yan? It's me. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in the shower. It was then that Qiu Yan heard the sound of clattering water outside the door. The old face flushed. For a while, he actually got a little carried away. It was no wonder Qiu Yan, after all, since his last life, Qiu Yan was a little virgin. In his last life, he was left disabled and didn't have the heart to get a date at all. Naturally, you don't experience that kind of thing.
只是听着水声，秋妍只觉得自己的心跳，砰砰砰的跳，感觉都快跳出来了。
In less than 10 minutes, the door in front of him was opened with a brush. Lin Yuqing stood playfully in front of him wrapped in a bath towel, her body still bubbling with dense hot air. The small face showed a healthy flush from the hot bath she had just taken. Droplets of water ran down her cheeks and down her pale swan neck, dripping all the way under the towel. The short bath towel obviously couldn't hide her shapely figure. Qiu Yan indisputably looked straight. When Lin Yuqing noticed Qiu Yan's line of sight, she also became a bit alarmed and directly stretched out her white lotus root arms to hug her body tightly. What do you want? Huh? Oh. Qiu Yan came back to his senses and was just about to open his mouth. As a result, it turned out that Lin Yuqing's figure appeared to be even more seemingly more mesmerizing and alluring due to being squeezed. Huh? Suddenly feeling that his nose was cold, Qiu Yan casually touched it and ended up touching a handful of blood. You get busy. I'll be back later. Qiu Yan fled back to his room in a state of disarray, frantically pumping paper towels to stop the bleeding. Took a while to slow down. Lin Yuqing frowned as she watched the inexplicable Qiu Yan go back to his room. She looked down at her size as if it was indeed too revealing. You seem to have a pretty good body yourself? Seems like men like their front and back types, right? She seemed to think of something, and then it was as if a rush of heat went straight to her head. Lin Yuqing's small face flushed red as she closed the door to her room with lightning speed, covering her chest with one hand and pressing the other on the door, gasping for air. I'll go. Could it be that Qiu Yan really had that kind of idea about himself? He's been really good to himself, though. He took himself out for training, lent himself $1,000,000 to cure his grandmother, and came over to save himself today regardless of his own safety. In that case, it seems like giving your life away doesn't seem unacceptable. Lin Yuqing, what are you thinking? Thinking of this, Lin Yuqing's little brain also instantly went down. Sitting down against the door frame, covering her face with her hands, too shy to see anyone. It seemed like men would get nosebleeds when they saw something exciting, and she wondered if she was overthinking it. She was still a little worried about Qiu Yan. I wonder if it's some kind of internal injury from today at Suwon Street. Lin Yuqing quickly blew dry her body and hair, then changed her clothes from within the Imperial Beast space before knocking on the door of the room again. Knock, knock, knock. Qiu Yan, are you okay? Did you have something to tell me just now? Come. Here it comes. Qiu Yan's panicked voice sounded, and then after a rush of footsteps, the door opened with a click. Seeing each other again made both of them look a little awkward. Qiu Yan didn't know where to put his hands. One moment he scratches his head. The next he pulls out the cell phone in his pocket to check the time. How he wished Wang Tang would send him 2 messages at this time. It's so embarrassing this. Lin Yuqing's smile was a bit stiff at this point. Her small hands were behind her back and she kept fiddling with them. Shell teeth bit her lips lightly, not knowing how to speak. Well, you first. Go ahead. Both of them spoke at the same time again, which made the atmosphere even more awkward. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan glanced at Ziyu, who was drying her rice on the side, and slammed his head. Ah yes, something does happen. I have mysteries to show you. Come on. Come on. Ha! Before Lin Yuqing could react, she was pulled into the room by Qiu Yan. Bang! The door to the room slammed heavily. Looking at the sneaky Qiu Yan, Lin Yuqing suddenly thought of something bad. As a result, before she could say anything, Qiu Yan once again ran to the window and pulled the curtains closed, then turned back and smiled mysteriously at himself. What do you want? Lin Yuqing timidly opened her mouth, and her heart was suddenly in a frenzy of deer. It's not like Qiu Yan is going to take himself here. No. Don't. That kind of thing. I'm not ready for that. Lin Yuqing closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at Qiu Yan, her small hand waving continuously in the air. Ha! Qiu Yan quickly reacted. It was the fact that he had just acted too out of character at Lin Yuqing's door, which had caused some misunderstanding in the little girl's heart. No. I'm trying to teach you a spell. Dharma. Only then did Lin Yuqing open her eyes. Right? Come on. Come on. Qiu Yan sat on the bed and patted the side, signaling her to sit over. Lin Yuqing's head was filled with black lines. Teach yourself the Dharma? It's not going to be some kind of dual cultivation spell. Seeing Lin Yuqing's hesitation, Qiu Yan also realized that his actions seemed to have some hints. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'll show you how it works and you'll see. Purple Moon. Stop eating. Come on. Lin Yuqing only saw Purple Moon plop down beside Qiu Yan, and the one person and one beast began to breathe regularly. Slowly, swirls filled with spiritual energy began to form around them as well. All of this looked at Lin Yuqing's cherry mouth for a long time. It's actually possible to cultivate like this. Chapter 52, The Genius Sage. First this, then that. Memorize the mantra. Lin Yuqing sat cross-legged on the carpet, and the rocky rock tiger in front of her like a kitten also sat face to face. After cultivating according to Qiu Yan's mantra, not long after, the same spiritual power vortex formed around his body. Qiu Yan was surprised to find that this set of gongfu seemed to be very suitable for Lin Yuqing, and he grasped the essentials in just a few minutes. And the spiritual energy vortex that had been condensed was even larger than his own. Perhaps the size of the spiritual vortex was related to the size of the spiritual beast? It was useless to think so much. Qiu Yan also sat on the bed and similarly began to cultivate. As he continued to cultivate, Qiu Yan suddenly felt that the efficiency of the two cultivating together was instead faster, and there was probably about a 20% increase as well. After cultivating for more than an hour, Qiu Yan's stomach began to rumble. It just occurred to me that I hadn't eaten lunch today. Looking at Lin Yuqing, who was completely immersed in her cultivation, Qiu Yan couldn't bear to disturb her, so he just quietly brought the door of the room with him. Just bring her one later. After all, this feeling of being immersed in cultivation was wonderful. When he himself first practiced the breathing technique back then, He had directly slept for a small amount of time at the spirit beast breeding base. Qiu Yan locked the door of Dr. Wu's house and came into the middle of the courtyard. Looking at the randomly parked little blue bikes next to him, Qiu Yan directly swept one up, put on his helmet and rode off on a skid. Just deal with a bite, look along the street and find a bistro. Since Dr. Wu's house was in a very privileged location, he soon found a restaurant that did good business. Coincidentally, Qiu Yan had also come here to eat once in his previous life, and the flavor was also very good. Locked the little blue bike up and walked right in. Boss, 1 order of fish and shredded pork over rice here, and 1 order of leek and shredded pork over rice pack to go. Right, more rice. Okay, 30 yuan. Find a seat and sit anywhere. The boss turned his back to Qiu Yan and greeted him, grasping the handle of the iron pot in his hand and upsetting the pot constantly. Only, the boss's voice sounded a bit familiar to Qiu Yan. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere. Qiu Yan didn't care, found an unoccupied seat and sat down, taking a bottle of soda in the process, and gulped a big mouthful. Hiccup. While waiting for his meal, Qiu Yan swiped his cell phone and watched those people in the class group and grade group chatting quite interestingly. One and all are talented. Not long after, a pudgy middle-aged man walked in through the door. Somewhat rushed, he surveyed the decor of the store, and was silent for a moment before summoning up the courage to speak in a husky voice. Boss, 1 order of rice, any leftover broth? Can you add some gravy? The owner looked back with some surprise. Seeing the dress of the visitor, he nodded. Could be. Qiu Yan noticed this side a long time ago, but his eyes looked toward the back kitchen. Isn't this Li Jiangguo? What's with the stir-fry here? Seniors don't have to go to class, so Li comes here part-time to fry food? But Qiu Yan didn't say anything more, his head lowered, pretending not to see it. He was also afraid that Li Jiangguo wouldn't be able to save face. The middle-aged man thought that standing in front of people's homes is not a thing. So find a seat, just wait for the boss to finish frying dishes. As he walked around, most of the diners could hardly hide the look of disgust on their faces. Go, 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 sit somewhere else. There's someone here, check over there. I ended up wandering around and froze in my seat. No one shared a seat with him because he had a strange odor, not the sour smell of garbage, but a bitter smell that made his mouth turn bitter when he smelled it. Uncle, sit with me, I'm full. A little girl spoke timidly, with most of it left on the plate in front of her. She moved her body and stood on her tiptoes to reach the ground. Her big watery eyes looked at the middle-aged man and she turned back towards the kitchen. Xin, don't run around. Be careful of burning yourself. It's okay, Dad. I'll be careful. Only the little girl was seen hugging Li Jiangguo's leg and giggling. Qiu Yan's heart was suddenly filled with emotion. So this little girl was Li Jiangguo's daughter. Suddenly also some understanding of Li Jiangguo with their own parents are for their own children better life. Suddenly, the little girl fell straight toward the ground. Rolling around on the ground in pain, his little face squeezed together, his mouth still shouting daddy daddy. Li Jiangguo was so anxious in his heart that he threw the spatula aside and pounced on it. Xin, Xin, where are you uncomfortable? Daddy, I hurt. Ooh. I hurt. Qiu Yan stood up miserably, and in his afterglow, the scruffy middle-aged man scurried straight over. What are you doing? When Li Jiangguo saw the visitor, he was instantly enraged. He had just seen that his own daughter had skipped lunch to make room for a man and had come straight over to him. Could it be that this person has pulled some kind of stunt? Those who had been on the Holy Beast battlefield had a bloodlust in their bones. Li Jiangguo directly copied his own kitchen knife and blocked in front of his daughter. At this moment, Qiu Yan also ran over, cupping the summoning spell in his hand, ready to summon the Flamefire Qilin to fight. Without waiting for Li Jiangguo to react, the middle-aged man directly entered the kitchen with a flash. The speed was so fast that even Qiu Yan didn't react. Oops! The middle-aged man's hand flashed with light, and a cowhide cloth bag immediately flew out from the storage space. Qiu Yan cried out in his heart that this man was actually a martial artist. Opening the cloth bag, it contained several bright silver needles. If you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, you'll never survive yourself. Li Jiangguo's face was red with anxiety, and he rushed towards the middle-aged man with a kitchen knife. But the middle-aged man just said faintly, "If you want to save someone, don't move." At this moment, not only did Li Jiangguo freeze, even Qiu Yan was confused. Is this a tall man? only to see that middle-aged man draw out a silver needle and lightning like stabbed two needles on Li Xinxin's body. A trickle of black blood then flowed from the place of the wound. Seeing his daughter's state gradually stabilized, Li Jiangguo also slowly put down the kitchen knife at this time. I'm afraid this little girl has been poisoned by something. Have you offended anyone lately? Seeing the middle-aged man's gloomy face, Li Jiangguo realized that this matter was not simple. Indeed, I sparred with that Chun guy this morning. An old enemy. As a colleague, the relationship isn't that frosty. Could it be him? Why did he go after my daughter? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. It's a toxin unique to a spirit animal called the berry spirit frog. This toxin is not fatal to humans, but there will be occasional flare-ups, as evidenced by this. It hurts, but it's not fatal. Hearing this, Li Jiangguo was relieved, and at the same time began to be glad that a high-level person had come to the store today. However, he was still skeptical inside. What reason did Qin Zhenhua have to lay hands on his daughter? Just because he had refuted him in front of the school leader earlier? Li Jiangguo did not care about the details, but only desperately grasped this life-saving straw. Dare I ask what is the master's name? Bai Xiaolong. What? Could it be the White Sage? Seeing the man nod, Li was shocked. Once a gifted physician, how did he become like this now? Chapter 53, A Bad Hunch. The name Bai Xiaolong was very popular in those days. Not only was he born into a family of Chinese medicine practitioners, but he was also known as a sage in acupuncture. It should have been more than 10 years ago, when Li Jiangguo had just participated in the Sacred Beast battlefield. Bai Xiaolong's name had been spreading in the military. That year's Sacred Beast battlefield was a fiasco though, with 60% of Blue Star's land divided. But most of the fighters who participated in the war survived and retained a viable force. So much so that even though the foreigners had occupied most of the land, they were still unable to break through the human race's defenses. There is no other reason. It is because the White Sage Hand accompanied the army, greatly reducing the casualties of the soldiers. Bai Xiaolong first broke open Li Xinxin's small mouth and looked at the tongue. Another pulse was taken with both fingers. It's a big relief now that it's basically stabilized. But I can't do any further acupuncture right now, so if you have time, you should go to the hospital and get rid of the remaining poison in the child's body. Li Jiangguo looked at Bai Xiaolong helplessly. He didn't expect this toxin to be so powerful that even the holy hands couldn't handle it. As a result, he happened to catch a glimpse of those hands of Bai Xiaolong, which were shaking terribly. It made him blush. I don't know what Mr. White has been through all these years, but those hands of his are hands that heal the sick and save lives. He opened his mouth to ask, but was afraid to touch on Mr. White's painful past.
Noticing Li Jiangguo sicked, Bai Xiaolong siga.
All right, my hands aren't what they used to be, but you can rest assured. Realizing that Bai Xiaolong seemed to have gotten the wrong idea, Li Jiangguo was about to open his mouth to explain, but he saw the other party waving his hand. Okay, my rice. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for saving my daughter. Come on, take this money. Li Jiangguo also do not care a lot. Directly from the counter cash registers in the mess grabbed a red ticket to be stuffed to Bai Xiaolong. I don't want more. I won't pay for this rice. Li Jiangguo, much embarrassed, thought for a moment, deliberately found a large bowl, served slowly rice, and then scooped a few spoons full of braised pork from a side pot and put it in. Seemingly feeling that this was somewhat insufficient, Li Jiangguo stuffed 2 more large duck legs into it, and also scooped a few spoons of marinade soup and poured it in, before handing the punching bag over with a smile. Bai Xiaolong nodded, took the meal, turned around and headed for the door. Qiu Yan still wanted to go and make friends with this kind of high-ranking person, but in the end, just as he reached the door, he realized that the outside was already empty, and Bai Xiaolong's figure had already disappeared. Perhaps it was because Li Jiangguo had called his wife first, and not long afterward Qiu Yan saw a middle-aged woman arrive at the door on a battery-operated bicycle. Throwing his helmet into the basket of his car, he huffed and puffed his way in with an air of exasperation.
Li Jiangguo.
You heartless. My old lady works hard out there and can't even look after a baby. Looking at his master's wife's anxious appearance, Qiu Yan's heart really didn't feel good. If Li becomes the director of teaching, not only will his monthly salary rise directly to more than 20,000 yuan, there are also various subsidies, and his time is still free. A senior teacher at Spring Rain Royal Beast High School is only paid a little over $8,000, and you still have to be in school all day to get it. Li, as the senior class teacher, has little to teach per se, and can only muddle along, taking a base salary of $4,000 a month. This is obviously not enough for Lee, who is like the backbone of the family. Watching his wife suffer after him, for Lee Jianguo, he only felt indebted to her. Daughter-in-law, take it easy for a moment. XNXine is doing better. At this time, Li Xinxin had already been helped to lean on a side chair, tooting her small mouth, her small face written with a grieved baba. Xinxin, who's the nicest kid in the world? Does it still hurt? Smile if it doesn't. Daddy will take you to the hospital right away. But no upset. Smile. Daddy's buying you your favorite Princess Shiloh doll today. The couple wrapped their arms around the little girl and coaxed her, which made her smile again. Qiu Yan stood up in silence and took away the share that belonged to Lin Yuqing, then dropped $50 on the table and turned directly out the door. After all, it was the middle of mealtime, and Qiu Yan had been turning his back to Li Jianguo. So it resulted in Li Jianguo not even realizing that his students had just come here to eat. After leaving the door, Qiu Yan once again sent a message to Wang Teng. I'd like you to find someone for me. Huh? What's up, dude? Say hi if you need something. I wonder if you know about Sacred Hand by Xiaolong? I want to ask him something. All right, buddy. I've heard of the White Sage, but it seems like it's been a long time since I've heard anything about him. I just saw him on this road right in front of the Anexian Villa area. Okay, buddy. I'll have someone look into it. I'll contact you when the time comes. Thanks. Qiu Yan extinguished his cell phone and walked down the road with a thoughtful look on his face. I'm just full myself and it's good to take the edge off. At the same time, he frowned tightly, thinking about Li Xinxin. Old Li was kind and good to his students, so he generally didn't make any enemies. But it seems like today, before he went to the administration building, he seemed to have some conflicts with Chen Zhenhua. Did Chen Zhenhua do it? He's a man of his stature, so what's the point of laying hands on a little kid? This matter revealed strangeness. Anyway, at least Qiu Yan felt that something was very wrong. It was guaranteed that it was another foreign race that was behind it. Immediately, he decided to go back and confer with Lin Yuqing first and talk about it later. Crunch! Pushing open the door to his room, Qiu Yan realized that Lin Yuqing had fallen asleep, holding the rock tiger, just like he did before. Looking at the serene sleeping face, Qiu Yan's throat knots rolled. It's a strange feeling. In the beginning, he had only held a mindset of guarding Lin Yuqing. After all, in their last life, the two of them were great friends. But in this life, it feels as if some of the friendships have deteriorated. It seemed like he really liked Lin Yuqing. He forcibly resisted the urge to kiss his red lips, and just reached out his palm and patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder. Wake up, are you hungry? Come to lunch. Well, it was only when she opened her eyes that Lin Yuqing saw Qiu Yan and spat out her tongue in some embarrassment. After all, he had thought of practicing properly, but ended up falling asleep. She was then pleasantly surprised to find that her cultivation had broken through the Black Iron second stage. Now she was also a Black Iron third stage Imperial Beastmaster. While Lin Yuqing was eating, Qiu Yan told Lin Yuqing what he had just experienced as well. In this case, even though we don't know anything, it's good to let Wang Teng check. But during this period of time, we don't have much to do, so we can either alternate protecting Li Xinxin. But just then, the police department called Qiu Yan. Chapter 54 First Visit to the Otherworld. Is this Mr. Qiu Yan? Are you free today? Why don't you come over here and cooperate with us for a statement? Okay, later. Qiu Yan hung up the phone, helped Lin Yuqing pack up the dishes, and continued practicing inside his room for a few hours before he went downstairs. As the two walked on their way to the police station, they once again passed by Li's little covered dish restaurant. However, at this time, the door was already locked, and it seemed that Li Jianguo and his wife had already sent Li Xinxin to the hospital. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling emanated from the midst of that plain, uninteresting little store. This drew the two men to the doorway, where they could faintly see a crack in space amongst the immaculately cleaned tables. No good. Quickly call and tell the Longhua Police Department. Hurry up and blockade this area. Another secret realm will be born here. Qiu Yan was anxious. He finally knew why Li Xinxin was poisoned. It's a space rift. When the spatial cracks spread to a certain size, a secret realm would be formed. In the early stages of the formation of the secret realm, some small spirit beasts would be squeezed out due to the laws of the world. No good, no good. Maybe the whole Anexian Villa will be affected. Lin Yuqing trembled as she took out her cell phone and dialed the police. But the powerful magnetic field around her caused the phone to remain without a signal. Come on, run away. We're in the center of nowhere. And the phones must be dead. Qiu Yan had an anxious look on his face and pulled Lin Yuqing to run into the distance. All the while, the people were being loudly driven away. Suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted from within the spatial crack. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing couldn't control their forms and instantly flew backward. At the critical moment, Qiu Yan reached out and hugged the pole on the side, while the other hand deadlocked Lin Yuqing's waist. But the suction was so strong that even the poles began to slowly fall towards the spatial rift. If the stalemate continued, they would both absolutely be sucked in. Couldn't care less. Roar! The flame Qilin was summoned by Qiu Yan, a pair of huge flaming wings frantically flapping behind its back, and the sharp claws of its limbs pierced dead center into the concrete poured ground. It exerted all its strength and its entire body surged forward, thrusting towards Lin Yuqing's back. Qiu Yan also happened to let go of his hand. Because of the controlled force, Lin Yuqing only felt that she was being pushed from behind, but the dark force contained therein was directly sending her out of range. Qiu Yan, call the police. The suction force behind Qiu Yan is getting bigger and bigger, and the poles are starting to make a stabbing sound. Finally, the pole had reached its limit and snapped right off the ground. Qiu Yan hugged the pole and was directly controlled by the suction force, ruthlessly crashing into the glass door of the store, directly shattering the door. In an instant, countless tiny pieces of glass flew directly into the spatial rift. It's okay. Go back and get me out. Though the poles were also reoriented by Qiu Yan during their flight, causing them to fly horizontally towards the spatial rift and snagging the commercial buildings on either side of them on the way. With such a violent impact, Qiu Yan was also a little qi and blood rushed up, and his hand was pulled into the spatial rift as soon as it was dislodged. Qiu Yan! Qiu Yan! Lin Yuqing lost her mind and spread her legs to run towards the spatial rift, but as a result, the two ants next to her froze and held her, unable to break free at all. Yeah, call the police. Fingers kept sliding on the cell phone screen, but no matter what he did, the damn phone never dialed, anxious to break down. Because brand new space cracks are no joke, and there have been cases like this before. After a person was sucked in, there was a high chance that they would be twisted into pieces by the spatial turbulence. Qiu Yan is really fierce. Qiu Yan only felt like plunging into darkness. All around was unfathomable blackness, and only himself was glowing white. He tried to move forward, but it was as if he had lost gravity and was floating in this side of space. And it's so surprisingly quiet that you can't hear anything at all. Am I in the middle of a space rift? He tried calling out to his spirit beasts, but again, he could not receive a response. Done. Things are totally big. Qiu Yan had only this one thought in his mind. The odds are that he now exists in the crevice between the blue planet and the other world, and all things will not exist here. Qiu Yan was feeling a bit desperate in his heart. It was like being abandoned in the middle of space, even though Qiu Yan's life wasn't in danger yet. But with such loneliness, there was no hunger to feel or anyone to talk to. Sooner or later, you lose the ability to think. Grass. It was so hard for him to come back reborn, and he hadn't yet completed his big plan of rebirth. Are we going to die here? Even if Qiu Yan's current mind was very tough, he couldn't help but get a little frustrated at this point. But just as Qiu Yan was losing all hope, a light flew out from within his body. It's actually the book of 10,000 metaphysical signs. In the midst of this square space, Qiu Yan's entire body was then pulled by the Wanxiang Shenshu and drifted towards the front. After an unknown amount of time, Qiu Yan woke up again and was already in a completely unfamiliar otherworld. Where is this? Qiu Yan scratched his head somewhat helplessly. There's no choice but to survive in this world first. Lin Yuqing had been saved by himself, so the police would definitely have sent someone to stabilize the spatial rift and sent someone over to set up a teleportation array to save him. The first order of business is to figure out what the world is really like. There's a bit of a dark water swamp ecosystem here though, but in essence, it's a completely different world. While walking, Qiu Yan realized that this was definitely not an otherworld filled with spirit beasts in the traditional sense, because there are beings with intelligence here. Because just a short distance away, there are a couple of houses. This was definitely not a level of civilization that could be possessed by a spirit beast. For example, the dark water swamp was also stuck in the stage of drinking blood from their fur. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan associated it with that 3 Qi gathering forms ability from earlier when he advanced in his Wanxiang Shenshu. It's called the Ancient Gods. Could it be that not only did spirit beasts exist in the other world, but also some other civilizations? Brother Albert, you slow down. Haha. Sister Leah, hurry up and hurry up. The Spirit Beast Contract Conference will be held today. We must arrive early to grab a good spot. Hearing the sound coming from the front, Qiu Yan hurriedly took 2 steps forward and hid behind a large tree. As the voice peeked out, it turned out to be 2 people with rabbit ears who were running towards this direction. This also secretly surprised Qiu Yan in his heart. I didn't realize that this world linked by the space rift really existed intelligent life. Among those secret realms that the Dragon Kingdom had discovered before, it had never heard of such life existing. Chapter 55, The Sky Rabbit Race. Those 2 were basically indistinguishable from the human race except for having 2 rabbit ears, but their other physical characteristics were very similar. But the run was strangely fast. On the Blue Star, it would take at least a Black Iron 3rd stage martial artist to burst out at that speed. Qiu Yan summoned the Flame Qilin and quietly followed behind the 2. Brother Albert, summoning spirit beasts, is that important? I don't think that relying on our Heavenly Hair clan's physical abilities, we might not lose to the human clan. Rhea ran wildly while rushing at the youth next to her. The young man called Albert looked back, his tone full of seriousness. Silly child, don't you know that there are martial artists among the human race who are capable of practicing martial arts? Martial arts are something that only those big shots in Odin City have access to. No matter what, it's only when you can get stronger that you can fight against the human race. Rhea looked small, probably the height of a small human 12 or 13-year-old girl, and wondered again, why? Why do we have to fight against the human race? Are the human race all bad people? But I've never even seen a human. Sister, you shouldn't ask. The human race is our clan's greatest enemy. Every time the Holy Beast battlefield, our clan's warriors are at the forefront. All you need to know is that the human race is our mortal enemy, and that's enough. Qiu Yan, who was following behind, took in all these words and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Could it be that the Sacred Beast battlefield wasn't just about fending off the invasion of spirit beasts, but also fighting against foreign races? It was understandable that Qiu Yan didn't know these things. Under normal circumstances, it was only in the second half of the 3rd semester that one could basically come into contact with news about the Holy Beast battlefield. The Dragon Kingdom had completely blocked these news for fear of causing panic among the people. Are there other races off-world that are eyeing Blue Star and could launch an invasion at any time? If everyone knew such news, I am afraid that they would have to eat and sleep badly every day, and live in fear all day long, and it would be better to be kept in the dark and spend their lives happily. Only when they reach the higher academies, students who can actually serve as combatants, will they know the truth of it all. It seems that this Sacred Beast battlefield hides quite a lot of secrets. Qiu Yan muttered softly, still allowing the Flame Qilin to follow him. But this time he became more cautious. The entire figure was hidden behind the Flamefire Qilin, and if one didn't look closely, one would definitely not be able to discover it. Suddenly, Robert stopped, shrugged his rabbit ears twice, and looked straight ahead. What do you want? I'm a supernumerary member of the Yaya's escorts. How dare you make a move against me? Qiu Yan also saw from afar at this time that several strong men suddenly appeared at the intersection in front of him, and basically all of them were big and thick. But that pair of rabbit ears. Qiu Yan, how to look at it, has a suspicion of selling cute. It looks like it's pretty hot. Haha. So what if it's a supernumerary member of the escort? Honestly, hand over the spirit stones on your body. Otherwise, today, the 2 of you won't be able to leave here today. Those men simultaneously flipped their hands over, and their respective spirit beasts appeared at their sides. Looking at the raging few, Robert's feet seemed to be wobbling a bit, but looking at his sister, who was being shielded by himself, he gritted his teeth and similarly summoned out his spirit beast. The spirit beast Qiu Yan did recognize it. It was a silver-level bloodline spirit beast, a bloodthirsty tiger. He didn't expect to see his familiar spirit beasts in the other world, making Qiu Yan feel very close to him. Yoo-hoo, boy. You've got a lot of nerve. It looks like it's not going to be handed over. No. Don't give it. It's for my sister to pay the deed fee. It's okay for me to be a little guard, but my sister can't be like me. She has a bright future ahead of her. Robert took a small cloth bag directly from his arms and shoved it into his sister's hand, directly instructing her to run. Brother! Hurry up. Go back to the village chief. Rhea hesitated for a moment, wiping her tears as she ran towards the distance. Big brother, What do you think of this? The man at the head of the group sneered. Kill the males, take the females back and raise them, and in a few years they'll grow into watery little beauties. When the time comes, add some people to our fortress as well, huh? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the few juniors behind him laughed as if they had heard something funny. However, the gazes that one looked at Rhea carried a hint of greed. Robert was also red-eyed at this point. These scum actually coveted his sister. Even if it meant risking his life, he had to bite off a piece of meat for them. Thinking of this, Robert drew his short sword and charged directly towards a few people. Scum! I'll fight you! Little tiger! Follow me! Ah! It had to be said that Robert did have two skills, and with his spirit beasts cooperating with each other, those brown men actually couldn't help him for a while. Cho Yen was hiding to watch the show. It wasn't that he was apathetic, but this race mouthed off about the human race being the enemy or something. Then why did you save it? Saved, then went to summon spirit beasts and develop them to go to the holy beast battlefield to find trouble with their own human race? It would be a saintly mother of Cho Yen to hold back here and not go on a killing spree. As a result, that Leia panicked when she escaped and directly crashed into Cho Yan's body. You! Rhea rubbed her eyes, saw someone, thought it was a wandering ranger wandering around, and was just about to ask Cho Yen to support her brother. But then he saw Cho Yan's appearance. At first it was puzzled, and gradually a look of horror was written all over the little face. Without those long ears, people are human. Immediately, he fell to the ground in fear and shivered. Cho Yen was also very helpless when he saw this. This directly exposed himself. If it was a normal spirit beast, maybe he would have killed it without saying a word. This Leia in front of Ki was similar to a small human girl in every aspect except for having a pair of rabbit ears, and a pair of big watery eyes looked at Cho Yen. Cho Yen really can't lay his hands on it. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. I come from good people. Cho Yen grinned, trying to look as amiable as possible. I hadn't thought that such a move would scare Rhea right out of her wits. The human race is that human race that's known as the most evil race in the universe. Countless Sky Rabbit clan warriors died under the swords of the human clan. At this moment, Cho Yan's smile was no different from the evil spirits of hell in her eyes. A few people at the intersection also followed the sound and looked over. Their faces were all tinged with shock, and for a moment, they actually forgot to spar with Robert. Seeing this, Cho Yen could only sigh helplessly. It's good that you weren't discovered on your own. But if they were found out, it would certainly be a big problem if they let these people run back and shake people. One still doesn't know exactly what kind of strength this other world has. In case you fight off the little one and come to the old one, if a random 2 silver gold level martial artists came, they would basically only be taken down. Since a few of you saw me, I'll just have to silence you. Chapter 56 Cho Yen, the demonic villain in general. Go! In just an instant, Purple Moon also appeared by Cho Yan's side. The Flame Qilin and Purple Moon charged towards those people at the same time.
Humans.
Quickly, you guys go back and report. The man who was leading the group yelled, and a hideous scar could be seen across his chest. Cloud Mist Leopard. Let's go! Directly carrying his sword and his spirit beast together, he slashed at the Flamefire Qilin. He instilled spiritual energy towards the weapon in his hand, and at that moment, the entire blade in his hand shone with a strange light. Splitting his head, he slashed towards the Flamefire Qilin. With this slash, it seemed to be at least at the level of the Black Iron 3rd stage. If it was really struck, although the Flame Qilin would not die, it was estimated that it would definitely be seriously injured. Right at this moment, Purple Moon instantly sprang out from the side, and with one bite, she directly bit the man's neck. The man's pupils quickly became dark. His neck began to frantically spatter blood. The knife held in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. What? Seeing that their own bosses were killed in seconds like this, the several junior brothers looked at Cho Yen angrily, and a strong anger erupted in their hearts at once. This human killed their most beloved boss. Alanji fight you. Charge. After all, where were a few countryside ruffians a match for the extreme spirit beast Flamefire Qilin? The Flamefire Qilin roared in anger and swept across several people like a wolf into a flock. In the blink of an eye, there was only one person left in the field. At this time, he also came to his senses and was directly scared out of his wits by the Flame Qilin, and for a moment, he actually collapsed to the ground in fear. The devil! It's the devil! He came back to his senses and stumbled off into the distance. After running out for about a few hundred meters, he looked back at the back, and it seemed that the flame Qilin was not chasing after him and surprisingly sighed in relief. But then, he was stabbed in the heart by an incoming arrow glowing with lightning. Seeing that Qiu Yan's attention seemed to be on a couple of men, Robert quietly climbed up and ducked into a bush. Gathering up a few people, Qiu Yan also realized that the teenager called Robert from before had disappeared. Is this hiding? Qiu Yan didn't take it seriously. Being able to be casually taken by those few rookies, their strength shouldn't be very strong either, so let Purple Moon and Flame Qilin look around and just do it. What's more, that teenager was injured, so he certainly couldn't run far. The first order of business was to take stock of the loot. Qiu Yan crouched down next to the bodies of several people and rummaged around. Sure enough, I found some small rocks the size of a thumbnail. There were some numbers engraved on it. Is this the currency of the Sky Rabbits? Just as Qiu Yan was rummaging through the bodies, Robert quietly peeked out. He held his breath and gently walked around to Qiu Yan's back. Then, finding the right opportunity, he grabbed the short knife and stabbed it towards the front. Without warning, Qiu Yan deflected his body, directly dodging this swift stab. What? Robert's eyes widened, not realizing that the human in front of him was so powerful. Surely those legends that were circulating were true. Humans really are an evil and powerful creature. With a slight point of his toes, he changed his stance once again, reversing his direction and stabbing towards Qiu Yan. There was very little spiritual energy left in his body, and this time he infused all of it. Seeing Robert in this state, he couldn't help but make Qiu Yan look at him twice more. This what's-his-name Sky Rabbit clan looked weak, but their physical fitness was really good. I can't believe he was able to stabilize himself in such a short time. He tilted his body once more, dodging the thrust with ease. With that, he lifted his long leg and kicked hard toward the side of Robert's waist. Ah! Robert's body instantly lost its balance and rolled to the side, trying several times to get up. Qiu Yan snorted coldly, his face full of sarcasm. Do you know that if I hadn't stepped in just now, you would have been killed by those people? And even then you're going to do it to me? At that, Robert's face grew a little grim with excitement, more like the defiance of a teenager. You demon! Qiu Yan laughed as he took 2 steps forward and directly stomped on Robert's chest in a deadly manner. So I'm asking you, what mistake did I make that made me the devil you say I am? None of you humans are any good. Robert was shivering with fear though, but the eyes that looked at Qiu Yan were incomparably resentful, not like an act, as if Qiu Yan was really a great villain who burned and looted. Don't you humans want to invade our Yaya's kingdom? You can try. The warriors of the Sky Rabbit clan will never lower their lofty heads to humans. Qiu Yan did freeze. There seems to be some huge amount of information in this passage. Doesn't there? What do you mean the people are going to invade the kingdom of Yayas? For more than 50 years since the aura recovery, hadn't it been their human races that had thrown themselves one by one into the Holy Beast battlefield to fend off the Spirit Beast's attacks? Qiu Yan saw that the two sides held different opinions, and was puzzled in his mind that it would be better to directly find a guide than to silence them. I won't hurt you guys, as long as you take me to see the Spirit Beast Contract Conference. Robert knows that Q's words can't be trusted. After all, he had killed all of those few hijackers right in front of his eyes. If he was brought to the assembly, there was no telling how many of the future flowers of the Yaya's kingdom would be killed by him. After all, they were also just a poor township in the Yaya's kingdom, and there were simply no strong people to decimate the human in front of them. You're dreaming. I'm telling you, I won't betray the Sky Rabbit clan even if I die. Why don't you make it painful and just kill me? Qiu Yan raised an eyebrow. He seemed a bit like a villain. There was no intention of killing them all. But if the conflict between this race and the human race is really irreconcilable, then it can only be silenced. But he then realized that Rhea ran towards him, cupping her small fists and hitting Qiu Yan's legs one by one. Demon! Release brother now. Sister, go away. Leave me alone. Although Robert was stepped on the ground by Qiu Yan, his trembling hands clung to Qiu Yan's ankles. Oh! Qiu Yan smiled evilly, thinking that it would be better to be a devil. Are you sure? Both of your lives are in my hands now. With a single reach, Qiu Yan picked up Leah by her collar and lifted her up, and the little girl's limbs stomped about in the air, but there was no way she could break free. Sister! Robert was so angry that his eyes could not stop, but facing Qiu Yan who could not be beaten, After a complicated trade-off in his heart this time, he opened his mouth in a trembling voice. "Let my sister go and I can promise you." "Yeah." Chiu Yen took out a box of fudge from his bag and took out one of them and put it in Ria's mouth. Ria, who had never seen anything like that before, had curiosity written all over her small face. What's this?" Ria's eyes were filled with amazement. The flavor was sweet like rotten berries, but not that texture. Soft and bouncy and tart. "Soul Taker. What the hell did you give my sister?" "Poison." Chapter 57 First Visit to the City of Odin. Chiu Yen had a cold smile on his face, a smile that chilled Robert's heart in half. "You have to take your medication on time every 3 days, and if you guys try to sneak away or leak it, your sister is dead." "What?" Even though he had deep animosity toward the human race, Robert finally gave in. For the sake of his sister's life, he had to compromise down. Although the original plan had been disrupted, at least now he was alive and his sister had not fallen into the hands of the thieves. It didn't matter as long as he behaved better and found a chance to do away with this human, after getting the antidote. However, while this is not a good result, it is not a bad one either. "So I ask you, what is this?" Chiu Yen placed the small stone he had found by touching the corpse earlier in front of Albert. "This is the currency of our Sky Rabbit clan." "Oh!" Chiu Yen raised his eyebrows and really let him guess right. "That group just now? Do you recognize them?" Robert looked at Chiu Yen and hesitated for a while before answering honestly. "It's a group of bandits who are entrenched here and usually stop and rob in this neighborhood. I didn't think that I'd have such bad luck today, that I'd actually be blocked by them." Chiu Yen nodded, looking thoughtful. "Looks like you need to get some money if you want to survive in this world." Moreover, the Imperial Beast examination was close at hand, and there was no telling how the flow of time in this world compared to the Blue Planet side. If we missed the Imperial Beast's entrance exam because of this, it would really be a big deal. Then Chiu Yan's best end would be to run to Dragon Shield Security as a bodyguard and be a co-worker with Oldly. At that time, Chun Qingqing would definitely come to taunt herself. She voluntarily gave up her chance to bail out and picked up the slack instead. Chiu Yen couldn't accept it no matter what. One could only hope that the Dragon countryside would stabilize the spatial rift as early as possible and send some experts to save themselves. Before coming to the Dragon Kingdom, he himself had to find a way to gather some intelligence about this world or something. Let's try to feel out the strength of this world first. With a decision in his heart, Chiu Yen spoke again. "Do you know where their lair is? Take me there." Since Robert said that this group of people is not a good bird, then even if he goes to the black is considered to be to get rid of the harm for them. Robert snapped. "I didn't realize that the man in front of me actually wanted to find trouble with the Green Wolf Gang." The Green Wolf Gang had a bronze-level Imperial Beastmaster in their ranks. However, he wasn't kind enough to remind Chiu Yen and replied immediately, "It's 10 kilometers from here. I could take you there, but my sister is going to the Spirit Beast Summoning Conference." Can you wait a minute?" Chiu Yen thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's go ahead and check it out then. But don't try any tricks. Your sister's life is in my hands." Robert could only nod his head with a bitter smile, but inwardly he began to calculate how to do away with Chiu Yen to get the antidote. After an hour of long-distance running, Chiu Yen, his entire body wrapped in a wide robe, followed his siblings into this place called Odin City. The architecture was like the Blue Star's medieval West, with a mix of Gothic and Romanesque brick and wood-framed houses crowding both sides of the street. The streets were busy with cars, but they were very dirty, with horse manure and mud all over the place. Blackened grass stems were embedded in the cracks of the wet lapis lazuli, and there was a slippery feeling as you walked on them. Some vendors existed on both sides, sitting squatting on top of the steps on one side and yelling under their breath. "Take a look and see, hey, a very high-quality fire attribute crystal core. Spirit beasts have a chance of awakening the powerful skills of a silver-level earth heart fire lizard if they swallow it. First come, first served. The hard shell of the tail of a deep-sea peeper, just 8 spirit stones, made into a chest armor that can withstand a powerful blow from a bronze-level spirit beast. These people all have the distinguishing feature of having bunny ears. Some of these trafficked goods are hard to buy in the Dragon Kingdom." Chiu Yen decided to go to the place called Green Wolf Gang to get some money first, and did not care about this, but just silently followed his siblings towards the church. In fact, the city gate to the Church of Awakening was no more than 20 minutes, but as a result, it froze and took more than half an hour to get there. There was no other reason than that the road was so difficult to walk on, and if you were not careful, you would step on filth. Only the rich, who were entitled to support their own wagon caravans, could ride in them free from stepping on the dirt of the ground. Here we are, sister, you go in first. Brother will wait outside. The entrance to the church was immaculate, but access was restricted. If you want to go in, you have to take your shoes off first. Otherwise, the filth on the road could be whipped by the Lord if it polluted the holy church. There was no way around it. Chiu Yen could only look at the sights of it from a distance outside the church with Robert. It didn't take long for the deed ceremony to begin. A long line of 12 and 13-year-old children waited for the pastor. There didn't seem to be any difference between this place and the Dragon Kingdom's contract. It was all a matter of walking into an engraved spell formation, then closing one's eyes and sinking one's consciousness into it to communicate with the otherworldly spirit beasts. If a contract is made between the two parties, they will travel through the void and come to themselves because of the power of the contract in their hands. However, for the space of imperial beasts and the storage space of martial artists, it was more like having a territory of one's own in the middle of the void. If necessary, they can communicate with the space and send back their spirit animals or items. As long as they successfully contracted a spirit beast, they could leave. And not long after, Leah ran over cheerfully, joy and pride written all over her little face. Brother, I contracted a gold-level spirit beast. It's the dark fire beast. Yeah, well, our Ray is awesome. Robert stroked his sister's head affectionately, the smile on his face looking a little stiff. He should have been happy for his sister, but his mind was clouded with sadness. After all, his sister is armed with a deadly toxin and her life is in someone else's hands. With that, he carefully discussed with Chiu Yen. The siblings also have to board at a relative's house in the city today, so they asked Chiu Yen if he can let the two of them go over there to say hello and come back after arranging some things. The appointment was to meet 2 hours later, still at this church. Chiu Yen readily agreed. After all, he still had to investigate the matter of the sacred beast battlefield over here, and it was inconvenient to bring 2 dragons with him. Well, meet here then. Don't think about running away. Otherwise the poison in your sister's body will kick in, and she will die with endless pain. Robert nodded, a sinister look flashing out of the corner of his eye. He had no doubt about these cunning humans, and greeted Chiu Yen before pulling his sister and turning towards the other side. Watching Robert leave with a heavy heart, Chiu Yen turned around and also hid himself in the middle of the traffic streets. Suddenly, behind him was a bellowing sound, which also attracted Chiu Yen's attention. Make way, make way. The lizard clan's honored guests have arrived. Only to see a carriage rapidly approaching in the distance. Running wildly on such a muddy street could be described as having no sense of public decency at all. Pedestrians on the street avoided the carriage, but they couldn't avoid being splattered with dirt. All of them looked like they dared to be angry. Chiu Yen reacted quickly and hurriedly flashed into a store, which saved him from this crisis. But he could see from afar that inside the carriage's compartment, there seemed to be a few richly dressed foreigners sitting. Chiu Yen felt that there was something big going on and directly followed this carriage quietly. Is there an intelligent race different from the sky rabbit race in this world? Chapter 58 Rabbit-eared lady? Odin City Lord's house. The carriage stopped with a gust of fishy wind. A middle-aged man with glasses from the Sky Rabbit clan stood in front of the door and arched his hand in a respectful manner at the noble guests on the carriage. This is the ruler of the city of Odin, Lord Hoover. Greetings, lizard clan envoy. Aha! There was a long wait before a lizard man came down from the wagon. Chiu Yen hid in the middle of the street and looked at this person from afar, feeling a bit surprised. The man did look like a lizard, and instead of a normal human-looking head, he had a lizard head and was covered in scales, with a thick tail sticking out from under his skirt and pants. We are honored to have Lord Jacques at our door. Come on in. Hoover then made way, with a fawning look that made Chiu Yen feel displeased. Before he came, Chiu Yen had asked Robert to tell him everything. The reference to Lord Hoover was one of pride, constantly bragging about what some of this one has accomplished. Chiu Yen thought it was some big shot. Now it seems that Hoover wasn't pushing it that hard and actually looked like a lapdog. And a snob too. But seeing that several people were about to enter the city lord's mansion, Chiu Yen looked around, and while most of the guards' attention stayed on Jacques the lizard man, he found a chance to flip in through the side courtyard wall. After all, who would have thought that the home of the beloved Lord Hoover would be invaded by a human of unknown origin? The courtyard was densely covered with vegetation, and there were also some strangely shaped mountains and rocks, making the environment clear and elegant. This gave Qiu Yen a chance to hide. Lord Jacques, in 3 more years it will be the day the Holy Beast battlefield opens. In these 10 years, our Heavenly Hair clan has greatly increased its military strength. Now that our troops are strong, we can't wait to go to the Sacred Beast battlefield to charge the human race. Hoover bowed his head in a very respectful manner to Jacques. Jacques, however, was all high and mighty, snorting coldly, very disdainful of this, and couldn't stop sneering in his heart. The Sky Rabbits? It's just cannon fodder for the Holy Beast battlefield. In the past, the reason why they were valued by those adults above them was only that they had a larger population, and the high-end combat power still depended on the other big clans. Now that there was new research on the side of the Sky Vault clan, the Sky Rabbit clan was no longer important. Cannon fodder? As much as you want now, and it can be mass-produced and is stronger than the Sky Rabbits. Lord Hoover, look. Down through the years, have we ever asked the Sky Rabbits for a single cent of tax? No, no. Thanks to the care of those lords up there, which has allowed my Sky Rabbit clan to develop to this day, Hoover has no teeth to forget. Jacques the Lizard pondered for a moment before speaking again, a false smile on his face. Seeing that the opening of the Sacred Beast battlefield is imminent, doesn't Lord Hoover need to show something? But this upturned resource. You guys grasp yourselves. Yes, yes, yes. Men, show Lord Jacques to the treasury. As much as you want. With that, several guards came out beside him and flanked Jacques to the treasury. Because there were many soldiers at the entrance of the treasury, Qiu Yen had no way to approach at this time. Only to approach Lord Hoover again, who was full of sorrow. At this moment, he was sitting in the middle of the courtyard, constantly rubbing his forehead. Father! A beautiful-looking female ran over. Even her body was wafting a small scent, and she looked to be in her early 20s. Skin like cream, lips red and teeth white. The face was full of eagerness, especially the pair of pink rabbit ears, which looked very petite and cute. This is the rabbit-eared lady? Qiu Yen was shocked inwardly and truly felt what it meant to be cute. It's almost as if they came from inside one of those little day games. It also made him look twice. It wasn't that Qiu Yen was a womanizer who had thoughts when he saw a good-looking girl. The attitude he held was just some appreciation of something new and beautiful. In order to prevent being discovered, Qiu Yen once again leaned into the fake rocks where he was hiding. Lord Hoover saw that the visitor was his daughter, and in his old age he cupped the teapot and took a sip, smacking his lips. Lily, why the panic? I told you a long time ago, as a daughter of the Hoover family, you must always be poised. Just as she stood, the rabbit-eared lady named Lily spoke eagerly, her voice melodious, like a wind chime swaying in the breeze. Father, seeing as the Sacred Beast battlefield is about to open, I just saw that the Lizard clan envoys are carrying supplies in boxes. Is that so okay? Without that, how do we train warriors? Hoover twirled a small handful of whiskers on his chin and said slowly, There's no rush. There's no rush. The district goods are just goods. Just give them to him. Just a dog raised by the Lord above. And you have the capital to call me out? Lily, you order it down. Tell Commander Opal to take a team of his own guards over there and just slaughter Jacques on his return trip. At those words, Lily's face, however, flickered with hesitation, frowning and hesitant to move. Hurry up. Just fake it as a mountain thief. Even if the adults ask about it, just find a group of bandits and kill them. Lily nodded then, slowly turning to exit the courtyard. Qiu Yen was secretly shocked behind his back. This lord was not as cowardly as he appeared on the surface, but was instead a man of great depth and ruthlessness. Click! Qiu Yen was not paying attention and stepped on a broken stone on the ground, making a crunching sound. Breath caught in his throat and he felt bad. The sound was not loud, but being so close to Lord Hoover caused it to be very clear. Who's there? Hoover let out a bellow. He stood up slowly, his sharp eyes fixed on the rock. As a lord, naturally, his strength didn't need to be mentioned, it was at least gold level or above. However, due to racial limitations, although the Heavenly Rabbit race had a thriving population, there were very few platinum or diamond level powerhouses. Even so, it was not something that the current Qiu Yen could deal with. Hoover narrowed his eyes, his expression growing serious. The conversation he had just had with his daughter Lily could never be overheard by outsiders. If the news was spread to the ears of those old guys in the Council of 10,000 Clans, it would definitely cause the Heavenly Rabbit clan to suffer heavy losses. Because of the prohibition over the Blue Star, which was the sacred beast battlefield, the 10,000 races of the starry sky were simply unable to press forward with their armies. Only the Council of 10,000 Nations could be formed spontaneously. Every 10 years, each ethnic group would send out the best young men of their clan to enter the sacred beast battlefield and calculate the battle merit according to the number of human races killed. The chiefs of the top 10 races in terms of battle merit naturally became the 10 counselors, as the leaders of the Council of the 10 races. The Hare tribe is weaker, and as one of the tribes under its jurisdiction, it must carry out the orders of the 10 counselors. Once those old guys, that is, the top 10 counselors, found out that they had beheaded the lizard clan's envoys, the worst thing that could happen then would be to be directly ordered to replace the bugs as the primary cannon fodder on the battlefield. No way. Although the Heavenly Rabbit clan was not strong, they were just able to give birth, and if they focused on giving birth, they would be able to give birth to around 3 to 4 litters a year. The more genetically advanced the race, the weaker the ability to reproduce. This has been true for ages. Chapter 59. How many daughters are hidden in the Golden House? Hoover looked at the delayed movement behind the wigwam, and some doubts arose in his mind. Could it be that you heard wrong? But then, a bright red figure suddenly appeared behind the wigwam and scurried towards the door like lightning. This immediately gave Hoover a shock, and his eyes were filled with shock. It's okay to hide a person, but where did such a big spirit beast come from? And when did this come? How on earth did a bunch of pig-like guards patrol and even let this in? Hoover's eyes blurred, and he was so angry that he almost had a brain hemorrhage and was about to pass out on the spot. Come on, man. Quickly. Go after them. Since most of the guards had been sent to the warehouse to carry goods by themselves, it resulted in a surprising lack of soldiers for a while. Instead, a few guards reacted and hurriedly stopped in front of the spirit beast. But that spirit beast was very agile, and the sporadic few guards were directly dodged by its dexterity, and could not be stopped at all. Mom, a bunch of punk snacks. Men, seal off the mansion. No one is allowed to come and go as they please without my permission. With a black face, Hoover summoned up all of his chi and moved to run out after the flaming unicorn himself. The speed is smashing. Hearing the commotion, the guards in all directions rallied and surrounded the entire courtyard. Qiu Yen hid in the gap of the wigwam, not daring to move. If these guards on patrol found out again, a mouthful of spittle from each of them would be able to drown Qiu Yen. Suddenly, another flame Kirin appeared and drilled out towards the small door on the other side at great speed. What's that? Why is there another one? Him. Slow down. It's possible that it's a diversionary tactic. A personal guard captain-looking man who seemed to have a bit of a brain stopped the crowd as he reached out his hand and randomly named a few people. You, and those few come with me. The rest of you keep searching. Yes. Just as all the soldiers' attention was on the side of the personal guard captain, Qiu Yen had already quietly shifted his position. Panicked, he slipped in deeper towards the city lord's mansion. It's so exciting. If it wasn't for the 3 chi polymorphs attracting other people's attention, so many guards with 1 knife each, they wouldn't have to be zapped into a shower. Qiu Yen unknowingly ran above a long corridor. Taking 2 deep, calming breaths, he looked around. Honestly, this promenade is even more dangerous than the outside. Because there's nothing, it's just a straight trail. As we all know, dry pulling without cover can be very risky behavior. But there were magically no guards over here. This also caused a trace of joy in Qiu Yan's heart. Seeing that no one was around, he directly entered a room in the city lord's mansion. But after coming in, Qiu Yan was dumbfounded. The pink-decorated room was stuffed with dolls and rag dolls and whatnot. One black eye looked straight at Qiu Yan, almost giving him a fright. Qiu Yan was looking at his heart and forced himself to hold back the urge to urinate, deciding to change rooms to hide. Who knows? There was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Special milks. Luck sucks, doesn't it? Having no choice, Qiu Yan rummaged here and there, found a closet and dug inside. Squeak! Just 2 seconds before the door to the room opened, Qiu Yan's entire body burrowed into the closet. Through the gap in the closet, Qiu Yan saw the lord's daughter, Lily, walk in with an anxious face, constantly rummaging for something on the dresser. The inside of the closet is dark and gives a very secure feeling. Qiu Yan was also relieved, and there was a fragrant smell lingering here, which was much better than the smell of horse manure on the street. He shrank his body inward, making it as comfortable as possible for him to hide. A small hand propped up underneath her body and casually touched it, She felt like she touched a piece of silky fabric. The surface was smooth and slippery, and it felt good and quite nice to the touch. Picking it up and taking a look at it through the light coming through the crack, it turned out to be a piece of personal clothing. Qiu Yen, a child's body, which could withstand this kind of shock, immediately felt very offended. Mentally, he kept confessing and apologizing, and hurriedly flung the clothes in his hand straight away. But the elbow flung out, and it came straight into contact with something soft and squishy. Qiu Yen took a closer look towards the side. In the midst of this darkness, there was actually a pair of eyes staring at him furtively. Crouch! Well, Qiu Yan's little heart shook wildly, and he was almost about to scream out in shock, but then a small, soft, boneless hand covered his mouth. What the? Qiu Yen stared with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. Why is there someone else in this closet? It still feels like a woman. Shoo! Don't make a sound. The man moved closer to Qiu Yen. Warm nostrils blew on his ears, causing Qiu Yen to make a small red face and his heart and mind to shake dramatically. At such an intimate distance, neither himself nor Lin Yuqing had ever stayed like this. Jesus Christ. Believe me, I only have Lin Yuqing in my heart. Qiu Yen wanted to cry without tears. This racy encounter love whoever comes. But at this time, he couldn't expose it, and he immediately felt as uncomfortable as having ants crawling all over his body. The temperature of the whole body was rising extremely fast like a small sun. Even so, Qiu Yen held his breath and froze without making a sound at all. For a while, in the middle of the closet, there was only the sound of two people's slight breathing, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Squeak snap. It wasn't until a slamming door sounded that Qiu Yen crawled out as if he was running for his life. Now he looked in an extremely sorry state, even with a strip of close-fitting clothing hooked out from his toes. Woo-hoo! Yuqing, I'm sorry for you. Qiu Yen only felt that his heart was taken over by guilt, and he lay powerless on the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless, as if he had been spoiled. Immediately afterward, the other man in the closet burrowed out. The voice was as pleasant as a silver bell, but revealed a big sister's gentleness. Get up! Don't play dead! What the hell are you doing here? Only then did Qiu Yen raise his head and saw the woman standing in front of him. It was only at this point that Qiu Yen regretted not studying properly in language class. Nah, I'm uneducated. A sentence walks the world. What was in front of him was actually a stunningly beautiful woman, not even comparable to the made-up Lin Yuqing. There were the same two rabbit ears on top of his head, both of which were drooping at the moment from anger. The point is, that size of the chest is as good as falling off. Could it be that the soft one he just touched? Qiu Yen didn't dare to think any further, and his entire body collapsed to the ground once again, two lines of clear tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. You're sick. Why does it feel like I'm doing something to you? The woman's cheeks quickly flushed with a blush and her eyebrows went up in a sultry look. But then it noticed Qiu Yen's head. Her pupils shrank, and even her voice became a little shaky. You're human. Qiu Yen lifted his head breathlessly to look at the woman and lay down again. The pendulum has swung. The pendulum has swung completely the other way. The woman opened her mouth to say something else, but the sound of a high-heeled shoe resounded from the doorway once again.
Ta-da-da-da-da.
The woman reacted quickly and ducked right into the closet again. Qiu Yen, even if he was swinging for the fences, woefully got up from the ground and tried to pull the cabinet door. But the woman in the closet had already deadlocked the door, and Qiu Yen couldn't pull it open with all his might. Special milks. Qiu Yen was about to cry in a hurry. It wasn't really that big of a deal. If you get caught, you just bail. But Qiu Yen froze in panic due to being a thief and sneaking around for fear of being discovered. In desperation, Qiu Yen's sight aimed at the floor-to-ceiling curtains on the side. He quickly pulled back the curtains, not realizing that there was a petite, cute little girl hiding behind them. How many girls do you have in your house? Chapter 60. Nina and Nia. The current state. Qiu Yen had now seen the world, and his firm Taoist heart was as solid as gold. This time it was the girl who was startled. Qiu Yen saw that she was about to scream out and directly made a preemptive judgment. Reaching out, he covered the small mouth just in time before she could make a sound. The little girl who was thinking of struggling fiercely gradually started to become flustered in her eyes when she saw Qiu Yan's appearance. By the end it actually revealed a deep fear. This is human, that murderous race of demons. When Qiu Yen saw the little girl who had come down honestly, A million feelings of pride rose in his heart, and he was almost about to give himself a thumbs up. Not ashamed of myself. A crisis was directly prevented. Crunch. Lily walked in quickly, looking even more flustered than before. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the curtains that seemed to move. She stared at it and seemed a little puzzled. The two people hiding behind the curtains at this point had their little hearts beating out of their chests. But Lily's next action made both of them send a sigh of relief. She just assumed it was the breeze caused by her opening the door too far. She then rummaged more violently among the several small drawers of the dresser. Brush. Clap, clap, clap. Brush. A couple of small drawers she'd been rummaging through couldn't be found. Strange. It was obviously placed here. How come it's gone? The more he searched, the more he broke down, and began to sob directly and stiflingly. That scene was a real sight for sore eyes. But Qiu Yen didn't think so. At this time, he did not dare to breathe, just begged his grandpa and begged his grandma, hoping that this big sister would hurry up and go out. It's hard to hide behind curtains. Those of you with relevant experience understand this. As soon as you breathe a little faster, those exhaled air currents will blow the gauze curtains, thus creating a slight wobble. If discovered, a bloodbath is inevitable afterward. In just these few short minutes, Qiu Yan's eyes were starting to get lax due to the lack of oxygen. If you really can't hold on, you can only turn your head and take a hard breath in before slowly exhaling. That's a little better. But the little girl next to her kept her eyes darting this way. So every now and then, I'd lock eyes with this girl. This is really a bit embarrassing. So in order to avoid embarrassment as much as possible, Qiu Yan's face was suffocating purple. But it's a good thing that the one thing Lily lost seems to be very important. Just cried for a few minutes, then wiped away the tears and ran off to find something. Phew! Qiu Yan was unsteady on his feet and knelt down on all fours, still panting heavily. Special milk. It's been a whirlwind of a day. Never before has it felt so good to breathe. At that moment, the older sister from earlier in the closet and the little girl behind the curtains came out as well. Blah blah blah. The little girl lifted her cuff in disgust, wiped her mouth, and spat a couple of times in a fury. A pair of soulful and clear eyes stared at Qiu Yan, clenching his back teeth in death. It was the man in front of her that took her first kiss. But it wasn't a mouth-to-mouth kiss though. But she had just seen clearly that this human had covered his own mouth after covering his own. What's the difference between this ing indirect kissing and direct kissing? Her mind directly collapsed. And in a moment of anger, she directly opened her mouth and cursed. But the fine voice, no doubt, was a little thunderstruck. You wretched human! If it wasn't for you, how come my sister and I are stuck here and can't get out? Sure enough, all humans are the most disgusting and perverted creatures. Men are even worse. Qiu Yan was instantly offended and raised his head to stare at the girl. You're so young, Bibi. Look at the men in front of you. They're just great big drops of goodness. That's right, men. The woman in front of me not only has an airplane field, but her speech is not polite at all, somehow. If it wasn't for him, Qiu Yan, she would have been found out a long time ago. It was obvious that she had saved her life, and now she was biting back. The girl was furious, her two rabbit ears pressed tightly to the back of her head. Shame on you. She was about to speak again, but was stopped by her sister who stepped aside. Okay, little sister. Stop it. Human, we don't know what you're here for. But you did ruin our plans. Qiu Yan also stood up at this time, clapped his hands, looked at the two sisters in front of him and said coldly, Tell me, what are you guys doing again? That thing Lily was trying to find, that's what you guys took, right? Smart man. Even though she didn't know Qiu Yan's character, her sister still opened her mouth tenderly and praised her. Seeing that his sister was clearly able to communicate, Qiu Yan's cold expression eased somewhat. But he then began to reflect. He usually does not handle things this way, and today his way of thinking is more or less out of the box and his words and actions are a bit out of place. Could it be the aftermath of using the 3 chi polymorphs too much? Qiu Yan had used the 3 chi gathering forms 3 times by now, and the Wanxiang Shenshu was clearly telling itself at the time that using too much of it would lead to schizophrenia. It seemed that in the future it would be better to not rely on the 3 chi polymorphs as much as possible. Like Lord Hoover just now. The speed of the chase out was so fast that even Qiu Yan's naked eye couldn't see his figure, only the remnants. Just in case the next time you think outside the box and run right up to that Hoover and jump in front of him to mock him, you won't even know how you're going to die when the time comes. After a moment of silence, Qiu Yen spoke again. Since we have met here, it proves that we each have a different agenda at heart as well as a different purpose. But we now face common difficulties. The entire City Lord's mansion is surrounded by heavy troops. We should combine our efforts to find a way to escape. I propose that it would be better for each to be honest. After we team up and escape, how about we go our separate ways on the avenue of heaven? Qiu Yen spread his hands and his eyes went to the two sisters. Such a choice is indeed in the common interest of all. His attitude had been made clear, and it was up to the two sisters to choose between them. My sister frowned, her mind making monstrous waves as her tangled thoughts continued to hedge. It took 3 minutes for the furrowed brow to unfurl, as if the answer was in his mind. Her voice carried the characteristic gentleness of a big sister. Could be. I'm Nina, and my sister's name is Nia. Nia elbowed her sister gently, a difficult look on her face as she tried to whisper something. Nina, as an older sister, definitely knew the concerns in her sister's mind. She patted Nia's shoulder and nodded her head rather fondly, looking at Qiu Yen once again and said, "We are members of the Yaya's Revolutionary Army. Lord Hoover has a mysterious army of dead soldiers, said to have been given to him by great men among the other worlds. He was having too many days of peace and quiet, so he gave the military symbol to his favorite daughter, Lily Hoover. The reason we're here today is to get Lily Hoover's soldier's talisman. Lord Hoover has been raising taxes since the last sacred beast battlefield, as well as granting benefits to encourage people to procreate in large numbers. He sends our parents, friends, and countrymen to the battlefield of the holy beast, and then offers to exempt childbirth from taxes. By doing this, he doesn't even consider us Sky Rabbit clan members as fellow clansmen. Our people are nothing more than war machines and money machines in his eyes. The Sky Rabbit clan has fallen deeply into this predicament. It's ridiculous that most of the populace still thinks he's a good lord who looks out for his people. It is precisely this situation that we, the Revolutionary Army, want to change. Therefore, this soldier's talisman is important to us. We want a revolution. Chapter 61, Responsibilities Born. A trace of complexity flickered in Qiu Yan's eyes. It turns out that there are so many entanglements involved in this world. By now, he also understood. What the martyrs of the human race fought and killed in the sacred beast battlefield were not vicious spirit beasts, but wolfish foreigners. I'm afraid that I didn't know about it before because the Dragon Kingdom had blocked out this information. After all, the Fae had their own civilization, which wasn't the same concept as a spirit beast disaster. But from Nina's words, it was concluded that the entire Sky Rabbit clan was under the direct leadership of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Even though Hoover kept brainwashing the populace and portraying the human race as a demonic figure, there were still a lot of sober people. I would like to ask you human beings, are you really as evil as Hoover says you are? Anyway, I don't think you do. Earlier in the locker, you could have done something to me and I wouldn't have been able to resist. But you didn't. You're a noble human being. Nina had a determined look on her face. She wanted to hear the expected answer for herself. Qiu Yen took a deep breath and spread his hands, finding a seat to look at the two. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qiu Yen. Because of accidental contact with a temporal rift, he was sucked into this world. What you don't know about the human race, I do. I'll tell you what. Ever since 52 years ago, the 10,000 races have been constantly invading the human race, and I don't know what they really want. They have descended on my blue star since the 5th year of the human aura's revival, and they slaughtered the human race wantonly, and Blue Star suffered countless deaths and injuries for a time. Do you know how the Holy Beast battlefield came to be? It was because they attempted to take possession of the Blue Star that 8,888 human greats ended up setting up the Sacred Beast battlefield at the cost of their own lives, using the power of the rules. The 10,000 races are isolated from the outside, but every 10 years, they transport a large number of soldiers to the Sacred Beast battlefield. That's why even though my human race is being beaten back, there are still tens of thousands of heroes on top, because we know that once we lose the Holy Beast battlefield, our blue star will be devastated. I, the human race, am clearly the innocent party. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his entire body was majestic, like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Yes? My heavenly rabbit clan has actually become a hawk and dog under the banner of the Council of 10,000 Clans, aiding and abetting in the harming of the human race. Tears slipped from the corners of Nina's eyes, and for a moment she was surprised that she couldn't take it. If the human race itself is innocent, then do the sacrifices of Hoover's compatriots, whom he has sent to the battlefield of the holy beast for so many years, really mean anything? It is laughable that Hoover is still encouraging the populace of the Sky Rabbits in the name of justice to do the ugly deed of invading the innocent human race. Nina's slender palm had at some point clenched into a fist, becoming a little shaky from too much force.
Cease.
How do you know this human is so cunning that he won't weave a lie to deceive us? Nia spoke indignantly, only her voice was equally weak as she spoke. It's also understandable that one would want to deceive oneself when years of indoctrination are directly overturned. She also knew that Qiu Yen had no need to lie to her. Did you find the stuff? Nina took out a palm-sized token from her bosom and waved it in front of Qiu Yen. Still, she stammered, still a little torn. Mr. Qiu Yen, I want to ask you to help us. We shouldn't be able to take on Hoover alone. Qiu Yen pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a wry smile. I'm just a small high school student. Ah, my strength is low. How can I help you guys? Mr. Qiu Yen, so don't play dumb. Nina pursed her lips, smiled gently, and spoke again after a pause. It is the human race behind you that we want to rely on. Since the human race has been able to resist the invasion of the 10,000 races for so many years on its own, it naturally has a deep heritage. The brother of both of us is none other than the leader of the Yaya's revolutionary army. I'll go back and convince him that after this matter is over, my Sky Rabbit clan will help the human clan to jointly defend against the 10,000 clans. Qiu Yan's face flashed with a hint of surprise, but it was cleverly hidden by him. Why? Why rely on the human race? Even he himself had only just conjured up the truth of the matter from Nina's mere words. It took him almost the same time as Nina to figure out all of these things that the human race was carrying. That being the case, didn't she know that after joining the human camp, she would become a traitor and thorn in the eyes of all the races? At that time, the Heavenly Hair clan would have to suffer the wrath of the 10,000 clans along with the human clan. What do they want? Is it possible to take sides just because of the position of the human race? It also goes against her earlier stated theory against the Hoover approach. Standing up to the human race, even though there is no need to have heavy taxes, but battles and sacrifices are inevitable. Is she really going to jeopardize the safety of her entire pack because of a race she has no interaction with? Mr. Qiu Yen, I know what you're thinking. Hoover is nothing more than a dog under the Council of 10,000 Nations, and all his actions are all to please the Council of 10,000 Nations. The Council of Nations is the key. If it can't get out of the control of the Council of 10,000 Nations, even if one Hoover is gone, there will still be millions of them. So it makes sense to side with your human race, doesn't it? By helping the human race win, we are helping our Sky Rabbit race win. It's not a deal, it's a partnership. Nina's words deeply shocked Qiu Yen, and the corners of her mouth hooked up, spreading a smile. Although her smile was gentle and watery at the moment, Nina's body revealed the firmness of her will. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Qiu Yen made any conditions at this moment, even if it was physical, she would be able to accept them. Qiu Yen could also clearly feel its noble awareness and soul, and the corner of his mouth inadvertently rose in an arc. I'm sure that the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom will not ostracize this small ally. The Dragon Kingdom had always circulated the saying that there was good wine when friends came, and shotguns when jackals came. Okay, I'll do what I can to help you. If the human race sends someone over, I'll help introduce you. Qiu Yen nodded, and could clearly feel a hint of joy flooding both women's cheeks. He could also understand that it was good to have his back to a big tree. It was very encouraging news that the Revolutionary Army had such a potential ally in the human race. He suddenly realized the significance of his rebirth. The current Chun Qingqing was nothing more than a jumping clown. Even if she slapped her in the face again, so what? As long as they were strong, they were nothing more than mole crickets, and they didn't even bother to step on them. However, it was imperative to leave the city lord's mansion first. Okay, you guys dared to sneak in here, you must have a map. Show it to me first. The two women nodded and took out a piece of parchment and spread it on the floor. Qiu Yen hummed, and there were some rough lines sketched on the paper with a black charcoal pencil. Sketchy but readable. After roughly understanding the structure of it, Qiu Yen raised his head and said in a deep voice, "This place is constructed to be easy to defend and hard to attack. It's obviously a pipe dream to try to escape without bloodshed. And it's bound to be a bitter fight. Not to mention the fact that there's Lord Hoover watching from the shadows. Then start with Lily Hoover. Chapter 62, Heavenly Puppet Order. In the middle of the conference hall of Odin City's main residence, Hoover sat in the main seat with a grimace on his face, looking askance at the group of kneeling guards below. Bunch of losers! Bunch of losers! His voice instantly resounded throughout the room, and none of those guards were trembling, fearing that his lordship would wave his hand and exterminate them. Bang! Hoover crushed the seat armrest right into the crumbs. He was thinking of killing all these useless henchmen, but Hoover thought better of it. After all, that spirit beast today was really weird. After chasing himself out for 10 minutes, he turned into a green smoke and drifted away into the air. Since Hoover was able to sit firmly in the position of lord, it was natural to associate that his city lord's mansion must have been invaded by someone. Has the search within the city lord's residence yielded any results yet? One of the squad leaders stood up shakily and looked over at Hoover. Report. Report, Lord. No anomalies have been detected for the time being. Bang! The genus of Hoover's chair is pathetic. I didn't realize it had been made into a chair, but it had such a hard time that the other armrest was in crumbs. Keep searching for me. Increase the number of troops and search without mercy. Where's Lily? Get her to me now. With that, a minister-like person slowly retreated from the conference room and directly walked briskly in the direction of his own Missy's room. While passing a fork in the road, he didn't expect to almost run into Lily head-on. Missy, forgive me. Eldest miss, the city lord has asked you to come over. At this moment, Lily's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried, and her expression was a bit dumbfounded. So for a moment she actually forgot to reprimand her subordinates. Okay. I got it. Lily seemed to have lost her soul at this point, and her whole body staggered, unsteadily, towards the conference hall. The minister also raised his head at this moment, a puzzled look spreading on his face. Why was his own great lady like a different person today? If it was with her unruly nature, she was afraid that she would have to slap him twice on the spot. But the minister quickly became relaxed. It was a good job that he didn't have to be beaten or reprimanded by his lordship. It's hard to be a laborer, too. Okay. Lily walked for almost 10 minutes on what is normally a 3-minute walk. The house servants and henchmen who had greeted her along the way, but she hadn't responded half-heartedly. Just staring into the puzzled eyes of the others, she slowly walked into the conference room. Hoover saw his daughter coming, waved his hand, and simply drove all the guards out. Those henchmen were then amazed and fled as if they were flying. Seeing his own daughter seems to be in a bad mood, Hoover also hesitated for a moment, was thinking of comforting first, but then still remembered the main thing. After all, his own current situation was much more critical than his daughter's cockamamie little affairs. Immediately, he reached out and took his daughter into his arms, asking in a deep voice, Lily, I don't know what terrible things have happened to you today, but father has something important for you to do. Lily lifted her head and glanced at her father, but then lowered her head guiltily and fell silent. Where is that heavenly puppet order that father gave you earlier? Now those dead soldiers need to be used. The city lord's mansion was invaded today, and for the time being, I can't find out exactly who did it. I need to use those tracking abilities of the dead soldiers. Looking aside at his daughter, who kept her head down and didn't speak, Hoover's heart raced. It's all about being spoiled by yourself. His own daughter used to be a jerk and came to himself to be pampered and cute, and he comforted her for a few moments. With such an important event happening today, Hoover really didn't have the heart to coax his daughter. But judging from his daughter's reaction, he seemed to have a vague, not-so-good feeling in the back of his mind. Lily, that token, where the hell is it? You speak. Say something. Where the hell is it? It was then that Lily choked back a sob, the bean-sized teardrops in the corners of her eyes rolling back down. Father, that token is gone. I obviously put it in the middle of the dresser, but I just went to look for it and it's not there. What? Enraged, Hoover pushed his daughter straight away and raised his arm for a hard slap down. Pop! After a crunch, Lily stumbled and fell on top of the gold and red carpet woven from silk. You! Did I ever tell you that that token is important enough for you to make sure you keep it close? Where are you listening? Ever since I was a kid. Won't listen to a word I say. Hoover pointed to his daughter, who had fallen to the ground, and cursed indignantly. But after cursing, he regretted it. This daughter of his own talent and intelligence, from childhood to follow their own, they have never been willing to beat nor scolded. Maybe a little too much today? That thing is lost, and your father's days are numbered. Hoover kept pacing the conference room, and beads of dense sweat oozed from his face. Do you know that those are 12 dead soldiers who only recognize the token and not the person? That's 12 silver 7th Order deadly soldiers. That's a treasure rewarded down by the heavenly puppet clan. Those dead soldiers were refined from the corpses of various heavenly prides on the sacred beast battlefield. Even if I were to face them, I would only be killed in seconds. With a flick of his sleeve, Hoover headed straight for the door, not caring about Lily, who had collapsed on the floor. The heavenly puppet order was definitely stolen. And it definitely has something to do with that spirit animal in the yard today. Immediately afterward, he began to associate it with the question of what kind of person could infiltrate his own forces without him realizing it. The only outsider who's been here lately is that Jacques from the Lizard Clan. Lizard Clan. You guys did a great job. Wait for me. Come on, man. Has Jacques gone yet? Even if he's gone, get him back for me. At all costs. Forget it. You guys guard the ING gate. No one is allowed to let anyone out. Hoover clenched his palm into a fist and ruthlessly struck above the courtyard wall on the side, directly blowing out a large hole. Seeing her father leave, Lily struggled to get up. She ruffled her somewhat disheveled bangs, and surprisingly, the desire to cut herself off arose within her. Losing such an important thing, and then being severely slapped by his loving father. Many complicated emotions were intertwined in his heart at the moment, and all thoughts were lost. I thought the tears had dried up a long time ago, but now they were flowing again. She limped back to her room, smelling the scent of her room and feeling nothing but a sense of peace. Got a piece of twine from under the bed, tugged on it, and it seemed pretty strong. Numbly, he tossed the other end of the rope up high, looped it over the beams, and tied the ends in a knot. She moved a chair and just climbed onto the stool. Father, I'm sorry for losing something so important. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I no longer have the face to face you. Bye, Dad. A look finally came over Lily's numb face, a smile of relief. She closed her eyes and kicked her stool straight away. Due to gravity and the intention of a dying person to survive, she struggled violently as her consciousness gradually began to dissipate. But Lily then felt something hold her body from below and lower herself to the ground. The rough rope strangled her snowy neck red, and it took a while for her to slow down. Then he saw a man and two women grinning impishly at him. Ah? Well. The three of them reached out in a flash, folding their palms over the backs of their hands, and Lily was almost muffled when she didn't slow down. Where exactly are your father's dead soldiers? Chapter 63 Horn. Just moments after Hoover chased him out, a guard's eyes darted up. He looked around, and after realizing that no one cared, he quietly withdrew from the patrol. In the midst of the city lord's mansion where the guards were gathered, no one could notice that there was a person missing. He ducked into the shadows and directly stripped off his armor, stuffing it into the storage space with a brain. His name is Honey, and he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, personally lurking as an undercover agent in the city lord's mansion. Despite his very young age, he was already cultivated into a silver-level martial artist. Earlier in his life, he was adopted by a minister under Hoover's command as his adopted son because of his uncanny talent. With multiple resources feeding him, he managed to break through to silver at the age of 22. Perhaps it was because he came from a commoner's background, and even though he had been clothed in fine clothes every day in the minister's house, he still hated the current state of the Sky Rabbit clan from the bottom of his heart. At this time, he had changed into the garb of Lord Hoover's vassal again and was roaming among the city's lords. The reason why he had changed the guard's armor was because the guards were too conspicuous alone and were easier to spot instead. What appeared to be wandering around was actually slowly approaching Lily's room, sometimes pointing directly at the passing guards. After a long time of catnip around the long corridor, he finally found a break in the midst of patrol after patrol of soldiers, and with a flash he slipped into Lily's room. Who? Seeing the visitor, Qiu Yen instantly stood up and directly summoned the Flamefire Qilin, preparing to strike. Don't! It's our brother. It was a good thing that Nina had pressed Qiu Yen in time, or else in just the blink of an eye, the flaming unicorn would have rushed out and bitten into Honey's windpipe. Even though Honey was powerful, he wasn't afraid of the flame griffin is all. However, while taking a good look at Qiu Yen, Honey couldn't help but take in a deep breath of cool air. The infamous human race suddenly appeared right in front of him, which really gave him a shock. His eyes swept around the room, noticing that Lily had been tied up by several people with a piece of duct tape over her mouth. What the hell is going on here? Humans, Lily, his own sister and his sister being inside a room gave him a very subtle feeling. What's their relationship? How is it that my own sister and brother have sided with humans? Knowing that Honey had doubts in her mind, the two sisters pulled him in and told him again from beginning to end. Understanding what had happened, Honey's tightly locked brow relaxed. Then I, Honey Reese, will thank Brother Cho Yen in advance. Seeing that he had outside help, Honey relaxed and happily patted Cho Yan's shoulder. It's not in the way. Wait for someone from the Dragon Kingdom. Cho Yen waved his hand and smiled politely, but his heart was torn. After all, he didn't know exactly when the Dragon Kingdom would come to his rescue. Honey moved closer and crouched down towards Lily. So, since Lily knows the location, could she join us? While saying these words, his pupils flickered imperceptibly. Looking at the face, Lily froze a little. Horny's looks were not to say they were out of this world handsome, but at least they were the handsome kind. And that face was very much in line with the aesthetics of the Sky Rabbit race. A blush flew across Lily's cheeks as she was stared at by the owner of this face. For a moment, he had forgotten that the identity of the few people in front of him was his father's enemy. Cho Yen and his trio had tried it long before Honey came. Whether it was coercion or enticement, what the hell, she wouldn't agree, and even tried to scream to lure the guards in. At the sight of Honey, though, there was an immediate gleam in her eye and a shy nod. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It was as if Horn had a kind of magic that people couldn't help but follow in its wake. The three Honey sisters looked at each other, and all three of them were now in a state of unspoken agreement. They knew that Honey had just used a psychic shock on Lily and had brainwashed her straight away. And this mental shock was learned from a book in a collection at the home of Minister Reese, Horn's adoptive father. The reason why this move was not widely circulated was because the conditions for practicing it were very cockamamie. The first requirement is to be good-looking. It is the second condition that the mental power is up to par. After that, it takes years of hard work to practice. Cho Yen looked at this scene from the side and felt a bit puzzled. Lily, who was dying there earlier, outright betrayed Pops as soon as Honey arrived. Did all the Sky Rabbit clan come from face control? But there was no time for Cho Yen to think about it. His eyelids were already fighting. After all, the 3 chi polymorphisms can make one drowsy. All he could do was sit in his chair with his eyes closed and his ears perked up, quietly listening to the conversation between a few people. Those dead soldiers are hidden by my father in a mine 40 kilometers away. But the outside of the mine is equipped with a formation that cannot be opened without an oracle from my father. Lily said softly, her eyes darting over to Honey as she spoke. That's a little bit harder to get. Honey and the others were in disbelief. I thought that if I got the Heavenly Puppet Order, I would be able to order the dead to fight against Hoover, but I didn't realize that there was still this kind of restriction. Without those dead soldiers, the Revolutionary Army's chances of winning head-to-head against Hoover's army were basically nil. Hoover had a number of silver-level experts under his command. If we only rely on Horny, who has the highest cultivation in the Revolutionary Army, it is obvious that the high-level combat power is not enough. Forget it. It's better to get everyone out of here first. Well, I've got a few suits of armor here, so you guys change into them and we'll go out disguised as a squad. Honey opened his storage space and instantly several rays of light fell to the ground and transformed into several sets of armor. There are literally any number of models, even in size XXXL. Who's this for? Honey scratched her head a little embarrassed. Just in case, haha. A few people put their armor on their bodies and set off in a straight line towards the entrance of the city lord's mansion. They also ran into quite a few guards along the way, but one by one, they were dismissed by Lily with a few words. Jacques was currently lying in the middle of the carriage, grasping a piece of spirit beast crystal core with a cultivation level as high as gold in his hand, scrutinizing it carefully through the moonlight. As a result, when the carriage was upside down, the crystal core in his hand didn't hold steady and fell directly into the carriage. There was an angry shout towards the horseman. Slow down, slow down. Why is this car so shaky? Don't you know that I've just had my fill? But the next thing he knew, he felt a coolness, and all the scales on his body began to shrink. Dangerous? The unsettling feeling almost made him jump out of the car and run away. But even sitting in the car, it was obvious to him that the carriage had slowed down and was slowly coming to a stop. Asshole! I told you to slow down. I didn't tell you to stop. But no one responded to the successive shouts. Hey! Where are the people? Mute. Suddenly, the curtain in front of him was pulled back at one corner, and Hoover's face appeared directly in front of him. "Oh? Wasn't it Lord Jacques who told me to stop?" Jacques snapped, his eyes staring straight at the visitor. "Hoover, what brings you here? Is there something you want to see me about?" Even Jacques, who was used to being pampered, couldn't help but get a little nervous at this point. As one of the envoys of the Council of 10,000 Clans, he also knew how to read people. Seeing the solemn look on Hoover's face, he slowly stood up and shielded several of the women next to him to himself. "Think about what you've done. Did you take something you shouldn't have?" Chapter 64. Bugging out. Escape from the city lord's mansion. "What shouldn't I take? Hoover, I may have emptied your warehouse, but that was all at the behest of those lords up there. Is it hard to believe that you want to take those resources back?" Jacques' eyes filled with anger as he looked at Hoover, who was growing colder and colder in demeanor, and his form shrank back behind a few of his own ladies. Hoover took a deep breath, forced himself to stabilize his mind, and spoke again. "You know, I'm not talking about those." When he finished, he held out his hand and gestured. Jacques was outright confused, his scale-covered brow furrowed. "What exactly did you take from him?" "That's a couple of gesticulations. You can't even read it." Jacques is not unreasonable people. Heart also has a number. If it really is to take Hoover what important things, give him back is. Now it's good, just collect the tax supplied to those adults, but also to attract their own murder. "Lord Hoover, I really don't know. Search if you don't believe me. But let me advise you, if you want to kill me today, then you'll have to think long and hard about the liquidation of the Council of 10,000 Clans." Deep doubt flooded Hoover's mind. Did this Jacques really not take the Sky Puppet Order? The Heavenly Puppet Order was quite terrifying as the unique means of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. While the controlled dead retain their fighting consciousness in life, they are supplemented with special materials to strengthen their flesh and make it indestructible. Even Hoover wasn't sure he could break through the defenses. If the person holding the Heavenly Puppet Order knew a little bit about the art of war, one of the 12 puppet dead soldiers would be able to kill him with a single slash. Therefore, this kind of treasure can never be shed outside. Years ago, when Hoover was attending the meeting of the 10,000 races, the Heavenly Puppet race approached him and offered to trade treasures for some heavenly rabbits as research. As a lord, he was initially reluctant, even though more heavenly treasures would be useless to him. After all, his race limited his cultivation, and he was not allowed to advance an inch for many years at the first stage of the gold class. Until the Sky Puppet Clan claimed that they would help him remodel his body and remove the Sky Rabbit Clan's genetic lock as long as they got results from their experiments. On top of that, he would be gifted a precious Heavenly Puppet Order. At this point, Hoover was on a path of no return. "Let me remind you, Sky Puppet Order." At that, even Jacques narrowed his eyes, seeming to look down on Hoover a little, and suddenly laughed out loud as if he had heard some joke. "Ha ha ha! Are you saying that I took the Heavenly Puppet Order from you?" Jacques laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes and slumped behind the shoulders of his own female family members, and there were puzzled looks from the crowd in the room. "What a joke! A trash race like you still deserves to possess the jewel of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. Not even my lizard clan. Did Lord Hoover really come over to make fun of me, Jacques? If that's the case, don't make a scene. There is a heavy task at the top this time, and we have to rush to the next side of the world." A look of concern also spread across Hoover's face. Did he not take this? According to Jacques' nature, it was to wimp out when he could. If he had really taken the Heavenly Puppet Order, he wouldn't have reacted like this. "It's not possible that I've been out for a while and my home has been stolen. Is it?" He felt that with the nature of his men, something was definitely going to happen, and without warning, he turned around and left directly towards the Lord's mansion with a team of personal guards. Jacques and the others just felt that this Hoover was a little bit inexplicable, like a, "Missy, will you not make it difficult for us?" Before Lord went out, he clearly instructed us that no one is allowed to put out. A guard stood in the doorway scowling at Lily in front of him. He really couldn't bear the bratty nature of this eldest young lady. So the speech was also well thought out and tried not to irritate Missy. If he made this aunt angry, tomorrow he would have to go over to the steward's side to receive a 30 large slap and be expelled from the city lord's mansion. "It's none of your business what this lady does. Get out of the way." Lily furrowed her eyebrows together and raised her voice once more. Seeing that the guard was frozen in deadlock and blocking the doorway, he directly began to pick his hands up. As she pushed and shoved, Lily threw a big musty bib, and Yum Yum directly knocked the armor-clad guard back a few steps and slammed into the courtyard wall. Bang! The guard also hid his eyes and sat down against the courtyard wall, covering his red and swollen cheeks, only feeling endless aggression in his heart. Lily stopped caring about him when she saw this and tugged on her stride to head out the door. When the 5 guards saw this, they were gathered around. Pissing Lily off means getting hit twice, and it's kinda cool. But to make the Lord angry, even if you don't die, you'll lose your skin. Qiu Yen and the others hid in their thick armor, their eyes constantly probing their surroundings, only to feel a wave of headache. Maybe in a little while, Hoover will come back, and then it will really be impossible to leave. You guys stop again? To tell you the truth, just now Father sent a message that he has been caught in a bitter fight. If a few of you stop it, you're delaying the battle. When the time comes, can you afford the consequences? Lily's face grimaced and she glared at a few people with a resentful gaze. Although there were a number of soldiers patrolling the courtyard walls, they were oblivious to Lily at the gate, and were all still glad in their hearts that they hadn't been rotated to watch the gate today. For no other reason than the fact that people such as yourself are part-time workers. Anyone who wants to meddle in this is asking for trouble. My lady, is there an oracle from the Lord? A guard with a somewhat thin frame said carefully. Of course I have. A scroll appeared in Lily's hand with a flash of light. Just as the guard slowly reached out towards the scroll, Lily jerked her hand back. What for? You still want to see it? What's in here is classified. Get out of the way. At this point, several guards then slowly made way like ants crawling. Qiu Yan's 3 men also silently followed Lily towards the outside. Wait! Suddenly being called out, Qiu Yan only felt his insides trembling furiously, and his forward steps lurched. Missy, let's go with you. Several of us can't rest assured. We're really worried about the safety of Lord and Missy. Qiu Yan was then relieved. A look at what appeared to be some kind of light streaking across that end of the skyline gave a few people a bad feeling. Qiu Yan also subtly poked Lily at this moment. Then you guys hurry up and keep up. Lily finished speaking and accelerated towards the other side, not giving a few people any room to refuse. 5 minutes later, a blue light streaked across the street, and Hoover was back in front of the city lord's mansion in the blink of an eye. When he looked at the empty gate, he had some bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the person who stole the heavenly puppet order was destroyed while he was away and his guards didn't fight? But it didn't look like there were any signs of a fight at the scene either. That's a little strange. As it happened, a group of patrolling guards passed by and saw Hoover standing alone in the doorway, and immediately shouted, Greetings, Lord! Good, what good? I ask you, where are the guards guarding the gates? Where have they gone? A couple of people stammered and stammered for half a day. No. Don't know. Chapter 65 Qiu Yan, you must be safe. Because the city lord's mansion was closer to the west gate, and it was through the north gate that Hoover had chased him out. At this moment, in the middle of the time he was returning the same way, Qiu Yan's few people even ran straight out of the city. Big! Missy! Why haven't they arrived yet? I remember Lord Jacques of the Lizard Clan went out the north gate. Are we going the wrong way? One of the guards asked with some concern, his armor clanking Gasherin. Are you coming with us or not? Don't follow us if you don't want to. My lady didn't ask you to follow me. Lily shouted without looking back as she kept running towards the front. But did the few guards dare to go back? They had no choice but to continue following. It wasn't until they had been running along the country lane for half an hour that several of the guards realized something was wrong. Nope, this isn't the way to support the Lord. Lily's feet suddenly braked at the fork in the road, and the guards behind her nearly crashed into each other. Qiu Yan also stopped at this moment, his eyes looking at Lily. After all, it was someone's guard, and it was a good idea to ask Lily's opinion. Knock out. Ha! The few guards froze a bit when their own Missy came out cold. With that, they saw those behind Lily charging towards themselves and the others. After only a couple of token resistances, he was knocked unconscious before being stripped of his armor and tied to the top of a large tree on the side of the road. Lily nodded. After all, it is also loyal to their own family work. Direct kill is a little too cruel. This is a good way to handle it. Even if Pops found out, he couldn't blame them. Well then, why don't we go sit in our Revolutionary Army stronghold first? Honey offered. After all, Hoover is sure to go on a frantic search all over town when he soon returns and realizes his daughter is missing. Qiu Yan also showed great interest in this. It would be better to just go over there and see what the strength is. Although there was not a single person in sight on the Dragon Kingdom side yet, but with the revolutionary army on their backs they would at least be able to survive in the midst of this world. As for the 2 hours that Albert had agreed upon, they were naturally long past. There is no need to do justice to the bandits for the sake of those spirit stones. A few people took off the heavy armor on their bodies, and with a change of direction, they directly ran towards the southwest again. Just 6 hours ago, Lin Yuqing rode Taizhan directly to the police station to call the police in defiance of traffic regulations. Lin Yuqing, as an eyewitness, was considered the fastest to arrive at the police station. All the equipment in the surrounding 3 kilometers had been interfered with by the magnetic field, and that's how the police department received the news of the appearance of a space rift. Receiving the signal, Officer Zhou Bowen immediately led the team and moved to the area around the spatial rift, ripping off the seals to bring the scene under control. At this point, the spatial rift had begun to become relatively stable, and there was no more of that strong suction force from the very beginning. Looking at it this way, Qiu Yan was truly unlucky. He happened to be passing by when the spatial rift was officially formed, and that's how he was sucked in. The spatial rift had also gotten a bit larger in size now, and it had filled up that store of Lees. From the outside, you could see the rounded space-time rift, as mysterious as a black hole, with a dark appearance like it was trying to swallow everything else whole. "Hey, don't come any closer over there. Stay away," Zhou Bowen directly voiced out to drink away some of the melon eaters, and then began to set up the task into the walkie-talkie on his chest. "Hasn't the special events unit arrived yet? Hurry up, there's an innocent person involved." A cracking sound with an electromagnetic tone then came over the intercom. Zhou Bowen cursed and sent a female officer to pacify Lin Yuqing. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent a few officers to protect them. With that, ran to the far side of the road and began evacuating the crowd. The 5 men from the Dragon Scale team soon arrived at the scene. It was just that, even if they were cultivated at the silver level per capita, Thunder, who was the captain, was even at the gold level. But they were only responsible for the search and rescue work, and could only stand outside the space rift and do nothing. After all, there was no strong person who specialized in formations present among their team. In case the passageway to the other world wasn't stabilized through the formation, then at any time one could get lost in it and then be pounded into powder by the spatial tides. The recent array masters were basically preparing the protective array for the Imperial Beast examination, and they couldn't be interrupted when they were outlining the spells, or else they would be directly countered by the array. This has led to the dilemma of having no one available in the city of Zhonghai now. Lin Yuqing sat on the sidelines anxious, but he could not do anything. At this time it is simply difficult to sit still. She's worried. Now Qiu Yan didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and he was afraid that if he was a little late, he might never see him again. It was only after 2 hours of being so distraught that the police temporarily deployed a formation master from the next city over. Formation masters were very rare amongst human society. Most of them needed to rely on inheritance, or a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening the relevant ability, in order to continue. For example, if a formation master was approaching his end of life, he would be able to pass on this ability to his disciples or descendants before he died. It is well known that from the time of birth, the talent that each person possesses is set in stone. In the future, both the martial artists of the Body Refining School and the Imperial Beast Masters of the Imperial Beast School were determined by their awakened talents. The likes of Qiu Yan allowing his talent to evolve, or formation masters to pass on this kind of inheritance, were after all only a few. As soon as that array master got off the bus, he jogged over and quickly opened the toolbox he was carrying. He bit a carving knife into his mouth, then kept fiddling with some tiny instruments with both hands. He was there to measure the distance to carve the spell. After the measurements were taken, a carbon pencil was taken out and a rough draft was sketched on the ground, which seemed to be covered with intricate patterns and strange writing. Afterward, he took the carving knife and lay down on the ground to carve the spells along those tracks one by one. It was obviously hard concrete, but the carving knife cut into it as smoothly as if it were tofu. This also surprised Lin Yuqing, who was seeing it for the first time. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a muffled thud of boots in her ears. The sight turned, and it turned out to be Thunder sitting next to her. He lit a cigarette and spoke to himself. "Little girl, is that little brother named Qiu Yan being sucked in?" Seeing Lin Yuqing nod gently, he took a deep sip of his cigarette butt, and his thoughts returned to many years ago. One of my former teammates was like that. Again, they were sucked in by the newly created spatial rift. He was lucky though. He was still alive when the search and rescue team found him off-world, and only slightly injured. It's not like there aren't cases like this, so you don't have to worry too much. Qiu Yan will definitely be fine. Lin Yuqing turned her head to look at Lei Ting, doubts written all over her eyes. This older man seems to be very sad. Aren't his teammates still alive? As if he had read Lin Yuqing's doubts, Lei Ting spoke again after a pause. It's a pity. We didn't have enough manpower and strength at that time. Attacked by unknown spirit beasts in the other world, our entire team is at stake. It was he who sacrificed himself, stopping the spirit beasts alone and holding back for us. That's how we were able to come back. He let out a long breath. Don't worry, I won't let that tragedy happen again. After saying that, Thunder smiled to himself, and then stood up and patted his ass, leaving the place. Lin Yuqing looked at Lei Ting's back and similarly felt a sense of despondency, unconsciously clutching the corner of her coat. Qiu Yan, you must be safe. Chapter 66 Rescue Operation. Departure. Time passed in a flash, and the formation master breathed a long sigh of relief and put away his carving knife and tools to leave. Perhaps it is too much of a drain on the mind. An unsteady stand is about to fall towards the back. But fortunately the Dragon Scale squad members waiting on the side to go in ambushed him. He turned back to say thank you, before speaking somewhat weakly. Due to the haste of today's arrival and the lack of manpower, I'm the only one. I've stabilized the spatial rift for now. The formation will probably last for about 3 days. Remember, measure the flow rate of the otherworldly after you enter. 3 days is dragon time, or 72 hours. After the time, the formation will not be able to maintain channel stability. If the spatial flow in it is too fast, if you can't make it back, don't force your way into the passage. Remember. Thunder nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a layer of purple light immediately emerged from 2 of the team members. They were beast sentinels, and their physical qualities were naturally not as strong as those of martial artists, and this move was also to protect their safety. With that, the Dragon Scale squad slowly stood in the center of the spell formation. The complicated spell formation began to flicker with light. Within a few breaths, a blinding glare blossomed, directly engulfing all 5 people in the center of the formation. Dragon Scale Squad? Rescue and Exploration Operation. Go! Thunder bellowed, and the figures of several people dissipated. Lin Yuqing looked at this side with a worried face, and the female police officer on the side pulled over her small hand at the right time. The warm hand wrapped around Lin Yuqing's cold little hand, also calming her mood a little. It wasn't the first time that the Dragon Scale Squad had rescued innocent people who had fallen into the spatial rift. Directly and lightly, he evenly released his spiritual energy and slowly drifted towards the front. I don't know how long it took, but a few people came to the otherworldly world with a blackout in front of their eyes. Thunder looked around. There was no way to know where you were as there was no light penetrating the area. After all, being in an alien world, a female team member's heart clenched. Team. Captain, do you want me to light it? Slow down, Thunder said softly. Lighting in dark and unknown places can be dangerous. Spirit beasts that live in dark environments can be very sensitive to light. If we illuminate rashly, we're likely to be besieged. Thunder sniffed the air. The air here is dusty and filled with a musty smell. But it didn't smell like any spirit beast feces. This is good news for a few people. It was mostly safe here, and there didn't seem to be any spirit beasts living here. Several people didn't dare to directly illuminate this side of the space, and only had to use the weak light of the detection instrument to probe around. Ah! There should have been only the sound of a few people's rustling footsteps in the middle of the silent space, but at that moment a female team member couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. This one caught everyone's attention straight away. What's wrong, Fuyao? Thunder was instantly alert. Team Captain, I think I touched someone. In the midst of the space, Fu Yao's panicked voice resounded. Don't be afraid, where are you? I'll lean over slowly. Captain, it can't be that we've traveled into an otherworldly terracotta warrior. I found it here too, and it seems to be covered in some kind of leather armor. At those words, Thunder cautiously felt his way over towards a few people. About 5 minutes had passed since they came to the otherworld, and everyone's sight was gradually beginning to familiarize them with the darkness. It wasn't until he got within a meter closer that Thunder could barely see it. There was a man in black armor standing there. However, it seemed to be lifeless, and the team member next to it even took a hand and patted its body, but it made a thumping metallic sound. These things are weird. Suiyu, Test how well this stuff reacts to light sources. Okay. Sui Yu was the cold on the outside and hot on the inside iceberg beauty that Xiao Yan and the others had seen earlier on Suwon Street. At the moment, she turned on the flashlight while also using her spiritual energy to protect her entire body. But even with the strong light from the flashlight, the thing didn't move in the slightest, as if it was lifeless. That's odd. Is it really an otherworldly terracotta warrior? Sui Yu, you find the exit first, then we'll explore around. Just wait for us over there, and we'll lean toward you then. Sui Yu's own combat power was not strong, and her position within the team was similar to the role of a scout or a wise man. Light responded, holding up a flashlight and shining it around. Judging it to be safe, Thunder then took out a few lamps and wrapped them in spiritual energy to place them around the area. At once, a few people got a full view of the place. This appears to be an abandoned mine. Many of the ores shimmered strangely in the light. The terracotta warriors they had just encountered were still as motionless as puppets, their bodies wrapped in armor with spikes, as if any part of their bodies could be used as a means of attack. There were 12 puppets in total, basically refined from the corpses of different races. However, there was actually a human among them. They stood there quietly like statues, and the Dragon Scale Squad all felt their anger rising. Is this a puppet of the Sky Puppet Clan? It looks like someone put it here. As the captain of the Dragon Scale Squad, Thunder had the authority to view some of the Dragon Kingdom's dossiers, so he recognized this kind of thing at a glance. He clearly remembered that this tactic of the heavenly puppet race was very cruel. It takes a lot of lives to fill in the refining process. Grass. I'll destroy it now. Since it's something from the 10,000 clans, it's better to destroy it than to come over and deal with us. A member of the team wearing glasses spoke out angrily. Several of the people present had been on the Sacred Beast battlefield and retired from it, knowing the ugly face of the 10,000 races. It is natural to abhor such evil things. But that team member tried several times and could not do any damage to it. Couldn't resist starting to build up a big move. All right, Song Hanyang, you stop first. We haven't found the exit yet. If it collapses, we'll all be killed here. Fu Yao spoke softly from the side. For something like this, although it was better destroyed, it didn't seem to be a threat to a few people without someone manipulating it. Come on everyone. I found the exit. Thunder nodded and retrieved a few lamps before erupting a powerful spiritual energy to erase the footprints and other traces of the few people who had come over. Several members of the team naturally knew that staying here was just getting in the way, and ran towards Sui Yu's direction together. The group followed the 7-turn mine path toward the top, and could clearly feel the elevation increase, and couldn't help but feel some anticipation. Every otherworldly realm would have its own special spirit beasts that existed, and might even be beneficial to the human race. Chapter 67 3 Parties Movements. Captain. This place seems to be sealed by some kind of formation. We can't get out. Sui Yu stopped at the door and shouted towards the back. Song Hanyang seemed to be lost in thought, and without breaking he hit the wall of air in front of him. He directly hit his eyes and retreated a few steps towards the back before stabilizing his stance. Holy! Why is there a formation here? We won't teleport to the 10,000 clans' lair. Thunder furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, the rescue operation was fraught with suspicion. Descending into the secret realm on the blue planet had never encountered such an alien world with another civilization living in it. The formation had obviously been intentionally set up to protect the heavenly puppet race puppets below. It is worth noting, perhaps because of the cultural differences between the two worlds. The Hare tribe calls these dead soldiers, that is, soldiers who have died, and the dragons felt it was clearly a puppet. You guys try to see if you can break this seal by brute force. Okay. Song Hanyang gathered all of his spiritual energy in the center of his fist and directly unleashed his talent. Shocking fist. Bang! Just as the fist made initial contact with the formation, there was a muffled sound like a knock on glass. Then, an invisible curtain of light appeared and rippled. But there was no sign that it was about to be broken open. It seems that this seal is not simple. Thunder sucked in his breath. Song Hanyang's frontal power play ability is also one of the best on the team, and is almost at the peak of the silver level as well. Don't look at Thunder as a 6 feet 9 inches strong man, but he's actually from Battle Law. If the cultivation levels were the same, Thunder would only be able to overwhelm Song Hanyang. Had to get on by myself. You guys back off a bit. I'll do it. Although my talent is not as strong as Hanyang's in terms of power, I have more killing power, so be careful of hurting you guys. Upon hearing this, The remaining 4 members of the team retreated to the back, and Sui Yu had even begun to condense a spiritual shield. A moment later, an ice-blue shield coalesced and took shape, blocking in front of several people. Thunder's talent was none other than the sacred skill Thunder, which could erupt with the power of thunder and lightning when he raised his hands and feet. The reason why the crowd was told to back away was because they were afraid that the scattered thunder would accidentally injure their teammates.
Thunder splitting cell.
In an instant, a purple palm shadow suddenly erupted from behind Thunder's back, perfectly synchronized with Thunder's movements as he blatantly smashed into the barrier in front of him. Boom! Deafening explosions instantly filled the entire space, and violent air waves swept up dust and sand. The 4 members of the team also made an effort to shrink towards the back of the psychic shield. They covered their ears with death, their brains still buzzing. Some tiny thunderbolts scattered in all directions, and there was no doubt that just touching one would be enough to make one's body twitch and lose their battle power. The barrier shook violently for a moment, visible to the naked eye, and a hopeful radiance blossomed in the eyes of all 4 of them. On the other side of the city lord's mansion, Hoover raised his head violently, and a cold aura flashed furiously in his eyes. The sealing spell formation he had laid down was actually being forcibly broken open. Seek death. San cold killing intent suddenly erupted. The green bricks under his feet exploded. The whole person like a light blue lightning tore through the sky, straight to the mines. Chiu Yen followed Honey and the others to the stronghold. The peaceful scene around him made Chiu Yen wonder if he had gone to the wrong place. Often a sky rabbit woman or child would pass by and then call out toward Honey for a chief. Is this your living quarters? Chiu Yen asked somewhat tentatively. Huh. Honey looked back at Chiu Yen strangely. No. This is the headquarters of our revolutionary army. Black lines sprang up on Chiu Yen's forehead. This is too much child's play. You call this a revolutionary army? Let's call it a revolutionary village. Where are your fierce soldiers? Where's the roar of your warriors in training? Where are your trusty lieutenants? How can you see that there are some old and sick people in front of you, right? There is not even a young and strong labor force. As if he could tell what Chiu Yen had in mind, Honey had a mysterious smile on his face. The outside is just a layer of camouflage. Come with me and I'll show you. Chiu Yen followed Honey to a cave entrance. It was so well hidden that it would actually be completely undetectable if it weren't for the many obstacles that had been moved out of the way. Even Chiu Yen couldn't help but give Honey a thumbs up in his heart. Worthy of being the heavenly hair race, it really is cunning hair 3 holes on. Following Honey as he continued down, Chiu Yen realized that there were other places underground. The soldiers lined up in neat rows, waving the spears in their hands with neat movements, and the roar of the practicing soldiers echoed throughout. Chiu Yen then nodded with some satisfaction. When he first came here, he wanted to turn his head and leave. I thought Honey was just a pipe dreamer, but I didn't realize that in the shadows he had actually assembled such a force. Though the number of personnel on this side couldn't even compare to those guards in the city lord's mansion, let alone going up against Lord Hoover's army. But this made it look like something else, and at least it gave Chiu Yen some hope. Maybe when the support from the dragon side arrives, there might actually be a chance. After all, the victory of a war relied on high-end combat power, and the soldiers' main thing was to attack the city and weaken the enemy's defense force. Like the thousands of soldiers in front of them, all they had to do then was charge after Honey. Chief, you are back. How's the plan? A competent man dressed in linen walked out and spoke out respectfully to Honey, and then his eyes also looked at Chiu Yen with some curiosity. At this moment, Chiu Yen hid his entire body under a black robe in order not to cause panic. The texture of these black robes was quite comfortable, and Chiu Yen had taken 2 of them along with him during the last raid on the Heavenly Vault Church. So didn't this come in handy? Well, the plan went a little awry, but at least the plan worked. This way, very good, very good. Peace be with you. The man had a look of delight on his face. And this is new friends, it's okay. You guys keep training. Tough luck, Uncle Cohen. Honey looked at the man, a polite smile spreading across her face. This is the Uncle Butler of the Reyes family, and he is the one who watched Honey grow up and regards Honey as his own son. It's also the person that Honey trusts the most. Cohen began to secretly help Honey gather soldiers after knowing what was on his mind. By going in and out of the barracks by his own authority, he turned some aspirants who also wanted to overthrow Hoover's rule. Nowadays, the entire barracks are run by Cohen here. The entire barracks had roughly 5 silver-level experts, 13 bronze-level squad leaders, and countless other Black Iron-level generals. After strolling through the entire barracks, Qiu Yen did make some small suggestions, which also made Honi look at Qiu Yen even more favorably. Report. Lord Chief. Lord Hoover went back out again less than a quarter of an hour after he returned. This time, it seems to be going in a certain direction. A few people looked at each other. Hoover is supposed to have returned to the townhouse and sensed that Lily was no longer in the townhouse. And then there must be a vigorous manhunt all over town. It was a critical situation, but a few people were strutting out the west door. So there's absolutely no way to keep this one under wraps. There was a cold glint in Honey's eyes, and her knuckles tapped lightly on the tabletop. It seems that the battle should find a way to advance 2 days. Lily, take us to the mine and see what's going on with that formation first. After saying that, he quickly got up and took the lead towards the exit. Chapter 68, Descending Strike. Right after Thunder blasted out a seal, the entire seal began to shake violently. Han Yang, Chai Fei, more power. The spiritual energy in Song Han Yang's hands bulged as he charged directly towards the shield. Chai Fei was the last member of Team Dragonscale who hadn't said anything until now. With a flash of light in the center of his hand, he spat out 2 words in a sparing manner. Move the mountain. A 3-meter-tall iron-armored geoduck appeared directly next to it, almost about to compress all of the remaining few people stations cleanly. The dragon's tail, as thick as an ancient tree, was raised high, with a giant bone hammer covered with spikes at the end, like a meteor hammer, directly toward the barrier in front of him. Stab! A sound. The transparent barrier shattered like glass. Breathing in the air of the outside world, a few people then felt a sense of renewed life. But just when everyone was relaxing, suddenly, a bellowing cry resounded through the sky. Who the hell are you people? Thunder squinted his eyes, only to see a long tail trailing in the distance like a meteor streaking by, as if someone was rushing this way. He wasn't vain, so he just clasped his arms and looked up at his visitor. The Sky Rabbit clan? Human. It wasn't until he got close to a few people that Hoover saw faces. Isn't this the same ING race that the 10,000 wants to invade? How did it get here? And, with a badass look, staring at himself, Hoover instantly became a little vain. Could it be that you've run into a hard case? Oh, so it was you who set the seal here. Thunder spoke proudly, his eyes unapologetically looking Hoover up and down. Seeing that the visitor was a person of the 10,000 clans, the likes of himself did not have a good face. Hoover also looked a little strange at the way a few people were standing. But these few humans actually appeared inside the seal for some unknown reason. As a matter of fact, the seal was enough to withstand the full force of a platinum-level powerhouse. From the inside, it would take very little to break the seal. Damn it! Hoover's heart is dripping blood. This formation is his own offerings tens of thousands of young girls of the Heavenly Hair tribe, only in exchange for a master of the formation among the 10,000 tribes to take a shot. After all, the Sky Rabbit clan maidens were very popular on the side of most of the 10,000 clans, and the cute rabbit ears stole the show. I've heard that even the human race likes the maidens of their Sky Rabbit race. But you can't dry up the fishing. Although he, the Sky Rabbit clan, though he had nothing else, was able to give birth and grow fast. The point is that people want teenage girls. Young girls are given to others, who else is born. If he messes up like this, sooner or later, his Sky Rabbit clan will be extinguished. You won't be able to guard the Heavenly Puppet Order with this gold-level ability? Hand it over? Thunder had an impishly bad smile on his face. He had also heard about the qualifications of this Heavenly Rabbit clan, and the highest was gold 5 or 6. Although he, Thunder, wasn't strong, he was at least a gold 3rd order expert. The Celestial Rabbit clan was brittle and had poor stamina, so they just had to pull a random hit. How did you know about the Heavenly Puppet Order? And how did you discover those puppets? At this moment, although the Hoover was shaken with anger, he still had sense, and just looked at the cave from a distance, and did not dare to approach. The muscles in his body tensed up, intending to just bolt if the movement wasn't right, and if he wasn't floating in the air right now, his legs would almost be wobbling. Even if the seal was opened from the inside, these people in front of them were definitely gold-level combatants. He's a gold level on drugs, he mustn't be beaten up like a chick. None of your business. Bring the Heavenly Puppet Order. Grandpa will let you go back if he's in a good mood today. Song Hanyang couldn't hold it in, pushed the frame of his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and directly pointed at that Sky Rabbit clan uncle and screamed. The words were full of threats. Could it be that they weren't the ones who took the Heavenly Puppet Order? Hoover raised an eyebrow and looked away from the members on the Dragon Scale Squad's side, a wave of bitterness flooding his heart. Where exactly is this heavenly puppet order? Asked for Lily, who said no. Asked for Jacques, who said no. The human in front of them had broken their own ceiling barrier, which was always what they took, right? As a result, he actually asked for the heavenly puppet order. The heart is bitter. Sway Yu looked at the timer at the moment, and then at the instrument measuring time. He quietly approached Thunder's ear and whispered, "Captain, I've just looked at it. The time flow over here is quite a bit faster than Blue Star. Roughly 1.5 hours in the Dragon Kingdom equals 2 hours over here. 72 hours in the Dragon Kingdom is equal to 96 hours here. We have about 93 hours left. Why don't we hurry up and settle this for him? And talk about the heavenly puppet order later? We still have to find Xiao Yen. It's such a big space. I don't even know where to look." Thunder nodded, feeling that Sway Yu had a point. "You go around the side to block his retreat." "I'll do it then." The very moment the words fell, Sway Yu fiercely scurried out. Straight away, he used his talent, Wind Blast Cold Ice, and his body transformed into a residual shadow, arriving behind Hoover in a few breaths, completely sealing off the path of retreat. What do you want?" Hoover's pupils suddenly shrunk. His feet drifted backward without any trace, and his spiritual power had already flowed secretly around him. "No reason. Looking for you, asking for directions." Song Hanyang grinned, but the cold light in his eyes was bitter, and Thunder instantly rushed out, his violent spiritual energy stepping on the ground in bursts of cracks. That freaked Hoover out, twisted his head and walked away. Trying to run? Sway Yu snapped, and the frost spread instantly. Although she couldn't beat Hoover, she urged her entire body's spiritual energy and hardened a cold ice barrier on Hoover's retreating path. Immediately afterward, Thunder flung over a blistering bolt of electricity that hit Hoover directly in the back, knocking him to the ground. Bang! Hoover's entire body crashed and splattered in a tumble of dust. He quickly stood up, still trying to escape. Song Hanyang opportunistically bullied his way up, and a punch with terrifying might struck Hoover's cheek. Hoover's body directly flew backwards, hit a stone wall, Pooh bared, spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing how raw several people were, Hoover could only beg for mercy. "Ahem, spare your life. I am the lord of the Sky Rabbit clan. I can give you whatever you want. Don't ever kill me. I have an old man and a young man." Hoover no longer had his previous arrogance and fell to the ground, unable to stop kneeling. No wonder it is not a problem for Hoover with such a cultivation level to act as an authority in this world. Who let him meet the hardened gang of Dragon Kingdom? Lords? That would be nice. Mumble, have you seen this man? Thunder pulled out his cell phone and took out Xiao Yan's picture and placed it in front of Hoover. Hoover looked across the room and couldn't recognize the flowers even if he could see them. He'd like to see it. If I had seen it, I would have saved my own life today, wouldn't I? Hoover helplessly handed the cell phone back to Thunder, tears and snot streaming down his face as he choked a bit and opened his mouth. "No, haven't seen it, but I can have my personal guards look for it. A couple of you do me a favor and just let me go." Thunder hooked his mouth as he watched Hoover look like a villain. "Release you? That won't work, unless you give us the heavenly puppet order." Upon hearing this, Hoover seemed to think of something and looked even more uncomfortable, spitting another mouthful of old blood onto the ground. "I just lost the heavenly puppet order, and when I saw you guys were breaking my seal, I thought a few of you adults had taken it. Oh no! It accidentally fell into the pockets of a few of the adults. A few lords surely can't look at such trinkets." Hoover wiped his mouth and looked at Thunder with a companionable smile. "However, as long as we keep watch, we'll definitely be able to find the person who stole the heavenly puppet order."